Resurrection, eh? A faint voice of water echoed through the air. Alive? This lad is quite fortunate. The voice of water persisted. A miracle. Truly a miracle. Not even the black snow could suffocate him. It is indeed a miracle. Water. After 3 consecutive pleas, a response finally came that a spoonful of cool liquid was poured into his mouth. The clear water not only revived his consciousness, but also bestowed upon him a flicker of strength. After 3 spoons of water slid down his throat, the unconscious Wuchang finally awakened. Where am I? The only sight before him, aside from a woman with unremarkable features and disheveled hair, was the silver-white ceiling. Where is this place? Wuchang's inquiry left those around him perplexed. Are you daft? Of course, you're in a mine. In a mine? Wuchang still struggled to comprehend. Alas, how did Eileen manage to bring back a fool? This is clearly amnesia. Look at the bump on the back of his head and the wounds on his body. He must have suffered some accident that left him dazed. The onlookers buzzed with chatter, yet this served to extricate Wuchang from his predicament. As they ceased their endless questioning, the woman named Eileen cast a disappointed glance at Wuchang, placed a cup of water and a small portion of food beside him, and turned to leave. An imbecile, evidently, would not garner much attention. The crowd soon dispersed, leaving Wuchang shivering in the corner of the room. Wuchang examined the wound on his left shoulder. He distinctly recalled a penetrating injury that had likely damaged the bone, rendering his left arm useless. Yet now, the wound was encased in a metallic shoulder guard, and he could feel a soothing coolness emanating from it. It appeared to be a peculiar medical device. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a rudimentary hall of over 100 square meters. However, unlike typical constructions, the walls, floor, and ceiling here were all fashioned from metal. Although Wuchang was unfamiliar with the strange metallic materials, the mottled colors and exposed circuit boards indicated that this place was of rather mediocre quality. The entire hall resembled a dining establishment, with numerous tables and chairs scattered about. A sparse gathering of about a dozen people were eating, yet the seating suggested that the establishment could accommodate over 100 diners. The metallic walls bore only 3 windows. A single glance revealed their illusory nature. One window displayed a summer beach scene with sun-kissed beauties strolling on the sand, while another showcased the breathtaking snow-capped mountains. Most astonishingly, the third window revealed the vastness of outer space, with the majestic Horsehead Nebula looming before him. At that moment, Wuchang was certain had traversed time and space, landing in a future world that as he pondered this, a sudden sharp pain shot through his back. Ouch, he murmured softly, stirring an old man nearby, who reeked a foul odor and approached him with an air of mystery. Hey, you little brat, what does that tattoo on your back mean? He pulled out a greasy terminal from his pocket and pressed a few buttons, projecting an image into the air. Look at this, it's the tattoo on your back. I noticed it while treating your wounds, but I can't make sense of what it is. Wuchang ignored the dirty old man's ramblings. Upon seeing the familiar symbol, his vision darkened, and he fainted onto the military cot. Oh heavens, that symbol was too familiar. It was the wheel of the Lunyan mantra. The Lunyan mantra is the supreme incantation for vanquishing evil in Buddhism, the king of all spells. But why was he so familiar with this wheel? What secrets did his past hold? Wuchang's mind was in turmoil, and given his severe injuries, it was only natural that he succumbed to unconsciousness. In his stupor, Wuchang's memories fragmented into disjointed pieces, unable to coalesce. Sarira, moonlit nights, the pagoda of his master's spiritual bones after his passing, and of course, the cacophony of gunfire and frantic chases. Could it be that this wheel is connected to that Sarira? He distinctly remembered a beam of white light penetrating his back. Could it have been the source of that tattoo? May my death sever all the karmic ties you hold in this world. From this day forth, your master bestows upon you the name Wuchang. A familiar voice echoed through Wuchang's consciousness, lingering until, at last, a thunderous clap reverberated, plunging his awareness into darkness. Since Wuchang had awakened once, it was evident that he had eluded the clutches of death. In the days that followed, the conscious Wuchang began to familiarize himself with this world. This place was called the Rationing Center, and the woman with a slight limp was named Eileen. She was the proprietress of this establishment. The Rationing Center served the derelict mine, numbered B1313, where the inhabitants subsisted by extracting rainbow crystals. A community of over 100 individuals. The mine's owner was a drunken fool with blonde hair and a prominent nose. who was rarely seen working, yet perpetually indulged in alcohol. He was known as Smith Pan, colloquially referred to as Boss Pan. Feigning amnesia, Wuchang quietly observed his surroundings. Having once been a bandit, he understood the importance of reconnaissance. Survival in unfamiliar environments required wisdom, with the foundation being discretion. Gradually, Wuchang learned that he had been rescued by the limping Eileen, on her way to Huang'e City for supplies. She had discovered him collapsed on the ground during a heavy snowfall. Eileen had saved strangers more than once. At least 12 lives in this mine had been spared by her intervention. With practiced ease, she had brought Wuchang back, treated his injuries, and provided him with food and shelter. Although the accommodations were merely a cot in a corner, Wuchang was profoundly grateful. With food, drink, and a place to stay, this existence felt like paradise to Wuchang. Unfortunately, this bliss was short-lived. On the 7th day after his awakening, Eileen, who had never spoken to him before, suddenly stood before him. "Your injuries have healed sufficiently. It's time for you to work. With food and lodging included. You owe me 10 gold coins. Until you repay this debt, you shan't leave." With that, Eileen tossed him a set of mining gear and turned away. Beside Eileen stood a muscular man. Wuchang recognized him as the security chief of the B1313 mine, known as the Warrior Bull. This fellow had also been saved by Eileen and was fiercely loyal to her. He stood behind her, flexing his muscles at Wuchang, eager to teach this stranger a lesson. Wuchang was not so naive. He understood the necessity of humility. He knew nothing of this strange world, and even if they were to confront him, he would not flee. Working was never something he considered shameful. "Come on, you little brat. Let's get you acquainted with your duties. Well, start by sifting through the waste rock." The speaker was the dirty old man, Ryan, the one who had treated Wuchang's wounds. It was evident that these individuals had conspired. They had multiple strategies in place for dealing with Wuchang. If he complied, Ryan would guide him. If not, Bull was eager to assert his strength. Wuchang's compliance surprised everyone. This wasteland was rife with criminals, smugglers, thieves, bandits, and prostitutes. A severely injured individual like him was expected to be anything but docile, yet here he was, obediently following orders. As Ryan led Wuchang away, he did not look back, but merely pointed to his own head. The others understood. This fellow was a forgetful fool, perhaps believing himself to be a mere lamb. With this realization, the tension in the hall eased considerably. "It seems we've struck gold with this laborer." Wuchang had not anticipated that this rationing center was equipped with a double-layered airtight door. Upon opening the inner door, they entered a small foyer where people changed into their outdoor gear. "Hurry up and put on your mask, you silly boy. Although there's no black snow falling outside, the weather isn't pleasant. Be careful not to choke on the smoke and dust. I know you're suffering from amnesia, so once we step outside, don't speak or move around recklessly. Stick closely to me, don't wander off, or the cannibals in the wilderness might snatch you up and eat you. You did well today. There was no resistance. If you don't behave, Bull might just toss you into the mine. With your fragile physique, you'd certainly meet your demise down there." Ryan rambled on incessantly, yet it seemed his intentions were not malicious. He meticulously checked Wuchang's gear 3 times before finally opening the outer metal door. When the world outside first unfolded before Wuchang's eyes, he was utterly petrified. "Buddha, what kind of world is this? Is it hell?" Before the ever-changing forces of nature stood a colossal volcano, reaching into the heavens. Its summit obscured entirely by dark crimson clouds that enveloped it from midway up its slopes. The magnitude of this mountain was beyond the capacity of Wuchang to articulate. He had previously gazed upon Japan's iconic Mount Fuji. Yet the comparison to the volcano before him was akin to the disparity between a sparrow and a wild goose. Upon the obsidian surface of the volcano, one could faintly discern a multitude of buildings adorned with twinkling lights, extending infinitely into the horizon. That is Huang'e City, the principal city of our Huang'e Star. Fear not, the volcano scientists have declared it dormant. Dormant? Wuchang replied, exasperation evident in his tone. For to the left of the mountain, a dark crimson waterfall of lava surged forth, contradicting the claim of dormancy. However, as his gaze expanded to encompass the entirety of the landscape, and he surveyed a full 360 degrees, the rationale behind the scientist's assertion became clear. In fact, within his line of sight, a total of 6 volcanoes were erupting with fierce intensity, their fiery plumes illuminating the sky in a brilliant red hue, while billowing clouds of ash formed a heavy leaden shroud suspended above. At that moment, Wuchang comprehended the essence of black snow. It was nothing less than volcanic ash. The pervasive ash cascaded down like snowflakes, blanketing the earth in a stark gray-white pallor. Oh, what a splendid day it is! Let us toil diligently and strive to earn 3 days' worth of living expenses, exclaimed Ryan, tugging him towards a nearby mining pit. Wuchang felt a profound urge to weep, exclaiming inwardly, "How can you deem this a fine day? The ash falling in flurries resembles gray butterflies. If what you refer to as black snow were to descend, would we even survive?" It was only later that Wuchang learned he resided on an exceptionally young planet, currently experiencing a period of intense geological activity, with volcanic eruptions in full force. Remarkably, Earth's history had once witnessed a similar epoch, aptly named the Archean Era. 002 Zen Mastery. Wuchang and Ryan found themselves squatting before a towering mound of discarded ore, the remnants of a once thriving mine. One held a small sieve, meticulously sifting through the debris in search of treasures, rainbow crystals. These rainbow crystals, though slender as a finger, were indeed remarkable. They were pivotal minerals for humanity's foray into the cosmic age. In simpler terms, these elongated crystals acted as energy amplifiers, enhancing energy that passed through one end according to the length of the crystal. It was this amplification that made the activation of folding space engines conceivable. Moreover, these crystals had other applications. It was said that mages could harness them to amplify their spellcasting energies. Unfortunately, despite their relatively abundant yield, the crystals were exceedingly fragile, shattering at the slightest touch, making it challenging to procure sufficient lengths. Did you know that on our planet Huang'e, a 39-centimeter rainbow crystal was once unearthed? The mine owner was promptly ennobled by the emperor. Quite an impressive feat. The loquacious Ryan, clearly a chatterbox, sat on the ground, rummaging through the refuse while enlightening Wuchang about the world's backdrop in no time. He tipped the contents of his sieve onto the adjacent conveyor belt. Revealing no treasures, as Wuchang listened to the old man's ramblings, he diligently sifted through the debris in his hands and, to his astonishment, uncovered a glimmering object. Ryan, could this be a rainbow crystal? Wuchang inquired, holding up a crystal no larger than a fingernail. You lucky rascal. In less than half an hour, you strike gold, Ryan exclaimed. That piece is worth at least 1 gold coin. Really? Something so small is valuable? Of course, don't underestimate its size. Small crystals have their uses. While large ones are needed for cosmic battleships, the smaller ones are essential for ordinary land vehicles and various compact machinery reliant on folding engines. Clutching the diminutive crystal, Wuchang felt a surge of optimism. Survival in this world seemed far from arduous. This fortuitous encounter was merely the beginning. As Wuchang continued to discover more rainbow crystals, Ryan's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to agitation. He even attempted to swap his sieve with Wuchang's, but no matter how they exchanged, Wuchang consistently emerged with the most crystals. Frustrated, Ryan snatched the sieve from Wuchang's hands and shoved his previously sifted refuse into Wuchang's possession. Go on, I refuse to believe you can find anything in that. To everyone's astonishment, within merely 20 minutes, Wuchang unearthed yet another crystal from Ryan's already sifted debris. This left the old man in disbelief. Squatting on the ground, nearly in tears, teach the disciple, starve the master. Teach the disciple, starve the master. Seeing Ryan in such a state tugged at Wuchang's heartstrings. Though not truly amnesiac, his memories were muddled, with some crucial nodes lost. However, the skills he had honed, particularly in Zen mastery, remained intact. After 7 years of training with his master, his perceptive abilities were significantly heightened. Even when distracted, his insight surpassed that of the average person. While others viewed the heap of refuse with disdain, Wuchang perceived a subtle energy emanating between the stones, allowing him to swiftly discard the worthless debris while retaining those that intrigued him. As the pile dwindled, he switched from intuition to careful observation, quickly securing a radiant rainbow crystal. Gazing at the collection of crystals in his hand, he glanced at the silent old man and, without much thought, pressed 4 or 5 into Ryan's palm. You've taught me much. Consider this my token of gratitude. Token of gratitude? Ryan's eyes sparkled with surprise. He never expected to hear such words in this chaotic, sordid mining district. Without uttering a word, he tucked the crystals into his coat and beckoned Wuchang to follow him. It's nearly noon. Let's go eat that I'll treat you to a few drinks. Upon arriving at the distribution center, Ryan held his head high, akin to a victorious rooster. He approached the bleary-eyed smith Pan, placing the rainbow crystals before him. "Look, today, I've struck gold." His eyes scanned the surroundings, defiantly challenging the nearby miners. Pan, intrigued, remarked, "Impressive. This old coot has had quite the luck. Finding 5 in just half a day. Let me see. Yes, this is worth at least 3 gold coins." He turned to Erin, instructing her to credit Ryan with the earnings. Earning 3 gold coins in a single morning thrilled the miners. For them, 3 meals and a night's rest on a duck-down mattress cost merely 1 coin. Ryan's morning haul equated to 3 days of indulgent living, inciting envy among the crowd. Several miners clamored for Ryan to treat them to drinks. "Old Ryan, with such a bounty, where's your towering apprentice? Why not let us see him?" Having studied Buddhism diligently for 7 years, Wuchang understood the virtue of humility and had intended to deflect the attention. Yet, Ryan, in a jovial mood, abruptly rummaged through Wuchang's satchel. "Let them have a glimpse," he declared, and with a flourish, 7 rainbow crystals clattered onto the alloy bar, producing a delightful chime. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Who could have anticipated that this amnesiac fool would uncover so many rainbow crystals in a single morning, with the largest no bigger than a fingernail? That one must be worth at least a gold coin. "Nay, I wager 2 coins," Pan, unperturbed by the crowd's excitement, focused intently on Wuchang. "These crystals, at regular price, are worth no less than 5.5 gold coins. However, since you're fortunate on your first outing, I won't be stingy." He turned to Erin, instructing, "Open an account for this fellow. What's your name again?" "Wuchang." "Wuchang, right? Credit him with 6 gold coins for his first job." The crowd erupted in cheers, whistling in admiration for Pan's generosity. As they clamored for Wuchang to treat them, the distribution center's airlock swung open, revealing a diminutive man covered in volcanic ash. "Hey, Pike. How's the haul today? Returning early isn't your usual style." Wuchang recognized the newcomer. A miner named Pike, reputed as the most skilled worker at the B1313 mine. Despite his short stature, he was remarkably agile, navigating the underground tunnels as if they were his home. Pike shot a glance at Wuchang, then downed a drink at the bar before provocatively addressing Pan. "I've been listening. A newcomer finds a few scraps, and you all gawk like fish. Look at your potential with that." He produced a hefty white foam stick from his pocket. Miners, well versed in their trade, immediately recognized the treasure within. "How long is it?" "For centimeters." Ignoring their inquiries, Pike meticulously peeled away the resilient foam, revealing a magnificent rainbow crystal measuring a full 5 centimeters. "Wow, that's stunning. 5 centimeters, goodness, that's the standard for low-orbit battleships." Pike's hit the jackpot. "Shoo. Let us see what Pan offers." Pan, equally excited, hadn't seen such quality in over half a month. After careful deliberation, he declared, "I'll give you a solid 300 gold coins. Fair enough?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. 300 gold coins equated to a year's expenses for a family of 3. The miners' envy flared, prompting several to down their drinks and don their work clothes, eager to return to the mines. Ryan leaned closer to Wuchang, whispering, "That Pike fellow dreams of marrying Erin and running this distribution center together. You're the one she rescued, and he's feeling jealous." "Indeed." Pike turned to Erin, wagging his tail like a dog. "Erin, please hold on to this money for me. We'll use it together later." Wuchang, disinterested in the romantic entanglements, hurriedly grabbed a plate of roasted meat and black bread, settling down beside his cot to enjoy his meal. Aside from Ryan pouring him a couple of drinks during the course of the evening, the others exhibited little interest in engaging with him, just as the food on the plate was nearing depletion. The airtight doors swung open once more, however. This time, it was not a familiar miner who entered, but rather a strikingly attractive blonde woman, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. Wuchang found himself uncertain whether to deem this woman a beauty. After all, the freckles adorning her face and her coarse skin were strikingly prominent. Nonetheless, one thing was clear to Wuchang. In this mining district, she was undoubtedly the most alluring woman. This was evident from the miners' noticeably deepened breaths and their fervent gazes. The woman appeared all too accustomed to this atmosphere, relishing the attention as if she were a queen, completely oblivious to Eileen's murderous glare. "Oh dear, why is this place so filthy? Just look at how damaged the alloy walls are. The circuit boards are exposed, and the scenic windows are still the oldest models. How can you be so impoverished?" she exclaimed. TSK, the lighting system is a full 30% damaged and still not repaired. She strolled through the hall as if it were her own domain, her long legs accentuated by a short leather skirt and stockings, drawing the gaze of all the men in the room. Blood Rose, what chaos are you here to wreak? I do not welcome you. Leave at once. Aileen stood up, shouting at the woman. The woman known as Blood Rose paid no heed to Eileen's accusations, shamelessly continuing to wander about the room, making snide remarks. Eventually, she plopped down beside Boss Pan, exuding an air of seduction as she spoke. Boss Pan, you are a wise man. With the ongoing crackdown on organized crime in Huang'e City, I am merely preparing for an impending takeover. At this point, Blood Rose disdainfully glanced at Aileen and added, Sister Aileen, do temper your anger. If you sell the distribution center to me now, you might still earn some money. However, if you wait for the mine supervisor to confiscate your pitiful establishment, you will be left with nothing. At this moment, Wuchang grasped the situation. This was nothing less than a blatant robbery, leveraging the power of the law to forcibly acquire another's assets. The so-called crackdown was likely just a pretext. Wuchang lowered his head. He had no desire to stand out now. Yet, trouble has a way of finding you. Just as Wuchang swallowed the last morsel of roasted meat, Blood Rose's attention unexpectedly shifted towards him. No illegal residence. No smuggling. Do you think I am a fool? That large fellow in the corner? Who do you say he is? How could I not recognize him? 003 Identity Crisis. Was Wuchang truly being caught in crossfire despite having retreated to the corner? Even while attempting to evade attention, the woman before him used him as a scapegoat for her aggression. Feeling rather embarrassed, Wuchang thought it rather immoral for a woman to insist on recognizing a stranger as her son in front of her own children. Perhaps it was an unfortunate habit from a previous life. He could not help but speak in a sarcastic tone. Dear lady, please refrain from such reckless claims. Your two plump sons are right beside you. How could you wish to adopt me? This remark rendered the entire hall silent. Blood Rose's eyes widened in disbelief, her finger quivering as she pointed at Wuchang, speechless. The onlookers were taken aback. No one anticipated Wuchang would blurt such a thing out of nowhere. Everyone knew that Blood Rose was the mistress of the notorious Wolfman Sevin, who had yet to reach 30 years of age, while the two burly bodyguards behind her were indeed her sons, both in their 20s. Did she give birth at 10? The expressions of the crowd towards Wuchang resembled those of incredulity. Witnessing how enraged Blood Rose had become, they could only wait to see how Sevin would deal with him. Wuchang looked around in confusion, wondering how they could be so oblivious to such an obvious truth. The two hefty bodyguards were clearly Blood Rose's offspring. Having learned much from his master, Wuchang knew that facial analysis was merely basic knowledge. If one could not discern a mother-child resemblance, his master would surely be displeased. Gradually, Blood Rose regained her composure, yet the cold, murderous intent in her eyes remained evident. At this point, she had no interest in further banter and addressed the assembly. You have been given a chance to act wisely. This is your final opportunity. Should you fail to appreciate it, do not blame me. With that, she turned on her heel, departing with her 4 bodyguards. As soon as Blood Rose exited, the disheveled old man Ryan rushed over. Foolish boy, how did you offend her? She is Blood Rose, the mistress of Wolfman Sevin. These two not only control RB 1314 mining district to the west, but they also possess a high-end mining area. A332, they are undeniably wealthy individuals. Moreover, Sevin commands over 300 bodyguards, making him the largest crime lord across 10 mining districts. The prostitutes and drugs in this area are entirely under their control. They are not figures we can afford to provoke. Furthermore, Blood Rose is not even 30. How could you possibly claim she has children? Wuchang now understood. Blood Rose had concealed her age and deceived her partner. A woman clearly in her 40s had disguised herself as someone under 30, even hiding her illegitimate children in plain sight. Wuchang tugged at his hair in frustration. His words had indeed led him into trouble. Yet, Ryan, seeing his plight, offered a lowly consolation. Do not be afraid. As long as you remain low-key and cautious, avoiding unnecessary movement, they cannot brazenly invade and cause you trouble. That would be a grave error. At that moment, Boss Pan intervened, interrupting Ryan's words. Do not fear them. Under the command of Captain Yi Tian, they dare not act openly here. However, your identity poses a significant issue if you do not promptly acquire an identity tattoo. Once the security team intervenes, No one will be able to save you. At this point, Boss Pan paused. But the black market identity tattoo costs 5 rainbow coins, which amounts to 500 gold coins. When do you expect to earn such a sum? The crux of the problem was now evident. Theo deal with Wuchang, Wolfman Sevin and Blood Rose would undoubtedly resort to the power of the law, with the only pretext being the investigation of illegal residents. Theo survived this ordeal. Wuchang needed to obtain a black market tattoo, yet the price was a staggering 500 gold coins, a formidable sum indeed. Through the explanations of Ryan and Boss Pan, Wuchang finally understood that this tattoo functioned as the identification card in this world. Using liquid mithril as ink, a QR code containing vast amounts of information was tattooed onto a person's skin, serving as their lifelong identity. One could choose the placement of the tattoo and later cover it with other designs. And no wonder Wuchang had observed tattoos on everyone while bathing. It was apparent that tattoo culture was so widespread in this world. So, it is clear now. I must earn 500 gold coins, or the 5 rainbow coins you mentioned, as swiftly as possible. Only then can I ensure my temporary safety. Both Ryan and Boss Pan nodded in agreement. Wuchang continued, if I am captured by the security team before I can earn this money, I would simply be out of luck. They both nodded once more. At this juncture, Wuchang hesitantly asked, then, could you possibly lend me some money? Oh dear, what splendid weather we have today. Indeed. Let us share another drink. The two men could hardly muster the energy to shake their heads, heading straight to the bar for drinks, leaving Wuchang alone in the corner. In truth, Wuchang had merely jested. He understood that, given his ambiguous identity, it would be impossible for anyone to lend him money. To extricate himself from his current predicament, he could only rely on his own efforts. From that midday onward, aside from eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, Wuchang dedicated all his time to the mountains of mining waste, from dawn until dusk, tirelessly searching for rainbow crystals in the dimly lit pits. 1 day, 2 days, 3 or 4 days, until 10 days had passed. Wuchang achieved a remarkable feat in the entire B1313 mining district, earning 5 gold coins daily from the refuse, a result that left the mining king, Digger Parker, utterly astonished. Insane. He is utterly mad. With such determination and skill, why doesn't he descend into the mine? Many shared this sentiment, as they believed that only novices and the weak would resort to scavenging and mining waste, while a strong individual like Wuchang ought to descend into the mines. Furthermore, everyone anticipated Wuchang's luck. If he could earn money from the refuse daily, it indicated that his fortune was indeed extraordinary. Should he venture into the mine, he might truly create a miracle. Wuchang did not keep them waiting long. On the 10th evening, he finally approached Boss Pan with a request to descend into the mine. As soon as Wuchang finished speaking, the entire distribution center fell silent. Boss, please do not try to dissuade me. I know what you will say. IT is merely a matter of inexperience and the dangers of the underground. Wuchang continued, yet, I have toiled for 10 days and earned only 50 gold coins. Do you truly believe Wolfman Sevin would grant me 100 days of leisure? His words silenced everyone, and in the end, Boss Pan had no retort. He turned to Digger Parker and commanded, tomorrow, you will be responsible for taking Wuchang down into the mine. What? You want me to take him? He is but a novice. Who among us has not begun as a novice? Furthermore, there's an additional 20 income for bringing a novice along. After finishing his sentence, Boss Pan glanced at Wuchang and said, you should understand the rules. The elder leads the way into the mine. 20 of your earnings belong to them. This is an unbreakable rule. Wuchang was not one to be concerned about tuition fees. The gopher, Pike, was a capable individual, and it was only natural to spend when associating with those of ability. Upon seeing Wuchang nod in agreement, Pike, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered his head to drink, only managing a slight smile towards Wuchang after Aaron shot him a glare. Remember to wake up early tomorrow, he said, then dismissed Wuchang from his thoughts. The following morning, as Pike was just opening his eyes, Wuchang had already finished breakfast, dressed, and was ready to set off. Although Pike held a certain disdain for Wuchang, he couldn't help but admire his diligence. When the outer airlock of the distribution center swung open, a deluge of black volcanic ash obscured the goggles on their masks. Damn it, Gopher, Pike exclaimed, cursing his misfortune. What a stroke of bad luck to step out into this black snow. Wuchang shared his discontent, having observed the weather through the lookout earlier and found it no different from usual. How could it have turned into a storm of ash in the short time it took to eat breakfast? What he did not know was that predicting volcanic eruptions on Huang'e Star was an exceedingly challenging task. Over 8,000 active volcanoes and more than 15,000 dormant ones dotted the planet. On a normal day, only 15 of the volcanoes were in an eruptive state, which was considered good weather by miners. However, once over 50 erupted simultaneously, black snow was guaranteed to fall, and today, unfortunately, was such a day. Pike remarked to Wuchang, "As miners, we rely on good fortune. It's your first day in the mine, and you encounter this dreadful weather. Think it over. Are you really going down? I suggest you wait a few days, and how long do you think this black snow will last? Who knows? It could last half a day or even a month. This dreadful place is just like that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a ridiculous name." Wuchang pondered for a moment but ultimately decided to confront the survival crisis. The coyote, Sevin, would not grant him much time. Prolonging his stay would only increase the danger. "Never mind, we are going down," he declared, striding confidently towards the mine. Pike shook his head, internally lamenting how naive novices could be. "Once you suffer a setback, you'll realize my advice was invaluable." The B1313 mining area was, in fact, a defunct mine, having seen 3 contractors go bankrupt. Smith and Pan had taken over 3 years ago, managing to stabilize income but failing to turn a profit. A defunct mine was simply a defunct mine. One look at the narrow underground tunnels confirmed this, as many places could only accommodate a single person crawling through like a maggot. Listen carefully. Extracting rainbow crystals is extremely arduous, utterly unsuitable for machinery. These gems are so fragile that even the slightest excess force can shatter them. Thus, your entire toolkit consists of just a hand shovel and a bottle of liquid foam. When you discover traces of rainbow crystals in the rock, you must strike with utmost caution, ensuring the rock breaks without damaging the crystal. This is purely a matter of experience, even if I wish to teach you. I cannot. Although Pike did not particularly like Wuchang, he was responsible and shared all his knowledge without reservation. In the dim light of their mining lamps, 2 figures, resembling mice, navigated 200 meters underground. Surrounded by fissures left by geological movements, what miners referred to as natural veins. These veins were gaps formed by the cooling and contracting of volcanic lava, some wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side, while others were so narrow that even a mouse could not pass through. The rainbow crystal's existence was closely tied to volcanic activity. Its elongated form resulted from lava flowing like liquid water, and upon cooling, the crystals took on their slender shape. While Pike was explaining this to Wuchang, he suddenly halted. "Pike, look, is that a rainbow crystal?" Upon seeing it, Pike was delighted. "You've got quite the eye." Discovering it before I did, at the intersection of their beams of light, a crystal, roughly the thickness of a thumb, shimmered enticingly. Before Pike could utter a word, Wuchang's miner's shovel struck like lightning. "No," Pike shouted in horror. Rendered speechless by frustration, "No wonder people call you a fool. You truly are one. I've said it 100 times. Crystals are exceedingly fragile. Why resort to such brute force for extraction? It pains me to watch." Yet what unfolded next left Pike utterly speechless. Astonishingly, the rapidly falling shovel struck the side of the crystal with precision, each blow deftly chipping away at the rock. Pike could hardly fathom that there existed someone with such control, mastering their strength to such an extraordinary degree. The crystal was now protruding nearly a centimeter, yet this oddity showed no intention of applying the foam agent. Pike, now too afraid to speak, held his breath, watching as the crystal gradually elongated, as if growing from the rock face itself. He knew that Wuchang must not be disturbed. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to the crystal's destruction. Heaven help us. May the fire god protect us. Please don't break. Pike was drenched in sweat, internally cursing. "Fool, spray the foam already. I'm begging you." Unfortunately, these words remained unuttered. Wuchang had indeed forgotten about the foam, or perhaps was entirely unaware that it was necessary during the extraction process. A seasoned miner would typically spray foam immediately after extracting about a centimeter, using the solidified foam to safeguard the crystal. However, Wuchang believed he should extract the entire crystal first and then apply the foam. It seemed that such a flawed mindset could be deadly. What Pike did not realize was that Wuchang's seemingly simple strikes contained a profound technique. Before his crossing over, Wuchang had studied an ancient martial art known as Dragon Tiger Charge, a secret Buddhist technique rarely shared. This martial art combined the subtlety of internal martial techniques that could yield tremendous power with the raw force of external styles. Wuchang had studied under his master for 7 years, grasping only the slightest essence. Yet even this minor understanding rendered Pike speechless. He observed that Wuchang's seemingly casual strikes were, in fact, highly calculated, with intervals between them as precise as if computed by a machine. Furthermore, the crisp sounds of impact bore an odd rhythm, reminiscent of a dance beat. The crystal continued to grow longer and longer. An hour later, the exposed crystal measured nearly 20 centimeters, its translucent form standing in the air. Reflecting enchanting hues in the light of the miner's lamp, "I can't take it anymore," Pike exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Please, spray the foam." With his heart racing, Pike felt as though it might leap from his throat. Yet, at that moment, his plea inadvertently doomed the growing crystal. Wuchang's miner's shovel quivered by a mere 0.01 microns in shock, and that slight tremor was enough to cause the crystal to fracture. The fragility of the rainbow crystal was now painfully evident. As the crystal shattered, Pike screamed in terror, envisioning the horrific aftermath of the break. Yet the subsequent events silenced his cries, as Wuchang's left hand moved like lightning. Catching the falling crystal, his slender fingers were remarkably steady, and the crystal remained entirely unscathed. "Spray the foam, please," Pike begged, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Wuchang, still inexperienced, only then recalled the existence of the solid foam spray. Under the glow of their mining lamps, the pure white foam enveloped the crystal, ensuring the safety of the nearly 19-centimeter-long gem. At that moment, Pike finally spoke, his voice tinged with lingering anxiety. "Do you realize? This crystal is the longest produced on Huang'e Star in 3 years. We are about to add another flagship battleship to the Moutu star circle." Wuchang was unaware of what a flagship battleship entailed, but he could tell from the name that it must be impressive. Just as he prepared to express his thoughts, a sudden pang of unease struck his heart. It felt as though someone had squeezed his heart, rendering him breathless. Simultaneously, a hushed rumble echoed through the mine. "This is bad. An earthquake." Pike grabbed Wuchang and swiftly turned back down the tunnel. As they ran, Pike activated the portable terminal on his arm, projecting waves of shockwaves on the screen. Emergency seismic alerts sent to every miner above ground. "Run westward, where an emergency hall awaits, as long as we rush in at the very moment the primary shockwave arrives. We shall be safe." The earthquake warning system of Huang'e Star is commendably efficient. Under the formidable calculations of the morning class computer, the administrative system issued a warning a full 3 minutes before the quake struck. Those 3 minutes are the lifeline for the miners. Just 3 minutes. Run, and you live. Hesitate, and you perish. The incessant howls of the groundhog, Pike, reverberate in his ears. Uncertainty grips him, as his stamina surely surpasses that of this creature. Witnessing Pike's sluggishness, he hoists him onto his shoulder, channeling the strength of a dragon and tiger. Surging like a tempest into the depths of the mine, it is the first time Pike has seen someone run with such swiftness. He can palpably sense the latent power coursing through uncertainty, even feeling the ground beneath their feet crack under the force of his strides. "What are you? A martial artist? Have you truly entered the ranks?" The nonsensical mutterings of Pike barely register with uncertainty, who focuses all his energy on the sprint. The metallic doors of the emergency hall loom ahead, slowly descending as the evacuation protocol activates. With veins bulging on his forehead, uncertainty pushes his limits, the dragon tiger's strength reaching its zenith, the specially crafted miner's boots unable to withstand the tremendous impact, their soles splitting apart, a testament to the ferocity of the dragon tiger power. Finally, at the very moment the metal gate is about to close, uncertainty hurls Pike inside as if tossing a bowling ball, and he himself barely tumbles in just as the doors shut. At the instant the gates close, the mightiest primary shockwave strikes, an enormous sound resonating from outside the hall. Pike understands that it is the result of countless tons of rock grinding against one another, a terrifying force that no human strength can withstand. Even this alloy emergency hall suffers, its ceiling deforming under the pressure, a 4-square-meter section buckling. The dim, crimson emergency lights flicker in the 10-square-meter hall, leaving only the two of them. "Why are we the only ones here? Are there no other miners?" Uncertainty inquires, perplexed. Pike shakes his head in anguish, recalling how he had seen two miners mere moments before. Unable to continue, he merely gestures toward the four metallic doors. Uncertainty's mood darkens. After a brief silence, he remarks that it snowed black today, perhaps indicating fewer miners descending, and those who perished would have been those two. Pike raises a hand to halt Uncertainty's attempts at consolation. You need not comfort me. This is the destiny of us miners, especially for those of us on Huang'e Star, a wretched planet that produces nothing but rainbow crystals. A land so impoverished that even food must be imported, where lives are as worthless as discarded slag. Everyone in the mine knows I am frugal. I drink the cheapest liquor and consume only the most ordinary food. Others, with their newfound wealth, seek the company of a few courtesans for merriment, yet I have never indulged. Why am I like this? Do you understand now? Damn it, I truly do not wish to be this groundhog any longer. I want to save money, to live with Eileen, to establish a grand supply center. I never want to descend again. Pike's emotions are clearly heightened, culminating in a near shout, I want a son. I do not wish to die underground without a descendant. After venting his feelings, Pike unexpectedly covers his face and sobs, while Uncertainty sits beside him, speechless. Geological activity on Huang'e Star is exceedingly frequent. Minor earthquakes like today's arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. The primary shockwave soon passes, and the subsequent tremors dissipate within half an hour. For safety's sake, Pike and Uncertainty wait an additional 30 minutes before confirming it is safe to proceed. We must set off. We cannot wait for a rescue team. Rest assured, no one will come to our aid. With his emotions steadied, Pike activates the geological radar on the wall, meticulously surveying the outer rock layers. Only 10% of Huang'e Star's mine tunnels are man-made. The rest are naturally formed. Each volcanic eruption and earthquake causes chaos within the tunnels. For centuries, the mine has become a vast labyrinth. This earthquake, while not severe, surely caused some damage to the surrounding tunnels. Whether we will lose our way depends on our luck. At this point, Pike suddenly recalls that Uncertainty encountered black snow and an earthquake on his very first descent. Could it be that he is the harbinger of misfortune? However, he shakes his head, reasoning that anyone who can extract a 19-centimeter-long crystal must possess extraordinary luck. In no time. The geological radar has explored the surrounding tunnels, and after much deliberation, Pike finally opens the sea safety door. Let us proceed. We must walk for at least 3 hours to reach the surface. After enduring so much, both men's emotions are complex, and they exchange few words on the way back, lacking the energy to continue mining. Especially Uncertainty, who is still weakened from unleashing the dragon tiger power. Just as they tread in silence, Pike suddenly exclaims, "What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like it." Uncertainty pauses, rushing a few steps to circumvent the obstruction of stones. And when the scene before them unfolds, he gasps in astonishment, rendered speechless. Before them lies a colossal fissure in the earth, molten lava coursing beneath, the searing air assaulting their senses. There is no need for mining lamps here, as the fiery lava illuminates the surroundings brilliantly. Yet, that is not what astonishes them. The most peculiar sight is a strange metallic box embedded in the rock face 10 meters below Uncertainty's feet. Oh heavens, why does that relief on the metallic box seem so familiar? Is that not the four heavenly kings of Buddhism? The one glaring at me with fierce eyes. Could it be Bishamonten? Tears stream down Uncertainty's face as he kneels, murmuring inaudibly .005. The strange box, though Uncertainty's memories may be muddled, he still retains knowledge of certain fundamental truths, particularly regarding his master, the Zen master Chili, under whose guidance he studied for 7 years, acquiring extensive Buddhist knowledge. Today, encountering this bizarre box underground on Huang'e Star, his first instinct is one of nostalgic recognition, overwhelming him with emotion as he disregards the peril and scrambles down the cliff to retrieve the metallic box. Are you mad? Below lies a river of lava. Are you throwing your life away? Pike scolds, genuinely contemplating abandoning him. Yet, having just been saved by Uncertainty, he cannot now forsake him. Uncertainty tosses his backpack, including the rainbow crystal within, to Pike. Carry this for me. I must investigate the peculiar box. With that, he secures 3 sturdy mining nails into the rock face, tying the climbing rope tightly. The metallic box is merely a short distance from the cave opening. Not large, its edges suggesting a cubic shape with a side length of approximately half a meter, 2/3 of it concealed within the rock. Uncertainty is puzzled as to how this box became embedded in the stone. Yet the degree of integration leads him to believe it was discarded into the lava, only to be encased in rock as the lava cooled. Today's earthquake not only fractured the mountain and created this river of molten rock, but also exposed this enigmatic box. Be careful, watch your footing. Move your left foot half an inch to the left. Yes, just like that. Pike, lying prone on the ground, peeks out from the rock face, directing Uncertainty. Before long, Uncertainty finds himself very close to the box. But this position is perilously near the lava. The rocks he breaks tumble into the surging molten river, splashing lava perilously close to him. The dangling climbing rope ignites, and had Uncertainty not nimbly extinguished the flames, they would have surely scorched his body. Slowed down, just a bit slower, Pike's heart races, now thoroughly resigned to this madman's antics. At this moment, Uncertainty is equally uncomfortable. The heat from the lava drenches him in sweat, steam clouding his breathing mask, and his goggles fogging up. He tears off the mask, gasping for fresh air, only to be met by an intense wave of heat that nearly suffocates him. Suddenly, his hand slips, and his body plummets downward. "Watch out!" Pike exclaims, too terrified to open his eyes. Pike had grossly underestimated Uncertainty's capabilities. In that instant of falling, Uncertainty grips the climbing rope with all his might, staining it with over a meter of blood, finally halting his descent. Now, Uncertainty is close to the metallic box, within reach, and the exquisite reliefs on the box become increasingly discernible. It is only now that he realizes not only are the four heavenly kings depicted, but also various scenes etched at the corners of the box, likely representing tales from Buddhist scriptures. The ever-changing nature of existence offered no time for careful discernment of the scene before him. He extended his hand, yearning to personally experience the texture of the metallic casing, while his mind incessantly pondered how to maneuver this colossal object upwards. However, the moment his fingers made contact with the box, the entire chasm quaked violently. Aftershocks. This was, in fact, an aftershock. "You scoundrel, hurry up here," Parker exclaimed, eyeing the falling rocks above. He contemplated fleeing but found himself paralyzed by indecision. At that moment, the metallic box suddenly radiated an intense brilliance, engulfing Wuchang's entire form in a tangible white light. Amidst the blinding glow, Wuchang was astonished to witness the box, half a meter on each side, shatter into countless pieces, from which emerged a black sphere the size of a pigeon's egg. The inky sphere shifted through an array of forms, encircled by dozens of silvery threads that tightly enveloped it. Wuchang was taken aback. He could scarcely believe that such a grand box contained merely this diminutive black sphere, which appeared to possess a life of its own. Even more bewildering was yet to come. The black sphere seemed to sense Wuchang's presence, suddenly darting towards him. The silvery threads sprouted a dozen or so tendrils, piercing directly into his skull with such speed that evasion was impossible. There was no pain, no discomfort, only an icy sensation. Wuchang watched helplessly as the silken threads penetrated his crown, and in less than half a second, they withdrew, weaving themselves into a slender silver cord that ensnared his neck. In an instant, a peculiar necklace materialized, the silver cord encircling Wuchang's throat, while the eerie black sphere transformed into what resembled a black diamond. Quietly dangling beneath his neck, there was no time for contemplation. The tremors had intensified, and the exquisite metallic box had plunged into the lava, vanishing from sight, while the three fixed miner's nails gradually loosened. In a life-or-death moment, Wuchang summoned his strength, employing the secret technique of Long Chong, and in just a few swift movements, he ascended. Before he could steady himself, he seized Parker and darted into the recently traversed mine tunnel. "We must go. The farther away from here, the better," Wuchang urged, dragging Parker along in a frantic rush. Strangely, the aftershock seemed concentrated at the fissure. The further they moved away, the less they felt the tremors. After running several hundred meters, the shaking became imperceptible. Confused, Parker stared at Wuchang and asked, "What was that thing just now? Why did I lose sight of everything in that flash of white light?" "You ask me? Who should I ask? The moment I touched that box, the earthquake struck, and that fine box shattered into pieces and fell into the lava," Wuchang replied, providing little detail. Such secrets were best kept to oneself. As for the necklace, it lay concealed beneath his clothing, invisible to the untrained eye. The predetermined route was no longer viable. The two of them spent a full hour wandering aimlessly before finally arriving in a mine tunnel that Parker was more familiar with. Upon encountering sturdy alloy supports, they realized they had not lost their way. The post-earthquake mine tunnel was eerily quiet, with no one daring to descend into the depths. It was just the two of them proceeding through the underground labyrinth. After walking for 3 hours, they finally glimpsed the light of an opening ahead, along with swirling volcanic ash. We've arrived. We are safe now, but I must tell you, we took quite a detour. The current exit is not the B1313 mine, but rather the adjacent B1314 mine. Territory of the soil wolf, Sevin? Wuchang felt a surge of alertness. Do not be alarmed. The tunnels between mines are interconnected. It is quite normal to reroute through another mining district, as long as we do not cause trouble. They will not make things difficult for us. Moreover, during the black snow, Blood Rose will not recklessly wander into the mines. Parker's words offered Wuchang a modicum of reassurance. However, as they emerged from the mine tunnel and were exposed to the black snow, they soon realized reality was far more complex. Isn't that the annoying fellow? Wuchang's brow furrowed as a voice echoed from nearby. Upon looking up, his irritation deepened. Damn, aren't those the twin thugs? Indeed, on the high platform of the mine, the portly twins, Big Fat and Little Fat, were supervising the miners below as they gathered their equipment. From their elevated position, they quickly recognized Wuchang and Parker. Groundhog Parker? And that annoying brat? The eyes of the two thugs lit up instantly. The kid next to Groundhog Parker, isn't he the one the boss lady referred to as an annoying brat? He is the one who unjustly accused us of being the boss lady's sons and embarrassed us in front of everyone. The twins leaped down from the platform, accompanied by a throng of thugs, cornering Wuchang and Parker. Hey, you two big brothers, wasn't there an earthquake? We had no choice but to take this detour. We're all miners. You should understand. Parker ingratiated himself, bowing and scraping towards the two hefty figures. Get lost? Big Fat swatted Parker aside and pointed at Wuchang, saying, Kid, you've made our boss lady unhappy, so you'll have to let us beat you 3 times. After 3 punches, we'll naturally let you go with that. The two hefty thugs cracked their knuckles ominously. Groundhog Parker, seeing the size of those fists, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and hurriedly pleaded. Big brothers, this guy just came back from the gates of hell. He is weak right now. With your magnificent might, what chance does he have of surviving 3 punches? For my sake, let us spare him this time. Parker's flattery seemed to please the twins. Since you're treating us to drinks, of course, we'll let him off easy. But 3 punches are unavoidable. I'll just go a little easier on him. Parker was about to argue further when Wuchang interrupted him. He stuffed his miner's bag into Parker's arms and called out, Big brothers, I spoke out of turn and deserve punishment. I humbly ask for mercy. Spare my life, and I'll treat everyone to drinks later. With that, Wuchang clasped his head with both hands, crouching in the corner, resigned to his fate. Parker was shoved aside by the thugs, completely powerless to help. He understood Wuchang's intentions. It was impossible to prevent Big Fat and Little Fat from venting their frustrations today. With over 20 thugs surrounding them, escape was not an option. Moreover, there was that precious crystal in the backpack that needed to remain hidden. Parker's reasoning was sound, yet not comprehensive. Wuchang's greatest fear was escalating the situation. For once it attracted the attention of others, it would become difficult to manage, especially since he held no identity at present. The soil wolf, Sevin, and Blood Rose would undoubtedly seize upon this opportunity to stir trouble. As for the two hefty twins, Wuchang could see at a glance that they were simpletons, clearly still childish in their mentality. Such individuals could be placated. Once they had their fun, they would likely let you go. As long as he could return safely to the B1313 supply center, he would consider it a victory. Fists rained down like a torrential downpour. Perhaps Wuchang's submission had worked. None of the thugs seemed inclined to strike with full force. Remarkably, the twins only delivered 3 punches before stepping aside to let their underlings take over. Hit him! Come on, hit him! The twins cheered as if watching a spectacle. Crouched in the corner, Wuchang did his utmost to shield his vulnerable spots, presenting his tough back and rear to absorb the impact, while simultaneously channeling the strength of Longhu throughout his body for added protection. Overall, Wuchang emerged from the ordeal relatively unscathed. However, to the onlookers, the scene appeared quite different. They saw Wuchang, seemingly powerless to retaliate, trembling on the ground. All the miners recoiled in fear. while Groundhog Parker was reduced to tears. 006 Surrounding and robbery. The black snow continued to fall, the thugs relentlessly pummeling Wuchang, while Parker wept profusely. And Wuchang shivered uncontrollably. This tableau appeared brutally cruel, but for Wuchang, it was hardly a matter of concern. In his past life, he had been a thief, a bandit, and even a mercenary, enduring hellish training. Individuals like him, having undergone torture training, were not fazed by such levels of assault. Furthermore, their mental fortitude was exceptionally mature. They would not act rashly for the sake of pride. Most crucially, 7 years studying Zen with Master Chili had instilled in him a remarkable emotional stability, allowing him to adeptly navigate the ebb and flow of circumstances. In chaotic situations, it was imperative to remain dispassionate and resolve the predicament with a cool head. Wuchang's calculations proved effective. The beating lasted barely 5 minutes before the thugs began to lose interest. While it was satisfying to bully someone, it was another matter entirely to pummel a limp figure that showed no reaction. Striking a puddle of mud was hardly entertaining. Just as the thugs were shaking off their hands and preparing to leave, a cold voice emanated from the edge of the mine. Quite the master of pretense, aren't you? Resorting to such a feigned display of weakness, it seems you're no ordinary person. Before the words were fully spoken, Wuchang felt a murderous intent lock onto him, and the voice grew increasingly near. The speaker was undoubtedly charging towards him at great speed. Adieu? It's the venomous bee, adieu. Parker's shout was accompanied by a fierce wind hurtling towards Wuchang. With the unparalleled agility bestowed by the Huang'e Star secret technique, Wuchang reacted swiftly. Instead of leaping directly to his feet, he forcefully kicked the alloy panel, propelling his body sideways by a meter, followed by a nimble leap that propelled him upward. The very moment his body shifted away, a steel boot, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, struck the spot where he had just stood. The ferocity of the impact shattering the rocks beneath. Approaching was a compact figure clad in black, his face obscured by a mask adorned with a wasp design, his icy gaze piercing through to Wuchang. It appears I have not misjudged. My friend, your reflexes are astute, undoubtedly a trained fighter. This bunch of worthless scum is no match for you. Are you merely feigning ignorance? Wuchang calmly replied, Friend, we have no enmity between us. Why do you attack me? Why? This is the abandoned mining area of Huang'e Star. What reason do you expect? I do as I please with that. He launched a punch directly aimed at Wuchang's face. I do as I please, truly a splendid justification. Wuchang once again grasped the nature of the order in this forsaken mining zone. No wonder this planet was dubbed Huang'e Star. The harshness extended beyond the environment to the very hearts of its inhabitants. Wuchang could no longer pretend ignorance. The intricate techniques of Huang'e Star flowed from him in a continuous display, as two figures swiftly became entwined in combat within the pit. Get lost, venomous wasp, adieu. Wuchang exclaimed, sending one obstructive henchman flying with a punch, only for adieu to draw a gleaming dagger from his sleeve, aiming for Wuchang's carotid artery. Wuchang's reflexes were as swift as lightning. Before the dagger could pierce, his three-strike nail fist connected with adieu's armpit. The nail fist, as its name suggests, concentrated all one's strength into a single point, striking the enemy with the force of a nail. The three-strike nail fist was even more formidable, delivering 3 swift blows in succession, all concentrated on one point, creating a piercing effect in the shortest time possible. This technique was the pinnacle of Wuchang's mastery of Huang'e Star, while the legendary realms of Tiger Break and Dragon Coil were mere sights he had witnessed from his master. His current skill level was not sufficient to achieve such heights. Yet, this was ample. Adieu had evidently never encountered such exquisite moves. After 3 consecutive strikes landed on his armpit, he staggered back 3 steps, his arm hanging limply as if broken. Well, what a surprise. I didn't expect that even as an entry-level martial artist, I would not be your match. You've truly hidden your abilities well, adieu gasped, his gaze fixated on Wuchang, the murderous intent emanating from him growing increasingly intense. Wuchang, undeterred, met adieu's stare. You cannot harm me. I am leaving now. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall feel the weight of my fists. With that, Wuchang, accompanied by Parker, cautiously began to maneuver towards the exit of the pit, surrounded by a circle of stunned henchmen. Wuchang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known the inhabitants of this abandoned mining zone were so psychologically twisted, He would have fought his way through instead. It appeared he still did not grasp the operational rules of this world. This cursed place was a veritable hell of the survival of the fittest. Wuchang was not mistaken. Huang'e Star had long been a dumping ground for exiles from the Moutu Star Circle, a convergence point for countless criminals, wrongdoers, smugglers, and the persecuted in this forsaken realm. Reason was a foreign concept. All that mattered was the strength of one's fists. Wuchang's performance had already drawn the attention of those present. No one had anticipated that the once weakling, who had just been beaten, would suddenly transform into a fierce tiger, overpowering the formidable venomous wasp Adu, a top lieutenant of the soil wolf Sevin. Venomous wasp Adu was the head of Sevin's henchmen, a madman who exhibited no semblance of rules or even basic logic in human interaction. This incident alone evidenced that he had decided to eliminate Wuchang merely because he found Wuchang's defensive stance commendable, and all of this was simply for his amusement. The situation had grown exceedingly delicate. Wuchang and Parker advanced cautiously through the crowd, while the encircling group closely followed, neither side daring to strike. Just as Wuchang and Parker were about to exit the pit, a sudden dark flash shot towards Wuchang. "You little brat, daring to act so arrogantly on my soil, the territory of soil wolf Sevin." The dark flash grazed Wuchang's face before crashing to the ground, revealing a large chunk of mining waste. Accompanying this was a towering bald man, a howling soil wolf tattooed across his bald head. There was no need to inquire. This was Sevin, the overlord of the surrounding mining areas. Beside Sevin stood Blood Rose, donned in leather and wearing a breathing mask, her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at Wuchang. Cursing, "You little brat, had you hidden in that rat's nest, I would have had no means to deal with you. But since you've delivered yourself to me today, don't blame me for what comes next." "Sevin, kill him." Without needing the woman's command, Soil Wolf Sevin lunged forward, executing a straightforward yet powerful kick aimed at Wuchang's chest. It was astonishingly swift, the ordinary move generating a sound akin to thunder. Wuchang, who had just begun to feel a sense of pride, quickly extinguished all arrogance. He had no time to evade and could only cross his arms in a defensive posture. With a resounding thud, the kick connected with his crossed arms, the immense force propelling Wuchang into the air, crashing him against a 5-meter-tall alloy tool rack, which collapsed under the impact, worthy of a 3-stage martial artist. "What a beautiful kick!" The crowd erupted in exclamations. Wuchang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze remaining composed. He had already assessed Sevin's strength in his mind. Although this man was slightly superior to him, he was by no means invincible. He had sustained injuries during his previous ordeal and had only recently begun to recover, now at his weakest. Additionally, having unleashed the power of Longhu twice underground, much of his physical strength had been depleted, compounded by Adu's recent assault. This had halved Wuchang's capabilities. 3-stage? In this world, are warriors of such caliber referred to as 3-stage martial artists? Then what Adu called intra-level must be an even lower tier, akin to the ranks in Go. There was no time for Wuchang to dwell on these thoughts. The frenzied Sevin launched a relentless assault, fully unleashing the strength of a 3-stage martial artist. And the weakened Wuchang found himself on the defensive. Fortunately, the evasive techniques of Longhu Chong proved adept, allowing Wuchang to evade many lethal blows. Just as Wuchang grappled with Sevin, Adu, with an arm hanging limply, stealthily approached Parker, snatching Wuchang's backpack. "Hand it over, you little brat." After seizing the backpack, Adu kicked Parker to the ground, beginning to rummage through the bag. "Give it back." Parker, frenzied, lunged forward to reclaim it, but without Adu needing to intervene. The two hefty henchmen, fatty and chubby, restrained Parker and flung him more than 5 meters away. Adu disdainfully regarded Parker, not pausing for a moment as he emptied the contents of the backpack onto the ground. When a long foam stick was revealed, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Boss, stop, don't hit him. Look at this." Adu brandished the foam stick, shouting towards Sevin. Puzzled, Sevin leaped out of the fray to investigate. Upon seeing it, a wide grin spread across his face. "Damn it, these two little brats have hidden such a treasure. This single rainbow crystal is enough for me to trade for a villa in Huang'e City." At that moment, excitement coursed through the crowd in the pit. It had been 3 years since they had seen such a large rainbow crystal. Their eyes wide with awe, Blood Rose leaped down from the slope. Snatching the crystal and examining it closely, exclaiming, "Treasure! My treasure! This will make my dream of a villa a reality." The followers of Sevin were left speechless. After all, this was the largest crystal to appear in Huang'e Star in 3 years, overshadowing anything in the governor's collection. Who wouldn't he want to gaze upon such a rare gem? Everyone pushed forward eagerly. Meanwhile, Parker was in tears, helplessly circling the crowd, shouting, "That's ours, that's what Wuchang mined. You can't take it." In that moment, Parker seemed to forget that they were in Huang'e Star, and particularly in its most despicable and shameless abandoned mining area. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, and Blood Rose reveled in holding the crystal, a sharp hydraulic pipe suddenly appeared before her, its glint poised threateningly at her throat. A large hand seized her arm, twisting it behind her back. "Everyone disperse. Whoever dares to approach, I'll skewer this wench." 007 The conflict escalated. Wuchang was furious, his anger stemming not only from the beating and insults but primarily from his own miscalculation. He had overestimated the moral threshold of these individuals. This truly was the most chaotic abandoned mining area of Huang'e Star, where morality was as elusive as the sun in the sky. Everyone knew of its existence but had never laid eyes upon it. The thick clouds of volcanic ash hovered perpetually above, and aside from the noble pilots, no one could hope to glimpse the sun's brilliance above the clouds. Wuchang wished to slap himself. He wanted to remind himself not to be so naive in this forsaken mining zone. He could no longer rely on pretending to be harmless to get by. "Soil Wolf 7, was it? Please obediently put my crystal back into the backpack and throw it over here. If you wish to preserve your woman's life, refrain from harboring any ill intentions." At that moment, Siwen's eyes lit up. He found himself harboring a modicum of admiration for this young man. Capable of feigning ignorance, adept in combat, and amidst chaos, he could grasp the essence of the situation, just like now, where a single hydraulic pipe commanded the entire scene. Intelligent, truly intelligent. Siwen instinctively praised Wuchang. "So your name is Wuchang? Indeed, quite impressive that I find you likable. Would you care to join me? I could spare half of my subordinates for you to lead. How does a position equal to a due sound?" Before Wuchang could respond, the captive Blood Rose interjected vehemently, "Siwen, you bastard. You don't care about my life at all, and you dare to recruit this." Before she could finish her tirade, a sudden chill enveloped her neck. As a wet liquid seeped into her collar, Wuchang had already pierced her skin with the hydraulic pipe, blood beginning to flow. Blood Rose immediately fell silent. At least she understood the wisdom of humility under a low eve. Wuchang leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Do not assume I lack the resolve to kill. Your life is but a chicken to me." He then straightened, coldly addressing Siwen, "Enough with the chatter. If you wish to recruit me, you may wait a few days until my mood improves. I refuse to recognize the treaty beneath the city." The treaty beneath the city? The cunning Siwen, clearly lacking in understanding, pondered for a long while without grasping its meaning. However, realizing it was futile to dwell on it, he smirked at Wuchang. "Do you think I am intimidated? The fate of a whore means nothing to me. Kill her if you wish. Go on. Do you think I lack the courage? Of course you do, but you might want to gamble on whether I am willing to part with this whore." Siwen's retort cornered Wuchang. He genuinely did not wish to resume killing. During his years as a mercenary, Wuchang had taken many lives, but after a fortunate turn of events, he had apprenticed under Master Chili, spending 7 years in meditation and repentance for his past sins. Yet now, the brutal reality had once again cornered him against the wall of fate, leaving him with no option to retreat. Wuchang's hand began to tremble ever so slightly. Perhaps an ordinary person would not notice this subtle quiver, but it could not escape the keen eyes of the seasoned warrior Siwen, who recognized that Wuchang's heart was becoming unsettled. Just as Siwen was observing him with interest, a resonant voice suddenly rang out from beyond the crowd, capturing everyone's attention at once. "Hee, Siwen, you may deceive outsiders, but do not attempt any tricks in front of me. Smith Pan, would you truly let Blood Rose die? That woman holds 1/3 of your wealth. Could you bear to see her perish?" Accompanying the voice was a group of individuals, led by Smith Pan, the contractor of the B1313 mining area, followed closely by the scruffy old man Ryan and the formidable man Yo, with a throng of miners and bodyguards trailing behind. Upon seeing his mainstay return, Parker rushed over, nearly stumbling as he thrust his wrist terminal into Smith Pan's hands. "Boss, that crystal belongs to us. It was mined by Wuchang. I have evidence of their brazen theft stored within. You must intervene. Pan clapped Parker on the shoulder, signaling him to be at ease, then approached the cunning Cywin in that instant. His steady demeanor was so imposing that even Cywin suppressed his contemptuous gaze. Ha ha, Pan, it is good to see you. I am not well. My miners have been beaten, and my crystal has been stolen. How could I be in good spirits? Pan's gaze bore into Cywin, the mockery in his voice unrelenting. It has been 3 years, and it seems you have forgotten the old rules of Huang'e Star. Any rainbow crystal of interstellar battleship grade must be traded under official protection. From the moment this 19-inch rainbow crystal appeared, Wuchang and Parker have been under the protection of the Huang'e Star administrative system. The words jolted Cywin and the old miners into remembrance of this unwritten rule. Suddenly, the crystal in Cywin's hand felt scalding hot, genuinely unbearable. Pan looked at Wuchang and quietly said, "Release her. The security chief will be arriving shortly, and with him here, no one will dare to act recklessly." Why Etion? The crowd erupted in a buzz. The security team on Huang'e Star was akin to a military force, and the authority of Chief Etion was second only to that of Governor Yefei.At that moment. The scruffy old man Ryan leaned in closer to Wuchang, whispering, "Let her go. You really need not engage with them. You and Parker are still too inexperienced." If there was anyone Wuchang trusted on Huang'e Star, it was the scruffy old man Ryan. This old man had treated his injuries and guided him in becoming acquainted with the environment. Wuchang, skilled in reading faces, instantly recognized Ryan as a trustworthy ally. The released blood rose stumbled to Cywin's side, burying her face in his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, "Help me take revenge. Look at my neck. It's been slashed." Before Blood Rose could finish, Cywin delivered a resounding slap to her face, sending her sprawling. "Get away from me, you wretch." The force of the blow was brutal, knocking the breathing mask off her face, leaving her seated on the ground in disbelief, clutching her cheek as she stared incredulously at her man. In a moment of maternal instinct, the two chubby twins rushed over. "Boss lady, are you all right? Does it hurt?" Cywin had no time for her. He donned a new smile and addressed Smith. "Pan, Brother Pan, today's events are merely a misunderstanding. I was merely indulging in a bit of sport with my brothers. As for this crystal," at this point, Cywin sighed deeply, his heart pained, then gritted his teeth. "The crystal belongs to Wuchang. I was just taking a look." He then handed it directly to Pan. Just then, a faint buzzing sound echoed from the northern sky, and everyone knew without looking that it was the sound of land vehicles. Sure enough, 12 land vehicles with anti-gravity devices came soaring from the north, gliding half a meter above the ground. Racing towards Huang'e City in the face of a genuine military force, the inhabitants of the abandoned mining area felt like mere ants. Aside from Cywin and Smith Pan, the contractors, everyone else instinctively crouched down. Hands on their heads. "Stop standing there foolishly. Quickly crouch down. Don't anger Captain Yi," Ryan urged Wuchang, who seemed dazed. Wuchang could hardly believe that the arrival of a security chief could suppress the hundreds present. Rendering them mute, Ryan, aware of Wuchang's confusion, leaned in to explain, "You Navi boy, Captain Yi Tian is a 4th stage master, and his subordinates are all at least 2nd stage warriors. None here can contend with them. Moreover, look at those 12 vehicles. They are equipped with the Swarm Dense Formation weapon system. A single barrage could turn 100 acres into a sea of flames. In the face of overwhelming force, it would not just be crouching. Even kneeling would be mandatory." Ever since Ryan accepted the modest thank you gift from Wuchang, he had genuinely begun to regard Wuchang as his disciple. Whatever piqued Wuchang's curiosity, Ryan would share without reservation. "Remember, whatever Captain Yi instructs you to do, just comply. You're fortunate. That crystal has saved your life." Wuchang, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it true that an innocent man suffers for possessing something precious? How can you say the crystal saved my life?" "Huh?" Ryan's eyes suddenly brightened. "You actually know that saying? Have you attended a noble school? Have you studied ancient texts?" Before Wuchang could respond, a large boot appeared before him, followed by a deep voice, "You are Wuchang." "Stand up." As Wuchang complied and rose to his feet. Before he could even gauge the visitor's appearance, a massive fist was already hurtling towards his face. In that instant, an uncontainable rage ignited within Wuchang. This world was utterly absurd. The audacity to humiliate him so blatantly. To strike as one pleases, to insult, to seize what belongs to others. Even a clay figurine retains some spirit. In an instant, the power of the dragon and tiger surged through him. This was the third time he had unleashed the secret technique of dragon and tiger today. The one attacking Wuchang was none other than Captain Yi Tian of the security team, who had merely intended to test Wuchang's abilities, intrigued by a man who could contend with Saiwan. Yet this test would turn him into Wuchang's punching be fair. A fourth-stage warrior's prowess would typically overwhelm Wuchang, but his unique martial arts style was entirely unfamiliar to Yi Tian. In the initial engagement, Yi Tian's left fist was thwarted, followed swiftly by a powerful punch landing on his right shoulder, causing him to stagger. Good lad, quite cunning. Yi Tian became increasingly exhilarated, despite some initial setbacks. He soon regained control of the situation with his fourth-stage prowess. The relentless torment inflicted upon Wuchang was excruciating. His physical constitution was already frail, and the continuous combat had rendered him utterly fatigued. Most critically, on this planet, the populace dared not remove their breathing masks during the descent of the black snow, and this mask perpetually induced a sense of suffocation in Wuchang. Yet, Yi Tian remained unperturbed. His prowess surpassed that of Wuchang's, and his adaptability to the environment was remarkable. Thus, within a mere 10 minutes, Wuchang was struck fiercely in the abdomen, followed by Yi Tian's firm grip immobilizing his arms, rendering him utterly powerless. The thrill was palpable. Yi Tian's exhilarated cries made those present break into a sweat, as it appeared that Wuchang's fate was grim. In the B1313 mining district, none could fathom why Wuchang had dared confront the captain of the security team. Logically, upon receiving a blow from Yi Tian, one would simply endure it, yet Wuchang had the audacity to retaliate. Particularly baffled was the filthy old man, Ryan, who could not comprehend how Wuchang, just moments ago besieged by a throng of thugs, had now transformed into a ferocious creature. Boss Pan was equally flabbergasted. He had prepared a multitude of words to console Wuchang, but now found himself at a loss for speech. Internally, he could only chastise. Foolish boy, you lack even an identity, and instead of seizing the opportunity presented by the emergence of this crystal to curry favor with the powerful, you resort to violence. As for the cunning Sevin, he observed Wuchang's outburst with cold amusement, the bitterness of lost crystals dissipating as he awaited Yi Tian to deal with Wuchang. Indeed, when Yi Tian had Wuchang restrained and pressed against the mining cart, Sevin was the first to leap up, exclaiming, "Well done, Captain Yi. Your skills are unparalleled on Huang'e Star." Sevin's flattery was not misplaced. Yi Tian truly was the foremost expert on Huang'e Star, a fact evidenced by his position as the head of security. This insolent wretch was utterly unaware of the gravity of his situation. Yi Tian intended to teach him a lesson, and Wuchang had the audacity to fight back. Truly, he was oblivious to the consequences. Sevin was eager to stoke the flames further, but Boss Pan interjected, "Captain Yi, your methods are exceptional. Even if a miner possesses some skill, he cannot possibly rival you. I hope you might consider sparing him for the sake of that crystal." Yi Tian pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile, addressing Boss Pan. "What do you suppose I intend to do with him? I merely wish to assess his capabilities." With that, he released Wuchang, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yi Tian surveyed the hundreds of miners present, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "It seems many of you have forgotten the customs of Huang'e Star. You likely do not recall events from over a decade ago. Allow me to remind you, whenever a crystal of the main battleship grade is unearthed, it is immediately protected by the governor's office of Huang'e Star. Not only is the crystal shielded, but so too are its miners. Anyone suspected of endangering the crystal will face the full force of the LAW'd. At this juncture, Yi Tian's gaze fell upon Sevin as he continued in a grave tone. "I care not for your excuses. Anyone who threatens the safety of the crystal shall be deemed our enemy." Yi Tian's frigid tone sent a chill down Sevin's spine. The once arrogant wolf now cowered like a lost hound. Wuchang, oblivious to the example Yi Tian had referenced, remained unaware of the catastrophic events that had led to such peculiar laws on Huang'e Star. However, one thing was unmistakable. The repeated mention of interstellar main battleships by Boss Pan and the security captain indicated their significance. Wuchang's inference was correct. For any star system, main battleships were the sovereigns of warfare. A single battleship represented a city, or even an ecosystem. They were not merely the protagonists of the battlefield but humanity's final refuge. In numerous instances of civilizational collapse, Main battleships had served as the last bastion of salvation. Due to the uniqueness of main battleships, every star system regarded their quantity as the sole criterion of military strength. Often, warfare was a simple arithmetic exercise. Yetion had no desire to enlighten these degenerate miners with historical knowledge. He merely reiterated the importance of the law and its inviolable sanctity, vehemently condemning Sevin's nefarious intentions. Sevin, your actions have endangered the safety of the crystal. While no tangible harm has been inflicted upon it, the mere possibility constitutes a violation of the law. As an enforcer, I hereby impose a fine of 4,000 gold coins upon you. Do you accept this penalty? Sevin was no fool. He recognized that Yetion's inquiry was merely a fade. He understood that should he dare utter even a hint of dissent, he would find himself confined within the fiery prison of the lava river. He turned to Blood Rose, whispering a few words before lowering his head to Yetion, saying, I accept the penalty. I fully acknowledge my transgressions against the law. Whatever judgment you render, I shall abide by. Yetion nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention back to Wuchang, frowning in contemplation before speaking. You are Wuchang, are you not? You have presented me with quite the dilemma. Wuchang opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly yanked down by the filthy old man, Ryan, who surprisingly managed to pull the towering Wuchang to the ground beside him. Yetion smirked slightly. He was well aware of the old man's ulterior motives, yet the esteemed captain of security chose not to stoop to the miner's level. After a brief moment of reflection, he continued, by all rights. Having unearthed such a high-quality rainbow crystal, your contribution should warrant significant recognition, perhaps even a commendation from the governor, or a house in Huang'e City. However, after a moment's silence, he added, your identity, however, remains a mystery. In Huang'e Star, we do not welcome undocumented stowaways like yourself. The fiery prison holds many such individuals. Alas, what a conundrum this presents. Wuchang sighed inwardly, realizing he could not escape the repercussions. This impending disaster had finally erupted. What was he to do? Submit to capture, or flee southward to the rumored territory of the cannibals? In the midst of his turmoil, the filthy old man, Ryan, spoke up, esteemed Captain Yi, as the enforcer of Huang'e Star. Your meticulous adherence to the law is truly commendable and deserving of our respect. We harbor no objections to your judgments. However, I implore you to consider that it has been 3 years since we last produced a main battleship-grade crystal. Surely, the great emperor in the fortress of Sanhaixing has been troubled for these past 3 years. The Hunter Star system has been watching closely, and we have not added a single main battleship during this time. It is indeed disheartening. In light of this, to alleviate the concerns of our great emperor, I propose that you consider the motivational impact following this crystal's emergence, allowing all of Huang'e City to experience the benevolence of the governor. I am confident that it shall inspire a surge in mining activity. Long live the Horsehead Star system. Long live the esteemed emperor. Long live, long live, long live. Upon the mention of the emperor on Sanhaixing, Captain Yetion stood at attention, straightening his attire, as the soldiers behind him also straightened with solemn expressions. As the chant of Long Live erupted, a fervent chorus of soldiers joined in, inspiring hundreds of miners to raise their voices in unison. The old man, Ryan, had effectively struck at the heart of Yetion's resolve. No one dared show any disrespect to the emperor, even from such a distance. Observing the zealous soldiers, the old man knew he had won his gamble. He had elevated Wuchang's minor offense of crystal mining to a matter of imperial significance, cornering Captain Yetion into a precarious position. If he were to punish Wuchang, it would imply that he was unwilling to alleviate the emperor's concerns, an act of treason. Indeed, after a few rounds of Long Live had subsided, Yetion stood solemnly before Wuchang and declared, although your identity remains ambiguous, due to your discovery of the urgently needed rainbow crystal, I have decided to grant you clemency. Though you shall not receive any rewards from the governor, as for that crystal, I am prepared to officially purchase it at the price of 80 rainbow coins. A murmur swept through the crowd. 80 rainbow coins amounted to a staggering 8,000 gold coins, sufficient to purchase a modest villa in Huang'e City, or allow one to retire comfortably to a leisurely existence on a mundane star. However, the discourse among the people was not about the sheer magnitude of this sum, but rather its scarcity. After all, this was a 19-centimeter-long crystal destined for interstellar main battleships, with a black market value of at least 200 rainbow coins. If sold on another planet, the price could easily double. Ye Tian was indeed quite ruthless, offering a mere 40 of its worth. Wuchang overheard the murmurs but had no inclination to dwell on the financial aspects. He was simply relieved to preserve his life while securing a handsome reward. Thank you for your kindness, Captain. I am willing to sell the crystal to the official for the price of 80 rainbow coins. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but smile, and even the old man Ryan felt a sense of amusement. Although it was not the most perfect ending, it was still acceptable in the grand scheme of things. Preserving one's life takes precedence. That moment, panting heavily, Blood Rose rushed over from the distribution center, clutching a leather pouch in her hand. Without uttering a word, she directly stuffed the pouch into the hands of the coyote. Sevin, and one could easily guess that it was undoubtedly the fine 4,000 gold coins equate to 40 rainbow coins, but judging by the bulging appearance of the pouch, it seemed there was much more than just that. Indeed, when Yi Tian opened the pouch and counted, he was astonished to find 50 rainbow coins inside. Damn it, are you attempting to bribe me? Yi Tian charged forward and struck Sevin across the face twice, not only knocking off his breathing mask but also causing blood to spew from his mouth. What do these 10 rainbow coins signify? Do you think I am soliciting bribes in a roundabout way? Are you insulting my noble lineage? How dare you bribe a member of the royal family? As he berated and struck, Sevin fell to his knees, coughing up blood. I was wrong. I was wrong. It was that profligate woman who made an error. I truly had no intention of bribing you. Blood Rose, taken aback, quickly knelt and clung to Yi Tian's leg, smiling obsequiously. Captain, please calm down. It was my mistake. I misread the situation. If you wish to punish someone, let it be me. Saying this, she rubbed her ample bosom against Yi Tian's leg. Yi Tian was seething with rage, thinking to himself, how dare you attempt to seduce me in front of everyone? With such an appearance, are you not deliberately trying to disgust me? Infuriated, Yi Tian felt like grabbing someone. However, at that moment, a large business land vehicle approached from the north, and a voice emerged from the dark cabin. Oh dear, brother Yi, why are you so furious? Why bother with these filthy rats? Hearing this, Sevin began to weep. Rotter, the mining supervisor, please intercede for me. I truly misread the situation. I had no intention of bribing him. As Sevin's cries echoed, a rotund figure stepped out of the land vehicle, grinning broadly. Brother Yi, in this dreadful weather of black snow, you should be enjoying a drink rather than squabbling with these filthy rats. It is simply not worth it, truly not worth it. Ah, ha ha. Is this the miner known as Wuchang? What a lucky fellow, truly defying the odds. Here you go. This is your 80 rainbow coins. Where's the secretary? Hurry and come help us record this. Next time we can feature it on the 3Cs bulletin. Our Huang'e Star could finally make the headlines. The jovial mining supervisor Rotter instantly lifted the oppressive atmosphere, causing the dark clouds to dissipate. 009, spreading wisdom. Feeling somewhat better? The filthy old man Ryan, holding 2 bottles of wine, ascended to the observation deck of the distribution center, joining his nominal apprentice, Wuchang, beneath the semicircular transparent dome. Wuchang had already been seated in the dome for over 4 hours, accompanied only by a plate of jerky and a large bottle, which still contained a third of inferior wine. I truly do not understand your reasoning. You came into a small fortune yet failed to procure some good wine. Here, enjoy mine. With that, the old man Ryan extended the bottle of wine towards Wuchang. Without hesitation, Wuchang took the bottle and gulped down a generous mouthful, then exhaled. Isn't this the 2 most expensive bottles from the bar? How could you afford them? He chuckled. I used the money you entrusted to me. Ah? Ryan's shamelessness left Wuchang at a loss for words. Don't spend it recklessly. 20 of that belongs to Parker. After all, he took me down into the mines. Forget it. Parker already said he didn't want it. You nearly lost your life this time. It's also Parker's fault for leading you astray. If you had taken a different route for just 1 more hour, perhaps you wouldn't have encountered so much trouble. We cannot blame Parker. He endured several blows during this conflict as well, and he must be compensated all 16 rainbow coins. After pondering for a moment, Ryan shifted the topic. The issue with Parker is minor and can be addressed anytime. I primarily came to discuss the matter of identity tattoos with you. It is best for you to make the call on certain matters. Wuchang, unable to decipher Ryan's hesitation, thought it was merely 500 gold coins. Isn't 5 rainbow coins sufficient? Theoretically yes, But you must understand that the price of 500 gold coins barely deceives the administrative system of Huang'e Star. If you plan to venture to other civilized planets, especially within the capital star sphere, this amount will not suffice. Under Ryan's explanation, Wuchang finally realized that the information contained in identity tattoos was vast, encompassing one's birthplace, location, time, and even details about parents, relatives, and educational experiences. If Wuchang merely sought a legal identity in the wasteland, indeed, 500 gold coins would be adequate, as no one is interested in challenging a filthy rat. Everyone on this planet knows that the minor community lacks genuine information. Most harbor unspeakable secrets. T.O. put it plainly, the security personnel have no interest in verifying the true identities of every individual online. However, Wuchang's display of strength and calm demeanor, along with his occasional insightful remarks, left both Ryan and Boss Pan astonished. After everyone returned to the distribution center, the two engaged in a lengthy secret meeting in a corner, leaving everyone unaware of their discussion. After much deliberation, we believe it is best to procure you a genuine identity. We have a feeling you won't be residing on Huang'e Star for long. There is an unmistakable air about you that suggests a connection to significant individuals. I am confident your future path will be broad, but if you wish to proceed more steadily and further, a verifiable identity is essential. Should opportunities arise, you may enter other civilized planets, including the capital star. In those places, even a novice black market tattoo artist can easily discern the authenticity of a tattoo, and you would then face dire consequences. Wuchang was taken aback by the multitude of intricacies surrounding a genuine identity tattoo. After some contemplation, he inquired, "How much does a genuine identity tattoo cost?" "Oh, a genuine tattoo requires considerable manpower to fabricate authentic documents from your birthplace, along with relaying various information back to your hometown. In short, they must transform a non-existent individual into a legally recognized person. All of this comes at a cost. Stop dilly-dallying and just tell me the price. With the connections Boss Pan and I have, it will likely require at least 55 rainbow coins." "What?" The composed Wuchang was momentarily stunned. 5,500 gold coins. How could it be so expensive? The rainbow coins he had just acquired dwindled to almost nothing. After deducting the 16 rainbow coins owed to Parker, Wuchang was left with only 9. By this calculation, I would ultimately end up with only 900 gold coins. It seems this beating was only worth that much. Ryan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "We can only manage this much. They initially demanded 60 rainbow coins, and it took us much pleading to lower it by 5. In the past, I wouldn't have had to spend a dime for such matters." Wuchang shook his head, halting the old man self-reproached. "Don't say that. You have helped me immensely. Money comes quickly and goes just as fast. As long as the matter is resolved, the money spent is worth it. I can always earn more." Ryan took a sip of wine and sighed. Parker is aware of this matter as well, and he has voluntarily chosen to forego that money. "No, we must pay him. For someone as timid as Parker, it is already quite remarkable that he has stood by me until the end. I will not allow my friend to suffer losses." Ryan had no inkling of Wuchang's thoughts. In truth, Wuchang's reasoning was simple. Given that he could extract such precious crystals on his very first ascent, he would undoubtedly be able to collect even more crystals in the future, perhaps in no time. Wuchang would amass a significant fortune and leave this planet to explore the world properly. Oh, by the way, tell me the story of the crystals. Why did Huang'e Star enact such a peculiar law? Even if crystals are precious, it shouldn't come to this, should it? What do you know, old man? He took a sip of wine, then tossed a piece of jerky into his mouth. This incident occurred 15 years ago. I had only been on this planet for a few years at that time. Through the old man's narrative, Wuchang gradually uncovered the truth. It turned out that in that year, a fortunate miner unearthed the longest crystal ever recorded. Measuring a staggering 43 centimeters, 4 centimeters longer than Huang'e Star's historical record of 39 centimeters. Just how precious is a 43-centimeter crystal? It is difficult to quantify in monetary terms. All we know is that in this universe, the legendary God-class warships require crystals no longer than 50 centimeters, and there are only 3 such ships throughout the cosmos. A 43-centimeter crystal can already be utilized to produce sub-God-class warships, of which there are only about 500 in existence. Throughout the history of the Maelstrom star sphere, there has only been one sub-God-class warship, His Majesty the Emperor's vessel, the Galloping.as for God-class warships. Small factions like the Maelstrom star sphere are utterly unworthy of possessing one. is evident that with the emergence of this crystal, the Ma2 star circle could indeed enhance a battleship to the level of a demigod. Thus, the value of this crystal requires no further elaboration. The subsequent tale is rather cliché. 21 mine owners and 16 underworld leaders engaged in a tumultuous 3-day battle for this crystal, transforming the desolate mining area into a battlefield. The fierce clashes even reached Huang'e City, where the flames soared high enough to eclipse the eruption of a volcano. Ultimately, when the reinforcements summoned by the governor managed to stabilize the situation, an unexpected scene unfolded. A miner who had lost all his kin and friends shattered that crystal before 1,000 onlookers. Subsequently, he leapt from the high tower, meeting his demise. The incident was so monumental that detailed reports even reached the emperor himself. At that time, the conflict between the Hunter star circle and the Ma2 star circle was at its zenith, with 2 mortal stars already fallen to enemy hands. When His Majesty the Emperor learned that a demigod-class battleship had been destroyed due to the greed of these mine owners and thugs, he spat out a mouthful of blood in fury. The bloodshed was so great that Huang'e Star transformed into a sea of crimson, as over 10,000 Imperial guards stormed into the mining area, unleashing a massacre. The 21 mine owners and 16 underworld leaders, along with their friends and subordinates, amounting to a staggering 30,000, were all eradicated overnight. Not only were they wiped out, but their corpses were also airdropped into the territory of the cannibalistic tribes to the south. Ah, those mutated cannibals certainly had their fill. 30,000 corpses would sustain them for half a year. The brief introduction of the old man, Ryan, left an impression on Wuchang, who sensed the echoes of past bloodshed. To take 30,000 lives for a single crystal is truly unfathomable. However, upon reflecting on the tragic fates of the 2 fallen mortal stars, sympathy for those 30,000 lives dissipates. Now, you should comprehend that it is not I who saved your life today, but rather the very crystal you unearthed. A mere 19 centimeters can grant you immunity. Should you extract a crystal exceeding 30 centimeters today, I am confident that Etion would not hesitate to assist you in dealing with the jackal. Sevin. Thus, the adage a man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime indeed arises from a specific context. There are numerous instances in this world where treasures can save lives. Ryan, the old man, sensed that Wuchang was no ordinary individual, yet Wuchang too perceived something extraordinary about the old man, particularly in the exchange they had towards the end, which was beyond the articulation of a mere old miner. The overarching perspective conveyed was something few could grasp. Wuchang, adept at reading faces, found Ryan's first impression to be one of nobility, an air imbued with a scholarly grace, saturated with knowledge. Although the old man's background remained unclear, Wuchang recognized that his new mentor was undoubtedly a treasure. As Wuchang conversed with Ryan in the A332 mining area S supply center, Sevin, with a face marred by bruises, sighed alongside the bandaged blood rose. Why Etion is simply too excessive. If he didn't want it, he could have just refused. But why resort to violence? Blood Rose exclaimed indignantly while tending to Sevin's wounds. At that moment, Sevin bore none of the arrogance he had displayed earlier. Gazing at the bandage around Blood Rose's neck, he sighed. Today's events are my fault. I miscalculated. Why Etion, albeit a mere branch of the royal lineage, is one who values his pride above all else. How could he possibly accept our offer in front of hundreds? He must have relished the opportunity to strike me, enhancing his reputation in the process. What shall we do then? Have we lost our money for nothing, and our dignity as well? How could that be? Blood Rose retorted, underestimating her man. Today's incident is merely the beginning. The real opportunities lie ahead. Prepare another 40 rainbow coins for me. Tonight, I shall pay a visit to the mining supervisor. I refuse to believe that Etion truly has no vulnerabilities. That day, Sevin felt the sting of financial loss acutely, but Blood Rose dared not defy her man's orders. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly opened the safe and retrieved another 40 rainbow coins, handing them over to Sevin. As night cloaked the land, Sevin's land vehicle hastily vanished into the black snow, heading northward. In the days following the tumult surrounding the crystal, Wuchang's spirits lifted considerably. With the pressure of financial gain alleviated, he opted not to descend into the mines, but rather to accompany Ryan in selecting crystals from the mining debris. Most miners found it perplexing that Wuchang refrained from mining, believing that with such fortune in unearthing a 19-centimeter crystal, he should seize the moment to test his luck further. Little did they know. Wuchang's aspirations lay in gaining a deeper understanding of the world and acquiring knowledge, far surpassing the mere accumulation of gold coins. Through the ramblings of the old man, the essence of the world began to take shape in Wuchang's mind. Culture, geography, political structures, military compositions, and even the historical tidbits fascinated him. Ryan relished his role as a teacher. Despite the disorganized nature of his lessons, he found in Wuchang a diligent student, ever eager to inquire. You mentioned that Huang'e Star is a planet of primordial minerals. What exactly constitutes these primordial minerals? There are indeed numerous primordial minerals, but the three fundamental components can be discerned from the monetary system: rainbow crystals, liquid mithril, and folded obsidian. These are essential minerals for constructing space-folding engines. Such engines form the foundation of humanity's venture into the cosmos. Primordial minerals. What does the term primordial signify? The term primordial denotes the essence of source energy. This enigmatic energy has eluded comprehensive understanding, yet one fact remains certain. It is the primordial energy derived from the cosmic explosion's inception. Oh, then enlighten me further about this engine, fool. How could you forget such basics? The old man exclaimed, giving Wuchang a playful smack. The space-folding engine was invented during humanity's exploration of primordial energy. This engine not only facilitates anti-gravity levitation, but also enables spatial folding. Traversing light years of space without such technology is simply unimaginable. Hey, your memory seems shockingly poor. How can you be oblivious to such foundational concepts? Oh, if I were well-versed in all this, how could I showcase your vast knowledge? Master, Hawell said, you make a valid point. I have great faith in you. The master and disciple enjoyed 3 delightful days amidst the mining debris, unconcerned by the curious gazes of those around them. It was not until the third evening that the arrival of several guests brought Wuchang immense join the enclosed guest room of the distribution center. Smith Pant excitedly introduced Wuchang. Come here. This is the finest tattoo artist in Huang'e City. Your identity has been successfully processed, and the administrative system recognizes the loss of your tattoo, no longer viewing you as an illegal immigrant. The tattoo artist, adorned in intricate patterns, chuckled. I've spent my life in Huang'e City, and this is my first authentic identity tattoo. You truly have a daring spirit. Remember, you are an ordinary peasant from the Left Bank Paradise Star. Your parents passed away from illness, and you began wandering the planet at a young age. Later, you were abducted by human traffickers and ended up as a laborer in a pirate den within the Fallen Nebula. During a conflict aboard a pirate ship, you escaped in a lifeboat and arrived at Huang'e Star, but sustained a head injury that caused your amnesia. The tattoo artist attempted to elaborate further. But Wuchang interjected, hold on, is this the life trajectory you've mapped out for me? It sounds so fantastical. Who would believe such a tale? Belief is one matter. However, we can assure you that all your identity documents are authentic. That is our expertise. As for this bizarre backstory, it was crafted by a team of identity experts who labored through the night to select it for you. You had no choice in the matter. Before the tattoo artist could continue, Ryan interjected, do not be so critical. This is the most credible identity I have encountered in this universe. Whether your identity is peculiar or suspicious is inconsequential. If you are a spineless wretch, even the most reasonable identity will not save you from being bullied. Conversely, if you are a formidable individual, even if others know you hail from piracy, they will scramble to befriend you. At this juncture, Ryan turned to the tattoo artist and stated, I am his master, and I wish to personally undertake his tattoo. Oh, you possess this skill as well? I once dabbled in it on Huang'e Star. Today, I feel an itch to practice. The tattoo artist shrugged indifferently. Very well. Since you've already paid, I cannot refund you. However, I must inform you that should your tattoo fail, you will need to pay the material fee again should you require my assistance. With that, he disregarded the individuals in the room and went off to drink. Boss Pan, curious about Ryan, inquired with concern, are you capable? Though I know you are skilled with machinery, I have not heard of your expertise with identity tattoo machines. Ryan did not respond to Boss Pan's inquiry. Instead, he opened the bottle of liquid mercury ink worth 100 gold coins and carefully filled the tattoo gun. Gazing at the peculiar tattoo on Wuchang's back, he inquired, have you made up your mind? What design will you use to cover it? Upon hearing Ryan's question, Wuchang hastily retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, which bore a drawing he had painstakingly crafted over 3 nights. What is this? Both Ryan and Boss Pan were momentarily taken aback when the drawing was unveiled. "Don't you recognize it?" Wuchang asked, slightly astonished, yet the bewildered expressions on their faces did not seem feigned. "Never mind, just proceed with the tattoo as I've drawn it," he continued. That is a creature I saw in my dreams. He could only explain it as such, for he could hardly confess it was an azure dragon. Indeed, what Wuchang had sketched was an azure dragon, an ancient creature distinctly reminiscent of the Qin and Han dynasties. It was no wonder others did not recognize it. The existence of dragons, such legendary beings, was a matter of debate in this world, and it was hardly surprising that people were unfamiliar with such mythical creatures. Everyone harbors secrets, and a mature individual would refrain from prying into another's privacy. Thus, Ryan and Boss Pan chose not to dwell on this matter. Ryan scrutinized the drawing meticulously, and within a mere 10 minutes, he commenced his work. The old man Ryan's skills were not to be underestimated. In this desolate mining area, his reputation was on par with that of the contractors. Whether it involved heavy machinery or something as trivial as an electric coffee cup, there was nothing he could not mend. Boss Pan often speculated that if given a broken folding space engine, perhaps this old man could repair it too. With the tattoo gun filled with liquid mercury ink, it glided across Wuchang's back. The liquid silver was an excellent medium for storage, and the first half of the life story of an orphan named Wuchang was etched onto him by the hands of the old man Ryan. The tattoo indeed caused some discomfort, yet Wuchang was able to endure it. In fact, he felt a surge of excitement. He sensed that as the tattoo took shape, he gradually integrated into this world. Perhaps one day, Wuchang would truly forget the memories of his past life and genuinely consider himself a part of this realm. Smith Pan gazed in astonishment at Ryan's deft craftsmanship. Once again, he found himself in awe. Although he could not comprehend the techniques involved, it did not diminish his admiration for the old man. The term unfathomable skill might well encapsulate this sentiment. After a full 20 minutes, the square QR code finally took form, yet the old man remained lost in the thrill of creation. Suddenly, he produced a leather pouch from within his clothing and tossed it into Boss Pan's hands. "Take this money to the tattoo artist. I need to purchase 3 more bottles of mercury ink." "What?" Boss Pan was momentarily dumbfounded. "Hasn't it already been completed? Why do you still need ink?" "Enough of your prattling. My apprentice desires a decorative tattoo that has yet to be done as his master. I must present him with a token of my regard." Boss Pan was taken aback. He had never heard of decorative tattoos requiring liquid silver ink. After all, decorative tattoos merely served an aesthetic purpose. The square QR code was rather plain, and 90 of individuals would opt to cover the QR code with more beautiful tattoos, which would not affect their efficacy. Boss Pan considered dissuading the old man, but upon meeting the resolute gaze of Ryan, he fell silent, realizing that this grizzled old man truly regarded Wuchang as his apprentice. In no time, 3 bottles of mercury ink were added to the tattoo gun, and the old man's artistry commenced anew. This time, it was true artistry. Boss Pan had a discerning eye. Having grown up in a fallen noble family, he had been exposed to fine art from a young age. While he may not recognize the ancient azure dragon, it did not hinder him from appreciating its aesthetic beauty. As time passed, the tattoo artist who had been drinking approached, likely intrigued as to why someone would use expensive liquid mercury ink for decorative tattoos. However, upon witnessing the old man's craftsmanship, he was left speechless. "A master indeed. My master is the most renowned tattoo artist in the 3 Seas Star, even responsible for royal tattoos. Seeing your artistry today, I feel you could rival him. Old man, consider working for me. It would be 100 times better than mining." Ryan paid him no heed, his entire focus consumed by the azure dragon. After a full 3 hours, when Ryan finally added the finishing touch to the dragon, he suddenly faltered and collapsed into Boss Pan's embrace, painting the dragon's eye. At the moment the eyes appeared, everyone in the room experienced a peculiar illusion. This strange creature seemed alive, as if it were about to leap from Wuchang's body, and an otherworldly laughter could even be faintly heard. "I know what this is now." The phrase "painting the dragon's eye" originates from this. This design is likely the dragon from ancient legends leaning against Boss Pan. Ryan was moved to tears, unsure of the source of his emotion. The tattoo artist could not comprehend the meaning of painting the dragon's eye, yet he felt that this tattoo was extraordinarily powerful, the most formidable tattoo he had ever encountered. In comparison, the skulls and fierce tigers of the military seemed utterly trivial. Ryan's words sparked a memory in Boss Pan. He suddenly recalled the ancient texts he had perused as a child in that precious tome. There seemed to be mentions of dragons as sacred beings, though regrettably, it did not contain any illustrations. At that moment, Wuchang stood up. The inky azure dragon was vividly lifelike. Due to the unique properties of the liquid mercury ink, the black dragon shimmered with a silver glow under the light. With every gesture Wuchang made, the dragon appeared to come alive. The monotonous life in the mining area continued day after day. Miners risked earthquakes and collapses as they drilled underground, exchanging the extracted crystals for meager wages, which quickly transformed into fine wines at the bar, courtesans on downy beds, and the most popular drugs, the illusion mist, in Huang'e Star. The inhabitants here harbored no future nor hope. The harsh living conditions had ensured that legitimate miners would never be attracted to this place. Over time, it had morphed into a haven for crime, a paradise for petty souls. Each individual drifted through life aimlessly, day after day until death claimed them. However, the abandoned mining area had recently become somewhat unsettled. The monotony of life was disturbed by a multitude of rumors, all undeniably linked to a legendary miner, Wuchang, the foremost general under Boss Pan. The origin of the rumors can be traced back to half a month ago when an astonishing revelation leaked from the governor's office. It was said that someone had sold 4 crystals longer than 10 centimeters to the governor in one go, with the price only 30% above the official purchase price. The governor was overjoyed. Once such high-quality crystals entered the official procurement process, he would not reap much profit. If he could arrange for private procurement, he would have 1,000 ways to transport the crystals to the 3 Seas Star's auction, where their value would multiply tenfold. Generally, the governor would not disclose such clandestine transactions, but this was a significant affair. Selling 4 crystals over 10 centimeters long in a single transaction was a rare occurrence in a decade. Such a lucrative deal could hardly remain concealed. Within merely 3 days, this tidbit had spread throughout Huang'e City. Initially, people speculated wildly, but as the rumors circulated, a figure began to emerge, Wuchang, the formidable miner under Boss Pan. At first, people were skeptical, but with the emergence of another explosive piece of news, the citizens of Huang'e Star were left speechless. Reliable sources indicated that the esteemed Governor Yi Fei had acquired a rainbow crystal measuring a whopping 16 centimeters just 3 days prior. And more than one person wagered their lives to affirm that this crystal had been produced by Wuchang. From that moment forward, Wuchang earned the moniker Ghost Wuchang, and the abandoned mine B1313 suddenly transformed into a coveted treasure trove in the eyes of the masses. Damn it, it must have been the last earthquake's doing. Mine B1313 must have discovered the main vein hidden in the dark chamber, Sevin exclaimed as he scratched his bald head, pacing anxiously. Quiet down. Don't be so impatient. What you're saying is merely your analysis. You have no evidence, retorted the rotund figure, Rotter, the mining supervisor of Huang'e City. Oh, my dear mining supervisor, do you actually believe those miners' tall tales? They claim to be haunted, and that the mining deity who died 10 years ago has possessed them. How absurd, Sevin scoffed. The mining deity he referred to was the individual who had shattered a crystal and subsequently committed suicide over a decade ago. The miners later lamented his ambition, dubbing him the mining deity of Huang'e Star, but in reality, it was just the drunken ramblings of uneducated scoundrels. Both Rotter and Sevin, of course, dismissed the miners' drunken tales, especially since Rotter was a graduate of the 3 Seas Star Empire University, specializing in rainbow crystal extraction. The notion of ghostly possession was surely nonsense. There are only a few possibilities. Point 1 is that your insider information is incorrect, but you have sworn on your life indeed. I stake my life on it. The information is indisputable. These crystals all originated from Wuchang, Sevin insisted, thumping his chest for emphasis. Rotter rubbed his belly thoughtfully and murmured, "Then that complicates matters. Why is this Wuchang so incredibly fortunate? The finest crystals in the world all come from his hands. Could it be that he possesses some secret technique? No, that can't be the case. Humanity has been discovering rainbow crystals for over 1,000,000 years, and I've never heard of any such secret technique." "Alas, my esteemed lord of the mines," Sevin exclaimed impatiently, "there can only be one explanation. It must be the main vein. We can no longer stand idly by. We must act swiftly, for if we delay any longer, there will be nothing left." At that moment, Sevin's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization as he leaned closer to Loda and whispered, "Consider this. In our Huang'e Star, aside from the abundant black snow, what else do we have but frequent earthquakes? If another quake were to bury this main vein, we would have nowhere to lament our losses." "Damn it," Loda exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "You gather the people, and I shall coordinate the necessary connections. Just you wait and see." Meanwhile, in the supply center of the B1313 mining area, Wuchang was amusing himself with a boy of about 13 or 14. "Ah Yun, do you really think your little tricks can fool me?" Wuchang teased, skillfully rolling a gleaming gold coin between his fingers, as deftly as the common yellow-tailed mice that scurried through the mines. As the boy stared, wide-eyed and unblinking, the coin suddenly vanished with a swift motion. The boy stood dumbfounded, searching in vain for the elusive coin. Wuchang made him search for a full 10 minutes before finally producing the coin from the tattered hem of his miner's robe. "Wow, how did you do that? Your hands are faster than any thief I know. Teach me," the boy pleaded, clinging to Wuchang. Wuchang appeared in high spirits that day, even taking the time to entertain the child. Aaron, behind the bar, watched the boy with a smile before saying, "Ayun, stop pestering him. You need to learn properly. Do you intend to be a thief for the rest of your life? Hurry up and eat." Wuchang ruffled Ayun's hair and gave him a gentle nudge. This little boy, an orphan named Ayun, had been taken in by Aaron at the tender age of 6. He knew nothing of his parents' whereabouts, let alone their fate. Out of pity, Aaron had allowed him to stay at the supply center, where he nominally served as a short-term worker but was, in reality, merely a freeloader, as Ayun grew. He learned little of value in the desolate mining area. At the age of 11, he ventured into Huang'e City and became a rather promising thief. His first heist netted him an astonishing 88 gold coins, leaving his peers astounded. After all, the number 88 signifies prosperity. Aaron had advised him against a life of thievery, but his retort left her speechless. "You want me to be a miner instead? Aren't there enough dead down there?" Aaron couldn't help but agree. Huang'e Star was a dismal place, devoid of even a single school. For those who survived here, simply avoiding the mines was a stroke of luck. Pursuing any semblance of morality in such a place was nothing short of a pipe dream. From that point on, Ayun seldom returned, spending most of his time in the city, only occasionally bringing Aaron some money to save for him. However, this time, he had lingered much longer, having encountered Wuchang. Fascinated by Wuchang's stories, Ayun idolized him and even attempted to steal from him 3 times, each attempt thwarted. Frustrated, Ayun pondered how a renowned thief like himself could fail so miserably. Little did he know that Wuchang's martial prowess far surpassed that of any common thief, as he had once been a bandit himself and was well acquainted with the art of thievery. After a few failed attempts, Ayun conceded defeat and, from that day forward, clung to Wuchang, begging him to teach him a few tricks. Today was no exception, although Wuchang, possessing a strong sense of ethics, felt it was morally wrong to teach a child the ways of thievery. Regrettably, Ayun left to have his meal, and the supply center returned to its usual tranquility. As dusk descended, the miners gradually returned. The nights on Huang'e Star were bitterly cold, and few dared to wander outside. Time passed slowly, and the empty bottles on the table accumulated. Some inebriated miners had already sought their beds, while a few fortunate souls, having struck a bit of luck, approached Aaron, requesting her assistance in finding some attractive companions. Just as the atmosphere relaxed, no one could have anticipated that a group of figures clad in black masks, resembling skulls, had silently approached the perimeter of the supply center. Military-grade explosives had been strategically placed, and over 50 armed assailants surrounded the center. At precisely 10 o'clock, a violent explosion erupted against the alloy walls, creating a massive 3-meter-wide breach in the B1313 supply center. "Charge in, leave no survivors," commanded the group of black-clad figures who rushed into the chaos before the smoke had even cleared. Inside, the supply center had descended into pandemonium. Those miners near the explosion perished instantly, their shattered remains littering the ground. Even the brawny bull, too close to the blast, was injured, coughing blood in great heaves. "Enemy attack! We are under siege." The first to react was Wuchang. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, he seized a handful of metal chairs and hurled them towards the breach. Infused with the power of his martial arts, Wuchang tossed the chairs like throwing knives. The heavy alloy chairs sped through the smoke, crushing one assailant's skull and slashing the throats of two others in the process. Dare to resist? Open fire. Immediately, a familiar voice commanded from beyond the smoke, and at its behest, assault rifles unleashed a barrage of energy beams, raining high-energy bullets upon the supply center. The occupants of the hall soon began to react. Boss Pan, in a fit of rage, flung open the weapon cabinet behind the bar, distributing lightweight firearms to everyone for their defense. Stop standing there like fools. Wuchang received a handgun and 2 magazines, though he struggled to grasp the intricacies of such advanced weaponry. Forget about it. Just throw your chairs, shouted the elderly Ryan, who was firing dual pistols at the attackers outside. Just then, another deafening explosion erupted from the opposite wall, creating an even larger breach. Bullets flew in from both sides. The miners could withstand the chaos no longer. It was unclear who initiated the surrender, but one miner suddenly crouched down, cradling his head and shouting, "I surrender. Don't shoot. I give up." Injured Bull, armed with a gun, shouted angrily, "Are you all fools? They intend to wipe us out. Can't you see they're using military-grade weapons? They won't leave any survivors." Despite Bull's crude demeanor, his words struck a chord in the face of life and death. It's always a rare feat to maintain composure, and even rarer to analyze the situation rationally. Inside the supply center, the majority of those present were ordinary miners. Even though Bull had a few enforcers, they were merely symbolic and could not compare to the mercenaries wielded by the cunning Sevin. The illiterate miners observed one person surrender, another followed suit, and soon the entire room was filled with crouching figures. Boss Pan, growing desperate, shouted, "Damn it! You fools! Can't you hear the commotion outside? That is the infamous poison bee, Adu. This is Sevin's scheme. Do you think he will spare you?" Unfortunately, no one heeded his warnings. Just as he was about to curse again, an energy beam grazed his arm, leaving a long gash. Wuchang seized the opportunity, demanding, "Is there any way out of here? Any back doors?" "Yes, in the cold storage. There's a hidden passage leading to the mines." Erin replied, gripping her handgun. "No time to hesitate. We know the enemy is prepared. If we don't leave now, we're finished. Anyone willing to come, gather quickly." Regrettably, no one responded. "Forget them. We can't afford to waste time." Wuchang ordered, "Pike, support Bull. Ayun, take care of Ryan. Erin, stay close to me." Wuchang guided the injured Boss Pan as they were the first to dash into the cold storage. Wuchang, Ryan, Smith, Pan, Pike, Erin, Bull, and Ayun, 7 individuals in total, swiftly entered the underground tunnel of the cold storage, plunging into the subterranean realm. Just as they descended into the depths, another violent explosion erupted, sending tremors through the mining tunnels, stirring up clouds of dust. W-series grenades. My ears cannot be deceived. Sevin clearly intends to leave no survivors, Ryan remarked grimly. "Let us not dwell on that. Who knows the area well? We need to leave immediately," Wuchang urged. "Let us head south. If Sevin is behind this, that direction is likely our safest option," the pained Boss Pan suggested. "Then Pike, you lead the way." At that moment, the battle above had reached a temporary halt, yet over 70 miners had perished in the conflict, leaving the remaining 30 on the brink of madness, horrified by the carnage they had witnessed. The room was filled with corpses, the ground littered with chunks of flesh, dark red blood splattered everywhere. The entire distribution center resembled a slaughterhouse. The venomous bee, Adu, strode contentedly through the space, communicating with Sevin through the intercom in his mask. Everything proceeded smoothly. Within 10 minutes, it was all finished. What did you say? Smith? Pan has escaped, along with Wuchang and the others? Useless. Sevin's voice on the other end was unusually frenzied. The purpose of this sudden assault was to eliminate these key figures, and without the victims, the B-1313 mine could be auctioned off without complications. Once it entered the auction process, the Rodden Mining Supervision would have ample means to claim the mine for themselves. However, the imbecile Adu had allowed the crucial individuals to slip away, jeopardizing Sevin's meticulously crafted plan. "Forget about those miners. Keep 3 articulate ones. They are of use to me. Eliminate the rest, then immediately pursue them. Even if they flee into the territory of the cannibals, you must not let them escape. Alive, they must be seen. Dead, their bodies must be found." Listening to the thunderous voice in his ear, Edu dared not delay and signaled to his subordinates. Following that was a barrage of gunfire. Amidst the dull thumps, high-energy bullets were unleashed upon the crowd, resulting in the slaughter of over 30 miners, with only the 3 selected individuals spared. Edu patted the pale faces of the survivors, instructing them, "Remember, Lord Sevin wants you to say whatever he says. This is your only path to survival." The 3 dared not disobey, nodding vigorously at that moment, within the mine tunnels, under the dim light of the mining lamps. Wuchang and his group, led by Pike, were advancing southward. Although heading south brought them closer to the territory of the cannibals, they had no other choice. The weaponry used in Sevin's assault indicated that this attack had been meticulously planned for a long time. Despite being an experienced old miner, Pike found the southern tunnels unfamiliar, as no one was willing to risk encountering the cannibals for crystal extraction. In such desolate places, treasures were abundant. Wuchang alone spotted 3 viable crystals along the way. Yet time was of the essence, and no one dared linger, continuing forward with regret. Behind them, Edu, accompanied by dozens of subordinates, was also advancing southward, splitting into 5 groups. Unbeknownst to them, armed with high-tech equipment, their formation subtly tightened around Wuchang and his companions. On one side were the fleeing miners, burdened with injuries. On the other, the well-prepared professional assassins. The stark disparity in power became evident during the pursuit. Within just over an hour, the perceptive Wuchang sensed danger. "We're in trouble. Pursuers are coming from the north, and there are many," Wuchang whispered as he crouched down to listen. "What should we do? Manu and Boss Pan are injured. We're already at our limit." Erin expressed her concerns. Wuchang removed the mining pack from his back and handed it to the groundhog, Pike. "You all continue forward, waiting for me at the intersection of Tunnel 46 and Tunnel 23. As per the plan you just arranged, I will stay behind to hold them off. Are you mad?" The old man, Ryan, exclaimed. "You can't even use a gun. You're just offering yourself up to die." Wuchang shook his head. "I am not done living yet. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Do you still not know your disciple? Am I the kind of person to act recklessly?" With that, Wuchang turned back, retracing his steps northward. In the dark mine tunnel, the flickering lights of the mining lamps illuminated the surroundings, while the intercom crackled with reports and communication. Point 6 of Sevin's henchmen, armed with assault rifles, were advancing toward their designated location as per Edu's instructions. Assassins are human too. They fear the savage cannibals. The further south they traveled, the more uncertainty gripped their hearts. Clutching their assault rifles tightly, they had no other means to dispel their fear, as they moved silently forward. A large, dark hand suddenly emerged from the shadows above, seizing the throat of the last assassin. With a slight exertion, a sharp crack echoed as the vertebrae were crushed, in the mine tunnels, the only one capable of such a feat. Aside from Wuchang, was no one else. The cunning individual had managed to cling to the stone wall, hanging there like a gecko, silent and still. The assassins had never anticipated such an attack. This completely defied the laws of physics. How could he ignore the force of gravity? Was he a legendary cyborg equipped with an anti-gravity device? Regardless of what the assassins thought, Wuchang's sudden strike had a remarkable effect. The taken by surprise assassins had no time to react. In the narrow mine tunnel, they could only line up closely, rendering their assault rifles ineffective. Like a ferocious tiger, Wuchang launched his attack from the rear of the enemy team. Before the second-to-last assassin could turn around, 3 rapid punches struck the back of his heart. The power of the Tiger Dragon Fist was extraordinary. Wuchang channeled all his Tiger Dragon strength into a single point, delivering 3 consecutive blows to the same area within 2 seconds. Such a violent method of attack was beyond what flesh and blood could withstand. The assaulted assassin spewed a mouthful of blood, his breathing mask instantly stained crimson, and his body was sent flying. Colliding into the front ranks, Wuchang's strikes were merciless, his fists like the wind, plunging into close combat before the assassins could even stabilize their rifles. Close combat was the only option. In the narrow mine tunnel, even a light energy cannon would be useless. Once a martial artist closed in, ordinary soldiers became mere fodder. With fists like meteors and legs like the wind, Wuchang unleashed his Tiger Dragon power from his muscle and bone. The ferocious strength making the enemies feel as though they were facing a heavy engineering machine. Often, before they could pull the trigger, Wuchang's punches would already shatter their skulls, in an instant, for out of the 6 assassins lay dead. leaving the remaining two dumbfounded. Despite being professional killers trained by Sevin, they had never witnessed such brutal methods of murder. Could someone really explode a person's head with just their fists? Don't come any closer. The terrified assassins instinctively opened fire, the high-energy bullets illuminating the entire mine tunnel. Unfortunately, Wuchang had already anticipated the trajectory of the bullets from their arm positions. Like a fish in water, he dodged swiftly, closing in on the assassins. After two muffled impacts, one assassin knelt to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, two deep fist imprints glaringly visible on his chest. Facing the chaos, Wuchang clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology. "Master, I'm sorry. I've broken my vows." In that moment, Wuchang began to understand why his master had never allowed him to take vows. It seemed his master had long seen the immense combat spirit within him. "The time has not yet come. You are not yet qualified to renounce the world," was the most repeated phrase from his master. Wuchang had requested to be initiated 7 times, but each time, his master had offered only that response. As Wuchang reminisced about his master's visage, suddenly, a voice crackled from the communicator on a corpse. "Venomous tooth, venomous tooth. Respond immediately, venomous tooth. What is going on? Why does the radar show you all are immobile? Why have you stopped? Damn it, speak up. Are you all dead?" Adu's furious curses echoed through the device. Wuchang realized that the identity information of these assassins must be stored in Adu's terminal, as he relied on it to command his subordinates. Wuchang picked up the communicator, his voice chillingly calm. "Adu, is it? I am Wuchang. Your precious subordinates have perished at the hands of the cannibals, and your fate will inevitably mirror theirs." With that, he applied slight pressure, crushing the communicator's speaker. The sudden noise that erupted in Adu's ear was so jarring it caused him pain. Damn it. He hurled the communicator to the ground, cursing. "That damn Wuchang," claiming something about the cannibals. "If you were to encounter them, they would surely feast upon you first." He glanced at his subordinates. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I've never seen anyone escape the clutches of the cannibals. That kid is definitely lying. Let us continue the assault." With that, Adu stepped to the front of the team, pressing deeper into the mine tunnel. However, keen observers could notice that many in the squad exhibited signs of fear, with some even trembling. The topic of the cannibals was a taboo among the miners, and it should not have been mentioned at such a time. 013 The savage cannibals, the cannibals of Huang'e Star, had long been a nightmare in people's hearts. There existed an unwritten rule on Huang'e Star. During significant tasks, mentioning the name of the cannibals was strictly forbidden to avoid misfortune. In truth, this avoidance extended beyond work hours, even in daily life. People strive to steer clear of uttering the term cannibals, reflecting the deep-seated dread associated with it. What exactly are the cannibals? The old man, Ryan, once explained that they are essentially mutated biohumans. They possess human-like bodies, yet their skin is armored like that of insects. These biohumans sport 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth, and experiments have shown that even a hard volcanic rock can be ground to dust in an instant. No one knows the origins of the cannibalistic tribe. Ryan once speculated that these beings were likely the result of secret experiments conducted by scientists from the Great Star Circle who crafted humanoid weapons. Somehow, they ended up on the planet Huang'e, where they proliferated into a substantial population over the course of several centuries. Currently, the cannibals dominate more than 80 of Huang'e's beaches, with the rich variety of fish from the ancient oceans serving as their primary sustenance. Today, the unpredictable entity known as Wuchang audaciously dared to threaten Adu with the cannibals. This was intolerable. To uphold his dignity, Adu was prepared to fight. The bloodshed within the mine intensified, as Adu's strategy of dividing his forces provided Wuchang with an excellent opportunity for ambush. Among the 4 small squads, the majority consisted of ordinary assassins, with only 3 martial artists, including Adu, participating. Such limited strength, when confronted by the melee-savvy Wuchang, was akin to a group of mere chaff. Wuchang's acute hearing enabled him to detect distant footsteps instantly, and the dark confines of the mine offered him exceptional concealment. In less than half an hour, yet another 7-member assassin team fell victim to Wuchang, their fierce resistance resulting only in a superficial scratch on his shoulder. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air. The brutal art of the nail fist often rendered enemies' innards ruptured upon impact, while the skin bore merely bruises, blood gushing from their mouths and noses. The already stagnant air within the narrow mine, compounded by the intense geothermal heat, rendered the stench of blood all the more pervasive. Standing before 7 lifeless bodies, Wuchang clasped his hands in prayer, intending to chant a sutra to guide the souls of the departed. However, just as he was about to speak, an instinctive sense of alertness surged within him. Before he could react, 2 dark figures surged towards him from either side of the mine at a 45-degree angle. They were human, 2 individuals who, like geckos, scaled the rock walls. Defying gravity, their bodies clung to the ceiling of the mine, rushing towards Wuchang like 2 stealthy predators. In that moment, every hair on Wuchang's body stood on end. Cold sweat gushed forth as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. With a swift series of strikes from the nail fist, Wuchang's fist collided with one of the dark figures, only to feel as though he had struck an alloy wall. What in the world? Armor! Wuchang executed a somersault, rolling forward several meters, and swiftly drove 2 portable mining lamps into the rock wall. As the lamps illuminated the area, the 2 dark figures finally came into view. To his dismay, they were indeed cannibals. Regret washed over Wuchang. He shouldn't have invoked the cannibals as a means to intimidate his enemies. Unexpectedly, the threat had manifested before him. The cannibals radiated a glossy black sheen. The luster of their exoskeletons. Wuchang's fist had struck the sturdy shell, rendering it ineffective. With no time to ascertain whether the cannibals possessed 3 rows of sharp teeth, the 2 ambushers charged once more. This time adopting a coordinated assault formation, in a narrow confrontation. Only the brave prevail. Wuchang's skills were not honed in vain. Although the cannibals bore protective exoskeletons, they lacked Wuchang's exquisite footwork in a flurry of movement. His fists targeted the vulnerable spots of the cannibals: joints, armpits, the back of the head, and the base of the ears. Wherever Wuchang perceived weakness, his strikes rained down mercilessly. Amidst the chaos, the 2 cannibals screeched in distress, their cries reminiscent of monkeys to Wuchang's ears. The cannibals did possess intelligence. After enduring a severe beating, they recognized that this adversary was formidable. In a moment of retreat, the 2 cannibals halted their advance, their expressions betraying a flicker of fear. Wuchang, perceptive as he was, hoped they would choose to withdraw. Even he, in his folly, dared not forge a deadly enmity with the cannibals. Once they banded together, no individual could stand against them without the aid of an army. Under Wuchang's piercing gaze, the 2 cannibals began to falter, their steps slowly retreating. Just as Wuchang sighed in relief, a sudden gust of wind rushed from behind him. Oh no! Wuchang's thought was interrupted as a pair of massive arms wrapped around him, locking his own in place. In the next instant, a gaping maw sank into Wuchang's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. With a roar, Wuchang summoned all his strength to shake off the ambushing cannibal, but he had underestimated his assailant's might. This was a warrior among the cannibals, towering over the previous 2, its body rippling with bulging muscles, its exoskeleton even thicker, adorned with barbed protrusions. This cannibal warrior's strength rivaled that of a 3rd-tier combatant like Sevin, and even posed a challenge to a 4th-tier fighter like Yifei. This warrior was nearly equal in power to Wuchang, and given the ambush, escaping was not going to be easy. Their bodies entwined, they became a writhing mass of flesh, crashing against the walls of the mine as Wuchang's face slammed into the rock, followed by the cannibal's back colliding with the stone. The mine echoed with chaos. The 2 onlooking cannibal soldiers leaped in excitement, screeching and occasionally snatching pieces of flesh from the ground to devour, remnants of the 7 assassins who had just perished. Wuchang observed everything, unwilling to become the next meal for the cannibals. Yet, the strength of his assailant was overwhelming, and after 10 exhausting minutes, he had yet to break free. More terrifyingly, the cannibal's jaws clamped down on Wuchang's shoulder, blood gushing forth to quench its thirst. As the blood flowed, Wuchang felt his strength waning. His lips began to pale. "Is this it? Am I truly to die? Has my life, barely a month since my arrival, come to such a swift end? Is this all but a dream?" Wuchang's consciousness began to blur, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the 2 gluttonous cannibal soldiers tearing apart a severed human arm and chewing it as one would a chicken leg. In that moment, Wuchang finally glimpsed the 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth, truly resembling saw blades. It seemed that his bones would be of no use for broth. They would be ground to dust instead. Just as his fiery consciousness began to fade, he remained unaware that, apart from the blood consumed by the cannibal, A significant portion flowed down into his collar, trickling along the string of a peculiar black diamond necklace. The blood coursed down the silver chain, quickly permeating the black diamond. As the blood continued to seep in, the diamond gradually softened, transforming back into the ever-changing black orb it had once been. Perhaps nourished by the blood, the orb emitted a faint black mist that wafted through the air, strangely unaffected by the currents, as if it possessed a life of its own, darting towards the eyes of the cannibals. The three cannibals watched, wide-eyed, as the black mist entered their eyes, their consciousness gradually dulling, a dazed expression overtaking them. The two soldiers abandoned their meal, dropping the severed arm without a second thought, while the cannibal warrior ceased its bloodletting, lifting its head in bewilderment as it gazed vacantly into space. This state of confusion persisted for what felt like 3 or 4 minutes. Wuchang sensed the pressure on his shoulder dissipating. Though the cannibal still clung to him, it was merely a posture, devoid of any strength. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Wuchang summoned his strength, thrusting the cannibal warrior back over a meter, and without a moment's hesitation, he fled. The cannibal, momentarily stunned, seemed to grasp something, letting out frantic cries as it lunged after Wuchang. The two soldiers, undeterred, followed suit, shrieking in pursuit. Amidst the cacophony of the cannibals, pairs of bright eyes emerged from the darkness of the mine, shadowy figures materializing in their wake, trailing closely behind the warrior as they pursued Wuchang in less than a quarter of an hour. Over 60 cannibals, from who knows where, surged forth, shrieking as they charged towards Wuchang. Although Wuchang was fleeing, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. As the footsteps behind him grew louder and more numerous, he finally comprehended the gravity of his situation. He had enraged a horde of cannibals, and they would not rest until he was boiled for their soup. Directly ahead, in the northern section of the same mine, Edu led a group of assassins cautiously advancing. Edu, acutely aware of the surrounding environment, understood that Wuchang was a formidable martial artist. He estimated that Wuchang's prowess likely surpassed his own, necessitating utmost caution in dealing with such an adversary. The 12 assassins trailing behind him were exceedingly cautious, for they were perilously close to the territory of the cannibals, and not a single soul present was free from fear of them. Just as they cautiously advanced, a sudden cacophony erupted from directly ahead in the mine tunnel, followed by the chaotic sound of hurried footsteps, suggesting that someone was rapidly approaching them. Prepare for vigilance. Before Edu could finish his sentence, the blood-soaked figure of Wuchang burst into view, illuminated starkly by the mine's light. Run, everyone, run! There are cannibals behind us. Who is the traitor? Even if Edu had 2 more brains, he would never have imagined that Wuchang would kindly warn them of the impending danger. Furthermore, he had always believed that Wuchang was merely trying to frighten them, given that they were still quite far from the stone pillar jungle and theoretically, they had not yet crossed into the cannibals' established domain. Yet today, Wuchang imparted a crucial lesson. With him, anything was possible. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Edu's mind. Since Wuchang's arrival, the abandoned mining area had been in a constant state of unrest, not only due to the previous conflict but also because of the continuous emergence of exquisite crystals. All of this bore testament to the fact that with Wuchang around, anything could happen, and it was no wonder that everyone referred to him as the Ghost Wuchang. Moreover, today was no exception. Wuchang had declared the presence of cannibals, and lo and behold, a horde of them indeed appeared. Fire! Everyone, fire! Edu was the first to crouch down, his assault rifle shimmering with energy. The assassins behind him dared not hesitate, unleashing a barrage from their weapons. The narrow mine tunnel could accommodate only 3 assassins firing simultaneously, but even at full throttle, the 3 assault rifles could not create a dense wall of firepower, especially ineffective against someone as elusive as Wuchang. Having once served as a mercenary, Wuchang was no stranger to firearms. Though the gunpowder weapons of Earth differed from the high-energy projectiles of this world, one principle remained constant. They shared the same ballistic trajectory. As long as one possessed sufficient agility, escape was feasible. Fortunately, Wuchang's speed was exceptional. During the earthquake, he had outrun the seismic waves while carrying a pike, and now, he was even swifter. Additionally, Wuchang was adept at navigating the battlefield, skillfully trading minor injuries for grave ones, and even transforming severe wounds into mortal ones. Indeed, as Wuchang's left rib and right thigh were grazed by 2 energy beams, he had already reached Edu's side. Get out of the way! Wuchang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Adu's visor, knocking him to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Wuchang dashed up the side of the rock wall, moving with the grace of a gecko, swiftly disappearing behind the group. The bewildered assassins had never witnessed such an extraordinary display of agility. Before they could comprehend it, Wuchang had vanished without a trace. Strangely enough, at the moment Wuchang was injured by Adu and the others, the charging cannibals collectively emitted a furious roar, evidently enraged, likely incensed that their territory had been trespassed upon. Oh my God. One of the assassins, paralyzed by fear, let out a horrified scream and turned to flee. Flight was imperative. 12 individuals stood no chance against nearly 60 cannibals. It was a fool's dream to think otherwise. Once the first fled, a second soon followed, and Adu, unable to withstand the terror, lost all courage upon catching sight of the 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth in the cannibals' gaping mouths. I don't want to be eaten. I refuse to become excrement in the stone pillar jungle. In a frenzy of panic, Adu fired his weapon, but astonishingly, his target was the assassins behind him. Clear the way, make way! A full magazine of bullets carved a path for escape. And Adu, a seasoned martial artist, fled with a speed rivaling that of Wuchang. The cannibals, in a frenzy, unleashed their wrath upon the injured assassins, dark figures tearing them apart, shoving fresh flesh into their mouths as they surged forward. As if an army of ants had passed over the carcasses of small creatures, within moments, 7 or 8 wounded assassins had been reduced to nothing but white skeletons, devoid of any remnants of flesh. At this point, 3 of the squad's Adu had brought had perished, and the remaining 2 pairs, having learned of the dire circumstances through their communication devices, ultimately chose to retreat. 3 hours later, when a weary Adu emerged from the mine tunnel with his ragtag survivors, he was greeted by a resounding slap and a massive fist. You worthless fool! You are nothing but a burden. The money I've spent on you could have been better used on a few hellhounds. The enraged hyena, Sevin, kicked Adu to the ground and began to pummel him. Stop hitting me, boss. I beg you, please stop. We encountered cannibals. There were countless cannibals, more than 100 of them. Nonsense. You haven't even reached the stone pillar jungle. How could there possibly be cannibals? At that moment, the fleeing assassins gathered around, kneeling in supplication. It's true. We are not deceiving you. Just take a look at George's arm. The wounds there could only have been inflicted by a cannibal's mouth. Sevin approached, scrutinizing the gruesome, bloodied wounds, and after a long examination, he confirmed that it was indeed the work of cannibals. Good grief. Could it be that the filthy rodents were telling the truth? Is it possible that this Wuchang is truly the ghost Wuchang? Seeing Sevin's expression soften, Adu hurriedly crawled over and clung to his leg. Boss, it's not that I lack dedication. It's just that there were too many cannibals. If only my terminal hadn't been lost along the way. I could show you the footage. I truly have it recorded. Sevin shook his head. Forget it. Let this matter rest. It's better that these scoundrels perished at the hands of the cannibals than at ours. Indeed, wise words, boss. The crowd erupted in cheers. Just as those on the surface rejoiced in their narrow escape, Wuchang, injured and laboring, pressed onward through the underground mine. He had navigated 3 tunnels and 4 junctions. And had it not been for his exceptional memory of the map, he might have lost his way long ago. Shaking off the assassins and cannibals, Wuchang simply sprayed a bit of first-aid aerosol on his wounds, taking a full 2 hours before spotting the directional markers left by Boss Pan and the others. Before long, Wuchang finally reunited with them. What happened to you? Ryan rushed over upon seeing the blood on Wuchang's shoulder. Quickly helping him to sit down, the others gathered around. Light another emergency lamp. I'm feeling a bit cold, Wuchang sighed. Obediently, Pike hammered 3 emergency lights into the rock wall, and as light and warmth flooded the area, the pallor on Wuchang's face began to fade. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Good news. I want to hear the good news, the thief, Ayun, interjected eagerly. The good news is that Adu and his group have retreated, and they did so decisively. It's not a feigned withdrawal. And the bad news? Boss Pan inquired. The bad news? Wuchang replied with a bitter smile. It seems we have a nest of cannibals residing nearby, and their numbers exceed 60? Ah? The group erupted in startled exclamations, especially the timid Pike, who immediately began to weep. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. No, no, no. I would rather be crushed by an earthquake than die in the jaws of a cannibal. With that, Pike sprang up, attempting to flee. The filthy old man, Ryan, fumed, his nostrils flaring. He tripped Pike, sending him sprawling to the ground in a comical tumble. Have you lost your mind? You'd die faster out there alone. We have a better chance of survival together, Ryan scolded, dragging Pike back up. At this moment, Aileen spoke up. Wuchang, I can see that you are a capable individual. Now tell us what we should do. That I believe in you. Wuchang smiled wryly. You believe in me? You might not feel that way shortly. Taking a sip of water to soothe his throat, he continued. Our primary task now is to unearth the traitor among us. Otherwise, Sevin will eventually track us down. What? The group erupted in astonishment. That's impossible. We've shared many years of camaraderie. There can't be a traitor among us. Wuchang ignored their protests, fixing his gaze on the thief, Ayun, and coldly stated, Stop hiding it. Do you think you can conceal it from me? Wuchang's words left everyone speechless, especially Aileen, who immediately became incensed. She pulled Ayun behind her, guarding him like a mother hen. What did you say? You think Ayun betrayed us? Have you lost your mind? Wuchang shook his head at Ayun. Do you realize how you revealed your hand? In truth, it was during the time you were pestering me to learn my skills that you aroused my suspicion. I demonstrated the coin concealment trick a total of 12 times, and you failed to locate the coins even once. Did you think you could deceive my keen eye? I observed clearly that 5 times. Your peripheral vision darted to the correct spot, albeit for less than half a second. But you could not fool me. Furthermore, what do you think this is? With that, Wuchang tossed a portable terminal to the group. The very one he had snatched from Adu. Explain to me why your identification appeared on his terminal. Why is it that while all our terminals are powered down, yours is still in standby mode? These words struck the group like a thunderclap, rendering them speechless. Aileen, flustered, yanked Ayun from behind her, snatching the terminal from his wrist. As anticipated, the terminal was indeed in a standby state. Oh my heavens! This very terminal was a gift I bestowed upon you for your 10th birthday, costing me 20 gold coins. I could never have imagined that the present I offered you would become an instrument of your betrayal. Erin, unable to contain her grief, raised her hand and struck Ayun across the face, then covered her face with her hands and wept. Even Erin conceded that this was a matter of undeniable certainty. The despondent Parker seemed to find a sudden outlet for his emotions. He rushed forward, seizing Ayun by the collar and pinning him against the rocky wall. You beast! You are nothing but a little monster. How could you do this to us? Erin regarded you as her own son. How could you betray her? Do you not realize that Erin and I have saved up 50 rainbow coins to renovate the distribution center? Our dream was on the verge of realization, yet you have shattered everything. With tears streaming down his face, Parker unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ayun, then sank to the ground, sobbing, My money, my dream. Boss Pan and the Bull were also enraged, particularly Bull, whose life Erin had saved. He could not bear to witness her sorrow. Bull drew the gun from his waist and pressed it firmly against Ayun's temple. Give me an explanation. Now? Ayun, too, was in tears, inexplicably finding the strength to wail. What am I supposed to do? What can I do? I found my biological mother, but she has fallen into the clutches of Blood Rose and has become a prostitute. She has even succumbed to drug addiction. That is my mother. Can I just stand by while she is beaten to death? The words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Are you not deceiving us? You truly found your mother? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Ayun's statements left the onlookers in a state of disbelief, considering he had been separated from his mother since the age of 6. Even a child with a remarkable memory might struggle with accuracy in such circumstances. No, I am absolutely certain. She recognized me instantly amidst the crowd, and I distinctly recall that she has a birthmark on her left breast. No one can deceive me about that. The bond between a child and their mother is profound, particularly the memories of infancy, which are hard to forget. Ayun managed to locate his long-lost mother through the birthmark, making it unlikely that he would mistake her. With tears in his eyes, Ayun stammered. Mom still remembers how I looked as a child. She knows I dislike fish and meat, that I talk in my sleep, and that I love to kick off the blankets. In Ayun's words, a picture of a loving mother emerged, gradually allowing everyone to feel the weight of his unexpressed grievances. After all, he was only 13, and the longing for his biological mother was beyond what an adult could fathom. And how is she now? Aaron inquired with concern. Mother is very haggard and aged. After all these years, she must have endured considerable suffering. She has succumbed to addiction and has become a prostitute under the control of Blood Rose, needing to consume 3 cans of yellow mist daily and entertain at least 10 clients. If things do not go well, she is beaten. I despise what my mother has become, yet what can I do? She is still my mother. Even if she is a prostitute, even if she consumes drugs daily, even if she constantly begs me for money to buy drugs, even if she beats me mercilessly after using, she remains my mother. Just seeing her reminds me that I still have a home. Ayun was unable to continue, as tears flowed freely. The events that followed need not be elaborated upon. It was clear that Simon and Blood Rose had learned of this situation and were using Ayun's mother as leverage to coerce him into espionage. Ayun, too, was a victim in this scenario. His tears silenced the crowd, and Bull sheepishly returned his gun, retreating to a corner to sigh in despair. After a moment of contemplation, Wuchang inquired, "So, does this imply that the information regarding the crystal was also divulged by you?" This was a matter of great concern for Wuchang. During this period, he had extracted a considerable amount of high-quality crystals and, wishing to remain inconspicuous while maximizing his profits, had enlisted Boss Pan to establish a connection with the governor. In a mere half-month, Wuchang had amassed over 90 rainbow coins, which represented his future living expenses. Old Man Ryan had discussed with Wuchang on numerous occasions that Huang'e Star was not a place to linger for long. Given Wuchang's skills, he certainly could not remain indefinitely in this decaying world. However, to live on another planet, he would require a substantial relocation. To illustrate, the journey from Huang'e Star to the capital, Sanhai Star, would cost 15 rainbow coins just for spatial travel, not to mention the exorbitant prices in the capital. Every aspect of life, food, clothing, shelter, required money. While 90 rainbow coins appeared to be a significant sum, a closer inspection would reveal that it barely sufficed for even a week's expenses. Yet now, not even a week's worth of meager income remained, as it had been left behind at the distribution center. A trophy for Simon. Ayun was unable to answer Wuchang's question, for the money left at the distribution center did not belong solely to him. Every individual present, including those miners who had perished, had funds stored there. Aaron had long been a resident of the B1313 mine. Before Boss Pan's arrival, she had already taken charge of the distribution center. In the eyes of the miners, the kind-hearted Aaron was trustworthy. Rather than risk misusing or losing their money, they preferred to entrust it to her. However, today, everyone's hard-earned efforts had been lost amidst the ruins, and Aaron's small safe was no match for Simon's premeditated schemes. The distribution center contained a total of 620 rainbow coins in cash, including 2 precious liquid mercury coins, which belonged to Boss Pan. The remainder belonged to the others, though many of the coins no longer had owners. Aaron's voice was filled with despair, and perhaps Ayun began to recognize the gravity of his actions, as he instinctively tried to hide behind Aaron, unable to face the gaze of those around him. Ryan sighed, stating that blaming anyone now held no significance. It was time to look forward. Wuchang, our minds are in disarray. What should we do next? I hope you can offer some guidance. Wuchang gritted his teeth and declared, "What should we do? Return what is mine and bring back what is taken. Blood for blood, life for life. However, we are not yet strong enough to confront our enemies head-on. Let us head south to a remote area to recuperate. And once we gather more intelligence, we can make our decisions. At this juncture, Wuchang turned to Ayun and said, "There is an abandoned mine shaft leading to the surface in the next tunnel. You should return through there. Back to your mother?" "No, I will not go back," Ayun shouted, rising to his feet. "I know I was wrong. I should not have harmed you, especially not Aunt Aaron. I want to stay and atone for my sins." "Enough," Aaron retorted, turning to slap him across the face. "Hurry back. You have no place in this matter. We have already shown leniency by not holding you accountable. How dare you wish to harm us further?" Ayun had never witnessed such ferocity from Aunt Aaron, leaving him momentarily stunned as he crouched on the ground, speechless. Silence enveloped the mine tunnel once more. After a brief respite, with his wounds bandaged, Wuchang rose and led the group southward, shortly arriving at the entrance of the abandoned mine. "Go now, child. The grievances of the adult world are not for you to meddle in. Return to the north. Back to your mother. Regardless of whether life is good or bad, as you said, at least you have a home." With that, Wuchang and the others descended into the depths once more, leaving Yun standing alone in the black snow. The news of the explosion at the B-1313 mine quickly transformed into an official report, landing on the desks of Mine Supervisor Rhoda and Security Chief Yi Tian. The report detailed the tearful condemnations from eyewitnesses and survivors, denouncing Smith for his reckless hoarding of weapons and ammunition in a mad bid to dominate the surrounding mining areas. However, due to poor management, the military-grade explosives had detonated prematurely, resulting in the tragic loss of over 100 lives. Leaving only 3 wretched survivors, the calamity at B-1313 mine sent shockwaves throughout Huang'e City, marking the most severe incident since the conflict over a decade prior. Governor Yi Fei instructed his subordinates to ensure the perpetrators faced severe punishment. Regrettably, both Boss Pan and his accomplices perished in the disaster, rendering the governor's orders ineffective. Accompanying the situational report were 2 bulging bags, each containing 200 rainbow coins, which were also submitted to Supervisor Rhoda and Chief Yi Tian. Neither of them was naive. Both understood the source of the funds and the intentions behind their delivery. Rhoda graciously accepted the money, while surprisingly, Yi Tian returned the funds to Simon. Simon was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend why Yi Tian would feign integrity during a clandestine bribe. Did he intend to support another representative? Was he attempting to usurp my position? Simon's mind was a whirlwind of anxiety. However, Yi Tian's subsequent actions provided him with some relief. In the ensuing events, Yi Tian did not complicate matters for Simon, and the security team's investigation report aligned closely with Simon's claims. Reflecting a cooperative stance, Sevin had once secretly conversed with Rhoda, yet she too was oblivious to the ulterior motives harbored by Yi Tian. However, one thing was certain. Yi Tian sought to quell the turmoil arising from the recent explosion rather than instigate further conflict. With this newfound clarity, Sevin became increasingly zealous in propelling the auction process for the B-1313 mine, and within less than a week, the auction was convened, spurred on by a cadre of self-serving individuals. Those who managed to secure contracts for mines on Huang'e Star were no ordinary merchants. They were astute and well-informed. It was common knowledge that this was merely a charade orchestrated by Sevin and Rhoda. Given that everything had been predetermined, the others had no choice but to acquiesce to the flow of events. Upon successfully obtaining the rights to the B-1313 mine, Sevin's reputation soared, and all the surrounding mine owners vied for his favor. The unscrupulous Sevin engaged in murder, theft, and collusion, leaving a palpable sense of moral degradation in his wake. The moment Sevin secured the contract, before he could even deliver a statement, his woman, Blood Rose, stormed towards the B-1313 mining area with a throng of workers and heavy machinery. Intent on reconstructing the distribution center, that foolish woman only knew how to make money and failed to consider rewarding me. I shall see how I deal with her later. Sevin leered at Blood Rose's posterior, grinning broadly. Unbeknownst to Sevin, a small figure was weaving through the crowd outside the administrative center of Huang'e City. That figure was Yun, diligently working to earn the drug money for his mother. However, while he busied himself, his peripheral vision remained fixated on Sevin, his eyes betraying a glimmer of hatred. Yun understood that he was powerless against Sevin, and he could not ascertain whether his fixation on him would yield any results. But it was the only way he could think to assist Eileen and the others. Just as Sevin reveled in his triumph, the entities known as the Wuchang found themselves confronted with a dire crisis. The situation traced back to Yun's departure. After escorting him away, Wuchang and his companions returned underground in a bid to expedite their journey. The mole, Pike, led them to the nearby underground drainage system of Huang'e City. It is often said that the level of civilization in a city can be gauged by its drainage system, yet this adage does not quite hold true for Huang'e City. While it boasts an impressive drainage system, the city itself bears no semblance of civilization. Wuchang and his party traversed a circular sewer that stood 10 meters high, surrounded by black volcanic rock and rusted alloy supports. Beneath the supports, steaming sewage bubbled forth, heated by subterranean magma, emitting a peculiar stench. The wastewater flowed southward, destined for the distant sea. This underground drainage system was constructed from abandoned mine shafts, tapping into Huang'e Star's abundant geothermal resources. All the hot water utilized came from underground, with 3 geothermal power plants supplying energy for the entire Huang'e City. As they proceeded, Ryan seized the opportunity to educate his apprentices. Do you know when the spectacle is most magnificent? Every 6 hours, when the wastewater is discharged, All three power plants release their effluent simultaneously. Hundreds of millions of tons of hot water cascade down, filling this sewer to the brim. The sight is truly awe-inspiring. Amidst Ryan's lecture, Pike chimed in, seemingly having emerged from his financial despair. Just as their chatter continued, Wuchang abruptly halted, dropping to the ground in alarm, his face etched with fear as he listened intently. The others were momentarily bewildered. Pike, didn't you say you were most familiar with this terrain? How long did you calculate until the wastewater is discharged? Wuchang pressed, still crouched, at least 3 more hours. I calculated it precisely. Before Pike could finish, Wuchang sprang to his feet, hoisting the incapacitated Eileen onto his back, and dashed forward. Hurry, you must have calculated incorrectly. At this critical juncture, no one dared to question Wuchang's judgment, and the group followed his lead, sprinting recklessly. Along the way, Pike muttered in disbelief, "How could I be wrong? I remember it clearly." Ryan, supporting the injured Man Yo, slapped Pike on the back of the head. "Enough of your rambling. Come help Man Yo." Pike, chastened, assisted Man Yo as they hurried onward. Wuchang's instincts had proven correct. The faint tremors from the north signified that the 3 power plants were indeed discharging wastewater. Geothermal energy, a prevalent resource on Huang'e Star, was harnessed from the scorching spring waters to power the city. Though Huang'e City may be small, it houses a population exceeding 200,000, coupled with the energy demands from surrounding mines, compelling the 3 power plants to operate at full capacity year-round. The hot water accumulated over 6 hours was sufficient to unleash a torrent within the drainage system. Logically, Pike should not have miscalculated such basic knowledge. However, as a mere miner, he had not been notified of any changes to the drainage schedule, resulting in the catastrophic error. Billions of cubic meters of hot water surged forth, filling the main pipeline, which measured over 10 meters in diameter. The tumultuous waves roared like thunder, propelled by a considerable topographical drop. The speed was overwhelming, far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to evade. Had Wuchang not been vigilant, they might have all perished in this deluge. They were unfortunate. Their current location offered no alternative routes, forcing everyone to sprint southward along the alloy platform beside the sewer. Thankfully, Wuchang's premonition had afforded them a mere 5 minutes to escape. Yet, even the strongest human bodies struggle against the forces of nature. Despair seeped into the group, particularly affecting Pike, who had already begun to entertain thoughts of surrender. His feet felt leaden as he dragged the injured Man Yo at the rear of the group. Ryan and Boss Pan ran at the center, their condition slightly better than Man Yo's. But they too were gasping for breath. At the front was Wuchang, carrying Eileen. His strength had reached the level of a 3rd-tier warrior. Despite suffering significant blood loss, his physical foundation was superior to that of the others. However, laden with Eileen and weakened from blood loss and continuous exertion, Wuchang found even his mastery of the dragon and tiger strength to be of little use. The air of despair now clung to him as well. During their frantic flight, Eileen suddenly realized the gravity of their predicament. She forcefully leaped off Wuchang's back, shouting, "Run! Everyone fend for yourselves, those who survive. Remember to avenge us." Before Eileen could finish her sentence, a white wave surged around the corner of the drainage system, signaling the arrival of the flood. This time, even Ryan and Boss Pan ceased hesitating, urging Wuchang, "Run, just go, don't worry about us. Remember to avenge us." At that moment, Man Yo shook off Pike, pointing at him, "You filthy rat, hurry and run with Wuchang. Our hopes rest on you too." Man Yo was right. Both he and Boss Pan were injured, Ryan was aging, and Eileen had her own limitations. The greatest chance of survival lay with Wuchang and Pike. The 4 of them could not become obstacles to their escape. Ryan glared at the 2 who were dawdling, exasperated. "Get moving, both of you." As tears welled in his eyes, he turned to Wuchang. "Do you want to see me die here?" The enraged Ryan pulled a pistol from his waist and pressed it against his own temple. "Get out of here, now!" Wuchang's eyes glistened with tears, not solely due to the poignant scene, but because despair had already taken root in his heart. He had glimpsed the looming flood behind them. At this point, attempting to flee was futile. Life is not a theatrical performance, and the notion of a lone hero reversing the fate of the entire team is a mere fantasy. Just as Wuchang, Eileen, Ryan, Boss Pan, and Man Yo's self-sacrificial spirits were commendable, they could not alter the reality of the impending flood. Wuchang knew that even if he turned to flee now, he had no chance of outrunning the deluge. unless he were in peak condition, capable of unleashing the full potential of his dragon and tiger strength. Unfortunately, life offers no such what-ifs. In that moment, everyone present witnessed the towering white waves behind them. The steaming flood barreling towards them like a mountain. That instant, realization dawned upon all. Everything truly was at an end. Yet, in that critical moment, from the top of the sewer, several shadowy figures, akin to arrows, shot toward them, accompanied by an intense screeching sound. Cannibals? The thought raced through everyone's minds, disbelief washing over them. Was it not enough to perish in the flood? Must we first allow the cannibals to slay and devour us, only to be subsequently submerged? Indeed, the ominous shadows descending from the cave's apex are none other than the warriors of the cannibal tribe. These shrieking, humanoid monstrosities, with their triple rows of razor-sharp teeth glistening with a chilling, ghostly sheen, instill a profound terror at mere sight. Wuchang contemplated the wound upon his shoulder, a shiver coursing up his spine. Humanity possesses a peculiar propensity to choose its own demise, often conjuring a myriad of hypothetical scenarios regarding death. To pass away peacefully in bed, surrounded by loving kin, surely represents the most desirable end. Conversely, death wrought by merciless flames or brutal warfare is unequivocally the most dreadful. Yet, among all forms of death, one is unanimously acknowledged as the worst, being consumed alive by another. This ghastly scenario need not be witnessed firsthand. The very thought of it sends shivers down one's spine. Regrettably, today, everyone finds themselves ensnared in such a dire predicament, one that threatens to unravel the sanity of all present. Caught off guard, no one dares to retaliate, for time has slipped away. The cannibal's swiftness renders even the act of drawing a firearm impossible. Though the elder Ryan clutched a pistol, before he could even redirect it, a massive, armored hand had already swatted it into the river. The cannibal warriors surged into the crowd, hoisting individuals over their shoulders as though they were mere sacks of grain. And then, like a tempest, they charged southward. What is transpiring? Are these cannibals intent on abducting us to their lair for leisurely consumption? Just as the despairing Mr. Pan prepared to draw his weapon for a final act of defiance, Wuchang suddenly cried out, "Do not resist. There is something strange." His words extinguished the suicidal thoughts of all present. Since Aaron had rescued Wuchang from the wilderness, miracles had consistently accompanied him, earning him the moniker Ghost Wuchang among the miners. Those who frequently encounter miracles easily garner the trust of others. Thus, his proclamation momentarily banished their fears of the cannibals. Wuchang himself was uncertain why he uttered such a statement. He merely sensed a peculiar kindness emanating from the cannibals. An instinctual feeling, subtle yet profound. The cannibals that had appeared could be deemed warriors of a formidable caliber. Wuchang estimated that the prowess of the one bearing him surpassed that of the security captain. Yi Tian, coupled with their innate physical superiority, their speed indeed outstripped the surging flood behind them. As they fled, everyone could see the torrent closely trailing them, as if they could reach out and touch it. The flood roared, seemingly unwilling to allow these humble humans to escape. Yet no matter how the deluge quickened its pace, it could not grasp even a thread of their garments. In a brief moment, the surroundings brightened abruptly. A bifurcation emerged, slanting sharply at a 45-degree angle toward the heavens. The passage was not lengthy. Aaron could already discern the dark red leaden clouds and swirling volcanic ash outside. "The ground!" Aaron exclaimed. "We are saved!" In her excitement, she momentarily forgot that they had been rescued by the cannibals, and that soon she might find herself simmering in their pot. A throng of cannibals also seemed exhilarated, chattering excitedly as they leaped onto the path, sprinting towards the surface over the jagged rocks. As the group of cannibals burst forth into the air, a column of steaming water erupted from below, forming a fountain several dozen meters high along the passage. Water droplets sprayed through the air, creating a localized downpour. Once they landed safely, the group stared in awe at the gushing fountain, the heat rising from it rendering them speechless. Ultimately, it was the groundhog Parker who shattered the silence. "You've made me think until my head hurts. My life was actually saved by cannibals?" At that moment, the filthy old man Ryan spoke up. "In the history of human evolution, the history of animal husbandry far exceeds that of agriculture. Our ancestors learned to capture living beings, keeping them alive to breed, thus ensuring a continuous supply of meat without the need for hunting. Ryan's words sent chills through the assembly as they huddled together, eyes fixed on the circle of cannibals surrounding them, their faces paling, particularly upon witnessing those triple rows of sharp teeth. The scene was utterly bizarre. A circle of cannibals loomed over 6 humans, their mouths agape, drooling. While the humans possessed no capacity for resistance. 017 hunting and counterhunting. Huang'e Star is a barren, primordial mineral planet, where the sole valuable resource is the rainbow crystal. Were it not for the crystal, the Mautu star ring would scarcely glance in its direction, let alone consider establishing an administrative system. Consequently, there are no schools, art centers, or research institutions on Huang'e Star. And the scientists from the Mautu star ring have little interest in conducting scientific investigations here. Thus, the cannibals of Huang'e Star remain a mystery, with no one studying their origins or social structure. Nor do we know their intellectual capabilities or physical constitution. What fills the ears of the populace are absurd tales and rumors, with some even suspecting that the cannibals are not biological entities, but rather combat automatons engineered by some grand power. In short, when the topic of cannibals arises, it is steeped in absurdity, as no one possesses scientific evidence to refute such claims. Amid these rumors, the image of the cannibals has grown increasingly terrifying, eventually becoming a collective nightmare for all of Huang'e Star. However, today Wuchang and his companions sensed something peculiar. Their initial fear had morphed into astonishment, all due to the kindness emanating from the cannibals. 12 cannibal warriors formed a circle, while Wuchang and his group huddled together at the center, trembling in trepidation. They endured a half-hour of incessant chattering, yet none of the cannibals made any threatening moves. "What do you think they plan to do with us?" the timid man quietly inquired of Parker beside him. Parker, consumed by tears, was too distraught to respond. It was Ryan who answered, "It appears. For the time being, we are safe. These cannibals can at least be assured that they are not hungry." Perhaps to validate Ryan's assertion, a tall cannibal suddenly approached from a distance, cradling a bundle of dried fish. Upon reaching the perimeter of the circle, he tossed a dozen fish into their midst. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, gazing at the fallen fish, rendered speechless. These blue-backed fish are a local delicacy from Huang'e Star's oceans and are a common staple for the cannibals. Not only do the cannibals relish this fish, but Huang'e City also regularly dispatches fishing vessels to capture this prized catch from the deep sea. "Are you inviting us to dine on fish?" Wuchang cautiously addressed the cannibal. The response was a cacophony of excited chattering, yet the meaning was clear to Wuchang. These fish were indeed intended as their sustenance. Tentatively, Wuchang tore a piece of dried fish, and before he could place it in his mouth, the sight of the cannibals grew exuberant. At that moment, Mr. Pan leaned in, whispering, "Do you truly dare to eat? While the likelihood of poisoning is low, it is still cannibal fare." Before he could finish, a sudden thought struck Pan, and he crouched down, dry heaving. Wuchang frowned, feeling a twinge of nausea himself, yet faced with the moment, he decided to take a gamble. Resolutely stuffing the piece of fish into his mouth, the cannibals erupted in excitement. Just then, a faint, buzzing sound emanated from the northern sky, causing all the cannibals to tremble as if sensing an approaching calamity. The restless cannibal warriors suddenly leaped to their feet, collectively sprinting northward. However, just as their figures vanished amidst the rocky terrain, a violent explosion erupted to the north, flames and smoke shooting skyward. "Damn it. It's the security team. They've come to hunt the cannibals." Indeed, it's a swarm, a dense formation of swarming vehicles. It seems a squadron of land vehicles has been mobilized. Could it be Tion leading them? There was no time for idle chatter or analysis. The group could hardly dare to trust anyone. Once exposed, they would certainly face relentless pursuit from the coyote, Sevin. "Run, while the cannibals distract the security team. Let us hasten our escape. Not far to the south lies a grove of stone pillars. There are plenty of caves where we can hide." Parker, familiar with the terrain, was the first to leap toward the south. Parker was correct. Just within sight to the south stood a cluster of dark stone pillars. In a mere 15 minutes, the 6 had plunged into this thicket, swiftly locating a hiding place. They crowded into a narrow cave, scarcely daring to breathe, concealed in the shadows of the pillars, making it difficult to be detected from above. The security team's land vehicles typically do not venture here. After all, their floating limit is only about 10 meters. While the average height of the stone pillars exceeds 15 meters, Ryan began to explain once more. Can't they lower their height to enter the grove? Wuchang inquired, perplexed. Impossible. The most effective method of dealing with these cannibals is to employ ranged weaponry for shooting. No one dares to engage these creatures in close combat. Should the land vehicles enter this grove, their fate would be utter annihilation. What? Parker timidly inquired. Are you saying that there are cannibals here as well? Of course, came the retort. Beyond the stone forest lies the ocean, which is the territory of the cannibals. And no matter how arrogant Yi Tian may be, he wouldn't dare mobilize the security team to hunt the cannibals there. Why, you ask? Wuchang questioned, perplexed. Do not fret. If fortune smiles upon you, you shall soon uncover the answer. Before Ryan could finish his words, that familiar crackling sound re-emerged. Growing ever closer, it appeared that this convoy of land vehicles had thoroughly swept the northern cannibal tribes and was now advancing toward the stone forest. Wuchang and his companions found themselves at the edge of the stone forest, affording them a clear view of the northern situation. Due to their vantage point, the members of the northern security team were oblivious to the shadowy cave concealed from their sight. 15 two-person land vehicles lined up at the edge of the stone forest, hesitating momentarily before deciding whether to enter the perilous jungle. However, before they could deliberate any longer, a cacophony erupted from within the stone forest. As a swarm of dark figures suddenly leapt from the tops of the towering stone pillars. Clad in armored shells, the cannibals hurled sharp volcanic rocks with all their might, sending one of the security team members tumbling to the ground. Though a maximum of 3 cannibals stood atop each pillar, it was evident that these were the strongest among them. Notably, these cannibals were exceptionally tall, each exceeding 2 meters, and their combat prowess rivaled that of 4th-tier warriors. Observe their armored shells. Many bore sharp barbs, a testament to the strength of these formidable warriors. The stones hurled with the full force of 4th-tier warriors possessed a power akin to ancient trebuchets. No matter how sturdy the security team helmets were, these stones could shatter them. The recently victorious security team members had not anticipated an ambush and were taken completely off guard. 3 land vehicles were struck, billowing smoke as they spun from 10 meters in the air to the ground. As for the security personnel, misfortune struck. 2 were killed on the spot, while 4 others were rendered unconscious. Open fire. Immediately, commanded the leader. The remaining 9 land vehicles swiftly dispersed, executing tactical maneuvers as the swarm formation was activated. The black boxes on either side of the vehicles opened, revealing the 84 rounds of the swarm artillery. The engineer who designed the swarm had once declared, "I shall never program single-shot mode for the swarm. Once the trigger is pulled, it is a merciless barrage." This was Wuchang's first encounter with a weapon of mass destruction in this world. As a volley of rockets surged toward the cannibals like a swarm of hornets, Wuchang truly witnessed the Grim Reaper brandishing his scythe. A single volley unleashed a fiery inferno across a vast expanse of 50 acres. 9 sets of artillery fired simultaneously, all concentrated in the same area. The cannibals who had been hurling stones could not even muster a scream before being obliterated into nothingness. Although the explosion occurred 15 meters above ground, the shockwave reverberated into the cave. That moment, save for Wuchang. Everyone else succumbed to unconsciousness. Wuchang braced himself against the narrow cave entrance, hoping his body could shield against the violent shockwave and searing air. Though he knew it would be futile, the cave housed his friends, those he wished to protect. The explosion lasted but an instant, yet in that brief moment, the 50-acre expanse of stone pillars was utterly devastated. Rocks of all sizes rained down like a torrential downpour, quickly burying the entrance where they had sought refuge, leaving only a small opening for Wuchang to witness the unforgettable scene. As the security team members swaggered about, surveying their apparent triumph, they could scarcely fathom that these seemingly mute cannibals had laid a second ambush. Dark figures suddenly surged forth from the north, darting through the air like arrows. The warriors who had just hurled stones were mere bait. Their demise had provided an opportunity for the more elite cannibals to strike. As anticipated, the cannibals engulfed in flames had successfully disoriented the security personnel present. When they finally turned to confront the newly arrived cannibals, there was no time left to react. The roaring cannibals charged at the land vehicles, knocking soldiers to the ground and ripping open their throats with their claws, extracting their hearts. These cannibals possessed strength comparable to 5th-tier warriors, far beyond the capacity of the initial tier soldiers to withstand. The swarm artillery had no time to fire again, and the soldiers' handguns proved ineffective. Although the high-energy bullets could penetrate the cannibal shells, they merely perforated them. Inflicting fatal wounds was an impossibility. Over 50 cannibal warriors besieged more than 20 human soldiers, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Wuchang watched helplessly as humans were torn to shreds in midair, blood and entrails cascading down like rain. An ambush. We are caught in an ambush. These cannibals have evolved. They set up 2 layers of traps. Before the squad leader could finish his report, one of his arms was torn from his body. Ah! The squad leader screamed, hastily activating the self-destruct mechanism of the land vehicle. Yetion, avenge our brothers. In the midst of the violent explosion, the last soldier perished. From the moment the cannibals began hurling stones to the successful 5th-tier ambush. Less than half an hour elapsed. Such a swift and dramatic reversal was unfathomable. Wuchang remained in a daze, staring at the jubilant cannibals, when a faint voice urged him, "Quick, get out now. Seize a land vehicle." Turning around, he saw the dirty old man, Ryan, speaking. He had awakened from the earlier explosion. The old man seemed to anticipate Wuchang's questions and continued, "This level of shockwave is nothing to me. I've endured far stronger before and have long since adapted. Now is not the time for conversation. You must hurry outside. Do not let those cannibals destroy the land vehicles. We need them to escape, and time is running short. Time is running short. What is about to happen?" Wuchang pressed, straining to push the stones aside. "Do not ask. I have no time to explain," the old man replied, rousing each of the unconscious individuals. "Wake up, quickly. If you value your lives, do not sleep, in no time." Wuchang managed to clear a passage for escape. As he crawled out, he was met with the sight of over 100 cannibals converging from the chaotic pile of stones. Forget about those cannibals. They will celebrate their victory. These savages will not rest until they've had their fill. "Will they eat me?" Wuchang asked cautiously. "How should I know? I only know that if you do not rush to seize a land vehicle, we will all perish." Silently, Wuchang observed the gathering mass of cannibals, clenched his teeth, and sprinted toward the site where the land vehicle had crashed. The old man Ryan's analysis proved accurate. The cannibals indeed had a penchant for celebrating their victories. This time, they had wiped out an entire squad of soldiers, marking a significant triumph in their war history. Hundreds, if not thousands, of cannibals emerged from the depths of the stone forest, screeching as they gathered on the battlefield. With determination, Wuchang pressed forward. To his surprise, although the cannibals regarded him with curiosity, none exhibited any intent to attack. Before the watchful eyes of thousands of cannibals, Wuchang reached the crash site. Having operated heavy machinery alongside Boss Pan, he was not unfamiliar with the land vehicle's controls, although the weapon systems remained complex. Fumbling in his haste, he managed to start a land vehicle, inadvertently activating the swarm artillery. As the 84 black barrels revealed themselves, the gathered cannibals went into a frenzy. The cannibals were all too familiar with the swarm artillery and instinctively recoiled in fear, some even picking up stones, seemingly preparing to attack. "Turn it off. Turn off that orange button with the skull logo. Are you trying to kill us?" shouted Ryan from the ground. Only then did Wuchang locate the peculiar switch. Once the firing chamber was deactivated, the cannibals finally calmed down. The squad consisted of 6 members, requiring 3 functional land vehicles. Fortunately, the earlier cannibal fury had been directed at the soldiers, leaving the iron machines largely unscathed, allowing the squad to locate 3 relatively intact land vehicles. "Start up. We need to flee southward, as far away as possible," Ryan commanded, leading Boss Pan as they charged forward in a land vehicle. The land vehicle's design resembled a motorcycle Wuchang was familiar with, albeit with the wheels replaced by anti-gravity devices. It was this mechanism that allowed the land vehicle to hover above the ground. However, lacking driving experience, Wuchang relinquished the front seat to Eileen, taking a position at the back. Eileen let out a wild scream, exclaiming that she had always dreamed of racing in a military land cruiser, and today, she was finally indulging in that thrill. "Hold on tight, you brat. I'll show you what speed truly means." Before she could finish her sentence, the land cruiser shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Had it not been for Wuchang's formidable skill in horse riding, managing to clamp the vehicle's front with his thighs just in time, Eileen would have surely been thrown off in no time. Eileen's land cruiser was racing neck and neck with Ryan's, while behind them, the groundhog Parker chased closely with his wild bull, which seemed rather vexed at being left behind. incessantly urging Parker to hasten. "You useless fool, step on it. You can't even manage a simple race, and you won't even get to eat warm dung. Shut up. They took the good vehicles. Ours is faulty." "What nonsense. I see it's just your clumsiness." Wuchang ignored the bickering behind him and, clutching Eileen's waist against the fierce wind, inquired of Ryan, "Why are we running? What are we hiding from, Boss Pan?" Sitting behind Ryan, tilted his head to evade the gusts of wind rushing into his mouth and shouted, "We're dodging naval cannon fire, escaping from the bombardment of orbital battleships in space." "What the hell?" "Speak louder. I can't hear you." The land cruiser was now reaching a speed of 60 miles per hour, with wind resistance becoming quite significant. Speaking was a challenge, let alone breathing. Nevertheless, Boss Pan continued to shout to clarify for Wuchang. Planetary orbital battleships, rotating around planets like satellites, represent the most basic type of space warfare vessels. There are only 2 of them in total around our Huang'e Star. Yi Tian had lost an entire squadron of brothers. He would undoubtedly gather the naval cannons for revenge, but of course, he didn't have the authority to directly command the space fleet. The command of the orbital battleships lay in the hands of the governor. However, the loss of an entire squadron today was too devastating. The governor would be furious and certainly wouldn't counter Yi Tian's request. "Just wait and see. Those several thousand cannibals will surely perish." Through Boss Pan's explanations, Wuchang learned that above the thick volcanic clouds of Huang'e Star, 2 orbital battleships were lingering in low Earth orbit. This was the most formidable armed force of Huang'e Star, and the energy cannons aboard could obliterate half of Huang'e City with a single shot or rupture the outer shell of a dormant volcano, turning it into an active one. The power of the energy cannons was immense. Yet their cost was exorbitant. A single shot consumed 800 rainbow coins, not to mention depreciation and maintenance costs. Including labor and gray income, a single energy projectile would require at least 1,600 rainbow coins. This price was unimaginable for miners. 160,000 gold coins equated to 1,600 rainbow coins, or 16 liquid silver coins. What? You ask what liquid silver coins look like? Hell, how would I know? Liquid silver coins were legendary currency on Huang'e Star. Beyond the imagination of ordinary miners, even people like Boss Pan and the coyote Sevin might not possess a few. War truly was a money-burning machine. Whether on Earth or in this future world, the cost of a single shell could equate to the lifetime earnings of an ordinary worker. Half an hour. Let us run as far as we can. The farther we go, the safer we'll be. Under Boss Pan's urging, the group had covered nearly 30 kilometers, the northern scenery gradually fading into obscurity, while from the south, they could faintly hear the sound of the tide. Just then, a sudden tremor of light coursed through the heavens and the earth. The eternally unchanging dense volcanic clouds in the sky suddenly emitted a peculiar glow. Though it flashed by almost instantaneously, old Ryan knew precisely what it signified. For reasons unknown, he chose to bring the land cruiser to a stop atop a stone pillar. Gazing northward at the sky, he softly stated, "No need to run anymore, Wuchang. You should witness this miracle." The bizarre phenomenon in the sky seemed to synchronize with Ryan's actions. The northern volcanic clouds suddenly brightened, and in the blink of an eye, a massive void swirled into existence in the sky. Wuchang was utterly at a loss to describe the enormity of that void. Even at a distance of 30 kilometers, one could still feel its astonishing vastness, capable of enveloping the entirety of Huang'e City. Before Wuchang could express his astonishment, a sacred white beam of light descended from the heavens, perhaps due to perspective or distance. That beam appeared to move exceedingly slowly as it penetrated from space down to the ground. Wuchang understood that the so-called slowness was merely an illusion. The speed of energy weapons was equivalent to the speed of light. In truth, the moment the void opened in the clouds, an explosion had already occurred on the ground in the eyes of the beholders. The towering stone forest was swept away as if caught in a tempest. And stone pillars, thick enough for 4 or 5 people to embrace, instantly transformed into mere dust in the air, creating a colossal explosion pit with a diameter reaching 10 kilometers. The shockwave obliterated everything within that 10-kilometer radius, even melting rocks into the most common lava of Huang'e Star. Those cannibals were surely all dead. By the time we left, there were nearly 2,000 of them. Strangely, Wuchang's words carried a hint of melancholy. Before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed toward them, the shockwave of the explosion having traversed 30 kilometers. Though this force had lost its lethality, they could still sense the power contained within it. As the wind passed, Ryan suddenly spoke in a peculiar tone. "What did you just say? I feel like you might have some sympathy for the cannibals. Do I? I didn't feel that at all." Wuchang quickly retorted, "At that moment, Boss Pan chimed in, "There's something odd. Wuchang, you're definitely acting strange. Just now, when you opened the swarm's shooting chamber, those cannibals attempted to hurl stones at you." Here, Boss Pan paused for a moment. "However, I distinctly saw those elite cannibal warriors preventing their fellow kin from acting, as if they weren't worried you would harm them, seemingly intent on protecting you, Wuchang. Could it be that you truly are the ghost Wuchang?" Boss Pan's words alerted everyone present, even those with lower intellect, like the Wild Bull and Parker, sensed something was amiss. Ever since they encountered the cannibals, their small group had been shrouded in strangeness. The cannibals not only refrained from harming them but also saved their lives, even providing them with food. "Ryan, don't you dare mention livestock. They didn't T-block us while we were escaping." Eileen frowned, saying, "I fear there's only one reasonable explanation left. Wuchang, you are indeed a ghost Wuchang. Yes, you are indeed a ghost Wuchang." The members of the squad echoed in unison, leaving Wuchang both amused and exasperated. 019 Naval Cannon 9 consecutive shots. The moniker of Ghost Wuchang had already gained notoriety on Huang'e Star, and Wuchang had never anticipated that this title would eventually resonate throughout the universe, even transforming into a belief for countless individuals at present. He merely found the nickname rather amusing. As the brilliance of the cannon fire gradually faded, the small team gathered atop the stone pillar, gazing at the void in the northern sky, anxiously deliberating their next course of action. The north was temporarily unreachable. During this flight for survival, nearly everyone present bore injuries, necessitating the search for a secure location to recuperate. However, it appeared that aside from the territory of the cannibals, the rest of the areas were perilous. Although they were unaware of why the cannibals spared them, one thing was certain. The goodwill extended by the cannibals was genuine. Just as the group's consensus was about to be reached, the volcanic clouds in the sky exhibited another peculiar discharge phenomenon, with strange lights flickering within the clouds. What is happening? Could there be another naval bombardment? Is the governor mad? Ryan was the first to stand. Sure enough, as everyone redirected their gaze toward the horizon, a colossal void appeared in the southern sky, its area at least double that of the previous one. Insanity, utter madness. Am I losing my mind? Or has Governor Yifei lost his? Pan Boss could hardly fathom the situation. Regardless of whether everyone understood or not, the energy cannon's firing could not be hindered. The sacred white beam descended once more, but this time, its target was the beach over 40 kilometers to the south. Wuchang hadn't anticipated that this energy cannon attack would be linear. The beam of light, akin to a divine brush held in a deity's hand, meticulously traced the boundary of the beach. They watched as the beam redrew the southern coastline, and everyone believed that after the stroke of this brush, not a single cannibal would remain on the beach directly south of Huang'e City. Each cannon fire could clear approximately 100 kilometers of coastline, and today, the cannon had fired a total of 9 times. This meant that aside from the energy shell aimed north, a staggering 800 kilometers of the southern coastline had been obliterated. The assault persisted for a full hour, when the beam of light finally ceased to appear. The filthy old man, Ryan, collapsed onto the stone pillar, his lips quivering as he uttered, "There are ghosts, truly there are ghosts. Something monumental is about to occur in Huang'e City. Governor Yifei must have lost his mind." No one questioned Ryan's assessment. The 9 rounds of naval bombardment had cost an astonishing 6,400 rainbow coins just for the energy shells, which when converted into gold amounted to an unimaginable 640,000 gold coins, equivalent to an entire quarter's tax revenue for Huang'e Star. Within less than an hour, Governor Yifei had exhausted the entire tax income of the planet for a quarter. The 640,000 gold coins represented merely the base cost. If calculated at the standard accounting rates, this figure would undoubtedly double. I know Yifei all too well. That fellow would not let such an opportunity slip by without skimming a little off the top. Yet, I simply cannot comprehend how his typically cautious nature would lead him to engage in such brazen corruption. In just 1 hour, he had squandered 1.2 million gold coins. Did he not fear the scrutiny of the Anti-Corruption Bureau in the capital Star Circle? Boss Pan's questions remained unanswered. It was not only their small team that was bewildered. The entirety of Huang'e City and its surrounding mining areas were equally dumbfounded. The sheer power of the naval bombardment had rendered a clear view of Huang'e City from over 100 kilometers to the north, leaving everyone puzzled as to what madness had overtaken the governor today. In previous years, there would scarcely be a single round fired, yet today he unleashed 9 consecutive shots in an instant. Mining supervisor Rotter and his companion, the cunning Sevin, were enjoying drinks at a bar's sealed observation deck, taking in the view of Huang'e City through reinforced glass. However, there was little to admire unless one had an affinity for the aesthetics of hell. Just as Rotter and Sevin were casually discussing the distant lava falls, the sound of cannon fire startled them. They've opened fire? What on earth is happening? Is the governor simply bored? Or has Etion resumed his purge of the cannibals? Rotter downed a glass of wine, indignation seeping through his words. These members of the Yi family are nothing but lunatics, utterly unreasonable. Just a few days ago, Etion rejected my offer of money, and now they're firing cannons out of sheer ennui. While Rotter could afford to voice his grievances about the governor and the captain of the guards, Sevin dared not do so. Not only due to the disparity in their status, but also because Yi and Etion were both peripheral members of the royal family. Members of the Yi clan were notoriously difficult to provoke in the Ma2 star circle. As it was a name associated with royalty, Captain Yi is truly dedicated. It is precisely his diligent extermination of the cannibals that has spared Huang'e City from their harassment for decades. Drink up and spare me your flattery. They can't hear you. Rotter thought disdainfully of Sabin's sycophantic attitude. Initially, they assumed this was merely an interlude, but before long, they were astonished to witness another round of naval fire erupting from the southern horizon. To their shock, this time it was an 8-gun salvo. Heavens! Something is terribly amiss. Yi and Etion must be concealing something from us, Rotter exclaimed, leaping to his feet and pacing the room. His agitation evident as he pulled at his hair in frustration. What could it be? What calamity could justify Yi, that miser, firing off 9 rounds? What was his intent? As Rotter anxiously contemplated the situation, a notification from his portable terminal suddenly illuminated his wrist, signaling an incoming email. Upon opening it, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he slammed his right hand onto the table. Despicable, truly despicable, you 2 gluttons. Do not think I will refrain from cursing you just because you bear the surname Yi. You are nothing but scoundrels. Sevin, sensing the mounting tension, grasped Rotter's arm and implored, Please, do not frighten me. What is happening? Just tell me. Suddenly, Rotter seized Sabin's collar, his expression fierce as he declared, I don't care what methods you employ, even if it costs lives, you must procure a piece of rainbow crystal exceeding 10 centimeters in length within a month. This is a matter of life and death. What? Sevin gasped, nearly brought to tears. 10 centimeters. Are you trying to take my life? His distress was warranted. Rainbow crystals were exceedingly delicate, and anything over 5 centimeters could be used for orbital warships, while 10 centimeters could be fashioned into space-folding engines for frigates. 10 centimeters, my friend. You, too, are a graduate of the Imperial University. You know such crystals are not simply available at will. Before Sevin could finish, Rotter pulled him close and whispered urgently, Do you not realize that an opportunity that could alter our fates is within reach? The unusual behavior of Yi and Etion in recent days is merely a prelude to this chance. Do not question me. What I tell you now will be of no assistance. Your task is to exhaust every possible means to acquire that crystal, though not say I did not warn you. If we seize this opportunity, perhaps we shall ascend and escape this wretched planet. Ultimately, Rotter refrained from revealing the secrets he possessed, yet Sevin did not doubt his words. After all, Rotter had an uncle holding a position of authority in the capital Huang'e Star. A status that was beyond Sevin's imagination. Without delay, Sevin took his subordinates and boarded a land vehicle, racing toward the mining area. How he coerced the miners into descending into the shafts was of little consequence. Given his intellect and mindset, it was likely he would resort to the most violent and direct means rather than the carrot-and-stick approach. The 9 consecutive bombardments by the orbital warships had indeed caused immense chaos in Huang'e City. Countless citizens poured into the streets to gaze at the southern sky, their conversations buzzing with speculation. Amidst this turmoil, the most exhilarated were a group of small-time thieves led by Ayun. A few children banded together, darting through the crowd, quickly amassing a small fortune. In a dark alley, For small figures divided their spoils, Ayun. You should take the larger share, or else your mother will beat you again. Indeed, Ayun, your mother consumes 3 cans of mist a day, which costs 30 gold coins. How can you afford that? What's she like as a mother? If Ayun doesn't earn 30 gold coins, she'll beat him to a pulp. Why doesn't she mention how she abandoned him before? 2 of Ayun's companions expressed their indignation over his plight, yet Ayun remained silent. Alongside him, a small boy known as Alyang stood in quietude. Alyang remained mute until the chatter of the other children faded, at which point he softly said to Ayun, "You know I don't need much money, I'll keep just enough for food, and the rest is yours." With that, Alyang pressed the coins into Ayun's embrace. Ayun could not accept the money. It was already generous of his friends to give him the larger share. If he were to take what was rightfully Alyang's, it would be an unforgivable betrayal. Ultimately, Alyang could not convince Ayun and left. Yet before departing, he melancholically told Ayun, "You can come find me whenever you need money." Ayun watched Alyang retreat in confusion, pondering for a while but arriving at no conclusions. Ultimately turning to leave. When Ayun returned to the supply center at mining area A332, he found his mother leaning against the bar, drinking. "What, did you think Sister Jing, would still owe you a few drinks? My son will surely bring back dozens of gold coins today. Do not look down on me." The heavily made-up woman, dressed provocatively, argued with the server. Before long, the server conceded, unable to contest the reality of the woman's debts. Having barely sipped her drink, Sister Jing noticed her son cowering in the corner. "Oh, my son. Why don't you come over? Why are you hiding from me?" She stood up and embraced Ayun, showering him with affectionate kisses. Though to outsiders, her smile appeared insincere, her makeup crumbling. Indeed, when Sister Jing rifled through Ayun's belongings and opened the pouch, her previously tender expression vanished. "You lazy good-for-nothing. Out all day, and you bring back so little? What good is this amount?" With a sharp slap, she struck Ayun across the face. "What use is it to have given birth to you, a worthless child, if you can only steal 22 gold coins? How am I supposed to live with this? What is this worth? You lazy pig," as she berated and kicked him. Ayun, merely 13 and frail, quickly curled up beneath the bar, resembling a frightened puppy unwilling to resist. Sister Jing, perhaps in the throes of her addiction, grew increasingly violent, her sharp boots indiscriminately striking Ayun, tearing open several wounds and staining his clothes with blood. "Stop!" At that moment, a youthful voice echoed from the airtight door. Turning to look, they saw Ayun's little friends, including Alyang. "Crazy woman! If you dare to touch Ayun again, I will fight you." Alyang, resembling a small tiger, positioned himself protectively in front of Ayun, exuding an aura that even made Sister Jing take a step back. "In the morning, Blood Rose sought you out, but I forgot to inform you. You should hurry to the back to meet the boss and stop causing a scene here." Sister Jing, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Alyang and the others, spat on the ground, and turned to walk deeper into the distribution center. Watching Sister Jing retreat further away, a younger waiter sighed and helped Ayun to his feet. "Don't blame your mother. She was entranced by the illusion mist. Don't you see? In the entirety of Huang'e City, is there truly anyone who uses drugs that is normal?" After saying this, the waiter took out a wound spray and applied it to Ayun's injury. The spray stung painfully as it touched the wound, often causing even adults to wince. Yet Ayun showed no sign of discomfort. His face devoid of expression, Alyang recognized that Ayun was at the peak of his sorrow and was about to offer words of comfort when Ayun spoke first. "It is only natural for a mother to discipline her son. I haven't seen her in 7 years. She merely wishes to repay me for the love she owes. You don't understand. A mother's discipline is always for her child's benefit." The others, observing Ayun's serious demeanor, realized he was speaking sincerely, not in jest or confusion. However, the more sincere he was, the more it infuriated his 3 companions, who felt a surge of frustration at Ayun's obstinacy. "We can't be bothered with you. Even if your mother were to beat us to death, we wouldn't care," they retorted before turning and fleeing. After the waiter finished tending to Ayun's wounds, he felt at a loss on how to console him and could only bring him some food, encouraging him to rest in a corner. Siyun sat alone in the corner, tending to his wounds. In the innermost chamber of the distribution center, Blood Rose was savoring the exquisite local grape wine, while Sister Jing sat before her, indulging in the illusion mist. "So, Iyun hasn't he had contact with Wuchang for quite some time? Blood Rose inquired suddenly. Hearing the boss's question, Sister Jing quickly switched off the illusion mist bottle and replied with a sycophantic smile. Yes, ever since he returned. I've tried to reach out to him many times. But he insists he has no connections. I believe he is lying. Blood Rose contemplated Iyun's infatuation with her and mused. He likely wouldn't he deceive you. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Oh dear, don't worry, Boss Iyun has confided in me that Wuchang was indeed attacked by the cannibal tribe. The wound on his shoulder was inflicted by them, and it's been said that a considerable amount of blood was drained from him. Just think, who in Huang'e Star could possibly escape the cannibal tribe? You make a valid point. Iyun's words align closely with those of Poison Bia-Do.it, seems they truly are not lying. At this juncture, Blood Rose suddenly smirked and remarked, Do you still wish to continue this charade? I've noticed you've become quite addicted to being a mother these days. Sister Jing laughed at this, her face losing its makeup in the process. Look at you, such a foolish boy. If I don't deceive him, who would I allow to deceive him? You don't know, this lad doesn't he retaliate or curse back. He can still earn me dozens of gold coins a day. You know I can't get through a day without at least 3 bottles of illusion mist, so please, don't expose me. Just let me enjoy a few more days. If Iyun had been present at that moment, he would likely have gone mad with rage, ready to eliminate this drug-addicted woman, for unbeknownst to him, a conspiracy surrounded him. The woman claiming to be Iyun's mother was nothing but a complete fraud. Poor Iyun remained ensnared in the illusion of maternal love, unable to extricate himself. Time passed, and after indulging in the illusion mist, Sister Jing returned to the hall. Perhaps the effects of the mist calmed her considerably, or perhaps the previous conversation stirred a hint of remorse within her, for she approached Iyun's corner and sat beside the sleeping boy. Foolish child, I was just wrong to you. I simply cannot endure the days without illusion mist. Please forgive me. Sister Jing gently caressed the wound on Iyun's head, the very one she had just inflicted. Sleep now. Don't blame your mother. As Sister Jing tenderly stroked Iyun's head, tears streamed down Iyun's face in slumber. Perhaps he was dreaming, or perhaps he was not truly asleep at all. However, one thing was certain. The following day, Iyun would surely exert himself to assist his mother in stealing, willing to endure any hardship for the sake of providing her with the means to procure drugs. The night grew late, and it was not just Iyun who was sleepless. In the 3 mining areas controlled by Sevin, a small mobilization meeting was underway. Beneath the glaring searchlights, amid the gray volcanic ash that resembled feathers of snow. On this frigid night at the bottom of the A332 mine, over 100 experienced miners had been gathered by Sevin. Though ostensibly invited respectfully, the sight of the thugs wielding whips, electric rods, and guns made it clear that none of the miners dared to consider themselves guests. My good brothers, among you, the one who has followed me the least likely has been here for at least 2 years. Since we are all familiar faces, let me ask you, what sort of person am I, Sevin? He queried, standing atop an alloy tool platform. However, his question received no response. All the miners were at a loss for words. Unfazed, Sevin pointed to himself and proclaimed, Loyalty, that's what it is. On this Huang'e Star, if I were to rank second in loyalty among the bosses, who the hell would dare claim the first spot? Isn't that right? Yes. Sevin's speech garnered only a feeble response. His face twitched in dissatisfaction with the miner's lackluster reaction. You lot are a bunch of criminals exiled from other planets, smugglers, even deserters and pirates. You hide and seek refuge in the universe. If it weren't for me, Sevin, protecting you, you'd have long been lined up for execution. Tio put it bluntly, I am your guardian angel. Your rebirth parents. Now, I find myself in a bit of trouble and need your assistance. Let me be clear. Those who help me through this crisis will remain my brothers. Anyone who causes a disturbance will not leave this mine alive. At this point, Sevin ceased to conceal his intentions, signaling to Adu beside him. Adu led dozens of thugs into the crowd, who proceeded to grab miners and forcefully place confinement bracelets on their wrists. The more than 100 miners were not fools. Upon seeing the bracelets, they realized their dire predicament. Confinement bracelets. Those are often used in prisons. They contain explosives, someone shouted, and chaos erupted as people frantically attempted to flee. Given that this was a mine, the surroundings were considerably higher than the center, and the thugs wielding whips and electric rods rained blows down upon the miners attempting to escape. Open fire. Shoot a few, and they all settle down. Sevin, his nose flaring with anger, gave the order. Gunfire erupted, and 3 innocent miners fell into pools of blood. This time, the remaining miners complied, crouching on the ground with their hands on their heads. What the hell? I only asked you to mine. Is that too much to ask? Why are you running? You're asking for trouble. He continued, listen well, double the explosives in the confinement bracelets. Let us see who dares to flee. You all must understand, within a month, you are to extract crystals longer than 10 centimeters for me. If you fail, you can expect to die in this mine. After delivering this ultimatum, Sevin turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a group of terrified miners. Such scenes unfolded across the 3 mining areas under Sevin's control, with a total of over 400 miners being driven into the mines, particularly in the newly seized B1313 mining area, where Sevin held the highest hopes. Over 200 miners were forced in. Undoubtedly, these 400 miners bore confinement bracelets that were nearly impossible to remove. Anyone who dared to disobey would be mercilessly torn apart by the explosives within. In just one night, Sevin's tyranny had spread throughout Huang'e Star. Although the miners were little different from slaves, no one truly dared to treat them as such, for once one did, no migrant would choose to work in their mines again. As contractors were not in short supply, Sevin's actions that night could be described as killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, yet he had no choice. The mining supervisor, Luada, had given him a death order. This was a gamble. A triumph would elevate him, but failure would leave him with nothing. Extracting crystals longer than 10 centimeters was no simple task. The Interstellar patrol fleet had only around 20 vessels in the entire Huang'e Star sector, accumulated over 30 years. From this data, it was easy to deduce that producing even one such crystal in a year would be remarkable. Now, expecting to acquire one in a month was indeed a delusion. From that day forth, all contractors across Huang'e Star speculated about Sevin's true intentions. Although guessing the truth was challenging, one thing was certain. Sevin had encountered significant trouble. Not only is Sevin in grave trouble, but so too are the members of Wuchang's party, who find themselves several dozen kilometers south of Huang'e City. This beleaguered group of refugees began their journey toward the southern beach after the bombardment of naval artillery ceased. For only by approaching the sea could they hope to find edible sustenance. However, on the second day of their trek, an unexpected event transpired. The nights on Huang'e Star are bitterly cold, and during these frigid hours, Wuchang often reminisces about the comforting campfires of Earth. Yet, Huang'e Star is a planet from a primordial geological era, where life thrives solely within the oceans, leaving the land barren and desolate. Here, one cannot find even a single piece of firewood, let alone a blade of grass. Fortunately, Wuchang has Pike, who is still clad in a miner's jacket containing a wealth of emergency supplies, including simple mining lamps capable of emitting both light and warmth. When 4 of these lamps are gathered together, they can provide a significant amount of heat, enough to transform their humble cave into a haven of warmth, especially with the rocks barricading the entrance, offering a sense of security. Just as the group was settling in for an early rest, the sudden sound of rustling footsteps outside the cave sent a wave of alertness through them. The cave where Wuchang's party is camped is perilously close to the southern edge of the stone pillar jungle. This area had recently been cleared by the bombardment of an orbital warship, resulting in the destruction of numerous cannibalistic encampments. The shoreline, once eroded by waves, was now transformed into a landscape of black glass. The remnants of rock melted by artillery fire. After the cleansing by the energy cannons, this beach had become a desolate realm devoid of life, and it would remain so for at least the next 6 months. Yet, tonight bore an eerie twist, as footsteps echoed in the dead of night. The sound grew increasingly closer, heightening the group's vigilance. Before they could extinguish their mining lamps, the large stone at the cave's entrance suddenly exploded outward with a resounding crash. In the flickering light, Wuchang discerned a middle-aged man standing at the cave's mouth, unarmed yet imposing. His hair was a mix of black and gray, and the heavy breathing mask he wore was of a style Wuchang had never encountered. Clad in a fitted gray camouflage suit and military boots, the man exuded an air of danger. Wuchang felt a surge of caution. This man was not to be trifled with. The knowledgeable Ryan whispered a warning. If I'm not mistaken, that man's gear is top-tier military equipment from the Stiletto brand. Look at that portable backpack. It's crafted from the dragon hide produced in the Fallen Stars region. Ryan's voice had dropped to a near whisper. Yet it still reached the ears of the mysterious man. Clearly taken aback by Ryan's insight, the stranger had not anticipated encountering someone who recognized elite stiletto gear on Huang'e Star. Impressive. It seems you are not mere miners. The man rasped, his voice grating against the ears of all present. An acoustic attack? Pan, the leader, exclaimed upon hearing the peculiar timbre. Who are you? A stalwart? Or perhaps a battlefield ace? The man's expression froze for a moment. Caught off guard by Pan's inquiry. What kind of miners are you, to recognize top-tier military gear and see through my identity? He muttered, astonished. Ha, a battlefield ace. You've overestimated me. I'm merely a stalwart. This, Pan and Ryan's expressions shifted dramatically. They suddenly became exceedingly respectful, imploring, Sir, given your esteemed status, surely you would not wish to harm us poor refugees. We beseech you to show mercy. The middle-aged man glanced up at the sky, contemplating for a moment before responding. I am afraid I have compelling reasons to kill you. You should come to terms with that. With that, he launched a lightning-fast left hook aimed directly at Pan's heart. No one anticipated this mysterious figure would strike so suddenly, nor with such speed. Pan had no time to react, but Wuchang was quick to intervene, shoving Pan aside and intercepting the oncoming fist. As the blow connected with his arm, Wuchang felt as if he had been struck by a charging rhinoceros. Staggering back 4 or 5 steps, barely avoiding a fall. Impressive. You astound me. Not only do you possess keen eyesight, but your skills are also commendable. With 70% of my strength, you managed to remain standing without breaking a bone? Truly unfortunate. I would hate to see such a promising individual perish at my hands. Before his words could fade, the middle-aged man executed a swift sidekick, his leg whipping toward Wuchang's head like the wind. The combination of punch and kick was delivered with such rapidity that Wuchang had no choice but to brace himself with his arms. At that moment, he unleashed the power of the Huang'e style, channeling its ancient energy into his limbs, rendering his arms as solid as iron. The kick struck with such force that Wuchang was sent soaring like a severed kite, crashing against a stone pillar several meters away, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Though the mysterious man had succeeded in sending Wuchang flying, confusion clouded his eyes. He suddenly felt as though his kick had collided not with flesh but with alloy, the rebound causing a dull ache in his right foot. Wuchang swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Through their exchange of blows, he had discerned the assailant's strength. He was a 4th-tier martial artist, on par with Tian. While Wuchang knew he was no match for him, he also realized he would not be easily crushed. What truly concerned him was the so-called stalwart. Regrettably, his master Ryan had never imparted any knowledge about this concept, leaving Wuchang unfamiliar with its implications. Retreating in the face of adversity was not Wuchang's nature, especially in a situation where there was no path of escape. When brave souls meet, the courageous prevail. Wuchang steeled himself for a fight. The Huang'e style, an ancient martial tradition, emphasizes the cultivation of finesse and endurance. In contrast, the mysterious man was clearly a practitioner of a more aggressive style, akin to modern military combat techniques. Against such an opponent, Wuchang knew he had to rely on his agility to outlast him. As Wuchang began to employ the intricate footwork of the Huang'e style, the mysterious man found himself facing not a single adversary but a phantom. That Wuchang's body moved in impossible arcs, evading the man's lightning-fast punches while delivering a series of treacherous strikes. Underarms, elbows, knees, and the back of the head, targeting every conceivable weak point. To Ryan and the others, Wuchang appeared as a tempest, a whirlwind defying the laws of physics, ensnaring his foe in a relentless gale. This struggle endured for a full 15 minutes, during which Wuchang landed 6 punches and 4 kicks, while the mysterious man could only retaliate with 3 strikes. Anger welled within the man. He had not anticipated being unable to dominate this youth, whose strength he had quickly assessed as barely surpassing the 2nd tier. On the verge of breaking into the 3rd, despite being weaker, this boy had managed to stalemate him through that bizarre footwork, a humiliation he could not accept. Finally, the middle-aged man spoke. You insolent brat. Do not overestimate yourself. You are still far behind. Strangely, this phrase once again triggered that disorienting sensation, even more potent than before. The utterance of the final 3 words, Pike and Aaron could not withstand it, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed within the cave. Ryan and Pan fared no better. clutching the rocks as they fought the nausea rising within them, desperate to purge their stomachs of nothingness. At that moment, Wuchang too felt the oppressive weight of the man's voice, as if 1,000 ants were crawling upon his heart, a sensation he now understood as the definition of torment. Although Wuchang was aware that retreat was an option, his innate ferocity and stubbornness prevailed. As he witnessed his friends hanging by a thread, his fury reached a boiling point, and in that instant, he resolved upon a path of mutual destruction. 4 consecutive strikes, Tiger Break. Now, Wuchang's mind was consumed by this singular thought, the image of his master's demonstration of Tiger Break replaying in his mind like a slow-motion film. He recalled his master's words, "The nail fist is indeed formidable, yet it is merely the introductory technique of the Huang'e style. A nail fist that has not achieved the realm of Tiger Break is nothing but trash." Wuchang could never have foreseen that he would inadvertently breach the intricate realm of Tiger Break in this foreign world. Perhaps he had merely scratched the surface, yet even this rudimentary level left the mysterious man utterly dumbfounded. Once the nail fist entered the realm of Tiger Break, it transcended mere muscle power, merging the momentum of movement with the energy within. For instance, as Wuchang sprinted at high speed, the Tiger Break enabled him to perfectly fuse his kinetic energy with that of his muscles, delivering a punch that resonated with the sound of thunder. "Damn it, you are also a stalwart," the mysterious man exclaimed, his eyes widening as he witnessed Wuchang's fist glowing with a crimson hue, hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Though the nail fist was swift, the reflexes of a fourth-tier martial artist were even quicker. The man leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding Wuchang's devastating strike as it grazed his right shoulder. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded before him. Although he managed to evade the punch, the mysterious energy emanating from that strike was not so easily escaped. A flicker of dark red light ignited a flame on the mysterious man's right shoulder, setting his precious military uniform ablaze. "You are an exceptional fire user?" the enigmatic figure exclaimed. Yet he did not immediately extinguish the flames. Instead, he seized the moment when Wuchang was momentarily off balance and delivered a powerful side kick. It was only after Wuchang was sent crashing into the rocks that the mysterious man began to pat out the flames on his shoulder. At that moment, all his focus was consumed by the fire, completely forgetting about the sound wave attack, as Boss Pan and Ryan had already regained their composure. "Wuchang, you must flee. Do not sacrifice yourself for us. Good disciple, I, Ryan, never imagined that at the twilight of my life I would take on an exceptional apprentice, and why life has been worth it." At this juncture, the two suddenly lunged toward the armored vehicle, instantly activating the swarm formation. "Are you two insane? Do you wish for mutual destruction?" Wuchang queried, and he was correct. Boss Pan and Ryan shared such intentions. The radars of the two swarm formations had locked onto the mysterious man, and should he press the switch, a fiery inferno would engulf a radius of 50 acres. Boss Pan glared at the mysterious man with a savage expression, shouting, "You little brat, are you not an exceptional user? If you have the capability, escape 50 acres in 1 second. If not, prepare to meet your demise." Old Man Ryan ignored the mysterious figure and turned to Wuchang, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you still doing here? Hurry and run. This is all we can do for you. Listen carefully, once you leave. Do not rush for revenge. Hone your skills diligently, and only when you are truly powerful should you seek vengeance for everyone." Wuchang's eyes brimmed with tears. Even he understood that should the swarm formation fire at close range, it would indeed lead to mutual destruction. Now, with the armored vehicle barely 10 meters from the mysterious man, once the firing commenced, none would escape. Faced with this dilemma, Wuchang hesitated profoundly. Life is filled with myriad choices. Which school to attend? What job to pursue? And what kind of partner to seek? These are indeed challenging decisions. Yet, the gravity of such choices pales in comparison to the weight of life and death, much like Wuchang's current predicament. Smith, Pan, and Ryan had stalled the mysterious man's attack with their very lives. The power of the swarm formations was no trifling matter, even if he were a 4-tier warrior and an exceptional user. Evading such an attack at such close proximity was impossible. Ryan and Boss Pan were no saints. They did not wish to perish, but being educated elites, they understood how to make choices in dire circumstances. For them, securing a chance for Wuchang to survive was the best course of action. If they did not act, none in their party would live. "Wuchang, I implore you, flee now. Do not hesitate any longer." Ryan's voice trembled with emotion, yet Wuchang remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the mysterious man. Everyone present assumed Wuchang was a man of deep loyalty, which he indeed was. However, his reluctance to leave stemmed from something beyond mere sentiment. He had seen something profoundly familiar. "There is a way to thievery." Wuchang instinctively uttered these words, leaving Ryan and Boss Pan utterly perplexed. Wuchang's eyes were locked onto the mysterious man as he spoke, and the moment those words escaped his lips, the mysterious man's expression shifted dramatically. For those words corresponded precisely to the tattoo upon his right shoulder. The flames had burned away the fabric of his clothing, revealing the ink beneath. In this world, tattoos were commonplace. Yet, today, this particular tattoo struck a deep chord within Wuchang. Is it indeed true that there is a way to thievery? Tell me, is the character obscured on your shoulder the one for thief? Together, they formed the phrase, "There is a way to thievery." This single phrase left the mysterious man astounded. "How do you know that? Do you understand the meaning of this phrase?" "Meaning? Of course I do." Wuchang replied, his gaze somewhat vacant, instinctively reciting. The disciple of Daoji asked Daoji, "Is there a way to thievery?" Daoji replied, "Where is there no way? The intention to conceal within the chamber is wisdom. To enter first is courage. To exit last is righteousness. To know what is permissible is intelligence. To divide fairly is benevolence. If one lacks any of these five, one cannot become a great thief. Such a person has never existed in the world." Wuchang's instinctive declaration left the three present utterly dumbfounded. To be honest, none understood the meaning of those words, but it was clear they held significance. Especially the opening words, which rendered everyone speechless. Except for Wuchang, everyone present was aware that Daoji referred to the supreme being of the fallen stars, a legendary figure among cosmic pirates. It was said that Daoji unified the chaotic fallen stars through sheer willpower, establishing rules for all pirates across the universe. Since then, pirates had become subjects of admiration in various art forms, their adventurous spirit inspiring blind worship among the younger generation. "Daoji? Are you referring to the god of pirates? Daoji himself? Do you know him?" The mysterious man's instinctive inquiry revealed his true identity. "You hail from the fallen stars? You are a pirate?" Ryan and Boss Pan exclaimed in unison. With his identity now exposed, the mysterious man dropped his facade, chuckling wryly. "This is my first visit to Huang'e Star, and it has given me an unforgettable lesson. I never expected that a fleeing miner would be a three-tier warrior and an exceptional user. Truly, it is beyond my imagination." Even more intriguing was that in the notoriously infamous Huang'e Star, I encountered genuine friendship, along with sacrifice and dedication. What a grand irony this is. The name Daoji acted as a magical wand, dispelling the previously palpable tension and replacing it with an inexplicable camaraderie. Wuchang took a few steps forward and addressed the mysterious man. "A person who believes in the principle of there is a way to thievery, even if a true pirate should adhere to certain limits. If a person has boundaries, then they are worthy of engagement. My name is Wuchang. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Observing Wuchang's serious demeanor, the mysterious man adjusted his expression, replying, "No need for formality. I am Ming He." After the two exchanged names, even a fool could sense the vanishing hostility. Ryan and Boss Pan, who had been poised to press the firing button, unconsciously relaxed their fingers at that moment. At this juncture, Wuchang displayed none of his usual confusion and naivety. He appeared exceptionally adept at engaging with pirates, managing to hit the nail on the head with nearly every word, leaving Ming He and the others astonished. Could it be that Wuchang had truly been a pirate before his amnesia? Boss Pan leaned in and whispered to Ryan, and they both recalled the false identity the tattoo artist had crafted for Wuchang. Fallen stars, pirates. It seemed the fabricated identity might indeed hold some truth, and they found themselves in a comical predicament, having underestimated Wuchang all along. Wuchang and Ming He paid no heed to the murmurs behind them. As the negotiation had reached a critical juncture, "Mr. Ming He, you are a pirate in pursuit of profit, not a sadistic killer. Each action you take, each life you claim, has its justification. Clearly, you harbor no animosity toward us. Thus the possibility of vendetta is non-existent. Since it is not a matter of revenge, the only explanation is that we may inadvertently expose your identity, implying you are on a secret mission. Oh, rest assured, we have no interest in prying into your secrets. Truthfully, We are also being pursued and are preoccupied with our own survival. At this point, Wuchang paused to catch his breath. Mr. Minghe, since there is no conflict between us and out of respect for your identity as a pirate, please allow me to offer a sum as a toll for safe passage for us. Oh, Minghe exclaimed in surprise, then laughed. A toll? Now that is something we pirates often profit from. Your proposal aligns well with our customs. However, looking at your ragged appearance, how much of a toll can you afford? Do not forget, you are buying the lives of 6 individuals. According to the pricing in the Fallen Stars, 6 lives would cost no less than 300 rainbow coins. Given my good mood today, I will give you a discount. Just 200 rainbow coins. Can you muster that? Before Minghe could finish his sentence, a white foam stick was suddenly thrust before him, revealing an 8-centimeter-long rainbow crystal. Is this sufficient for the 6 of us? The unexpected appearance of the foam stick rendered Minghe speechless. The mockery that had once adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by solemnity and shock. An 8-centimeter rainbow crystal, which in Huang'e Star's official purchase price amounted to just over 100 rainbow coins, was worth significantly less in its place of origin. Coupled with the relentless exploitation from officials and merchants, that 100 rainbow coins was already the residue of what had been plundered. The 8-centimeter rainbow crystal has reached the standards necessary for the manufacturing of heavy transport ships, which are the favored vessels of the Fallen Star pirates for modification, serving as the primary model for their fleets. Frankly speaking, such a crystal, when sent to the Fallen Star, would likely fetch around 2,000 rainbow coins at auction. That is sufficient, truly sufficient, to this moment. Where is the air of a master that once surrounded Minghe? Some might even believe he is merely a greedy merchant. It is unclear what has come over him. Perhaps the previous discussions regarding the Code of Thieves has instilled in Minghe a sense of professional pride. He suddenly turned serious and addressed Wuchang, saying, "This crystal is far too precious. If I were to use it as a toll, I would be nothing more than a swindler. You must understand, I am a proud pirate, not a greedy con artist. I must return the excess to you." At this juncture, Minghe began to rummage through his belongings, seemingly searching for something of value, but alas, after much searching, he found nothing suitable. Cursing under his breath, he discarded a dragon-skin backpack from his back, revealing a complete set of dagger military supplies, which included food, fuel, medicine, and weapons. I believe you will find this useful. Although it may not cover the price difference, I can write you an IOU. After saying this, Minghe truly contemplated finding a piece of paper to write the note, but Wuchang stopped him, saying, "There is no need for that. The existence of an IOU is of little importance. If you truly consider me a friend, then engrave that promise in your heart." "Very well. That is commendable, and I shall regard you as a true friend." With that, Minghe procured some healing ointments from his pack and began tending to Wuchang and the others. The ointments produced from the dagger military supplies are remarkably effective for treating internal and external injuries sustained in battle. For instance, when the bullman suffered internal injuries from a shock, after consuming just 2 red pills, the stagnation of blood within was alleviated, and as 2 large mouthfuls of dark red blood were expelled, the bullman's complexion improved significantly. Not only the bullman, but all present benefited greatly from Minghe's skilled treatment. As dawn approached, signaling the arrival of a new day, the group finally concluded their labors and gathered for a simple breakfast. Minghe pulled out a brand new respirator from his backpack and handed it to Wuchang. "Last night, during our spar, I identified your weakness. Your breathing is severely compromised, as if you are unable to obtain sufficient oxygen. This restriction poses a significant obstacle to your combat," he continued. "This is the latest respirator from the dagger supplies. It not only boasts excellent filtration, but also contains 4 miniature oxygen generators that continuously supply external oxygen. I cannot guarantee the exact increase, but wearing it will enhance your combat effectiveness by at least 20%. This was indeed a valuable item, precisely what Wuchang needed. Upon donning the new respirator, he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease, as the long-standing issue of his breathing was finally resolved. "I shall not thank you. This item is truly invaluable." After studying the respirator for a moment, Wuchang suddenly inquired, "You have been mentioning the term outstanding individual. Could you enlighten me on what that means?" Wuchang's question elicited a dramatic eye roll from Minghe. "You do not know what an outstanding individual is? Who did you learn martial arts from? Did your master not cover these fundamental concepts?" Minghe's retort prompted everyone to collectively glance at Ryan, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. "Why are you all looking at me? He is not my disciple. What is with those accusatory looks, as if I am some negligent figure? Everyone shot him exasperated looks, as if to say, indeed, you are quite irresponsible. Upon learning of Wuchang's past amnesia, Mingyi finally suppressed his mockery and spoke earnestly. I believe you are familiar with the hierarchy of martial artists, ranging from novice practitioners to 7th-tier warriors, each level surpassing the last. Legends speak of the pinnacle of martial arts, the 8th and 9th tiers, yet none have ever witnessed them, he continued. The term outstanding individual is not a classification within the martial artist hierarchy. Rather, it belongs to the mage classification system. Through Mingyi's elucidation, the power structure of this future cosmic world began to reveal itself. It became clear that when humanity discovered primordial energy and commenced its study, the doors to the greater cosmic era had swung open. The significance of primordial energy is not merely limited to the application of spatial folding engines, nor confined to the use of rainbow crystals, liquid mithril, and folding obsidian. It is intrinsically linked to every individual. The simplest illustration of this is the existence of the mage profession within this universe, wherein the foundation of their spellcasting is primordial energy, commonly referred to as magical power. The mage hierarchy begins with the outstanding individual, progressing to battlefield game-changers, spellcasters, mentors, archmages, and ultimately, the celestials. Each tier is distinctly defined, and as for the realms beyond spellcasters, there is no need for you to concern yourself with them at this moment, as they are too distant. For now, I shall focus on explaining the outstanding individual and the battlefield game-changer. As the name suggests, an outstanding individual is someone who stands out among ordinary people. They can sense the presence of primordial energy and occasionally harness it. For instance, that punch you just threw, perhaps you were unaware, but it was infused with the power of the fire element. The flames on my shoulder are a manifestation of that. Outstanding individuals cannot cast spells independently. They can only invoke elemental powers in small amounts during combat. As they throw punches, wisps of flame may swirl about them, while their blades might be laced with a touch of frost or poison. Beginner outstanding individuals are incapable of controlling elemental energies, whereas advanced outstanding individuals can effortlessly incorporate these powers into their techniques. At this point, Mingyi paused. You inadvertently sensed the fire element and utilized its power. If you were to encounter a good mentor, you might master the art of flexible application and become an advanced outstanding individual. Do not look at me. Although I am an advanced outstanding individual, I have no idea how to teach you. As for battlefield game changers, their distinction lies in their ability to cast spells independently, unlike outstanding individuals, who must fuse their magic with martial prowess. These individuals generally possess knowledge of simple explosive spells, such as fireball, flame burst, and lightning spells. However, remember that for battlefield game changers, spellcasting is merely a supplement to their martial skills. Mingyi truly proved to be an excellent teacher. Through his explanations, the distinctions between martial artists and mages were laid out with remarkable clarity. While many would require 3 days of lectures to convey such concepts, he managed to articulate them succinctly in just over an hour. Moreover, Wuchang gleaned critical information. On Huang'e Star, the most formidable beings were merely martial artists, with not a single outstanding individual in sight. After spending over an hour as a teacher, Mingyi glanced at the time and rose to his feet, declaring, I must take my leave. I have already delayed far too long. Allow me to impart one final piece of advice. Refrain from returning to Huang'e City for the next 2 months. Do not inquire as to why. With that, Mingyi turned and departed. When shall we meet again? Wuchang called out to Mingyi as he rose, though not fret. I shall seek you out, for I still owe you money. Do I not? Mingyi replied without looking back. Wuchang watched the retreating figure of Mingyi, his heart a tumult of emotions, for he saw many familiar traits within him, and memories of his past as a thief flooded his mind. What manner of person was the pirate known as Dao Tuo? A figure audacious enough to appropriate the name of his thieving ancestors, capable of uniting the entire universe's pirates and establishing rules. Such a person I must encounter. Wuchang's musings were overheard by the others, but they dismissed his words as mere jest. Dao Tuo had become a legendary figure. Given Dao Tuo's influence in the cosmos, even the rulers of the Horsehead Belt were unworthy of tying his shoelaces. Just a small-time smuggler like Wuchang dreaming of meeting the legendary Dao Tuo was nothing short of folly. One must remain grounded and not aim too high. Presently, our heads are barely above water. So do not entertain thoughts that are beyond reach. Ryan began to assume a superior tone, as if he were the master at that moment. The revitalized Bullman approached, gazing at Wuchang with admiration. You are my idol. Boss. What should we do next? Please take the lead. It was evident that Wuchang's status as an outstanding individual had commanded the attention of all present, effectively transferring control of the group to him. With even Boss Pan voicing no objections, Wuchang contemplated carefully. Let us first recuperate. I have a plan to propose in 3 days. The A332 mining area operated by the Coyote 7 had become eerily quiet, as numerous miners had been forcibly removed from the shafts, with their basic needs being addressed in the tunnels themselves. Though the miners harbored deep resentment, none dared to rebel. Just 3 days prior, the corpses of executed miners had still been hanging at the mine's entrance, and the confinement bracelets on their wrists continued to pulse with a rhythmic glow. Extracting crystals was inherently a game of chance, as they lay buried within the dark volcanic rock, with no one knowing how deep they were. Even if everyone is fortunate enough to encounter high-grade crystals, it does not guarantee that they can be extracted successfully. Even the ever-unpredictable Wuchang cannot assure a 100% success rate. Thus, these ordinary individuals stand even less of a chance. A full week has elapsed, yet the longest crystal harvested by the scavenger 7 measures a mere 4 centimeters. As for the low-grade crystals, ranging from 1 to 2 centimeters, he has amassed an entire boxful. This bunch of inept fools, mere gluttonous swine. If they fail to extract anything within a month, I shall have them fill the mine shafts instead. In the past few days, the office of the Scavenger 7 has been rife with an array of curses, his furious tirades instilling dread in everyone present. Even the notoriously eccentric Adu dares not approach him lightly. Husband, cease your shouting. I bring you delightful news. The fiery blood rose burst into the room, interrupting Sevin's wrath. What good news could you possibly have? Perhaps you've merely unearthed more gold from that decrepit dwelling of Aaron? Oh, why must you be so insufferable? I tell you, Wuchang possesses the crystal you desire, and it is rumored to be 15 centimeters long. Ah, Sevin leapt up. What did you say? 15 centimeters. Where did you procure such information? Blood rose, as if presenting a treasure, replied. It was none other than my capable subordinate, Jingjia. She disguised herself as that little dog of a Yun's mother and managed to extract quite a bit of valuable intelligence. Even the safe hidden in the wall was revealed by that little dog. Damn it, spare me the trivialities. I am inquiring about the crystals. Sevin's nose flared with fury. Fine, I understand. Yesterday, a Yun pilfered a considerable amount of gold, and in a good mood, Jingjia treated him kindly, even preparing a delicious meal for him. For the love of all that's holy, just get to the point without all this nonsense. All right, I got it. Yesterday a Yun, feeling touched after chatting with his false mother, inadvertently revealed that Wuchang has a 15-centimeter rainbow crystal hidden in his miner's vest. Adu, get your ass out here. Sevin dismissed the prattling blood rose and marched southward with his subordinates. Sevin's strategy was astute. The cannibals in the south had already been dealt with by Yi Tian and his gang, making this the safest time to proceed. If Wuchang were to perish, it would simplify matters. If he were still alive, Sevin would not mind indulging in a hunt. Yet, Sevin harbored a strong premonition that someone referred to as the ghost Wuchang could not be so easily dispatched. Damn it, bring forth my cherished Land Rovers, charge the energy bars, and don the individual radar. Useless fools, do not merely bring assault rifles. Pack handguns and grenades as well. Be wary of Wuchang engaging you in close combat. Adu, allocate personnel to guard the mine. Upon our departure, we must not allow these miners to slack off. If anyone stirs trouble, we shall execute a few. Amid the chaos, Sevin hastily organized over 100 thugs, cramming them into more than 30 civilian Land Rovers, braving the wind and snow as they advanced towards the southern stone pillar jungle. To be honest, Sevin harbored doubts about a Yun's intelligence. However, he could not afford to hesitate now, as the Rhoda mining supervisor was pressuring him incessantly, driving him nearly mad. Currently, a Yun's information was akin to a lifeline. Regardless of its effectiveness, it was worth testing. As Sevin and his subordinates vanished into the swirling black snow, in a dim corner of the mining area, a small figure was scanning the surroundings anxiously. Upon closer inspection, it was the little thief A Yun. Brother Wuchang, The place ahead is the supply center where Blood Rose and her crew are stationed. Are you truly going in? A Yun inquired cautiously. The figure lurking in the shadows was none other than Wuchang, who had spent 3 days recuperating in the stone pillar jungle before secretly returning to the abandoned mining area. He had done nothing but establish contact with the Yun. Conducting a covert operation necessitated accurate intelligence, and a Yun proved to be an excellent informant. Wuchang patted a Yun's head and reassured him, "Do not worry. Sevin has already dispatched his elite forces. I have ways to deal with the remaining riffraff. Although we cannot directly eliminate Sevin now, we can at least reclaim some interest." Before long, the airtight door of the A332 distribution center swung open, and a filthy giant emerged, clad in a common yellow-tinged cloak to shield himself from the black snow, his entire visage concealed within its folds. "Would you care for a drink?" inquired a kind-hearted bartender, oblivious to Wuchang's appearance. In truth, many were unfamiliar with Wuchang's looks, while he had briefly shown himself at the B1314 mine. Those who had glimpsed his visage were merely a bunch of miners and a few thugs. Today, all those individuals were deep underground, and not a single person in the distribution center recognized Wuchang. This was a stroke of luck, thanks to a Yun, the little spy. Had it not been for him scouting ahead, Wuchang would not have dared to stroll in so brazenly. "A beer, please," Wuchang casually requested of the bartender. Before long, half a mug of beer had been consumed, at which point Wuchang suddenly leaned in, speaking in a rather sleazy tone. "Hey, buddy, are there any women here?" He followed this with a knowing glance. The bartender had long sensed something amiss with Wuchang. Upon hearing this question, he felt relieved. So this fellow was merely a lecherous man with thin skin after all. "Fear not. How could Blood Rose's distribution center lack women?" "Allow me to fetch one for you," the bartender assured, returning shortly with a heavily made-up woman. Wuchang found himself at a loss for words. Once again, he was disillusioned by the standards of women from Yellow Star. This pig-headed woman seemed hardly useful for anything other than warding off evil spirits. Regardless, Wuchang's intention today was to use this woman as a cover. Upon her arrival, he swiftly adopted a lascivious demeanor, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and saying, "Perfect, she will do nicely. Prepare me a room at the back, the most comfortable one you have." With that, a gold coin leapt into the bartender's palm. The distribution center run by Blood Rose was far grander than Aaron's, boasting at least threefold the capacity. Here, one could find not only ordinary dining areas and bars, but also proper resting quarters, and even a vast hot spring at the farthest reaches. Due to a significant number of miners being driven underground by Sevin, the place felt exceedingly deserted. Wuchang led the plump woman deeper into the distribution center, completely disregarding the vacant rooms lining the sides. Once they entered the guest room adjacent to Blood Rose's office, without allowing the woman a moment to disrobe, Wuchang swiftly struck her on the back of the head. Rendering her unconscious without a sound, he firmly shut the door, shedding his cloak to reveal a miner's jacket beneath. Equipped with several sets of precision tools, he began dismantling the alloy walls, exposing a dense network of circuits and worn pipes within. A portable terminal on Wuchang's wrist was diligently working, remotely controlled by the elderly technician, Ryan. Prior to Wuchang's actions, Ryan and his team had already assisted him in analyzing the security systems within Blood Rose's office. It was certain that the office possessed basic security measures. If anyone were to forcefully intrude, the security team would likely dispatch soldiers. Such a scenario was not implausible in this wretched place of Yellow Star. Though miners were treated like expendable resources, contractors still retained their rights, particularly those wealthy and powerful like Sevin, who were under the protection of Yellow City. If Blood Rose were to come under attack, the security team would undoubtedly intervene. How to disable the security systems in Blood Rose's office would depend on the skills of the elderly Ryan. This old man was widely recognized as a technical genius. As long as Wuchang's hands remained steady, dealing with a minor security system would pose no problem. Fortunately, Ryan's expertise was indeed remarkable, and Wuchang's hands were steadied in no time. Several critical circuit boards had been removed, rendering the office's security system inoperative. "See, I told you, this entry-level system is as ineffective as a deaf man's ears." Wuchang heard Ryan boasting in his ear, but just then, a noise from behind the alloy wall captured his attention. "Is a Yun's intelligence reliable? If Sevin ends up making a wasted trip, I might just get beaten again," a voice lamented, and it was none other than Blood Rose. "Rest assured, boss. A Yun's little dog has been spun around in circles by my tricks. He would never lie to me," Upon hearing this, Wuchang was momentarily taken aback. A Yun's little dog. Who was this woman? Could it be she is a Yun's mother? Wuchang's deductions were indeed correct. Within the room was a Yun's foe mother. Once the security system was rendered inoperative, the accompanying soundproofing mechanism naturally lost its efficacy as well. The intelligence regarding the 15-centimeter crystal was deliberately leaked by Wuchang, intending to draw Sevin away from the area, allowing Wuchang to reclaim some interest from Blood Rose. Just as Sevin could utilize a Yun to gather intelligence, Wuchang could similarly exploit a Yun to disseminate false information. Espionage inherently involves a reciprocal exchange. However, Wuchang had not anticipated that a Yun's mother would disparage her own son as a little dog. Such words were unbecoming of a mother. Moreover, Wuchang sensed no familial affection in the woman's tone. Indeed, subsequent dialogues confirmed Wuchang's suspicions. As the two women began discussing a Yun's remaining value, he finally grasped the truth. After the demise of Aaron's group, a Yun would no longer hold any value. And in the interest of secrecy, I would undoubtedly have to confine him to the mines, Blood Rose coldly remarked. Sister Jing, taken aback, never anticipated that Blood Rose had condemned a Yun to a dead end. After a few moments of silence, she cautiously suggested, "Let him descend into the mine. He is so small. What if he perishes down there?" "What do you mean by that?" Blood Rose retorted. "To send him down is to sentence him to death. Would you prefer to keep him around to expose our secrets? Have you lost your wits?" "No, I just feel that this kid could earn dozens of gold coins daily. It would be a shame to waste him in the mines." Sister Jing protested. "Damn it, you truly have lost your mind. Dozens of gold coins versus our safety. What's more important?" With that, a resounding slap echoed through the room. "Dio, you really think you've found yourself a son? Do you expect him to support you in your old age? Don't forget, you are but a counterfeit, merely a performer." By this point, Wuchang had come to understand the grim reality. A Yun had been deceived. And so had everyone else. His astute mind quickly grasped the crux of the matter. A Yun had once wept in the underground tunnels, revealing intimate details about his childhood. How his mother knew he despised fish. How she was aware of his habit of kicking off blankets while sleeping, and how he talked in his sleep. Piecing these together, Wuchang realized that a Yun must have inadvertently divulged personal information, which Blood Rose had exploited. A mere birthmark could be easily replicated by any skilled tattoo artist, and a Yun's propensity to speak in his sleep was likely the source of the leaks. A surge of uncontainable rage ignited within Wuchang. After severing the last two surveillance wires and completely disabling the security system, he strode confidently towards Blood Rose's office. At that moment, Blood Rose was atop Sister Jing, unleashing a flurry of slaps, fueled by her anger at Sister Jing's hesitation and the immense pressure from the Rodermine supervisor. She was desperate for an outlet. "You worthless piece of trash. Dreaming of having a son while being worth only a gold coin. You pathetic drug addict, do you truly believe someone will support your old age? Dream on," as she continued to strike and berate. The exertion left her drenched in sweat. However, the act of hitting was undeniably satisfying. Upon standing, she exhaled deeply, visibly relieved. "Marvelous. I always believed that women with ample bosoms were devoid of intellect, yet here you are, both well-endowed and sharp-witted." Just as Blood Rose was caught off guard, Wuchang's voice resonated from behind her. "Who?" Startled, Blood Rose turned, instinctively reaching for the handgun on the table. Wuchang was swift, striking her face with lightning speed, sending her into a dizzying spin before she collapsed onto the floor. He seized the exquisite handgun from the table and coolly addressed the two women on the ground. "Stop pretending to be dead. Sit up straight, die in my presence. Your lives are worth less than a chicken." Recognizing the familiar tone of threat and seeing Wuchang's loathsome face, Blood Rose cowered into the corner. "Are you human or ghost? Did they not say you were devoured by cannibals? How are you still alive?" Wuchang merely rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with the two women. He pointed at Blood Rose, declaring, "You've usurped Aaron's supply center without spending a dime. You'd best hand over the money now. If you are sincere, I might consider sparing you this time." "Money? How much do you want?" "Everything you have. Just look at what your life is worth." As he spoke, Wuchang caught a glimpse of Blood Rose's furtive movements. She was subtly twisting a ring on her right hand. In his earpiece, Ryan's voice chimed in, "This foolish woman is attempting to trigger the alarm. Does she not realize that when I, Ryan, make a move, I leave no room for such foolish oversights." Wuchang chuckled and abruptly moved closer to Blood Rose. Standing against the wall without uttering a word, in a flash, his right fist struck the alloy wall with tremendous force. The impact reverberated loudly, leaving a massive dent in the surface. "Stop playing clever games. Do you think I am unaware of the security system in your office?" When Blood Rose noticed Wuchang's gaze fixed intently on the ring on her pinky finger, she realized she was truly up against a formidable adversary. With danger looming, she trembled as she opened the safe hidden within the wall, retrieving a large leather pouch. "This is all there is. It's everything I have." Wuchang jostled the pouch in his hands, incredulous. "Are you insulting my intelligence? The notorious sandwolf, Sevin, has only 200 rainbow coins?" He continued. "You must be joking. What you stole from Aaron's distribution center is worth far more. There's nothing left, I swear." "I truly have nothing," Blood Rose wailed. "Doesn't renovation cost money? Don't bribes require funds? I'm just a weak woman running a shop. I genuinely have no money left." Wuchang ignored her frantic pleas and forcefully pressed her down onto the table, covering her mouth with his left hand while pinching her left pinky with his thumb and index finger. "You brought this upon yourself. I was once kind, but you forced my hand." Before she could finish her sentence, he applied immense pressure, and a sharp crack echoed through the room as Blood Rose's pinky was crushed. She attempted to scream but was unable to, her face contorted in agony as she broke out in a cold sweat. Wuchang held her mouth shut, his wolf-like gaze penetrating her. Blood Rose trembled for what felt like an eternity before gradually calming down. Wuchang then released his grip, smirking as he said, "Now you see I am not jesting. Do you wish to experience this sensation again?" Terrified, Blood Rose shook her head vigorously, scrambling to pry up a section of floorboard in the corner. This woman was utterly petrified and in pain, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to lift the floorboard for what felt like an eternity. "You, go help her," Wuchang ordered, grabbing the terrified Sister Jing and tossing her over. After much effort, the two women finally opened the safe beneath the floor, retrieving a supple black leather pouch. "Wah! This is my last possession. All I have left," Blood Rose sobbed, overwhelmed with grief as tears flowed freely. When Wuchang opened the pouch, a silvery light illuminated the room, outshining even the ceiling's lighting system. Inside the black pouch lay a collection of silver coins, appearing as liquid mercury encased in a thin energy barrier. With the faint outlines of numerous faces visible at the center, Wuchang estimated there were around 100 of these peculiar coins. "What are these?" he wondered aloud. Just then, Smith Pan's voice crackled in his earpiece. "You lucky fool, we just struck it rich. Those are liquid silver coins, genuine liquid silver coins." "What?" Wuchang was momentarily dumbfounded, realizing he was holding what was rumored to be worth 10,000 gold coins each. Wuchang had never seen liquid silver coins before and could hardly fathom that the people of this world could use liquid as currency. He was familiar with gold as currency. But in this era of cosmic expansion, gold had long ceased to be a rare metal. Rather, humanity's intrinsic affinity for gold had relegated it to the lower tiers of the monetary system. As for rainbow coins, Wuchang was no stranger to them, being a miner of rainbow crystals. However, these coins were not made from rainbow crystals but rather a rare alloy process through a highly confidential formula, crafted from over 20 elements. Ryan had once explained that the metals used to create rainbow coins weren't valuable. The true worth lay in the processing technique, which was akin to the art of crafting the shells for space-folding engines. Above the rainbow coins lay the enigmatic liquid silver coins, even more extraordinary, as they were liquid currency, encased in an energy membrane, comprised of pure liquid silver. This rare metal was not only utilized in various machinery but also served as the primary material for human identity tattoos. Now, Wuchang found himself in possession of a pouch full of liquid silver coins. Gazing at Blood Rose's despairing expression, he surmised that these liquid silver coins were likely the most significant treasure that Sevin and Blood Rose possessed. Possibly even all they had. "You've made a wise choice. It seems I must spare your lives," Wuchang declared, pulling out a length of rope and securely binding both women to the table's corner. While also stuffing rags into their mouths, he then exited the room, donned a filthy, tattered cloak, and swaggered out of the supply center. As he passed the bar, he tossed a gold coin to the server. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Within the malevolent realm of the sinful planet, there exists an unspoken law, not decreed by the governor nor established by the Emperor of the Three Seas. but rather passed down through generations of countless miners through oral tradition over the centuries. You may exploit the miners, you may strike and abuse them, you may even take the life of a disobedient miner. For in this wretched world, human life is held in scant regard. However, one must never unearth the veil of identity, for to do so would obliterate the very means of existence for the entire miner populace. In this moment of despair, the miners recall their pasts, those haunting memories and deep-seated secrets they have sacrificed their dignity to bury in order to toil on Huang'e Star. Yet now, they realize that even in their willing servitude, the punishments they dread are inevitable. Faced with such a grim reality, rebellion seems the only recourse. Thus, the cataclysmic uprising on Huang'e Star, ignited by issues of identity, finally erupts. Inside the distribution center, the miners, akin to ravenous wolves, pounce upon the soldiers attempting to verify their identities. They shatter the expensive blue light identity devices, seizing whatever objects they can wield as weapons to strike back against the soldiers. In mere moments, hundreds of airtight doors of the distribution center burst open, unleashing not only fleeing soldiers but also enraged miners, a tide of darkness overwhelming the brightly clad soldiers, reducing them to mere mud beneath volcanic ash. As the miners clash with the soldiers, the first to feel the brunt of the turmoil are the contractors, who cower in safe corners or rooms, frantically venting their frustrations to the administrative hierarchy of Huang'e Star. Some, with audacity, hurl profanities at the women of the three major families. Their fury is understandable. The destruction wrought upon their properties and the loss of miners will undoubtedly impact their income, and the casualties among soldiers will eventually burden them with compensation costs. Well, a slight increase in taxes is tolerable. After all, shattered possessions can be replaced with wealth. But to slaughter the miners, what does that portend for our survival? Yetion, you had better provide an explanation. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I shall take my grievances to the capital Star Rhoda. After all the kickbacks you've taken from us, is this how you repay us? Do not assume your uncle will shield you for eternity. You have now offended the entire merchant class of Huang'e Star, Governor. You must furnish me with an explanation. If you wish to avoid impeachment proceedings on the three seas, you must put an end to this chaos immediately. Countless influential merchants, shielded by their bodyguards, take refuge in secure locations, expressing their discontent towards the three major families of Huang'e Star. Yet, within mere minutes, an encrypted message arrives on their wrist-mounted portable terminals. The message is brief, containing but a single line, yet all merchants comprehend its meaning, and smiles spread across their faces. The great emperor has just reclaimed the planet Omifin, capturing over 100,000 prisoners of war, now being transported to the three seas. Indeed, this single statement suffices. The governor has unveiled his plan, one that resonates with the approval of all, with the most valuable prisoners of war at their disposal. The fates of the miners become inconsequential. The merchants, smirking coldly, begin their slow retreat toward the outskirts of the mining area under the protection of their bodyguards, some seeking refuge in military towers, while many opt for winding paths toward Huang'e City. Amidst the merchants' exodus, the contractor known as the hyena, Sevin, chooses not to flee. Instead, he collaborates with the soldiers of the security force, diligently verifying the identities of the miners. Perhaps Sevin's preparations have been meticulous, or perhaps the explosives on the confinement bracelets have yet to be disarmed. In any case, the hundreds of miners under his command behave obediently like docile lambs. Brothers, you all recognize my virtue, loyalty. Your troubles are my troubles. Your hardships are mine. With me overseeing this purge, you shall remain safe. I am aware that many among you are serious criminals, and the blue light devices will not be fooled. Your past cannot be hidden. To be frank, I have already identified 6 guaranteed felons. But look around. Has anyone among you been apprehended? No? That is my influence at work. I have vouched for you with my credibility. Now you ought to appreciate my loyalty. As Sevin speaks, he ascends an alloy tool rack, gesturing toward the chaos and flames erupting throughout the mining area, declaring, "Look at those fools. Not one of them has the protection I provide. They can only rush into the streets to confront our valiant security forces, pitting their flesh against armored vehicles. They are courting death. Do they think firearms are harmless? Do they believe the dense formations of firepower are trifles? They dare to revolt, to incite chaos. They are indeed courting death, perhaps to synchronize with Sevin's fervent declaration. At the peak of his rhetoric, The military towers scattered across the mining area simultaneously opened fire. The cacophony of chain-mounted heavy machine guns resonates like a symphony of destruction, and the wails of the wounded pierce the heavens. Standing aloft, Sevin closes his eyes and listens intently to the rhythmic cadence of the gunfire. Reveling in the unique melody of heavy artillery, and is overcome with euphoric delight. How exhilarating! Now you worthless scum understand fear, do you not? All miners whose identities have been verified, get your asses down the shafts. If by the end of the month you fail to deliver over 10 centimeters of crystal, then you shall have wronged me, and do not say I, Sevin, lack loyalty. With that, the venomous wasp, Adieu, leads his subordinates into the throng, mercilessly driving the verified miners into the mine. At this moment, a soldier approaches Sevin and whispers urgently in his ear. Sevin's expression shifts drastically, and he rushes to the nearest tower. This ordinary guard tower serves as the temporary command center for Captain Yitian. Upon witnessing Sevin's obsequious visage upon entering, Yitian wastes no time and unleashes a tirade of profanity. Damn it, do you employ nothing but rubbish? Out of 10, 6 are guaranteed dead prisoners, and the remaining 4 have crimes sufficient for life sentences. Were it not for Rhoda's intercession, I would have already cleansed your mining area. Yitian's spittle lands upon Sevin's hyena tattoo. Yet Sevin offers no protest, standing there with a subservient grin. Captain Yi, please temper your ire. I am merely striving for our crystals. Time is of the essence and the task is daunting. Thus, I had no choice but to utilize these wretches. Rest assured, once the crystals are secured, I will personally ensure that these miscreants are dispatched to the mines. Do not let anger consume you. It is harmful to your health, Yitian scoffs dismissively. Retorting, I shall certainly grant Rhoda his due respect, but what good will it accomplish? Does he truly believe he can turn the tide in merely a month? Sevin, consider your future carefully. Do not board the wrong vessel just as Sevin is about to respond. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupts from the top of the tower. Come, accompany me to witness the spectacle, Yitian commands, leading Sevin to the rooftop. The view from above is unlike anything Sevin has ever encountered. The dual-operated heavy machine guns are linked to lengthy ammunition belts, with high-energy bullets glimmering with power, transforming into beams of intense heat and explosive energy as they pour down upon the masses below. The people below can no longer be regarded as human. They resemble mere ragdolls, as the high-energy beams slice through flesh, splattering blood and steaming entrails across the ground. With a rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute, the beams coalesce into a high-velocity light blade. With a mere flick of the wrist, the shooter can rend countless bodies asunder within the throng. Good heavens, there must be over 1,000 down there. Though Sevin has taken lives before, he has never witnessed such an overwhelming massacre. The sheer intensity causes his lips to pale and nausea to rise within him. Why, Yitian, observing Sevin's cowardice, sneers, what a pitiful excuse for a thug. Had I sent you to the front lines, you would have perished 800 times over the heavy machine guns. Wrath rages on for merely 5 or 6 minutes. Yet in that brief span, the streets are stripped of all life. Blood mingles with thick volcanic ash, forming pools of mire. At this moment, concealed armored vehicles emerge, hovering over the heaps of corpses in search of survivors, occasionally firing off a few rounds. This same gruesome scene unfolds repeatedly around Huang'e City, as long-dormant military towers reveal their vicious fangs. Each tower possesses its designated control zone, meticulously calculated to ensure comprehensive coverage. The entire mining area lies under the dominion of the tower's heavy machine guns. The slaughter persists for over half an hour, and as the gunfire subsides, the various walkie-talkies hidden in the corners crackle to life. Miners, you have 10 minutes to return to your respective distribution centers for identity verification. Remember, you have only 10 minutes. Accompanying this announcement are the spectral figures of the miners, staggering back to their districts, awaiting their uncertain fates. After the incident, a subsequent tally revealed that in just over an hour of suppression, approximately 20,000 miners were slaughtered, though that figure represents only the official count. Years later, veteran miners reminiscing about the scene could only describe it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Often, these seasoned miners would add, in the 2 months following that massacre, prisoner transports began to arrive one after another, delivering around 60,000 captives over the course of 3 months. However, even after the last of the prisoners were brought in, I couldn't sense any increase in the population. You can only imagine how many lives were extinguished in that slaughter. While chaos reigned outside Huang'e City, within a nondescript, dilapidated building in the northwest district near the lava waterfall, a group of individuals anxiously analyzed the current situation. Do you think this crackdown is targeted at us? If so, why create such a commotion? The inquiry came from Wuchang, who had just participated in a robbery the previous day. Huang'e City is the principal city on Huang'e Star, and indeed the only city. The towering, dormant volcano serves as the foundation of Huang'e City, while the vast land extending from it is the primary mining area for rainbow crystals. It is a cruel jest by the creator that only the vicinity of this dormant volcano yields such precious minerals, while the rest of the expansive continent is barren and a city marked by grotesque development. One finds the ubiquitous slums, and the northwest corner of Huang'e City, near the lava waterfall, is famously known as the slum area. Not all miners on Huang'e Star are criminals or illegal immigrants. Roughly 1/10 are law-abiding citizens. Many of these miners, possessing legitimate status, brought their families along, escaping poverty or family feuds. Regardless of their reasons, they would never allow their wives and children to reside in the chaotic mining zones. They settled in the relatively safer confines of Huang'e City. Over time, these impoverished miner families, along with some service industry workers, formed the largest slum in Huang'e City. Ironically, the most perilous places often turn out to be the safest. The group led by Sevin would never suspect that Wuchang and his companions dared to hide right under their noses in Huang'e City. To this day, Sevin and Rotter still believe that Wuchang is concealed within the stone pillar jungle. Damn it, this place is too expensive. The rent for such a shabby house is 5 gold coins a day. Isn't that outright robbery? Came the disgruntled voice of Paik from within the house. Stop your whining. Do you think that 5 gold coins is merely rent? Let me tell you, the true owner of this house is Huang'e City's smuggling syndicate, and part of this money is protection fees. Pan, the boss, retorted sharply. At that moment, Ryan chimed in. If it weren't for Pan's influence, do you think those mad dogs would rent us a place? And at such a low price? Consider this, living here means those mad dogs are obligated to ensure our safety. Others would have to pay at least 8 gold coins a day for such accommodations. Wuchang rapped the table. Why are we getting sidetracked again? Why can't we stick to the discussion at hand? Especially you, Paik, always interrupting. Right now, Yi Tian and his crew are already bloodthirsty in the mining area, and Huang'e City has initiated a citywide search. Just this morning, our street was inspected twice. If it weren't for the mad dogs providing cover, we would have likely been exposed by now. Regardless of whether Yi Tian's actions are aimed at us, our situation is perilously dangerous. We need to decide what to do next. I must hear everyone's opinions. At that moment, the room housed only Wuchang, Paik, Ryan, and Pan. Maniu and Eileen had gone to procure supplies from the black market under the protection of the mad dogs. Although 2 members were absent, the intellectuals within the group remained. The collective decision of Wuchang, Ryan, and Pan should encounter no opposition from the others. We are currently facing 2 critical issues. One is survival, and the other is revenge. Although Wuchang had unexpectedly acquired 100 liquid silver coins from the robbery of Sevin's treasury, it merely compensated for their material losses. But what of the miners who perished unjustly? Who will avenge them? Ryan spoke somberly, downing a large glass of wine. It's better to be cautious regarding revenge. Pan, displaying a calm demeanor compared to Ryan, added, many of those miners have followed me for years. To say there's no sentiment involved would be a lie. However, we must face reality. Sevin is backed by one of the 3 major overlords, Rotter, and Yi Tian has entangled ties with Sevin. Are you implying that those brothers died in vain? Ryan countered before Pan could finish. What else can be done? The fate of miners is to die tragically, Paik suddenly lamented. Listen to the gunfire in the south, like frying beans. How many will die today? 1,000? 2,000? Or perhaps 10,000? Who will exact vengeance for these deceased souls? Moreover, 99% of the miners on Huang'e Star have criminal records, most bearing the weight of lives lost. Death has become something everyone has grown indifferent to. Where in the world are there not a few wronged spirits? Paik's pessimistic remarks ignited Ryan's fury, yet the harsh truth left no room for rebuttal. Seeing the old man's face flush with anger, Wuchang quickly shifted the topic. We can deliberate on revenge later. Our immediate priority is ensuring our safety. We cannot remain hidden forever. Pan had pondered this issue for quite some time and spoke without hesitation. Smuggling. The only option now is to smuggle ourselves out as long as we leave Huang'e Star, distancing ourselves from Rotter, Yitian, and Yifei's influence, and relocate to the literary star. With our current finances, we could still live as wealthy individuals. Pan's proposal was practical. 100 liquid silver coins equated to a substantial 1 million gold coins. Even in the 3C star, one could lead a comfortable life. Is 1 million gold coins all you desire? Ryan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. 1 million gold coins won't even suffice to purchase a house in the capital star system. With this amount, we could only afford a few thatched huts on the mortal star. Don't forget, this is to be divided among 6 of us, which amounts to just 160,000 per person. What can that accomplish? You filthy old man, always arguing. When did I say we should go to the capital star system? My intent is to go to the mortal star, to settle down temporarily. 1 million gold coins would still be quite significant on the mortal star. Amidst the dispute, Wuchang finally grasped the crux of their disagreement. This dilemma mirrored Earth's past. 1 million cash in a first-tier city might be negligible, yet in a third or fourth-tier city, it could provide a very decent living. Ryan was unwavering on this matter, raising his voice and clutching the wine bottle. We must go to the capital star system. What future could one have on the mortal star? Don't forget, Wuchang is an exceptional individual and with ample knowledge. As long as he receives the best education, a golden path lies ahead. Stop rambling. I believe in your capabilities, Wuchang, but you've suffered amnesia. You have no recollection of your past. Who knows if you have enemies? Families capable of nurturing exceptional individuals with hidden wisdom would hardly be ordinary families. How could the members of such a family end up on Huang'e Star? And the fact that you've lost your memory, can't you think critically about this? Pan's excitement grew, slamming the table as he faced off against Ryan. Wuchang's current plight surely conceals deeper secrets. Are you insane to send him to the 3C star without understanding the situation? The two locked eyes, their argument escalating to the brink of physical confrontation. Just then, Eileen and Manu returned from their procurement outing. Have you both lost your minds? Were you not supposed to strategize the next steps? Why are you fighting? They separated the two, placing the gathered food on the table. What is the situation outside? Wuchang tore open a bag of jerky, munching while inquiring, don't mention it. It's a river of blood out there. The Mad Dog's informants on the city wall witnessed the entire ordeal. It was a one-sided slaughter, akin to killing animals. Upon mentioning the massacre in the mining area, Ryan and Pan promptly set aside their earlier quarrel and began analyzing the situation meticulously. What is Governor Yifei plotting? Isn't he effectively cutting off the foundation of Huang'e Star? If no one is mining, does he not fear the Emperor's wrath? Indeed, the war between the Ma2 star system and the Orion star system has yet to cease. And the military's demand for rainbow crystals has reached a feverish pitch. If Huang'e Star's output diminishes significantly at this juncture, it simply defies logic, Pan interjected. Munching on dried meat, Wuchang subconsciously murmured, rainbow crystals, rainbow crystals. Suddenly, he stood up. Pan, contact the Mad Dogs immediately. Have them escort me into the mines after dark. I intend to mine. Also, reach out to the black market traders. With so many miners deceased, the price of rainbow crystals is bound to skyrocket. I want to seize this opportunity to make a substantial profit. Mining? The room fell silent in astonishment. After all, Wuchang was not typically characterized as greedy. A group of individuals had just attempted to persuade him, yet Wuchang had already reclined on a military cot, deep in slumber. Within the confines of Huang'e City, the black market merchants form a particularly unique faction. Despite being thorns in the side of the authorities, successive governors have been unable to eradicate this group, primarily due to the lucrative nature of rainbow crystal smuggling, which involves an uncountable number of nobles. No one is foolish enough to oppose these individuals, not even the governors dare to do so. On the first night of the crackdown, deep within an underground casino in the slums, in a room constructed within the pitch-black mine shaft, a thug known as Mad Dog was kneeling on the ground, reporting humbly about the day's events. Esteemed sir, Wuchang has safely entered the underground mine through our most concealed passage. Yitian and the others are completely unaware. Well done. Continue to observe and report any intelligence directly to me. Yes, sir. Additionally, if Wuchang chooses to trade with us, do you have any instructions? Simply add 30% to the black market price, and do your utmost to accommodate his reasonable requests. Mad Dog was uncertain of what constituted a reasonable request but dared not inquire further. Fortunately, The round-faced boss standing beside him, known as Boss Jiang, interjected. Within your authority, provide as much convenience as possible. For matters beyond your jurisdiction, consult me, and I shall advise you. Thank you, Boss Jiang, thank you. The deferential mad dog did not dare to raise his head as he bowed and exited the room. The round-faced man was the largest black market smuggler in Huang'e City, monopolizing nearly half of the smuggling operations, and was revered as the fourth lord on Huang'e Star, indicating that apart from the three official figures, his power was second only to them. Yet, even this illustrious figure appeared exceedingly respectful before the man in question, not daring to take a seat. The man was known as Ming He.028. The tragic childhood. Never before had the underground maze of Huang'e Star been so desolate. Following a horrific massacre, the surviving miners lacked the heart to extract minerals, preferring to drown their sorrows in the taverns, celebrating their survival in the pitch-black mine. The faint glow of the mining lamps swept across the surrounding rocks, while Wuchang, with vigilant eyes, dared not overlook any suspicious location, for any peculiar glimmer could signify a call from the crystals. Currently, his backpack contained a 4-centimeter-long rainbow crystal, a prize from an hour's search. Wuchang had devised a clever plan. Armed with the secret techniques of the dragon and tiger, he inherently held an advantage over ordinary miners. Why not exploit this to its fullest? After all, one must escape with a full purse. Boss Pan maintained a good relationship with the smuggling group, and it appeared that selling the crystals would pose no issue. Furthermore, Mad Dog had promised that for 3,000 rainbow coins, everyone could safely depart from this planet. Earning money, still earning money. Wuchang's thoughts were consumed with the pursuit of wealth. The cost of fleeing Huang'e Star was 30 liquid mercury coins, and the uncertainties of future living expenses demanded that he prepare more funds. Presently, the only avenue for Wuchang to earn money was to leverage his skills in extracting rainbow crystals. The mine where Wuchang toiled lay directly beneath Huang'e City, housing countless secrets within its endless labyrinth. Just as Wuchang meticulously searched for crystals, he stumbled upon a rusted iron door at the end of one tunnel, with a faint white light seeping through its window. You better explain to me why you Haven Tea delivered a single gold coin today. Have I been too lenient, causing you to forget the rules? Speak up, you little brats. Why is it that today not a single gold coin has been offered? Have you all gone mute? With a resounding slap. The sound of a strike echoed through the empty mine, accompanied by a furious roar that traveled far. The one berating them was none other than Adu, the foremost assassin under the notorious Wolfman Sevin. Before him knelt a group of children, with Yun and his close friend Aoyang leading the pact, and no one could have imagined that the leader controlling the entire thieving network in Huang'e City was Adu. A henchman utterly obedient to Sevin, who harbored such a secret identity. B-Boss, there was simply no way today. The streets are swarming with guards, and none of us dare venture outside. We've been hiding in the mine. Unable to steal any money, Aoyang stammered an explanation. Damn it! Adu kicked Aoyang harshly to the corner. Dare you not go out to eat? What, will you starve without money? Did I raise you for nothing? As Adu's fury escalated, he unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks among the children. The oldest among them, Yun and Aoyang, were merely 13 or 14 years old, while the youngest were only 6 or 7, in the most impressionable phase of their youth. Seeing the ferocious Adu, the children screamed in terror, huddling together in a corner like frightened chicks. Please don't hit me, I won't dare again. I promise to steal more money tomorrow, uncle. It hurts, it hurts. Woo woo woo, uncle, we're hungry. Please don't withhold food from us. We will be obedient. A dozen children, averaging only 6 or 7 years of age, clustered together, desperately pleading for mercy, yet all they received in return was Adu's merciless beating. The gleaming respirator illuminated the vibrant poisonous bee, casting an unsettling glow in the light in the eyes of these young children. This poisonous bee was the source of all their nightmares. Yun and Aoyang, along with 2 or 3 other older children, could no longer endure the sight. Though they were only teenagers, they had become the elder brothers among the younger ones. Led by Yun, they rushed to Adu's feet, clutching his legs and crying out, Uncle, please don't hit them. Hit me instead. We will pay you back double what they owe. Please, just don't hurt them. They're still children. Yun's pleas did not evoke any sympathy from Adu. Rather, they ignited the long-suppressed rage within him. Grabbing Yun by the collar, he lifted the small body into the air. Who do we have here? Is this not the little brat who has taken in a mother? Do you have any money? Didn't you give all your coins to that whore of a mother? Now you dare to speak up. Hand over your money. You're supposed to be the best at this, so cough up all your savings. Pay these little brats what they owe. Adu's anger flared upon seeing Ayun, who had been dutifully delivering 10 gold coins daily, while his so-called mother received 30. How could Adu not be envious? How could he not be furious? Were it not for the blood rose needing Ayun's intelligence, he would have likely dealt with the boy long ago. Adu had long since deciphered Ayun and Alyang's temperament. As long as he unleashed his wrath upon these children, he could undoubtedly extract money from them. This had always been the case, yet since Ayun met that con artist of a mother, he could no longer squeeze any funds from him. Today, this audacious little brat dared to stand up for the others, triggering Adu's pent-up fury. You little brat, you think that S your mother? Damn it, I'll tell you, she is just a fake. That whore is just using you. As he reached a fever pitch, Adu unleashed 10 resounding slaps. Ayun had always been the protector among the children. Though only 13, he was their guardian. When the children were hungry, Ayun would procure food for them. When they were cold, he would find them clothes. The 6-year-olds, being at their most dependent age, looked up to the kind-hearted Ayun, who filled the emotional void in their lives. Seeing Ayun's face covered in blood, the children could no longer endure, and they rallied together, propelled by an unknown courage, rushing towards Adu, clinging to his legs and crying out, "Bad guy, let go of our brother. You're a bad guy. Woo-woo-woo, Ayun is bleeding. Don't cry, Ayun, bit him. Fight this bad man." A group of children, barely over a meter tall, possessed little fighting strength. Their punches and kicks barely tickled. Their baby teeth still intact. Adu, thoroughly exasperated, raised his foot and kicked the children in the face, sending a few teeth and blood spraying from their mouths. "It hurts! It hurts!" Instantly, the children erupted into a chorus of cries. The sight of bright red blood awakened Adu's vicious instincts. Looking at the tender faces before him ignited an intense anger within him, a fire that found no outlet. Suddenly, he cast aside Ayun and seized one of the children who had lost a baby tooth, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. "I almost forgot. You worthless brats are still of use. If I break your limbs, blind your eyes, and then hand you over to Siwan, you'll become proud beggars on the street. Ha ha ha, I'm so clever. Had it not been for your laziness today, I wouldn't have thought of such a brilliant money-making scheme." A chilling laughter filled the room, leaving all the children petrified, their spirits crushed. They no longer dared to resist, huddling together in the corner. Many so frightened that they wet their pants. The child captured in the grasp of Adu is merely 6 years old, equivalent to a first-grade student on other planets, at an age when one typically follows a teacher to learn new characters. Such a young child, how could they withstand such intimidation? Moreover, Adu's threats are not mere words. They are gruesome realities. "Please, I beg you, uncle, don't." The child has become numb, having witnessed the sight of disabled children in Huang'e City, blind children sitting at street corners, extending their hands in desperate pleas for alms, only to have all their collected money snatched away, with none surviving past the age of 10. Just as Adu erupted into frenzied laughter, Ayun and Alyang, who had been thrown to the ground, suddenly lunged at him, knocking the hysterical Adu down. Ayun cradled the bloodied child and pointed at Adu, inquiring, "So it was you? So it was you and the jackals who did this? No wonder children vanish without reason every year. You are the ones who have brought them to ruin." In that moment, the previously timid Alyang also ignited with fury, standing alongside Ayun to shield the children. "What about Xiaomei? What about Ubi? And Wuchang, the crybaby? Where have they all gone? Did you harm them?" The questions posed by Ayun and Alyang required no answers. Adu's cruel gaze revealed that before them stood not a man, but a beast. "You little brats dare to question me?" Adu seemed to have heard something ludicrous, laughing heartily. "What use do I have for useless trash that cannot earn me a profit, if it were not for your skills? Allowing you to steal money from me daily, do you think your fate would be any better?" With that, Adu casually tossed the 2 children aside like mere chickens, seizing a little girl from the group and forcefully pressing her onto the table. "Let us start with you," he snarled, gripping the girl's arm and twisting it behind her back, clearly intent on breaking her frail limb. The girl, terrified, began to wail, her tears and snot staining her small face. Just as Adu was about to exert force, Ayun and Alyang, bruised and battered, charged at him, bringing down a heavy chair upon Adu's skull, splitting his scalp wide open, blood gushing forth. Surprise coursed through Adu. He had not anticipated such defiance from the two children. In a fit of rage, he flung the little girl aside and kicked Ayun away. "You wish to die? Very well," he declared, swinging a massive fist towards Ayun's temple. Adu, being a martial artist of considerable skill, knew that even a blow against stone would leave cracks, let alone against small Ayun. A chorus of screams erupted within the room. Just at that critical moment, a thunderous crash resounded at the entrance of the stone chamber, the thin iron door flying open like lightning, heading straight for Adu's back. Who? Caught off guard, Adu barely had time to react before the door slammed against him. The impact sent him reeling, akin to a cat startled by a stomp on its tail, springing back up to throw a punch at the figure he presumed to be his assailant. However, the figure was unfazed. As soon as Adu moved, he sensed the boy intended to flee. Could a mere beginner in martial arts contend with a seasoned fighter? Yet, the only exit had been blocked. Leaving Adu no choice but to fight desperately, Wuchang had never felt such fury. Even when pursued in the past, he had not experienced such wrath. In his previous life on Earth, he had seen countless disabled children begging on the streets. Initially, he believed them to be ordinary disabled children and had shown them kindness. However, he later learned from a comrade the grim truth. These children were abducted, controlled by a gang of so-called beggars who broke their limbs and blinded them, turning them into profit-making machines, using their pitiable states to elicit sympathy and gain profit. In that life, Wuchang yearned for the chance to punish such human beasts, but opportunity eluded him. Now, in this future world, the same scene unfolded before his eyes once more. Finally, he comprehended the essence of losing one's humanity. Indeed, there are those who have surrendered their souls to the devil. Wuchang propelled a kick straight towards Adu's chest, catching him off guard, sending him staggering back before Adu's fist could reach him. Ayun, protect the children, Wuchang bellowed, lunging forward with a tiger claw, seizing Adu's outstretched hand aimed at the children. You think to use the children as hostages? Your vile schemes won't deceive anyone. With that, he delivered a powerful punch to Adu's stomach, causing him to retch uncontrollably. Collapsed on the floor, Adu released his breathing mask, vomit mixed with blood splattering everywhere, prompting the children to cover their noses. Please, I beg you, don't kill me, Adu wailed, tears streaming down his face as he knelt before Wuchang, pleading, it's not my fault. I had no part in it. It was all Sevin's orders. Nonsense, Alyang exclaimed, leaping to his feet. You captured me when I was 6. Your misdeeds cannot be hidden from me. You controlled us to steal for your profit. Today, you have confessed to the deaths of so many brothers and sisters. Alyang was right. Unlike Ayun, who had been taken in by Eileen after being separated from his parents at 6, only to meet Alyang and the others at 11 and become a part-time thief. Alyang's plight was far more tragic. He had been under Adu's control since he was 5 or 6, and he was well aware of Adu's true nature. Little Yang, I raised you. I deserve some credit for that. Don't betray me. Adu was in despair, realizing from Wuchang's speed and skill that he was no match for him. Wuchang looked at Adu with disdain. Do you wish to live? Then beg for the children's mercy. If they plead for your release, I may spare your life. Hearing this, Adu saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly crawled toward the children, slapping himself across the face in desperation. I was wrong, children. I was wrong. I am not human. I should not have frightened you. The children's fear of Adu had penetrated to their very bones. As he approached, they scrambled back like frightened chicks, while those at the edge wailed in terror. Adu, now frantically anxious, remembered that Wuchang, the harbinger of death, stood behind him, capable of killing without hesitation. He crawled to a nearby box in the corner and began to produce various canned foods, offering them to the children like a treasure. Good children, just say a kind word for uncle. These meat and fruit cans are all for you. How could children of 5 or 6 resist the allure of delightful treats? Their eyes sparkled as they gazed at the colorful packaging. Then, I will forgive you, a slightly braver little boy proclaimed, snatching a fruit can and racing off to share it with his friends. Once the first child took a can, others quickly followed suit, and soon the entire box of food was emptied, bringing smiles to the children's faces, even eliciting a smile from Wuchang. You have spared him? So I too must keep my word. Come with me, Wuchang commanded, pulling Edu out of the stone chamber. Just outside, around the bend of the mine tunnel, Wuchang suddenly halted, his icy gaze fixed upon Edu, as if regarding a corpse. What do you intend to do? Are you having second thoughts? Edu quivered, his legs trembling. At that moment, Wuchang struck. His fist flew towards Edu in a blur of motion, targeting him with a series of devastating blows. This is for the humiliation you inflicted in the mine. With one punch, Edu's left shoulder shattered. This is for the miners who perished at the center. With another, his right elbow was pulverized. This is for the poor souls. A third punch crushed his left kneecap. This is for Xiaomei, Ubi, Dechong, and the crybaby. Wuchang's fists rained down like a storm upon every vulnerable joint of Edu's body. Wrists, elbows, shoulders, ankles, knees, and hips. Each critical joint shattered mercilessly. Most cruelly, Wuchang exhibited restraint. He would incapacitate but not kill at last. He pried open Edu's mouth, yanked out his tongue, and with a brutal shove of his chin declared, "You shall be mute for the rest of your life." The bloody tip of Edu's tongue fell to the ground. This brutal beating revealed to Edu the true nature of hell. He understood that his future was extinguished. A useless husk held no value for Sevin. He had only the path of a beggar on the streets of Huang'e City left to him. Gazing at the crumpled form of Edu, Wuchang muttered to himself, "I hear the doctors on Capital Star are exceptional. For a few 100,000 gold coins, they can heal disabilities. I wonder if you have any connections?" With a chuckle, Wuchang abandoned the despondent Edu, turning to re-enter the stone chamber. In that moment within the stone chamber, a cluster of children huddled together, ravenously devouring their food. In their memories, they had never encountered such delectable fare. The sweetness of the canned fruit seemed to penetrate their very souls. Many of the children, while indulging, wept openly. Upon the entrance of Wuchang, a little girl rushed over, clutching a half-eaten can and thrusting it into his hands. "Uncle, please eat this. It's so sweet." Though the children were quite young, they had reached an age of understanding, capable of discerning right from wrong. Witnessing their innocence, Wuchang felt a lump in his throat, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Uncle, I'm hungry. You all eat." The canned fruit was simply exquisite. Just moments ago, a Yun had informed him that this delightful flavor was known as sweetness, and it was his first encounter with such a taste. The little girl's words remained unfinished as Wuchang could no longer contain his emotions. Tears streaming down his face, he understood that in Huang'e Xing, 99% of food had to be imported. The inhabitants subsisted on the most meager sustenance, with luxuries like fruit rarely gracing the table. Even for Edu, who might only indulge a few times a year, many of these children had been snatched away while still in swaddling, deprived of parental care, and existing on such a harsh planet. To experience sweetness was almost a miracle. "Don't worry, Uncle is here. I will ensure you eat your fill every day, and that you enjoy sweet treats regularly." Just then, a Yun approached. These children not only struggled with hunger but often faced violence. They lacked even a simple breathing mask. At night, the air was filled with the sound of coughing, the volcanic ash wreaking havoc on their lungs. A Liang timidly chimed in, "Uncle, we can work, we can steal. We'll give you all the stolen money, just please don't harm them. Let them grow up safe and sound." At this point, a Liang was choked with emotion. "Uncle, do you know? Of these children, no more than half will live past 10. Please don't blind them, and don't break their hands or feet. Let them live happily." Wuchang, a grown man, could no longer suppress his feelings. He embraced the little girl, his voice trembling. "It's all right. The hard days are behind you. Consider the past a nightmare. Now that we are awake, let us live well." After saying this, Wuchang retrieved a pouch of coins from his pocket, containing 4 or 5 rainbow coins and over 100 gold coins. He handed the pouch to a Yun. "This is your living expense for these days. Stay hidden underground for a while. Later, come find me in Huang'e City. I reside at." Wuchang meticulously instructed a Yun, even revealing his connection with Mad Dog and Boss Pan. If there was danger, a Yun and the others could seek help from Mad Dog. He repeated this crucial information 3 times before preparing to delve deeper into the mines. However, before he could exit the stone chamber, the children surrounded him. "Uncle, you won't abandon us, will you? You won't stop caring for us?" Holding back tears, Wuchang patted their heads, saying, "I won't. Uncle is going to earn money. Only by earning can I buy you food, and also a new breathing mask for each of you. Uncle, please don't go. Let us earn the money. I isn't it children who should support the family. We used to earn money together to take care of the adults. Oh heavens, how could Wuchang endure such a heart-wrenching scene? These children were only 6 or 7 years old. What hardships had they endured to utter such words? Clenching his teeth, Wuchang turned and strode into the mine, shouting over his shoulder, "Don't hesitate to spend that money. Make sure the children are well fed and get their breathing masks. I have money now, plenty of it." Just as Wuchang had walked a mere 100 meters, the boy named Liang suddenly chased after him. "Uncle, wait. I need to tell you something. Did you know that the dirty old man, Ryan, was once the team leader for Saiwan and Adu? They say Ryan even saved their lives. Once, when Adu was drunk, I overheard them drunkenly mumbling about it. Apparently, they had stolen a high-quality crystal from Ryan, and it was with that crystal's money that Saiwan started his business." Hearing this, Wuchang was instantly filled with rage. Spinning around to run down another tunnel, eager to confront Adu, such ingrates should not be allowed to walk this earth. However, something unexpected occurred. Upon reaching the previous corner, aside from a few drops of blood on the ground, Adu had vanished. Damn it, this is absurd. Did he shatter into pieces and still manage to run? 030 Hercules battle armor. The sound of miners' picks striking the rock echoed continuously through the tunnels. No miner would suspect that someone was extracting crystals. They would assume it was merely someone bored, venting their frustrations on the stone. It has been said that the fragile rainbow crystal could be reduced to dust with a mere breath. When handling crystals, one should treat them with the tenderness and caution befitting a newborn. Unfortunately, this adage did not apply to Wuchang, a man consumed by grief and anger, who was channeling his turmoil through the strikes of his pickaxe. The indentations in the stone wall deepened, and at the center of one such hollow, a radiant crystal gleamed brilliantly. If Parker were present, he would surely be cursing. This crystal had grown 10 centimeters, and Wuchang had no intention of applying any foam agent. Wuchang's reluctance to use foam was deliberate. In his brief tenure as a miner, he had grasped a level of understanding unattainable by those before him. The essence of fluidity in his work. Just as a calligrapher pours ink effortlessly onto a page, or a musician plays a piece without interruption for tea, so too must a miner maintain a rhythm while mining. Feeling the pulse of the crystal within, vibration is omnipresent, and the fragility of rainbow crystals is well known. Maintaining a steady cadence is Wuchang's secret to successful extraction. Only novice miners would incessantly spray foam, unaware of the catastrophic consequences of disrupting the rhythm of mining. Perhaps after applying foam, the next strike may be the moment the crystal shatters. Today, no one disturbed Wuchang, although Parker had wished to join. Wuchang had not brought him along. The tunnels were desolate, with only Wuchang present. The crystal gradually emerged, and the formidable control exerted by the dragon-tiger combat art ensured that each of Wuchang's strikes was perfectly measured. While his meditative practices transported him into a state of selflessness, a calm mind leads to steady hands, and in seamless execution, miracles are born. After a full hour and a half, when the rainbow crystal fell from the air, Wuchang's left hand shot out like lightning, securely catching the crystal in his palm. Not daring to be negligent, the moment the crystal landed, a thick foam agent erupted, encasing the crystal in protection. Wow! A full 21 centimeters. Yet another crystal of standard battleship quality. Overcome with excitement, Wuchang leaped, his jubilant cries echoing throughout the tunnel. He caressed the deep hole in the rock wall, astonished to discover that at the very bottom, there was no reflection of the crystal. What did this signify? It indicated that this crystal within the mountain measured a full 21 centimeters, and Wuchang had unearthed an intact crystal without a trace of damage. It seemed his meditative skills had indeed advanced. If one's heart is not steady, such a feat would be unattainable. As for how much a 21-centimeter crystal might fetch, Wuchang was uncertain. But he firmly believed that discerning black market merchants would offer a price at least 10 times that of the official value. Today, Wuchang truly reaped a bountiful harvest. In addition to this premium crystal, his backpack also contained 6 other crystals, each measuring under 10 centimeters, the longest reaching 8 centimeters. Such a feat could only be described as miraculous. Wuchang chose not to linger further. He resolved to return to the surface. On one hand, he had enjoyed great success, but on the other, he was concerned for the children. The mysterious disappearance of the venomous endowed weighed heavily on Wuchang's mind, and he decided that the children must be moved immediately. However, the crackdown on the surface was far from over. The children's reckless return above ground might not guarantee their safety. Ultimately, it was a Yun who had a plan. These cunning little thieves had established a few secret hideouts deep within Huang'e City's mine, where they concealed their savings, as well as a fair amount of food and clean water. The children could only be considered temporarily safe, without adult protection, relying on a Yun and a Liang. Two adolescents, to care for a group of young ones was indeed unreliable. This was the primary reason for Wuchang's urgency to return. This section of the mine was unfamiliar to Wuchang, and after navigating several turns, he suddenly realized he was lost in Huang'e Sting's tunnels. Losing one's way was not unusual. Wuchang activated the portable terminal on his wrist, connecting with Parker in the slums through an encrypted channel. After a lengthy conversation of over 10 minutes, Wuchang finally grasped his location. Following Parker's directions, he began retracing his steps, but had scarcely walked 200 meters when a bizarre sight appeared before him. "What the hell? Is that a hand?" Wuchang exclaimed in astonishment. The mine passage traversed by Wuchang is a dilapidated route left behind from the early days of Huang'e Star's development, now largely stripped of its crystals. Typically, this forsaken tunnel sees no visitors. Yet, within this ordinary derelict mine, a colossal hand unexpectedly emerged from the rock, blocking Wuchang's path. Illuminated by the mine lamp, the hand radiated a ghostly grayish-white glow, eerily grasping at the air. Startled, Wuchang circled the hand 3 times before confirming it to be a mechanical arm crafted from steel. "Ryan, could you take a look and tell me what in the world this is?" Wuchang activated the terminal's camera, transmitting live images to Ryan on the surface. "Huh? Where did you capture this? Is this a live feed?" Ryan stared at the screen and suddenly, with a slap to his forehead, exclaimed, "You've struck gold. Hurry and dig out that battle armor embedded in the rock wall. I'll get Parker and Bull to assist you right away." At the mention of treasure, Wuchang's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he swung his mining shovel against the rock face, sending large chunks of stone tumbling down. "If I'm not mistaken, what lies buried within the rock is likely a model from the first generation of the Hercules series of war armor. Your location is within the most primitive mine of Huang'e Star, which means this equipment could very well be a remnant from the early development of the planet." Thanks to Ryan's introduction, Wuchang gained a preliminary understanding of this elite war armor. War armor is a unique combat suit that fuses technology, magic, and ancient martial arts. Its form-fitting design houses numerous nano-engines that enhance strength and speed. The high-strength alloys used are on par with those found in space-folding engine casings, if not superior. Most intriguingly, the joints of the armor are connected by magical energy, an energy membrane. This magical light membrane replaces all sensory components, enabling direct reception of muscle movement signals, allowing the armor to respond accordingly. To put it simply, this armor not only provides physical protection but also amplifies the wearer's physical actions, enabling them to jump higher, run faster, endure longer, and possess greater strength. Do you have any idea how expensive such armor is? This early Hercules series has become an antique, often fetching a price in the collectibles market but seldom finding a buyer. The next tier, the Assault Series armor, starts at over 2 million gold coins. 2 million gold coins? Good heavens! Sevin's entire fortune is just over 1 million coins. This pile of scrap metal before me is worth 2 Sevins? We about to strike it rich? Ryan looked down on Wuchang's naive excitement, retorting, "Are you blinded by greed? Let me tell you, if I can restore this armor, you will be hailed as the top expert on Huang'e Star. The security team will be nothing in comparison, and Yi Tian will be insignificant." Wuchang's excitement grew, prompting him to work even faster, channeling the power of the dragon and tiger into each shovel strike, unearthing substantial amounts of rock. Gradually, the heavy humanoid armor began to reveal its form. Through the terminal's live transmission, Ryan deduced that the armor had been buried in the mountains due to an earthquake, escaping damage from lava. Although the main structure had been deformed under the weight of millions of tons of rock, the intricate components remained mostly intact, indicating a high chance of restoration. The earthquake had buried the armor within the mountain, while simultaneously exposing one of its arms to the open air, as if some divine force was watching over Wuchang. The helmet rolled away upon being unearthed. Parker and Bull finally arrived. The trio labored for over 4 hours to extract the sealed armor from the rock wall. Under the cover of night, They scurried back and forth like mice, finally assembling the complete Hercules armor set. Ryan rubbed his hands together in excitement, gazing at the pile of junk before him. Get me the funds and hurry to procure parts from the black market. Today, I will show you what genius looks like. While Ryan immersed himself in repairing the armor, in an inconspicuous warehouse outside Huang'e City, the bandaged Adu lay on a bed, groaning, surrounded by Sevin and his subordinates. Big fat, little fat, can you confirm the location? Sevin asked coldly. No problem. When Wuchang was beating Adu, he never turned off his terminal, so we overheard their entire conversation. They're currently hiding in Huang'e City. The speaker was none other than the illegitimate child of Blood Rose. Big Fat and Little Fat, who had been on guard in the mine. To ensure safety, Adu's terminal had never been switched off. They heard everything. The torment the children endured, Wuchang's sudden appearance, and Adu's desperate cries. However, they were self-aware, knowing they were no match for Wuchang, and due to their disdain for Adu's bullying of children, they ultimately refrained from intervening. After Wuchang left, believing Adu would meet his demise, the two hefty figures helped Adu escape, promptly reporting the information to Sevin. What now? Should we immediately raid their hideout? One assassin inquired. Are you out of your mind? That territory belongs to Yi Tian and Mad Dog. We can't act recklessly there. If we want to catch them, we must go through Yi Tian. Mad Dog's reputation was not unfounded. It was established over a decade ago when he was merely a lackey in the black market. At that time, the mine supervisor, in a fit of madness, sought to eradicate the black market, being the most powerful among Huang'e City's 3 major lords, even commanding some members of the security team. The confident supervisor, defying the governor and the security chief's advice, insisted on waging war against smugglers. The security team, being a regular army, found the smugglers utterly defenseless against their onslaught. In that raid, over 100 black market operatives and smugglers were imprisoned, and all black market assets were confiscated. Following that clash, enraged smugglers declared that whoever could eliminate the supervisor would be appointed the new king of Huang'e City's underworld. However, no one was foolish enough to take on such a formidable target. Yet, one disgruntled lackey, skeptical of fate, discovered the supervisor's penchant for male companionship. To get closer to him, the lackey spent 3 months as a prostitute. A young man with a healthy sexual orientation, willing to endure such a fate for his goal, could only be described as mad. Using his allure, the lackey successfully eliminated the supervisor in bed and allowed himself to be captured by the security team. Awaiting execution in the underground prison, his audacious act stunned smugglers throughout the Matu Star Circle, who united to seek the pirate king, Tora, for assistance. Tora, moved by the lackey's tenacity, managed to obtain a pardon from the 3 Seas Star. From that day forth, Mad Dog became the underworld leader of Huang'e City, his status unshaken despite the changes among the official 3 lords. However, today, Mad Dog's behavior seemed unusual. How could the renowned Mad Dog serve as a guide for an unfamiliar miner? Treating him with such deference and a smile, was there no volcanic activity on Huang'e Star today? Mad Dog's odd demeanor left all merchants bewildered, and even the miner appeared enigmatic, prompting several shops to hesitate in overcharging him. Whatever the miner wished to purchase, he received at the lowest price. Wuchang, what else do you need? Do you require money? If so, just ask, and Mad Dog will cover it for you. I don't need it. Really, I have plenty of money. I'm just surprised by your generosity. Oh, please, don't be so polite. I've heard of your exploits, single-handedly battling Sevin until now. You're a true warrior. Please, you're embarrassing me. By the way, do you know which shop in the black market offers the best price for rainbow crystals? The black market in Huang'e City is essentially a wide mine passage repurposed into numerous shops, where one can freely buy and sell crystals, luxury goods, drugs, and various weapons, including precision parts. Ryan's list of necessary components had already been given to the largest parts dealer here, who, after a cost of 1,000 rainbow coins, promised to deliver the parts to his door. Defensive weapons were also essential. 200 rainbow coins allowed him to purchase a substantial supply of standard weaponry. He also bought various smuggled foods, including canned fruits from agricultural planets and colorful lollipops, intending to share them with the children later. The feeling of having money is truly delightful. Within an hour, Wuchang spent over 2,000 rainbow coins. And in the end, even Mad Dog felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Your propensity for spending is truly audacious. I can't fathom why you would even purchase lollipops. Do you still harbor a penchant for sweets? Wuchang scratched his head, feeling that this indulgence was indeed excessive. Ultimately, he resolved to procure a few crystals from the black market as a contingency. If you wish to sell crystals, it would be wise to seek out Boss Jiang. He is the foremost figure among all the smugglers on Huang'e Star, known for his loyalty and generosity. However, he does adhere to certain principles. Low-grade goods do not pique his interest. Nevertheless, I believe Boss Jiang would not dare to dismiss your standing. Wuchang. Boss Jiang's establishment is not tucked away in a dark underground. Rather, he resides in a lavish mansion located in the southwestern corner of Huang'e City. Upon entering the courtyard, Wuchang was greeted by the sight of a reinforced glass greenhouse. Teeming with an abundance of vegetables and fruits, he gazed upon the vibrant red tomatoes and lush green melons. His eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe that amidst Huang'e Star, he could encounter such vivacious flora, their rich colors rejuvenating his spirit completely. What a delight! I feel invigorated from head to toe, Wuchang exclaimed absent-mindedly to Ha. Since you are so enamored, do step inside. Feel free to sample the bounty within, came the voice of the round-faced proprietor, the very same man who had stood respectfully by the River of Souls. Boss Jiang led Wuchang and Mad Dog into the greenhouse, where the fragrant aroma of the plants filled the air. Wuchang was overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. Having come from a verdant world on Earth, he had long been starved of greenery. After a brief moment of reverie, having savored a tomato he cherished, he finally returned to the matter at hand. I possess a few exquisite rainbow crystals and hope that Boss Jiang could appraise them. I believe he is the only one on Huang'e Star capable of offering a fair price. Upon extracting a 15-centimeter-long foam stick from his miner's bag, both Boss Jiang and Mad Dog were left speechless. 15 centimeters. This is the caliber of a cruiser-grade crystal. You truly live up to your reputation as the ghost Wuchang. Boss Jiang mused while caressing the foam stick. It's fortunate you came directly to me. No one else would dare to handle such merchandise. The black market has its own rules, and anyone who dares to deal with military-grade crystals is courting disaster. Ah! Wuchang gasped in astonishment, his mind racing with apprehension. This could be problematic. If only Boss Jiang dares to take this off my hands, will he try to lowball me? He felt a surge of relief. Thankful that he had not revealed the 21-centimeter crystal he had recently acquired, opting instead to test the waters with this 15-centimeter specimen. Revealing his hand too soon could have spelled disaster. Wuchang understood that once a treasure is exposed, it must be sold quickly to avoid complications. Now, even if Boss Jiang were to negotiate, Wuchang found himself powerless, as he was already surrounded by adversities and could not afford to make more enemies. Moreover, he needed Boss Jiang's assistance to facilitate his escape. It seemed Boss Jiang had read Wuchang's thoughts, as he smiled and stated, the official purchase price for a 15-centimeter crystal is 200 rainbow coins, equivalent to 20,000 gold coins. The black market typically offers double that rate, which would amount to 400 rainbow coins. Wuchang quickly grasped the implication. It appeared that 40,000 gold coins was Boss Jiang's bottom line. Without haggling, he retrieved 8 rainbow crystals from his bag, placing them in a pile on the table. These crystals range from 8 centimeters to 5 centimeters. I am selling them as a bundle. Please appraise them as you see fit, Boss Jiang. You are well aware of my predicament. Without you, I doubt anyone else would dare to buy my goods. Having contemplated his circumstances, Wuchang resolved to adopt a strategy of self-deprecation. Since he could not resist, he might as well elicit more generosity from the other party. Boss Jiang inspected the treasures laid before him, nodding. Based on past valuations, I can offer a maximum of 500 rainbow coins for these. However, today, before he could finish, Boss Jiang abruptly stood up. Excuse me for a moment. Please wait a few minutes. With that, he turned and left. Wuchang, perplexed, glanced at Mad Dog, who was preoccupied with devouring a melon and paid him no mind. Anxiously, Wuchang waited for a full 10 minutes, and when Boss Jiang returned, his opening offer left Wuchang in shock. I will give you an outright price of 8,000 rainbow coins. Is that sufficient? With a loud splatter, the juice from Mad Dog's melon sprayed everywhere, as the notorious underworld figure stared at Boss Jiang in disbelief. Good heavens! I have never witnessed such a lofty purchase price since I can remember. That amounts to 800,000 gold coins. You are quoting a price worthy of falling stars. Indeed, that is the price for falling stars. It is quite normal for rainbow crystals to yield a profit of 20 times from their point of origin to falling stars. I commend you, brother Wuchang. I will not profit from this transaction. I am merely lending a hand to a brother in need." Wuchang was left speechless. He had fought tooth and nail to seize 100,000 gold coins from Sevin. Yet this merchant casually offered him a fortune of 800,000 gold coins. How wealthy are these smugglers? Rising to his feet, Wuchang clasped his fists together in the traditional gesture of gratitude common among Earth's forest heroes. "Your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require assistance, you need only call upon me. Wuchang, I shall repay your generosity with my life." Wuchang's archaic gesture astonished someone hidden behind the one-way window, Ming He. He never could have imagined that Wuchang would employ the fist-clasping salute reserved for the elite Imperial Guard. Where could he have learned such etiquette? Could it be that this fellow has ties to falling stars? Contemplating this, Ming He straightened his attire, adopting a solemn demeanor as he returned a proper fist-clasp salute through the glass. "Young brother, you continue to astound me." While Wuchang remained to indulge in a feast of fresh, organic vegetables, back in his secret base within the slums, the scruffy elder Ryan had finally completed the repairs on the Hercules war armor. Luckily, it was the most primitive series of Hercules. If it had been a more advanced assault series, the low-grade components at hand would have rendered repairs impossible. Boss Pan gazed at the scattered armor pieces on the floor, filled with mixed emotions. "What is your true identity? How is it that you are capable of repairing such antiquated armor? The Hercules series has been in existence for over 10,000 years, and yet you can handle it." Not only was Boss Pan affected, but the nearby bull also stared at the armor with gleaming eyes. "Let me try it on. Let me try it." Before he could finish, Ryan delivered a sharp smack to the back of his head. "Are you foolish? Without the physical prowess of a fourth-tier warrior, you cannot hope to operate the Hercules series. Not to mention, the magical membrane inside the armor could easily destroy your muscles and nerves." Just as Ryan was admonishing Bull, a sudden crash echoed as the windows above shattered, and agile figures leaped through the broken panes. "Everyone down! You have been captured." Wuchang was blissfully unaware that his hideout had been raided. At that moment, he was aboard a speedboat, enjoying a feast on the pitch-black ocean of Huang'e Star. "Brother, look at the white stripes peeking from beneath the water. That is the pattern on a blue-backed fish on Huang'e Star." Amphibious creatures had yet to evolve, and even plants had not yet taken to land, except for lichen and bacteria. Of course, on the speeding boat, Mad Dog and Boss Jiang took on the role of enthusiastic tour guides, explaining the scenery around them. Perhaps the splashes from the speedboat startled the blue-backed fish, as a school of them leaped from the depths, creating an archway as they swam alongside the vessel. Truly, the ocean is the cradle of life, and the ancient, mysterious waters are never devoid of wondrous creatures. As Wuchang gawked in awe at the blue-backed fish, Mad Dog suddenly shouted, "Look, it's a terror beast." Indeed, a colossal deep-sea monster erupted from the water, its size dwarfing even that of a blue whale on Earth. Its enormous mouth was filled with seawater, and within that deluge swam at least a ton of blue-backed fish, all consumed in a single gulp. What luck! Your first venture into the sea coincides with witnessing a terror beast in action. It seems your journey will be filled with surprises. As they spoke, the monstrous wave created by the terror beast surged toward them. Mad Dog swiftly pulled the lever, and the anti-gravity engine roared to life. Just as the wave crashed down, the entire boat soared 10 meters into the air. "Wow, what a thrill!" Mad Dog exclaimed, as he piloted the boat through a thick veil of mist, heading toward an unnamed island. Smugglers, especially those like Wuchang who could afford to pay 3,000 rainbow coins for a group crossing, were considered VIPs within smuggling circles. Such esteemed guests were naturally entitled to familiarize themselves with the entire smuggling process prior to their journey. Today, Mad Dog and Boss Jiang were taking Wuchang to view their secret spaceship base, hidden on a solitary island over 100 kilometers from Huang'e City. The center of this island, formed by a volcanic eruption, stood a massive transport ship, towering majestically within the mouth of the dormant volcano. Did you see it? The second-generation light transport ship of the Bucks, measuring 400 meters in length. With a maximum width of 210 meters and a height clearance of 230 meters, boasting a maximum cargo capacity of 200,000 tons. As soon as Boss Jiang laid eyes on his prized possession, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but begin explaining the various data metrics of this transport vessel to Wuchang. "Why heavens, such a colossal warship, and you dare to call it a light transport vessel?" At a distance of 400 meters, one could only discern a blurred silhouette. Wuchang's sentiments were justified. Having witnessed aircraft carriers of approximately 300 meters in his past life, he had already found them to be monumental. Yet upon encountering such an immense spacecraft today, he realized how limited his previous perspective had been. A cargo capacity of 200,000 tons, and you intend to use it for smuggling? Does Huang'e Star truly possess such a vast quantity of contraband? Wuchang inquired in bewilderment. Just then, the lights on one side of the ship began to flicker intensely, and a circular hatch, approximately 10 meters in diameter, slowly opened. Once the hatch reached its maximum aperture, a brilliant beam of silvery light shot skyward, its luminous tail burning brightly for mere seconds before transitioning into the characteristic blue glow of an anti-gravity engine. It was only when the light beam had vanished beyond the clouds that Boss Jiang clarified for Wuchang that this was known as a space lifeboat. Originally intended for escape, but in the eyes of smugglers like us, it serves as an excellent tool for clandestine transport. Small target, high speed. When you leave Huang'e Star, you will also be departing in such a lifeboat. Won't you? Utilizing a lifeboat for our escape? Although Wuchang was not well versed in the spacecraft knowledge of this world, it was evident that relying on a lifeboat for interstellar travel was rather implausible. Haha, the lifeboat will merely carry you beyond Huang'e Star's atmosphere. There will be transport ships waiting for you in the vastness of space. You think we operate as solitary units? Smugglers like us constitute an immensely vast network, emphasizing resource sharing. Upon hearing this, Wuchang felt entirely reassured, and at the summit of the volcano, he transferred the smuggling fee to Boss Jiang. Just as Wuchang and Boss Jiang completed their transaction, a land vehicle suddenly bolted up from the volcano's mouth. Boss, there is an anomaly in space. Huang'e Star is experiencing spatial disturbances, and the radar is responding with extraordinary intensity. It's a massive upheaval. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Boss Jiang leaped onto the land vehicle.at that moment. 2 additional land vehicles followed suit, whisking Wuchang and Mad Dog down the mountainside like a gust of wind. The enormous transport ship loomed closer, growing larger, and soon the densely packed ship cannons and missile launchers became clearly discernible. On the black hull, countless workers were engaged in maintenance, and before such a colossal spacecraft, every human appeared as insignificant as ants. The land vehicle sped to the forefront command cabin, and through an emergency passage, the trio entered the command hall, which was already in disarray. Z234, X789. Y987 coordinate range is exhibiting spatial anomalous discharge phenomena. Preliminary observations indicate energy levels reaching Class B. The lunar orbital satellite has sent a signal. Light distortion phenomena are becoming severe, and water wave effects have emerged in space. What is the magnitude of the impact? Boss Jiang shouted. Class B indicates a fleet is executing spatial folding. Boss Jiang knocked over the coffee brought by his beautiful secretary, gripping the table tightly as he anxiously demanded, "What is happening? Why has our intelligence network revealed nothing?" Not only was Boss Jiang flustered, but Mad Dog also recognized the gravity of the situation. Could it be a military fleet? Yet we are situated in the rear, and the Orion belt cannot possibly approach. Does the Tri-Sea Star even have the bandwidth to concern itself with us? Amidst the collective confusion, 3 display screens suddenly flickered with chaotic distortions before plunging into darkness. Enemy attack. We are under enemy assault. 6 portable satellites have been suppressed by powerful spatial electromagnetic weapons. Damn it, it truly is a warship. What on earth is going on? As chaos ensued in the command cabin. In the vastness of space 420,000 kilometers from Huang'e Star, behind the moon of Huang'e Star, a massive and boundless ripple began to form, accompanied by an exceptionally strong electromagnetic interference that instantaneously obliterated all nearby electronic devices. Following this, a magnificent statue of a celestial maiden emerged at the center of the ripple, draped in diaphanous fabrics, her nearly nude form exhibiting an exquisite golden ratio, her stunning visage bearing testament to the craftsmanship of a master sculptor. As the celestial maiden gradually revealed her countenance, she smiled, her right hand gesturing forward as if to guide the way, while her left cradled a crown symbolizing power. Atop the crown, a beautifully folded piece of obsidian radiated light. Once the statue of the celestial maiden fully materialized, it revealed the colossal bow of a warship, its black alloy armor adorned with various indicator lights, and all weapon firing ports wide open. signifying that this vessel was at battle readiness. It is impossible to adequately describe the immensity of this warship. If the 300-meter transport vessel could be deemed spectacular, how might one articulate the grandeur of this warship, which exceeds 3,000 meters in length? Wuchang truly ought to witness this marvel of the universe. The 3-kilometer-long hull was already beyond sight, and within this warship, it could easily accommodate 50,000 soldiers, an armed force formidable enough to instill fear in Huang'e Star. Not only this singular ship was undergoing spatial folding. Trailing closely behind were 10 patrol vessels exceeding 1,000 meters in length and 6 rapid assault ships surpassing 800 meters. These auxiliary vessels formed a standard escort formation surrounding the largest warship. Inside the celestial maiden-embellished warship, there lay a beautifully crafted garden, occupying 10 acres, complete with artificial hills, fountains, pavilions, and even a sea of roses, above which floated a flying carpet. A stunning woman was engaged in conversation with a soldier sitting upright. The attire of the woman was reminiscent of Tang Dynasty court ladies, exuding an effortless sensuality. The soldier, on the other hand, donned distinctly Western-style plate armor, intricately engraved with exquisite geometric patterns. Have we arrived? The languid beauty idly caressed the sea of flowers beneath her. The spatial folding has been completed. Huang'e Star lies beneath the feet of Her Highness, the princess. The armored man respectfully announced, "Oh, Uncle Gubei. This is not the Tri-Sea. There is no need to be so serious. Since we have ventured out, it is best to relax a bit." Indeed, Princess, though the soldier Gubei professed this, his demeanor remained solemn. At that moment, a communication request was transmitted from the command cabin. A man's serious and formal voice resonated through the communicator. "Dear Princess, Yifei and Yitian extend their regards and request permission for our landing ship to enter the Celestial Maiden's escort vessel." "Ah, it is Uncle Yifei and Cousin Yitian. We are all family. Please proceed." At this moment in the cosmos, a landing ship over 100 meters long, carrying Governor Yifei and Captain of the Guard Yitian, was docked within the artillery control range of the Celestial Maiden's escort vessel. The diminutive landing ship appeared utterly insignificant compared to the vast escort vessel. Yitian on the landing ship was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, my beloved Princess Yimei, my dearest, do you know how much effort I have expended to bring you joy? I firmly believe you will fall in love with me." Standing beside Yitian was a middle-aged man, the elusive Governor Yifei of Huang'e Star. He gazed at his nephew with a wry smile, silently praying for him. "Poor child, while you may have captured Yimei's attention with your contributions of crystals, how could her noble status ever align with yours? Let us not forget, she is the Emperor's most cherished second daughter, the second princess of our Mutar star circle. Yet you, though you are also of royal blood, your family has long since fallen into decline. Our lineage has been relegated to guarding Huang'e Star. What dreams do you still harbor?" Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yitian remained Yifei's closest nephew, and the uncle found himself unable to dissuade his nephew's aspirations. After Princess Yimei nodded in agreement, the Celestial Maiden escort vessel opened a hatch, guiding lights beckoning the small landing craft into the vast belly of the escort ship. 033 Wuchang's threat. Wuchang did not linger long aboard the transport ship at the volcano's mouth, for he felt he could be of no assistance there, nor did he comprehend the affairs of outer space. After bidding farewell to Boschjiang, Mad Dog led Wuchang away from the nameless isle. "What is happening in outer space?" Wuchang inquired on their way back. "It seems a fleet has spatially folded into our vicinity, an exceedingly rare occurrence in recent years. Yet we are situated deep in the heart of the Mutar star circle, devoid of significant powers nearby. How could a fleet pass through?" The Mad Dog is evidently not cut out to be a teacher. Not only did he fail to elucidate matters to Wuchang, but he himself was a bit befuddled in silence. Upon Wuchang's return to Huang'e City, he was intercepted by several subordinates of Brother Mad Dog before he could even reach the base. "Don't go back. Whatever you do, don't return home. The house you rented has been raided by the security forces." Upon hearing this, Wuchang leaped up. "Who leaked the information?" This time, Mad Dog was furious, his madness flaring up once more. "Damn it. Yitian is getting too bold. He dares to tread upon my territory? Release our little dogs and find out who the traitor is. I'll deal with the internal spy first. Then take care of the external threats." Mad Dog's subordinates were numerous spies. These little dogs were everywhere, and in less than an afternoon, they returned with information. Boss, it was the poison bee who leaked the information. We have friends who are familiar with Depang and Xiaopang, and they disclosed everything. Through the introduction of the little dogs, Wuchang finally grasped the situation. Regretting his oversight, Wuchang slapped himself hard. How could I be so foolish? I didn't even check a Du's portable terminal. How could I not think to turn it off? With a resounding smack, he struck himself again. Yet, one could hardly blame Wuchang. After all, he had traversed from Earth and was not well versed in the peculiarities of this world. Though he understood that portable terminals could easily lead to information leaks, knowing it and having the reflexes of a native were two different things. Mistakes and haste were to be expected. Just as Wuchang was wallowing in self-reproach, Mad Dog clapped him on the shoulder. Now, what do you intend to do? Boss Pan and the others are imprisoned near the fire prison at the security base. There's no way you can rescue them alone. Damn it. I'll risk it all. If one dares to pull down the Emperor, they must be prepared for the consequences. Wuchang's unthinking utterance sent shivers down the spines of all present. They had never heard such a saying, yet they sensed the lethal fervor behind it. You are even crazier than I am. You dare to challenge the Emperor of Sanhaxing? That very night, beneath the volcano where Huang'e City lay, there existed a clandestine base belonging to the security forces. Not far from the fire prison, a torture chamber was bustling with activity. The sound of whips cracking against flesh was incessant as Ryan, Boss Pan, Manyo, and Parker were suspended from a metallic beam, each enduring lashes in turn. Fortunately, Yetion maintained a semblance of noble decorum, refraining from torturing Eileen and Iyun. Yet Eileen and the children were confined within a barred enclosure, helplessly watching the adults suffer. Aunt Eileen, I'm scared, cried a child, huddled in Eileen's embrace. Be quiet. The whip struck the metal bars with a dull thud. The hulking, bare-chested man, with a twisted visage, cruelly eyed the children. You better pray they confess willingly, or I'll hang each of you little rabbits from that beam. Heh, I might even set a fire and roast you alive. With a wail, the children burst into tears. Huddling together, too scared to open their eyes, Eileen, like a protective mother tiger, shielded the children behind her, her gaze filled with hatred directed at the man before her. Soldiers seasoned in torture paid no heed to such glares. They were long accustomed to it. The whip-wielding soldier resumed his brutal questioning. Where did this set of battle armor come from? What schemes do you have? Who are your accomplices? Where is that scoundrel Wuchang hiding? This line of questioning had been repeated several times, yet he could not extract the desired answers. Unable to withstand the torture, Parker cried out, the armor was excavated. We have no accomplices. We're just ordinary miners. How would we know where Wuchang is? Huang'e Star is so small. Where could he hide? Just search thoroughly, and you'll find out. If it comes to that, just go ask Mad Dog for help. Parker was speaking the unvarnished truth, but truth is oftentimes disregarded. The more he insisted, the harsher the lashes fell. Though you take me for a fool or an imbecile, mining could yield divine battle armor? Are you a favored son of fortune? If you have such luck, you might as well gamble your way to prosperity. After the tirade, another round of lashes ensued. Now, tell me, where is Wuchang hiding? What accomplices do you have? What is your scheme? The soldier was losing his patience. After they discovered the battle armor in the slums, the entire security force, including the 3 overlords of Huang'e Star, was taken aback. Today was the day Princess Yimei arrived in secret. Yet on this very day, a set of devastatingly powerful battle armor surfaced. If there were no conspiracy involved, it would be a miracle. The 3 overlords independently thought of one term: assassination. No one dared to criticize Yetion's ruthless actions against organized crime any longer. For the safety of the esteemed princess, even the annihilation of the entire minor population of Huang'e Star could be considered. Why Yetion issued a strict order to the interrogators. Within 3 days, the assassination organization must be unearthed, and the threat must be eradicated in its infancy. As for the princess, Yetion resolved to find every means to keep her aboard the mothership for an additional 3 days. The security forces scoured the city for Wuchang, even issuing an ultimatum to Mad Dog. Should he dare obstruct their search, Yetion would not hesitate to replicate the events of over a decade prior. Mad Dog, now under immense pressure, had received intelligence through clandestine channels half an hour earlier. The second princess, Yimei, had already arrived near Huang'e Star and was about to inspect Huang'e City. If the massacre over a decade ago was merely a consequence of the mining supervisor's greed, this time the black market merchants had no justification whatsoever. Why Etion was safeguarding the royal princess's security, and any means could be justified. This reasoning would hold even before the esteemed Lord Daochuo. Wuchang would not allow his friends to suffer. Before Mad Dog could utter a word, he had already infiltrated the labyrinthine depths of the mines. Without even a simple farewell. After half an hour of frantic running, Wuchang finally approached the security perimeter around the fire prison. However, regrettably, all routes leading to the fire prison and military base were fortified with heavy 1,000-ton gates, constructed from at least a meter-thick alloy. Moreover, several heavy machine guns were mounted on the alloy gates, and numerous patrols were constantly on watch. This formidable defense obstructed all of Wuchang's paths forward. He searched through the mine passageways for over 3 hours without finding a single entry point. Damn it, are you forcing me to play with fire? Fine, let us see who fears whom, like a specter. Wuchang suspended himself from the tunnel ceiling, gliding through the passage like a silent gecko. In a brief moment, he encountered his target. A trio of patrolling soldiers. The 3 soldiers never anticipated an ambush right at their doorstep. And before they could even draw their weapons, they were overwhelmed by Wuchang's blinding speed. In less than 3 seconds, the heavy strikes rendered them completely incapacitated. When the sharp military dagger pressed against their throats, none dared to utter a sound. Be quiet. You must believe that I can sever the carotid artery of all 3 of you in a second. Any doctor would be helpless. Wuchang leaned in close to the highest-ranking soldier. Smirking as he spoke, rest assured, I won't kill you. I merely need you to deliver a message to Governor Yi Fei and Captain Yi Tian. I am Wuchang, also known as the Ghost Wuchang. In my possession is a top-quality crystal measuring 22 centimeters in length. If they desire this crystal, they must ensure the safety of my friends and prohibit any form of torture. Do you understand? The 3 terrified soldiers nodded vigorously, and Wuchang patted their cheeks before turning to leave. However, at that moment, a sudden burst of gunfire and flames erupted from the mine. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Open fire! Kill without mercy! Wuchang's reaction was extraordinarily swift. The power of the dragon and tiger surged through him, defying the laws of physics as he climbed the stone wall to the top of the tunnel. Narrowly evading the incoming bullets in a fit of rage, Wuchang showed no mercy. The military dagger in his hand became a streak of glimmering cold light as it instantly pierced the throat of the lead soldier. Following that, Wuchang propelled himself, his legs exerting force, and his form traced a peculiar S-shape in the air, dodging the bullets while crashing into the ambushing team in the confines of battle. Once a martial artist closed the distance, armed soldiers became nothing but sheep awaiting slaughter. This 6-man squad was no match for Wuchang. With the enhancements of the tiger breaking body technique, his strikes were formidable, and within less than half a minute, the entire squad lay defeated. Red was blood, white was brain matter. The strikes empowered by the tiger breaking body could easily shatter skulls, rendering even tactical helmets ineffective. Gasping for breath, Wuchang surveyed the carnage strewn about and menacingly addressed the 3 terrified soldiers. Did you see that? This is the consequence of provoking me. If you do not wish for Huang'e City to be haunted by a ghost with a penchant for violence from this day forth, then release my friend without delay. Remember, I have only granted Yi Tian and the others a single opportunity for negotiation. Do not presume that capturing my friend will intimidate me. Should my friend perish, I shall dedicate 1,000 lives to avenge their unjust fate, including Yi Tian's own life. Having spoken, Wuchang turned to depart, just as more soldiers were hastening to the scene in the outer space above Huang'e Star. The statue of the Flying Beauty shimmered brilliantly under the radiant light of the stars, casting an almost tragic aura over the terrifying black war beast beneath her, the core of the Flying Heavens escort ship. Amidst a breathtaking sea of roses, floating carpets glided gracefully above the floral expanse. Uncle Yi Fei, Cousin Yi Tian, all these roses have been meticulously cultivated by the finest gardeners of Huang'e Star, with 3 unique varieties that exist solely aboard my flying heaven. Indeed, Yimei embodies her name perfectly, exuding an irresistible charm. Yi Tian now felt parched, his gaze fixed, as the once stern and unyielding image of the security captain faded. Replaced by a mixture of deference, humility, and a hint of insecurity, with a raw desire for possession lingering in the AIR. Yi Fei regarded his nephew with disdain, yet he could not deny that this was, after all, his own flesh and blood. Within the Yi family lineage, he was the only one left with any semblance of dignity, and if there were to be a resurgence, it would be through him. Esteemed princess, here is a premium crystal I have prepared especially for you, as a token of your visit to Huang'e Star, declared Governor Yi Fei, producing a delicate wooden box and presenting it to Princess Yi Mei. Wow, is that a 19-centimeter crystal? Exclaimed Yi Mei, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle Gubai, look at the gift Uncle Yi Fei has prepared for me. Haha, I shall soon possess another escort ship, likely larger and stronger than the Flying Heaven. The princess's excitement was reminiscent of a young girl, her joy palpable. Beside her, Gubai, a centurion of the Imperial Guard, had been by her side since her childhood, ensuring her safety. Truth be told, the princess felt a closer bond with Gubai than with the uncles standing before her. Nevertheless, Yi Fei's gift brought genuine delight to Yi Mei. Despite the formidable power of the Flying Heaven, its internal space-folding engine utilized a mere 16-centimeter rainbow crystal, significantly reducing its firepower and defensive capabilities, rendering it weaker than her sister's Violet ship. Oh, it's so beautiful. With this treasure, I can upgrade my Flying Heaven. No, I shall construct an entirely new Flying Heaven, one with a 30 increase in combat capability. Yi Fei, observing the excited princess, suddenly summoned the courage to speak. The most exquisite crystal, given to the most beautiful princess, as long as you are happy, I shall devote my life to finding even better rainbow crystals for you. At that moment, Yi Fei paused, gazing intently at Princess Yi Mei, and solemnly declared, "Trust me. One day I shall present you with a 50-centimeter crystal, personally delivered to Huang'e Star." "Oh, my dear cousin, you are truly too kind." Yi Mei smiled, extending her hand. "To show my gratitude for your thoughtfulness, I graciously permit you to kiss the back of my hand." Surprised, Yi Tian humbly knelt upon the carpet, merely brushing his lips against the princess's hand, not daring to sully her with his saliva. As the gesture of affection concluded, Gubai spoke up. "The princess is quite pleased with your gift. However, your request for her to remain in space for 3 days is quite unreasonable. The princess has already been in transit for a week and is fatigued. A restful sleep on stable ground would be the best form of relaxation for her." Yi Mei seemed to echo Centurion Gubai's sentiments, stifling a yawn at an opportune moment. When Yi Tian glimpsed the pristine teeth and rosy tongue behind her alluring lips, he felt as though he had consumed 10 bottles of euphoric mist. Floating in a dreamlike state, the illustrious Princess Yi Mei of Huang'e Star truly deserved her title as the most beautiful in the Maduwa Star Circle, a designation not merely bestowed by sycophants, but acknowledged even by their adversaries from the Orion Star Circle. As Yi Tian reveled in his daydreams, his portable terminal abruptly chimed, shattering the moment. Embarrassed, he activated the device, and a confidential text message materialized on the holographic screen. After swiftly reading the message, a surge of both anger and excitement washed over him. Yi Mei, intrigued, observed her cousin's peculiar expression. "Is there something novel afoot? Your expression is quite captivating. Princess, please remain aboard the Flying Heaven for 3 days. After which, I shall present you with a 22-centimeter rainbow crystal," Yi Tian stated, bowing respectfully before steering the carpet away. 22 centimeters of crystal, Yi Mei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Could it be that I am to receive a main battleship as my vessel?" The prospect thrilled her beyond measure. The entire Maduwa Star Circle possessed only 20 main battleships, forming a fleet of 20 groups currently locked in a standoff with the Orion Star Circle. Due to the urgency of war, both princesses had been relegated to using escort ships as their vessels. Yet today, the possibility of acquiring a crystal of main battleship caliber sent Yi Mei into a frenzy of anticipation. "Uncle Gubai, do you think Yi Tian is deceiving me?" Yi Mei questioned, her disbelief evident. In this era of cosmic expansion, warships represented the lifeblood of authority. The key materials for constructing warship engines, rainbow crystals, liquid mithril, and folded obsidian, had become the most crucial strategic resources in the human realm. Other ordinary metals used in ship construction were now plentiful throughout the universe and had lost their value. Even gold had become merely an ordinary metal, only slightly rarer than iron and copper. Gubai chuckled. "If Yi Tian can procure the rainbow crystal, I believe His Majesty would not impede the princess's endeavor to construct her own vessel. How wonderful, Yimei exclaimed, completely elated. Among the 3 strategic materials, rainbow crystals were the most delicate. Despite their high production rates, the longest ones remained elusive. The power of an engine was directly correlated with the length of the crystal. While mithril and obsidian, though costly, were still manageable to accumulate with prudent gathering, the princess found herself unable to contain her excitement any longer. I cannot wait. I shall embark on a covert visit to Huang'e Star. With that thought in mind, Yimei rose from her seat and maneuvered the flying carpet away, disregarding the protests of the 2 men behind her. Meanwhile, Yitian had boarded a landing craft. Commencing his return to the surface, he understood the gravity of Wuchang's threat and the authenticity of the information presented. Based on Wuchang's level of concern for his friends, it was clear he would not employ false intelligence against him. Immediately cease the interrogation and provide medical care to those individuals, Yitian instructed, promptly relaying the information to the surface. He reached out to the mad dog, imploring him to find a way to communicate. I agree to the transaction. However, once it is completed, Wuchang and his companions must vacate Huang'e Star and never return. After arranging everything, Yitian gazed out at the yellow planet, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Do you dare to threaten me? I have 100 ways to ensure your demise in the void of space. Mad Dog, of course, possessed Wuchang's emergency contact, and during their conversation, he expressed his concerns. If you truly possess a 22-centimeter crystal, its value could indeed secure the lives of your group. But do you genuinely trust Yitian's integrity? Let us not forget, he has just slaughtered tens of thousands of miners. Unfortunately, Wuchang had no choice. He could only implore Mad Dog and Boss Jiang to be more reliable, hoping to safely extract everyone from this loathsome planet. It was not until the following morning that Wuchang received a message from Boss Jiang. A transport ship will pass through outer space in 3 days. That is the earliest you can leave. But I must caution you, do not rush into the transaction. If the crystal reaches Yitian's hands, he may very well renege on the deal. Wuchang was not a fool. The life-saving crystal could not be handed over prematurely. It was best to finalize the transaction and leave Huang'e Star immediately afterward, making 3 days a suitable time frame for the exchange. As Wuchang anxiously awaited developments, within the underground military base, Ryan and his companions had become aware of all external movements, thanks to Boss Pan's encounter with an acquaintance. Interrogations had ceased since noon the previous day, and military doctors had come to provide urgent treatment to everyone. However, at that moment, Smith Pan unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, a former junior from his university days. Goodness, Smith? What brings you here? We haven't seen each other since graduation. I never got the chance to thank you for your guarantee. Oh, you're Xiaosong, the one 2 years my junior studying medicine, right? The one who struggled to secure a guarantee for his poverty assistance application? It was indeed a heartwarming reunion, but the timing was far from ideal, and they had no time to reminisce. Boss Pan quickly recounted his predicament to Dr. Song, hoping he could reach out to Wuchang. Contacting him is no issue, but as a doctor, I cannot come to the fire prison without a reason. How can I relay information from outside to you? Dr. Song replied. Boss Pan realized the truth in this. A doctor who did not treat patients had no business being there. Upon reflection, Smith Pan clenched his jaw, steeling his resolve as he thrust his left arm through the bars of the cage. Ah, what are you doing? Amidst the bewilderment of onlookers, Boss Pan exerted a tremendous force, astonishingly breaking his own left arm. Ugh, with sweat streaming down his forehead, Boss Pan fixed his gaze on his fellow alumnus and inquired, does a broken bone count as a serious injury? Is it sufficient for you to run back and forth for 3 days? Dr. Song could hardly fathom that the once refined and genteel nobleman had transformed into such a ruthless character. He quickly nodded and assured brother, rest assured, I will certainly come to report daily. Once Dr. Song departed the cell, a perspiring Boss Pan turned to his astonished companions and said, do not worry, back in the day, when Little Song applied for the poverty fund, no one was willing to provide a guarantee, and it was ultimately my endorsement that saved him. I may be a noble, but the moment my ring seal was stamped, it ensured that Little Song received the highest scholarship available. Before Boss Pan could finish, the room erupted in sobs, with Eileen and the children collapsing into each other's arms, weeping in distress. Nearby, Parker could no longer bear the psychological strain. He leaped up, exclaiming, I want to leave here. I want to escape the dungeon, to flee Huang'e City, to abandon this planet. Amidst the cacophony of wails, the response was a barrage of high-pressure water gun fire. What are you shouting about? We aren't even beating you. We're still feeding you, and you dare to complain? Just behave yourselves. In the kidnapping case at the marketplace, Dr. Song's efficiency was remarkable. He swiftly utilized his connections with Mad Dog to meet with Wuchang and learned of the challenges he faced. Dr. Song, I desperately need my master's guidance. Although I have confirmed the date for the transaction, I am utterly uncertain. Dr. Song empathized with Wuchang's plight. Facing the entire Huang'e Star military's pressure alone was no small feat. After offering some words of comfort and exchanging contact codes, Dr. Song took his leave. That very night, Boss Pan developed a high fever due to his fracture, providing Dr. Song an opportunity to enter the cell. The guards were quite familiar with him and never suspected he would betray the military, thus neglecting their duty to watch over them. After listening to Dr. Song's report, Ryan deliberated for merely 10 minutes before making a decisive choice. Let Wuchang go immediately, instructing him not to proceed with the transaction or contact Yetion, and to wander the world henceforth without entertaining thoughts of revenge. Why? Parker and Eileen asked in unison, with a face etched in sorrow and indignation. Ryan addressed them softly. The second princess of the Huang'e Star has arrived. Dio, you think Yetion would sacrifice his dignity in front of the princess? For these individuals, their future careers are far more important than human life. Now I finally understand why Yetion refuses bribes and why he has been cracking down on crime, including his ruthless actions against the miners. It all serves to clear the field for the princess's inspection. Why? Why must so many die for a princess's visit? We pose no threat to her. Parker's eyes blazed with fury. No reason. In the Huang'e Star region, there is no crown prince, only two princesses. If one dies, there will be no competition for the throne. The severely feverish Boss Pants spoke, and indeed, as a noble. His words dispelled all the fog of confusion. Ryan, gripping his hair in frustration, declared, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Both princesses are exceptionally talented. Whoever inherits the throne would be a fitting choice. The more they kill, the more ruthless they become. I dare say there is undoubtedly an entire fleet escorting her in space. As for Huang'e Star, it has always been notorious for its chaos. To be on the safe side, Yetion would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Well, this is the logic of politicians. For the sake of a possibility, or perhaps a probability, they are willing to take lives, i.e. human life, particularly that of the people of Huang'e Star, truly so valuable? There is no need for analysis. Yetion undoubtedly possesses hundreds of methods to eliminate us. As soon as he acquires the crystals, he can strike on land, in the ocean, aboard spaceships, or even while space folding it would be exceedingly easy for him to dispose of us. Ryan chose to say no more. Shaking his head, he reasoned that rather than everyone perishing together, it would be better for Wuchang to survive. He is a child accompanied by miracles. Perhaps one day he truly will avenge us. Let us go and relay these words to him. If he still regards me as his master, then he must leave at once. The cell fell into a profound silence. Dr. Song, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, turned and fled. Upon returning to his home on the surface, he quickly communicated with Wuchang through a secure channel, relaying Ryan's exact words. Why, Yetion? I curse your ancestors. The anguished howl of Wuchang echoed from the mine shaft, the harsh reality rendering him helpless. That very night, Wuchang once again lurked outside the military base, observing for an entire night without detecting any defensive weaknesses. A rescue by force was now impossible. As dawn broke, Huang'e City buzzed with life once more. On this planet, nothing is more worthless than hatred. Even though the bloodstains from the massacre had yet to be cleared, many citizens chose to forget the slaughter. The people of Huang'e Star never fret over things they cannot change. At the most renowned rainbow market in Huang'e City, the number of individuals selecting various goods grew steadily. Amidst the crowd, a striking yet unassuming young woman browsed the local crystal handicrafts. High profile and low profile are not inherently contradictory. This girl donned a hooded cloak that concealed her stunning visage, revealing only a pair of bright, expressive eyes. She evidently wished to remain inconspicuous. Alas, could she not choose a more ordinary cloak to achieve this? A grand silver rose gleamed behind her cloak, making it impossible to evade attention. Look at that exquisite embroidery. Is it something an ordinary person could possess? Countless eyes in the marketplace, both intentional and unintentional, were drawn to this girl, including the unscrupulous merchants, opportunistic thieves, and even human traffickers and madams from brothels. Everyone yearned to snatch a piece from this beautiful maiden, yet none dared to approach due to the formidable-looking man following her a few meters behind. The beauty, of course, was Yimei, and the middle-aged man was her uncle. Gubwa. The headstrong princess could unleash her temper on any subordinate, even bestowing death upon them. Yet she understood that her uncle Gubwa would not fall for such tactics. At times, she pondered whether, if she truly ordered Gubwa's execution, the soldiers would comply. Oh, why think so complicatedly? If I wished for Uncle Gubwa's demise, I believe he would gladly accept his fate. His loyalty to me is beyond question. As Yimei strolled through the marketplace, she quickly forgot her vexing thoughts, redirecting her full attention to the crystal crafts displayed in the shops. Each year, Huang'e Star produces a vast quantity of inferior crystals. These irregularly shaped gems, unsuitable for engines, are crafted into exquisite handicrafts and jewelry, exported to various planets in the Huang'e Star region, always in high demand. Women are instinctively drawn to shimmering objects, and upon encountering these crystal creations, Yimei found herself unable to move. Just as she became entranced by the alluring luster of the crystals, calamity struck. An intense explosion erupted from a nearby shop, and a gray figure shot toward the princess like an arrow. Accompanied by a chilling glint of death, an attack, assassins, amid the smoke of the explosion, over a dozen shadowy figures sprinted from all directions toward the epicenter of the blast. The closest to the princess was none other than the composed centurion, Gubwa, who, without hesitation, propelled himself like a cannonball toward the assailants. With me around, you shall not act so brazenly, Gubwa bellowed, using his arm's alloy guard to deflect the glinting dagger. The sharp clang reverberated, and both sides recognized each other's strength. Four-stage martial artist? You dare to flaunt your skills before me? Gubwa declared. Ha! Centurion Gubwa? Your 7-stage martial prowess is indeed formidable, but I am not afraid of you. The piercing voice resonated painfully, causing all present in the marketplace to clutch their heads in agony. Even Gubwa's subordinates nearby displayed expressions of distress. You are a standout, and a rare soundwave talent. Gubwa finally set aside his disdain and commanded, protect the young lady. No one is to interfere. With that, he surged toward the assassin. In that moment, the two figures transformed into mere shadows, colliding amidst the chaos of the marketplace, the sounds of metal meeting metal mingling with the assassin's horrific shrieks. At this juncture, Gubwa's subordinates finally arrived, forming a small defensive formation as they slowly retreated with the princess toward the governor's mansion of Huang'e City. Meanwhile, the familiar sound of land vehicles could be heard in the northern sky, indicating that Yition's rapid response team was diligently fulfilling their duty. The protected princess, now thoroughly exhilarated, fixated her gaze on every detail of the battlefield, seemingly unafraid and eager to cheer. Why, lady? I implore you to lower your head. This place is fraught with peril, and the battlefield is drenched in blood. It would be wise not to gaze upon it, as I advise, for the clash between the two formidable masters has already spilled over to the innocent populace. The collapsed shops have claimed the lives of several workers, and the citizens struck by sonic attacks have begun to exhibit signs of madness. Shall I take charge? Upon returning, you shall receive 100 lashes. Yet Yimei merely shot him a glance and continued to revel in the chaos before her. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a beam of energy narrowly grazed the princess's hair, shattering her pink butterfly hairpin. Caution! The chastised soldier leaped up to shield the princess, but the barrage of light that followed swiftly turned his body into a sieve. This was the second wave of the enemy's assault. It turned out the earlier assassin was merely a distraction for Gubwa, while the true threat to the princess came in the form of this hail of bullets. Energy shields, at the command of the squad leader. The soldiers' peculiar arm guards emitted a milky glow, conjuring energy shields that enveloped the princess securely within. Hurry, my lady. The energy shield can only last 5 minutes. If we delay, it may be too late. Yet before the squad leader could finish, an unforeseen event transpired. Right beside them, next to a collapsed storefront, several corpses lay on the ground, but at that moment, one of the bodies suddenly sprang to life. Charging at the defensive formation like a crazed tiger. Tiger break, 3-strike fist. A colossal fist, accompanied by the sound of thunder, crashed into the center of a shield. As anticipated, this defensive barrier was weak against blunt force. After 3 strikes, the soldier coughed up blood, bones shattered. The entire squad of soldiers possessed the strength of third-tier warriors, yet they could not withstand the ferocity of the tiger's assault. It was too swift. Indeed, far too swift. The assailant was Wuchang, a madman who seemingly had prior knowledge of the princess's incognito visit, lying in wait within the shop, preying upon the chaos. Though be frank, Wuchang's combat prowess was just above the 3rd tier. While each of these soldiers boasted similar strength, under normal circumstances, he should have had no chance to launch a surprise attack. However, the soldiers faltered against the extraordinary speed of Wuchang's tiger-like movements, which had reached the level of a 6th-tier warrior. Damn it! Wuchang sent one soldier flying with a punch, and in an instant, a gleaming dagger was pressed against the beautiful princess's neck. "Stop right there, or I shall obliterate us both." As he spoke, the blade gleamed with a flash of red, flames flickering to life. Jiu Bo, who had just leaped from the fray, was infuriated. Another outlier? And of the fire element. No less. Wuchang tightened his grip on the princess and began to retreat slowly, threatening, "Stay back from me, and make yourself scarce." As Wuchang retreated with the princess in tow, Etion, leading the northern security team, arrived. Upon seeing Wuchang holding the princess, blood surged to Etion's head, a mix of anger and humiliation coursing through him. "You wretched minor, filthy ground rat. How dare you place your arm around the princess's neck? To actually embrace her highness. Wuchang, you treacherous scoundrel, I have honored our agreement, and yet you dare to go back on your word? Damn, I'm doing as I please. Come and bite me if you dare. Do you think I am merely bluffing? The filth in your belly cannot be concealed from anyone." Wuchang was indeed a ruthless character. He held the princess tightly with his right arm, the dagger poised dangerously against her delicate neck. He continued to back away, with the soldiers following closely, none daring to abandon their post, nor act recklessly. "Young man, what madness drives you? Kidnapping a princess is a grave sin. Do you truly believe you can escape Huang'e Star?" Gubo's voice rang out. "Let me be clear. The outer space of Huang'e Star is now under complete electromagnetic control. Spatial folding is impossible." Before Gubo could finish, a land vehicle suddenly shot out from behind Wuchang. "You fool, get in the vehicle and leave. Do not linger here." Wuchang did not need to turn back to know it was Ming He who had taken the initiative. He seemed to have anticipated Wuchang's hiding place, maneuvering the princess closer to him amidst the chaos. Leaning in, Wuchang whispered into the princess's ear, "You are of noble lineage, while I am but a piece of discarded tile. Our mutual destruction is hardly worthwhile. Do cooperate with me." With that, he tossed Yimei in front of the land vehicle, pressing himself closely against the princess's back, and as he pressed a switch, the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Yetion, now on the verge of fury, especially upon witnessing Wuchang's body pressed tightly against the princess's back, could no longer contain his wrath. Instinctively, he prepared to order the soldiers to fire. Intending to eliminate this loathsome man, a 7th-tier warrior, Gubo noticed the flicker of uncontrolled rage in Yetion's eyes. "Captain Yi, restrain your anger. Your primary duty is to ensure the princess's safety." The thunderous voice snapped Yetion back to reality. "Security team, keep up. Do not close in too closely, nor lose sight of them." However, Gubo did not see Yetion's hand, hidden behind his back. Quietly pressing commands into a terminal, "Notify the fleet. Initiate satellite deployment immediately, and deploy drones to show this pitiful fool what it means to have no escape routes." Under Gubo's command, the fleet in space launched over 100 small satellites, swiftly creating a web around Huang'e Star's orbit. Within 3 minutes, a 3-dimensional map of Huang'e Star was completed. Simultaneously, dozens of small reconnaissance drones descended from the thick clouds, monitoring within a 100-kilometer radius of Wuchang's escape route, relaying live images to the entire space fleet. Within 10 minutes, as intelligence gathering reached completion, landing ships began to drift out of the flying skies hatch, hundreds of soldiers clad in assault armor standing ready, their faces betraying a lingering thirst for blood. Wuchang remained oblivious to the fact that he had been completely encircled. The entire Huang'e Star was under the control of the regular army's web. And at Gubo's command, a classic landing operation was poised to commence. Yet, for reasons unknown, Gubo fell silent at that moment. What is your name? Is your surname Wu? Why are you called Wuchang? Your parents must have strange tastes. At first glance, one might think of the Wuchang from the uncertain world. What did you just say? What does mutual destruction mean? Where does it originate? Who did you study noble etiquette with? Oh dear, could you slow down a bit? My hairstyle is getting ruined. All right, I shan't scold you anymore. You truly are a villain, accelerating when I ask you to slow down, not a gentleman at all. Wuchang was nearing his breaking point. He had never encountered such an audacious hostage, who spread her arms wide as if reenacting a classic film scene. Do you think you are starring in a romance film? At this moment, Wuchang had pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle's speed exceeding 80 miles per hour. At such a velocity, one would expect the wind to forcefully enter their mouth. Yet this woman spoke as if completely unaffected. Observing closely, Wuchang discerned the truth. The princess's cloak was shielded by a subtle layer of energy film, protecting her face from the harsh winds and volcanic ash. Allowing her to speak freely, Wuchang was taken aback, having witnessed flickering energy shields at the market and now this peculiar protective membrane. Everything was beyond his imagination. Could you possibly be quiet? You must understand your position. You are the captive, for goodness sake. Yimei retorted, do you truly intend to kill me? I feel no hint of murderous intent from you. And look above, Wuchang glanced up in the direction of Yimei's finger. Spotting a dark dot, the reconnaissance drone. The area within 1,000 miles has been encircled, and I am well aware that there are at least 20,000 space marines standing by in orbit. Do you truly believe you have any hope of escape? Very well, now tell me, what is your purpose in kidnapping me? My sister has no interest in capturing me alive. She only wishes to eliminate me physically. Wuchang could no longer bear the woman's incessant chatter. Could you possibly shut up? Just consider me a madman. Madmen do not require any lofty purpose. Ah. Yimei suddenly understood. So you are a madman? But you don't seem like one at all. Just as Yimei relentlessly tormented Wuchang with sonic waves, the land vehicle had already plunged into the thicket of stone pillars. At that moment, Ming He, flying 100 meters ahead, suddenly slowed down. Brother, be cautious. I sense an ambush ahead. The pirate's intuition was remarkably keen. Before he could finish, a barrage of energy beams erupted from the base of the stone pillars. The ambush opening fired high-energy bullets transformed into short-wave energy rays as they flew through the air, narrowly missing the two land vehicles, eliciting a scream from Yimei. This group of scoundrels, do they intend to bring about my demise? Could it be that among my subordinates lurks a spy for my sister? With this thought in mind, Yimei forcefully twisted open the outer panel of the land vehicle's control system, astonishingly retrieving a small data input keyboard from within. These rascals, disregarding my life, have laid an ambush. Do they truly believe that I, Yimei, am merely a fragile woman? The princess swiftly typed a program on the keyboard and then shouted at Wuchang. Step on the gas. I've initiated the overclocking program. What are you dawdling for? I've never seen such a useless assassin. Wuchang, unaware that this military land vehicle concealed such a surprise, instinctively pressed the accelerator, causing the vehicle's speed to surge to 140 miles per hour, transforming it into a mere shadow as it hurtled southward. The high-speed land vehicle zipped past the banks of the river of the underworld, startling Ming He into a stammer. Damn, this is insane. At that moment, Ming He's vehicle was struck by 3 bullets, black smoke billowing from it. Damn it, you bastards, taste my wrath. Ming He, like a gray monster, crashed from 15 meters above to the ground and swiftly dove into the ambushing crowd. The princess could not fathom who would dare to fire the first shot, disregarding her safety, and neither could Wuchang nor Ming He. However, upon Ming He's entry into the fray, he was taken aback to find that the combat was being commanded by 2 chubby figures. Fire! Quickly, fire! Captain Yi has promised a handsome reward. I'll take you all on a trip to the Left Bank Paradise Star. Perhaps it was the enchanting tales of the Left Bank Paradise Star that spurred these assassins into action. As they absurdly countercharged against Ming He's advance, the bullets from their assault rifles pouring forth like a torrential downpour, Ming He found himself in a state of incredulity. He had never encountered such a foolish group of individuals. The martial artists were already within 10 meters of them, yet they remained huddled together. Did they truly intend to use bullets against a 4th-tier powerhouse? Were those 2 chubby figures born after their mothers inhaled too much yellow mist? Are you both fools? The larger and smaller of the duo exchanged astonished glances and simultaneously exclaimed, Huh? How did you know our mother inhaled yellow mist before giving birth to us? Were you the doctor who delivered us? Damn! The idiocy of the two caused Ming He's stride to falter, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. This matter cannot be divulged upon my return to fallen stars. How could the esteemed Ming He be brought down by two foolish chubby figures? This is utterly disgraceful. At this moment, Ming He had already plunged into the crowd. A piercing sound wave attack sent the 30-odd thugs reeling, some unable to even steady their weapons. What the hell? With such meager strength, they dare to ambush me? Ming He was nearly apoplectic, charging into the throng like a rampaging dinosaur, and within mere moments had dispatched 15 of the ambushing thugs. Run! We must flee. It was uncertain who shouted first, but the thugs on the periphery scattered like madmen. Ming He had no interest in pursuing those cowardly worms. He turned back to exact vengeance on the two chubby figures, only to discover that they had already fled. At this juncture, the sound of another land vehicle approached from the north, the boisterous shout of Gu Bo echoing across the land. Who dares to set an ambush? I will annihilate their entire clan. Ming He ducked his head and swiftly vanished into the depths of the stone forest. Jiu Bo had barely shouted thrice when the two chubby figures were apprehended by the Imperial Guards, who swiftly delivered kicks to their knees, causing them to crumble to the ground like balls. Speak. Who gave you the audacity to act? Gu Bo roared. It was our boss. He sent us a message, instructing us to ambush and eliminate that scoundrel called Wuchang. You're spouting nonsense. At that moment, another land vehicle approached from the north, and the panting figure of the coyote, Saiwan, finally arrived. Saiwan knelt before Gu Bo, exclaiming, General, I truly did not issue any orders. I am innocent. 037 The frenzied Princess Yitian. I demand your explanation. Why do these worthless underworld thugs claim you ordered them to fire? Gu Bo's finger was pointed accusatorily at Yitian's nose, unleashing a barrage of curses. Why Yitian stood at attention, his military posture impeccable. Though Gu Bo held the title of Centurion, it was merely a vestige of ancient tradition within the Imperial Guards. In reality, Gu Bo's rank was that of Colonel, while Yitian, serving as the security captain of Huang'e Star, held only the rank of Lieutenant. This highlighted the low administrative standing of Huang'e Star. Sir, I have never issued any orders for an ambush or for firing. I swear upon my years of military honor that I have never given such commands. At this moment, Saiwan, in a state of desperation, interjected, General, look, this is the message from the chubby duo's terminal. It was sent directly from Yitian without my involvement. Gu Bo glanced at the brief message displayed on the two terminals and cross-referenced it with Yitian's identification number. Indeed, it was sent from Yitian's number. Damn it, you are the security captain of Huang'e Star. I do not have the authority to judge you. However, you have aroused my suspicions. Turning to his 4 personal guards, Gu Bo commanded you 4, keep a close watch on him. Report any anomalies to me. Why Yitian's face was a mask of indignation. You cannot treat me this way. I have risked my life on the front lines. I have remained loyal to the Emperor. I am a war hero of the Ma2 Star Sector. You have no right to confine me. Gu Bo was disinterested in arguing and simply waved him off. I am not confining you. You may still command your subordinates. However, I do not trust you, so I will keep an eye on you. What can you do about it now? Be gone. After dismissing Yitian, Gu Bo pointed an accusatory finger at Saiwan and his men, fuming, you worthless lot, form a suicide squad. Wherever the mission is most perilous, let them go. I want them under military supervision. Upon hearing this, Saiwan's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the two chubby figures approached, oblivious. Boss, what does military supervision mean? Does that mean we become soldiers? Will we get battle armor? Before the two fools could finish, Saiwan leaped up and delivered a barrage of blows to their heads. You fools! Why did you act without consulting me? You've gotten us into a situation. You and your mother are all a bunch of troublemakers. It turned out that Saiwan had long been privy to the small secrets of the Blood Rose. Amid the chaos within the stone forest, far to the south on an inconspicuous little island, Wuchang had lit 4 mining lamps, keeping warm alongside Princess Yi Mei, biting into a piece of dried meat, gazed into the inky darkness. irritably tossing pebbles into the sea out of boredom. The nights on Huang'e Star were dreadfully dull, the ocean a dark abyss. I want to catch a beast from the sea, yet not a single one has appeared after so long. Wuchang rolled his eyes. The beasts are in the deep sea. It's not something anyone can easily encounter. This is shallow water, so don't hold on to such hopes. Huang'e took another bite of the dried meat. Finally infuriated, tossing the inedible jerky into the sea. I want a seafood feast. I want blue-backed fish sashimi. You must go fish for me. Hurry up with that. She shoved Wuchang as if he were her servant. What madness is this? How can I fish at night? I am not your slave. Go away. Oh? You dare tell me to go away? You scoundrel. Do you know who I am? Of course I know who you are. But right now, you are my hostage. You might want to come to terms with that. Are you a dog? Why are you biting people? Wuchang was exasperated. It was his first encounter with a hostage devoid of any sense of propriety, resorting to biting. Did princesses not learn etiquette? Should a princess not quietly accept the adoration and affection of the people? The two of them tussled for a full hour, ultimately culminating in Wuchang's defeat. Though he had resolved thrice in his mind to teach her a lesson, he could not bring himself to do it. Exhausted, Yimei leaned against a rock, panting as she gazed at the faint red light appearing in the sky, unexpectedly striking up a conversation with Wuchang. Silly boy, have you thought about what to do next? Wuchang rubbed his aching arms, replying irritably, of course, I intend to use you as a hostage to exchange for my friend. Isn't that the purpose of a kidnapping? Could you perhaps share your experiences and current predicament with me? Who knows, I might be able to help you. Yimei's sparkling eyes glimmered under the glow of the mining lamps. Wuchang, inexplicably caught in a moment of weakness, recounted his entire ordeal. Yimei listened intently, yet her expression grew increasingly grave. You are too naive. Do you truly believe you will successfully complete the transaction? Do not forget that among your group are the elderly and women, even 6- or 7-year-old children. Where can you possibly escape to? I can divulge a fragment of information. The so-called reliance you speak of merely rests upon the transport vessel. The Stag, operated by black market traders. Do you truly believe that such a dilapidated ship could be brought down by a solitary soldier? Furthermore, concealed behind the main volcano of Huang'e City lies 112-shot lunar missiles. How many missiles can that Stag withstand? At this moment, Yimei's expression was as grave as it could be, as she meticulously illustrated for Wuchang the various weapon strongholds on Huang'e Star, including the armaments aboard the warships in space. The more she spoke, the more despair enveloped Wuchang. And up in space, do you not realize that I arrived aboard a frigate? Are you aware of the formidable might of my flying sky? By what right do you assume that your decrepit transport vessel could penetrate my defenses? You might contemplate those minuscule escape pods. Indeed, they are rather difficult to intercept. However, I have already imposed electromagnetic control over the surrounding space environment. No black market transport vessel can fold its way here. You are likely to gradually become mere space corpses. The scene Yimei painted was one that Wuchang could scarcely bear to envision. He sat in despondency for over 10 minutes, head bowed, before suddenly lifting it with a smile, declaring, I am a man who has died once. I fear not death. Since you have depicted such a grim conclusion, I shall not shy away. At worst, I shall perish alongside my friends. It is merely a pity that in this magnificent cosmic era, I lack the fortune to witness it with my own eyes. To live as a remarkable man and to die as a heroic spirit, if you wish for me, Wuchang, to die in cowardice, you are simply dreaming. Wuchang's boldness inspired Yimei, who gazed at him in astonishment and instinctively remarked, Another? You have uttered yet another ancient saying I have never heard. Who were you before your amnesia? Wuchang offered her no reply, and Yimei did not press further. She suddenly stood, patting Wuchang's shoulder in a manner reminiscent of a man, stating, I have taken a liking to you, and thus I am prepared to lend you a hand. Assist me? Wuchang looked up at the self-assured woman. Are you intending to leverage your royal status to coerce Yitian into releasing us? Why act this way toward me? Yimei scoffed, as if I would break the law. I am destined to inherit the throne as the future empress, and I shall not mar my life with disgrace. If I were to misuse my power to release you, within 3 days, the ministers of Huang'e Star would be clamoring to impeach me. Then what do you propose? Wuchang asked, dejected. Simple. We can stage a prison break. With a sputter, Wuchang expelled the water he had just swallowed. Really? You consider that not a blemish? You are already contemplating such a method, so prepare for impeachment. Just as Wuchang and that madcap princess were scheming their audacious escape, a peculiar public email was dispatched to every terminal on Huang'e Star. The message contained but a single sentence. In 3 days, the personnel will be exchanged at the Stone Pillar Jungle. Signed by Yitian. Yitian was certain that Wuchang would receive it, and he believed that Wuchang would indeed opt for the exchange. Yet, Yitian also recognized that choosing to trade a lowly miner for a princess was far from appropriate. After this exchange, countless individuals with ulterior motives would likely seek to impeach him. However, there was no turning back. He had to ensure the princess's safety first. He was confident that once the princess witnessed his achievements, any setbacks in his career would be but fleeting. Yitian's email was sent over a public channel, ensuring that Wuchang could not possibly miss it. However, when he saw the message, he was entwined with Princess Yimei. Swimming in the icy waters, should Yitian, who harbored a secret infatuation for the princess, catch sight of this scene, he would undoubtedly be driven to madness. Wuchang, soaked, embracing Yimei, both clad in cloaks, navigating through the sea. The light fabric of Yimei's attire had become nearly transparent upon immersion. Is this cloak effective? I have never heard of cloaks evading satellites, Wuchang exclaimed, vigorously swimming with Yimei in his grasp. Enough chatter. What would a man with amnesia know? This cloak has saved me twice before. With it, no radar, infrared, shortwave, or any detection device can penetrate our concealment. To execute our plan to break into the prison, we must avoid the watchful eyes above. Everyone will assume we would not dare to strike first. Thus, the underground base will surely have the weakest defenses. If Yitian heads left, we shall veer right. Catching him unawares, I see. The art of war is indeed one of deception. I comprehend, Wuchang spoke softly. Well then, I hope your methods prove effective in this high-tech domain. Wuchang is undeniably an ignorant fool. Everything must rest upon Yimei's guidance. Abandoning their land vehicle for swimming would surely slow their pace. It took them a full 2 hours before they finally reached the shore, glimmering like glass. Come, let us infiltrate the mine tunnels. Leave Yitian to ponder the exchange, while we launch a counteroffensive into his lair, Yimei exclaimed excitedly, climbing onto Wuchang's back and pointing toward the darkened entrance of the sewer. Carry me well. Let us embark. 038 The return of the cannibals. Wuchang could not fathom why he chose to trust this unfamiliar princess. Was it that men possess an innate inability to resist beauty? Clearly not. Wuchang's mastery over his desires was formidable, rendering lust utterly non-existent for him. In retrospect, Wuchang realized that his unconditional trust in Yimei was a desperate choice born from being cornered, not the nonsensical notion of instant attraction that rumors suggested. However, despite his remarkable emotional control, he was still a healthy man, and being so close to a stunning beauty like Yimei inevitably stirred certain thoughts. As Yimei lay against Wuchang's back, her ample cloak enveloped them both. The two damp figures pressed closely together, the sensation of skin against skin igniting a strange restlessness within Wuchang. Damn it. Why is this woman not wearing a bra? Is it the fashion in this world to forego such things? He pondered. Incredible. How can she remain so perky without it? What on earth has she been consuming? He dismissed his wandering thoughts, recognizing that a princess from a star circle undoubtedly wielded more power than one from Earth. The quality of life for such individuals was beyond his imagination. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. As Wuchang sprinted forward, the friction against his back threatened to send him tumbling several times, each stumble igniting a fire of frustration within him. Yimei, oblivious to Wuchang's inner turmoil, merely noted his unsteady footing, chastising him for his frequent near falls. Aren't you a third-tier martial artist? Why is your core strength so lacking? We've only run a little over 10 miles, and you've nearly fallen countless times. Alas, whoever becomes your partner will surely face misfortune. A man with a weak core means a woman must remain in solitude. Listening to Yimei's jibes, Wuchang seethed with anger, wishing he could cast this woman aside. Yet, after considering the matter, he refrained from retaliating. This prison break required her support in numerous ways. Moreover, on a deeper level, he felt that casting aside a princess was simply too impolite. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself. Wuchang gradually regulated his breathing and mindset, his powerful meditation swiftly calming his slightly agitated heart, and soon his running took on a more rhythmic quality. Huang'e quickly noticed Wuchang's transformation. Sensing his growing composure, just moments ago, Wuchang's clumsiness was all too familiar to her. Confident in her allure, she knew precisely why he stumbled. Yet now, she was taken aback by how rapidly he regained his calm. Good heavens, is this still a man? I am nearly bare before him, yet he remains completely unfazed. Fascinating. This man is truly intriguing. As Wuchang sprinted through the underground mine tunnels, above them, the security chief Yi Tian was occupied with his subordinates, anxiously overseeing the preparations that remote-controlled mines were being buried underground, while automatic machine guns were concealed within the stone pillars. Despite this area being under satellite and drone surveillance, Yi Tian had still set up over 10 portable radar systems. Standing atop a massive stone pillar, Yi Tian directed the hundreds of workers tirelessly laboring below, his face a mask of anger and humiliation. He could only feel the sting of disgrace, having allowed the princess to be abducted right before his eyes. Gu Bai even suspected him of plotting against the princess, leading to his quasi-imprisonment. Wuchang, you scoundrel, await your reckoning. Either you perish or I shall. Yi Tian's nails dug into his flesh, blood staining his hands. Meanwhile, within the clandestine underground base, Ryan and his companions had gleaned the entire situation from Dr. Song. Upon learning that Wuchang had kidnapped the princess, the old man burst into tears. Fool! You are nothing but a fool. Kidnapping a princess is a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. You are truly reckless, a desperate outlaw. How could I, on the brink of death, have taken on such a useless disciple? This marks the first time Ryan acknowledges Wuchang as his apprentice, perhaps sensing that the doom awaiting them both is imminent. Silly disciple, it is easy to change partners, but escaping is a different matter altogether. The second princess of the 3C star is notorious for her fierce temper. How could you expect her to be easily manipulated? Furthermore, even if you were to switch partners, you would still need a spaceship to facilitate the exchange in space. At that point, a mere spatial fold could allow us to flee. Worst-case scenario, we could become pirates for the latter half of our lives, which is far better than being led to a senseless demise by your folly. Ryan was purely enraged, frustrated not only by Wuchang's disobedience, but also by his own failure as a master, for not having properly guided Wuchang. At this moment, Boss Pan interjected, urging Ryan not to be too hard on himself. The suggestion to switch partners came from Yi Tian, and Wuchang had not responded. Perhaps the unfolding situation was not as dire as it seemed. Old man, why are you crying? If we are to die, let us do so like men. Since Yi Tian has left us no avenue for survival, let us make a ruckus before our end, boomed the burly man, his voice resonating with defiance. Perhaps it was the inevitability of death that ignited a fierce spirit within them. Even Parker, the timid member of the Groundhog faction, was incensed. If we are to die, let us take someone down with us. Playing the fool is still a form of death, and exchanging one life for another is still death. I am all in. With that proclamation, he picked up a sharp piece of volcanic rock from the ground and began to sharpen it vigorously. The atmosphere of despair surprisingly allowed the burly man to swiftly turn the tide with just a few words. His eyes glinted with greed as he gazed at the war armor inside the interrogation room beyond the bars, and he quietly asked, Old man, since we are undoubtedly doomed, could you teach me how to operate the war armor? If I could just have one last chance to wield it, I would be content to close my eyes. Ryan sighed deeply. Indeed, since death is unavoidable, we need not concern ourselves with the consequences of disability. You must understand, your current physical condition makes it impossible for you to control the Hercules armor. Just the reflective force of the magical light membrane inside the armor could tear apart all your muscles. Such advanced war armor has always been the prerogative of martial artists, as only their physical prowess can harness such ferocious power. Since you wish to play with it before you meet your end, I shall not withhold my knowledge. Remember, the access code for this armor is, in the stillness of the night, behind the main volcano of Huang'e City. A state-of-the-art landing craft hovered 800 meters above the ground. This was the temporary command center of Centurion Gubao. On board this landing craft were 6,000 of the most elite Special Forces warriors, anxiously awaiting orders for their next action. Gubao felt like a fly in a frying pan, pacing restlessly in the spacious command room, which was in disarray. What is the princess thinking? Why are we on standby? Does she not realize how perilous this situation is? The spies of the eldest princess are everywhere. What makes you think Yi Tian is loyal? Gu Bao muttered to himself as he paced at that moment. A subordinate's face suddenly appeared on the command cabin screen. Commander, the concealed missile positions on Huang'e Star have suddenly shifted. 4 lunar missile launchers have been activated and are now aimed at the stone pillar jungle. Accompanying the voice was a real-time image captured by a reconnaissance aircraft, showing the camouflaged hatches opening. As silver missile launchers emerged from the mountainside, revealing their formidable appearance. Yi Tian, I curse your ancestors. You have indeed betrayed the second princess, you scoundrel. Enraged, Gu Bao was about to order the capture of Yi Tian when another face squeezed into the screen's edge. Commander, a large number of cannibal tribes have suddenly appeared in the stone pillar jungle, currently assaulting the Huang'e Star garrison. Yi Tian's subordinates are suffering heavy casualties. Should we provide support? This single statement left Gu Bao momentarily stunned. Cannibal tribes? How could these mutated beings suddenly emerge to cause chaos? Hadn't Yi Tian previously cleared them with orbital cannon fire? It was utter chaos. So chaotic that even Gu Bao, seasoned in battle, had never encountered such a convoluted situation. The princess was unreachable. It was unclear whether Yi Tian was a traitor, and now even the cannibals had joined the fray. Gu Bao hesitated over whether to assist Yi Tian. Thousands of cannibals in the stone pillar jungle had already surrounded the garrison, screeching as they launched their assault. Yi Tian had no idea where these cannibals had emerged from, but he could certainly sense that their intelligence had increased. They had learned to attack in waves, employing a staggered assault in previous encounters. When the garrison swept through the cannibals, the creatures would charge en masse in anger, behaving like a pack of wild beasts. That time, a few formations of concentrated fire could easily decimate them. However, today was different. These cannibals had formed a loose line of skirmishers, refusing to group together, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of concentrated fire. Often, a single volley would fail to eliminate even 100 of them. More troubling was that it seemed as though the cannibals were being directed by someone. They had chosen to attack in waves, never committing more than 200 at a time, minimizing their losses while maximizing the waste of the garrison's firepower. After all, concentrated fire required ammunition. A military land vehicle could only sustain 4 volleys at most, and these wave-attacking cannibals were not limited to just 4 assaults. Once the concentrated fire fell silent, the main offensive of the cannibals finally emerged, a dark tide of over 1,000 warriors pouring out from various concealed openings like a horde of locusts. Yi Tian was now beside himself with fury, watching helplessly as his carefully laid ambush was dismantled. The pent-up rage within him could no longer be contained, and he made a gravely erroneous decision. Charge, full assault, eliminate these cannibals. Today, the soldiers Yi Tian had brought with him were his most loyal subordinates, the backbone of his control over the garrison. They knew full well that the captain's orders were irrational, yet their deep-seated loyalty left them no choice but to drive their land vehicles into the oncoming horde of cannibals. The light machine guns mounted on the land vehicles opened fire, but against the tide of cannibals, this meager firepower was utterly insufficient. Yi Tian a traitor? His misguided decision cost him dearly. Over 300 loyal subordinates, despite the powerful fire support from the land vehicles, could not match the overwhelming force of the thousands of cannibals. In a fleeting moment, a rain of rocks descended, and over a dozen land vehicles were crushed under the barrage. The wounded soldiers barely touched the ground before they were seized and torn apart by the leaping cannibals. Sharp claws dug into soldiers' hearts, and the gushing blood stained the black shells of the cannibals. The immensely strong cannibal warriors were capable of literally tearing soldiers in half. Yi Tian now understood that these cannibals had evolved not only in intelligence, but also in strength. He was astonished to find that the weakest of these cannibals was on par with third-tier martial artists. A full 1,000 of these third-tier warriors charged collectively. Such a sight was rarely seen on the front lines of the MTU Star Sector and the Orion Star Sector, and there were even several fourth-tier martial artists mixed among them. Order a retreat. This is madness. You should be court-martialed for such commands. Yi Tian's bodyguards could no longer stand by. They voiced their collective disapproval. Everything you have done today has been recorded. I believe Lord Gu Bao will deliver a fair judgment. You had better order an immediate retreat. If these 300 soldiers perish here, it will only add to your sins. The threats from the bodyguards brought Yi back to his senses. He had truly lost his mind in anger. He had no intention of sending his subordinates to their deaths. His words had simply been a result of frustration. Retreat. Everyone retreat. But it was too late. The encirclement by the cannibals was complete, and the 300 warriors had become fragile flames flickering in the wind, only to be torn apart one by one. Captain, I cannot accompany you any longer. I am sorry. A soldier activated the self-destruct sequence on the land vehicle, uttering his final words. The violent explosion served as a grim reminder to all the despairing soldiers. They knew that they would rather self-destruct than become fodder for the cannibals. They did not wish to end up as piles of refuse in the stone pillar jungle. Captain, avenge us. Send my savings to my mother? Yi, you better run. We can't hold them off much longer. Accompanying these dying confessions were waves of violent explosions, casting the entire battlefield in a brilliant crimson glow. Yi was forcibly lifted by the bodyguards and dragged into the land vehicle. Regardless of his heart-wrenching cries, the vehicle sped northward, kicking up clouds of dust. Just as they fled to the north, a signal pierced through to Yi terminal, and Gubao's furious voice rang out. Yi, you better explain to me why the lunar missiles were activated. Why were they aimed at the exchange zone? What further arguments can you muster? You are nothing but a traitor at this juncture. Gubao dismissed Yi attempts at explanation and shouted at the 4 members of the Imperial Guard, commanding them to take him to space and confine him in the prison aboard the Flying Sky. For I intend to bring him before a military tribunal. In that moment, Yi resolved to fight back. He pointed at Gubao on the screen, shouting, "What charges do you think you can lay upon me? If you wish to kill me, then do so without further ado. But let me tell you, those 300 soldiers who perished were my brothers, whom I brought back from the front lines. If you still consider yourself a soldier of the Empire, then order the space battleship to open fire and obliterate those repugnant cannibals, avenging our fallen comrades." Yi voice was strained and hoarse, reverberating with such intensity that Gubao was momentarily taken aback, rendered silent for a full half-minute before finally conceding, "Damn it. Although you are a traitor, you are still a commendable soldier, aware of the need for vengeance for your subordinates. Very well, I shall grant you this favor." With that, the holographic screen went completely dark. Yi understood that Gubao would not deceive him. He turned to gaze at the southern horizon, his heart heavy with sorrow for his fallen comrades. Gubao did not keep him waiting for long. After all, the Imperial Guard was elite among elites, and in less than 3 minutes, a sacred beam of white light reappeared in the sky. This time, the light was brighter, thicker, and more enduring. Yi instantly recognized it as the main cannon fire from an interstellar assault battleship, a force incomparable to that of an orbital warship. "Brothers, I have avenged you. Do not let your souls stray too far, for I shall join you shortly." Tears streamed down Yi face. Yi was being taken to space, in the depths of the underground mine beneath the stone pillar jungle. Wuchang, carrying the princess, was on the brink of madness, for their position lay within the coverage area of the battleship's firepower. This shot had even triggered a minor earthquake underground. Large chunks of volcanic rock plummeted from the ceiling of the mine, striking the princess's back. Despite the protective charm of her precious cloak, the impact was still painful. Seismic waves rippled through the ground. Just as Wuchang's foot was about to touch down, the earth suddenly gave way beneath him, leaving him with no footing, and he and the princess tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. "Ouch! You hurt me. How do you navigate?" Wuchang paid no heed to the princess's complaints, swiftly hoisting her up, cradling her and placing her upon his back. "Hurry and don the cloak. There's a shelter just 400 meters ahead." Without waiting for a response from Yi, he infused his body with the power of the dragon and tiger, executing a swift motion that transformed him into a blur, racing forward. Yi had never anticipated that Wuchang could run so swiftly. She was unable to don her cloak in time. By the time she wrapped it around herself, Wuchang had already covered over 100 meters. "You scoundrel, taking advantage of me," Yi whispered into Wuchang's ear. The tremors caused by the battleship's cannon fire were not a true earthquake. Although the mine suffered varying degrees of damage, there was no catastrophic destruction. When Wuchang and the princess burst into the shelter, the shaking had already diminished significantly. Wuchang sat against the wall, panting heavily, while Yi, resembling a neighborly girl, nestled beside him. Both sheltered beneath the cloak. "Are you exhausted? Are you truly fatigued? Uncle Gu Bo could run circles around you," Yimei remarked, her attempts at consolation lacking any tact. Wuchang had no time for banter. He downed a bottle of purified water and devoured an entire packet of jerky, replenishing a fraction of his strength. "I've recuperated. Let us continue our journey." With that, Wuchang hoisted Yimei onto his back once more and sprinted ahead. This minor incident of tumbling was merely a trivial episode in their journey, yet unbeknownst to them, this seemingly insignificant event would pose great peril to their future plans, at the very moment they fell to the ground. The cloak slipping from their bodies, in a nondescript basement within Huang'e City, several tense individuals suddenly gasped in unison. "It's here. It has indeed appeared," advancing northward underground. All heads clustered around the screen, their breaths quickening as they observed the flickering lights. One exclaiming, "That's right, absolutely right. One of them is Wuchang's terminal code segment. These two must be Wuchang and the princess. Fantastic, at last. We have located these two mice. The spy radar developed by the hunters is truly remarkable, with a decryption capability 30% superior to our own. Boss, what should we do now?" one individual asked, his chin resting on his hand as he contemplated various strategies. After a lengthy silence of over 10 minutes, when the two light points vanished from the radar, he finally spoke. "I have studied the second princess's character for a full decade. She is a reckless daredevil. Her urgent advance northward likely indicates an intent to stage a prison break." "A prison break?" The subordinates were taken aback. "The princess is attempting a prison break. Who is she trying to rescue? How is that even possible?" "Ha! You didn't see this coming, did you?" "Truth be told, I didn't see it either. But our second princess has a penchant for the unexpected. Otherwise, why would the first princess be so wary of her?" "Enough chatter. Follow my orders." Yimei remained oblivious to the machinations against her in Huang'e City. Nor did she realize that her adversary possessed top-secret military equipment developed within the Huang'e Star circle. The web woven by the first princess was indeed vast, and her resolve to eliminate Yimei was unwavering. Meanwhile, as the unidentified individuals plotted, Wuchang, bearing Yimei, after a grueling day and night of travel, finally neared the edge of the underground base. Just ahead lay the security perimeter. "I need to rest for a moment." Wuchang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. After nearly 48 hours of frantic running, covering around 500 kilometers, he had reached the limits of human endurance. Without the support of the dragon and tiger martial arts, he would have scarcely endured a third of this journey. Yimei recognized Wuchang's exhaustion. She did not disturb him but instead draped the cloak over them both, whispering, "Rest now. I shall handle what comes next." She detached the portable terminal from Wuchang's wrist and linked it to her exquisite obsidian bracelet. When the bracelet projected a holographic image, Wuchang realized that this ornament was not merely decorative. It functioned as a terminal as well. Do not presume I am a useless princess. Know that I ranked first in hacking and programming competitions while studying anonymously at the Imperial University. Breaching the defense protocols of this minor military base is a trivial task. Yimei was not boasting. Having been groomed as a reserve for the throne, she had never been afforded the luxury of idleness. The languorous princesses depicted in films bore no resemblance to her. From a young age, her education had been rigorous, and thankfully, her high intelligence had spared her from being crushed under the weight of her upbringing. To be the top hacker at the Imperial University was a remarkable achievement, and coupled with her familiarity with her own military's defense protocols, this incursion was as effortless as a stroll in the park. In less than half an hour, the central control computer of the underground military base had been compromised, and now, Wuchang and Yimei possessed the primary authority terminal, their commands equating to those of the base's highest commander. "Done. Ha! Now, even if you were to order all the toilets in the base to simultaneously spray water, they would obediently comply." Wuchang looked at the occasionally erratic princess with exasperation, struggling to comprehend how the dignified second princess of the empire could transform into a streetwise vixen, unrestrained in her speech. Just moments ago, while they had been traversing the underground of the old mine, this madwoman had bitten her own ear without any provocation, declaring her desire for intimacy, requesting Wuchang to serve her. At that time, Wuchang had stumbled to the ground, his forehead scraped, and since then, he had classified Yimei as a lunatic. Now, as Wuchang observed the real-time images displayed on the holographic screen, he mused, No wonder people say there is only a thin line between genius and madness. I believe I have grasped this distinction through you. Wuchang's unintended remark elicited a sharp pain in his side. As the sharp-witted Yimei pinched a bit of skin on his waist before twisting it mercilessly in him, Wuchang winced, nearly doubling over in pain, hastily scrambling to his feet. I'll go scout ahead. I'll go scout ahead. At that moment, the guards within the underground base remained blissfully unaware that their eyes had been veiled. As Wuchang swaggered about beneath the surveillance cameras, the images relayed back were mere repetitions of prior footage. Moreover, the high-powered radars began to malfunction. The radar operators, believing they were diligently monitoring everything, were oblivious to the fact that the main control computer had already executed a switcheroo, replacing real-time intelligence with false information. Moreover, the electromagnetic barrier of the underground base had surreptitiously been activated, rendering the satellites and reconnaissance aircraft belonging to the Imperial Guard blind in the vastness of space. Under the formidable control of Yimei's computer systems, Wuchang's advance was remarkably smooth, encountering merely 3 patrol teams along the way. The 3-member patrol squads were no match for Wuchang. Often, after a single charge, these soldiers would find themselves broken and battered. Do not kill them. As Yimei witnessed Wuchang preparing to strike, she could no longer restrain herself. They are merely ordinary soldiers. They are not the masterminds. Just knock them unconscious, but do not take their lives. At that moment, the soldiers lying on the ground finally recognized the appearance of the second princess, their lips sealed in silence, yet their eyes gleaming with hope. Yimei understood that these soldiers remained loyal to her. After a moment of deliberation, Wuchang ultimately could not bring himself to slay them, letting out a deep sigh as he rendered the injured soldiers unconscious instead. Very well, let us hope your status as a princess proves beneficial. Oh, your tone seems laden with complaint. Why should my status be ineffective? Enough. I have no time for arguments with you. Ahead lies the heavy gate. Whether it opens depends on your skills. Yimei shot him a disdainful glance and swiftly began typing on the terminal. In less than 3 minutes, the unguarded heavy gate began to rise slowly. As the two stepped through, Wuchang could hardly believe it. We've entered just like that, without any reaction, little did he know. In the control room, the screens displayed nothing at all. To the guards, the gate appeared firmly closed. Yimei led Wuchang deeper into the base, traversing approximately 100 meters before burrowing into a ventilation duct, heading directly for the prison cells. Meanwhile, inside the cells, a group of individuals anxiously awaited their exchange, all resolved that once the prison door opened, they would fight back, for they believed that death was inevitable. It would be unjust not to take a few down with them. Perhaps the guards were also aware of the prisoners' grim fate, as their food supply had been ample in recent days, even including a few lollipops for the sake of the children. Manyo had been indulging himself over the past few days, munching away while remarking that the one-eyed guard displayed a semblance of humanity, suggesting that he might spare him a life, while for the other guards, he would slay as many as he could. Parker, grinding against the stone floor, growled in agreement, "Indeed, I too shall crush a few. If I am to perish, I shall ensure you do not survive either." Aileen, preoccupied, was entertaining the children with stories. Although the tale of Snow White was one they had heard before, the atmosphere of storytelling delighted them immensely. Boss Pan reclined on the floor, half listening to the conversations within the cell, chuckling dryly as he glanced at the filthy old man, Ryan, and whispered, "Old man, we've known each other for nearly a decade. Yet you still refuse to share your little secrets? How awkward it would be to take them to the grave." Ryan shot him a disapproving look. "Are you speaking of me, or yourself? Your secrets are certainly no fewer than mine. Take a look at that ring on your finger. If I am not mistaken, it is a genuine emblem ring." Boss Pan chuckled and Ryan joined him, both aware that their secrets were steeped in sorrow. Rather than exposing their scars, it was perhaps wiser to keep them buried, as taking them to the grave might indeed be a blessing. Just as they were cherishing the last moments of their lives, a faint tapping sound suddenly echoed from the ventilation shaft above. As they looked up in surprise, a series of metallic tools tumbled down from the vent, landing squarely on Manyo's head. "What the hell?" Manyo was about to erupt, but Ryan swiftly covered his mouth. "Fool, don't speak. Someone is coming to rescue us." Indeed, a large hand appeared at the vent's opening, accompanied by a deep voice. Master, are you there? It's so narrow here. I cannot fit. I will pass you the tools. You must open the prison door yourself, and I will be outside to assist you." Everyone understood clearly. This was Wuchang's voice. How did he manage to squeeze into such a tight space? The group fell silent, hurriedly gathering the tools strewn across the floor. Ryan clutched the repair tools, his eyes fixed with determination on the electronic lock of the prison door. "Just you wait. If I can't unlock this in 2 minutes, I shall give my head to you." Ryan's confidence was not unfounded. He deftly unlocked the small electronic lock in just a minute and a half. Responding to the call of freedom, everyone gasped in unison. That moment, just around the corner of the mining tunnel, Wuchang's figure emerged, urging everyone in a hushed tone, "This way, hurry over." Before he could finish his sentence, several soldiers appeared from the other side of the tunnel. Upon seeing the group of escaping prisoners, they paused briefly in shock before erupting into frantic shouts. "Escape! Someone has escaped from prison number 1," followed by the sound of bullets being chambered. "This is bad. Watch out for the children." Wuchang was at the front of the line, too far from the soldiers to intervene. However, the soldiers showed no hesitation in raising their rifles, aiming at the group of children. "You bastards!" Just as the gunfire erupted, a beam of light suddenly emerged from the main ventilation duct above, slicing through the air to create a large opening, through which a lithe and athletic figure leaped down. As the figure landed, a massive energy shield materialized, with the exquisite obsidian bracelet at its center. "Yimei, well done," Wuchang exclaimed excitedly. However, this single statement left everyone present in utter disbelief, including the soldiers who had instinctively ceased fire. The princess? The princess. No one could have anticipated the appearance of the princess in such a place, especially as a protector of a group of prisoners. At that moment, Yimei was elated. She commanded the soldiers across from her, "Lower your weapons and escort us out." The soldiers, still in shock, stammered as they shouted, "Quick, someone come! The second princess has appeared. Brothers, our chance to prosper has finally come." With that, a burst of gunfire erupted, showering sparks against the energy shield. "Run, princess! They are surely loyal to the first princess. You are leaping into the den of wolves." Ryan, the old man, seized Yimei's hand, dragging her back. At this moment, Yimei's anger flared. Had she not been holding the energy shield, she would have charged forward to rend those traitorous soldiers to pieces. No matter how skilled a hacker, they could not halt the soldiers from communicating in the most primal manner, through shouts. News of Yimei's appearance spread rapidly throughout the military base. And in that instant, the internal strife that engulfed the base finally erupted. The military base found itself in a power vacuum. Yition had been taken into space, and Gubo had yet to assume control of the base. Even the mysterious mastermind had not anticipated Yimei's sudden emergence. Without orders, all soldiers acted according to their own will. Those loyal to Yition naturally sided with the princess, while the soldiers shouting about fortune clearly belonged to the opposing faction. The irreconcilable conflict led to a violent confrontation, and without a commander, the clash quickly escalated into a frenzied riot. Assault rifles flashed in the corridor, and soldiers, blinded by bloodlust, forgot their past camaraderie. Anyone not from their own faction became a target, even if just the day before they had shared laughter over breakfast. The sound of grenades exploding echoed incessantly, and what were once brothers now transformed into mortal enemies. Yimei, furious to the point of nearly grinding her teeth to dust, seethed. "Who is it? Who is the traitor? I shall tear you to pieces." 041 bloodbath at the base. The energy shield in Yimei's hands was evidently of superior quality. The energy shields equipped by the Imperial Guard warriors could sustain only about 5 minutes. Yet Yimei's shield had endured for over 10 minutes without showing any sign of weakening. "Why, Yimei, duck?" Wuchang's voice rang out from the front of the line. Without a moment's hesitation, Yimei crouched down, lowering the shield along with her. In that instant, several sharp volcanic rocks whizzed past, transforming into streaks of darkness midair. Wuchang's explosive power was no joke. His powerful strikes were all about explosive force, and the sharp stones pierced through the soldiers, with some even exiting their bodies entirely. "Oh yeah." Parker jumped for joy. Having spent 2 days meticulously crafting those sharp stones, how could he not be thrilled to see them in action? However, with his emergence, he inevitably drew enemy fired. A barrage of bullets shattered the rocks surrounding Parker, and one of the bullets even pierced through his arm. Yimei raised the shield. "We need to retreat." Although Wuchang had taken down 4 or 5 soldiers, another wave was already rushing in from deeper within the corridor. Faced with an unending tide of soldiers, Wuchang found himself at a loss, ultimately deciding to withdraw. Impermanence, think of a way quickly. My energy shield can only hold for another 5 minutes. At this moment, Princess Yi found herself at a loss. No matter how skilled she was in hacking, she could not control individual soldiers. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a tremendous uproar suddenly erupted from the depths of the corridor from which they had just fled. The cacophony of voices and erratic vibrations grew clearer, gradually drowning out the sound of gunfire. The pursuers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what was transpiring behind them. A cloud of dust erupted from the corridor's depths, heralding the charge of a silver-armored warrior. Barreling through like a rampaging buffalo, die, 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 perish if you dare obstruct my path, for death is the only outcome. The glinting iron claws struck flesh, splattering blood like blossoms in bloom, while the mighty steel foot could reduce living soldiers to mere pulp with a single stomp. No bullet could harm this iron behemoth. Within its sealed helmet, only a pair of blood-red eyes surveyed the chaos with disdain. Hercules, is that the Hercules battle armor? My heavens, they have truly repaired it? Before the soldiers could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, an iron fist hurtled toward them, shattering skulls as effortlessly as crushing a watermelon. I am the rampaging bull. The rampaging bull is I. If you fear not death, step forth. The taunts of the rampaging bull echoed from within the armor. At that moment, Ryan and Boss Pan grew frantic. Foolish bull, are you seeking death? Do you wish to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair? Hurry down, or it will be too late by now. The bull's eyes were suffused with crimson, an unprecedented power enveloping him. A thin layer of pale blue energy film clung to every inch of his skin. The bull understood that every tremor of his muscles would be transmitted through this energy film to the battle armor, which, equipped with countless miniature engines, would replicate and amplify his every movement by 100-fold. This extraordinary combat prowess was exhilarating, a sensation the bull had never before experienced. Even knowing that he would be torn apart by this ferocious power, he had no regrets. Death? Paralysis? What is there to fear? Before I draw my last breath, I will know what true strength is, what the taste of victory feels like. And that is enough, if I can crush a multitude beneath my feet before I die. Then my life has been worthwhile. With arms wide open, in mere moments, over 20 traitorous soldiers in the corridor had been reduced to puddles of flesh, their crimson blood splattered upon the Hercules armor. A sight so viscerally stimulating that it sent chills down the spines of all witnesses. Clear the way, I shall forge a path for you. With that, the bull strode forward, forcing his way to the front, charging directly into the most concentrated hail of gunfire. Meanwhile, in the control room of the underground base, those soldiers who had allied with the Grand Princess had taken control, while Yi Tian's loyalists were gunned down indiscriminately. Their bodies dragged away, and the blood pooling on the ground remained unaddressed. A captain-level officer was issuing commands into a microphone. All of you, listen up. The main control computer has been compromised. The automated weapon systems are inoperable. And now the task of hunting down Yi may fall solely upon us. All warriors of the Grand Princess, wear your badges backward, tear your armbands, and seize your weapons to intercept Yi Mei. A magnificent opportunity for promotion and wealth lies before us. Suddenly, the officer's voice broke with emotion. Brothers, are you truly willing to live as commoners for the rest of your lives? Do you not wish to become nobles? Damn, I dream of it, brothers. For the sake of nobility, let us fight. The squad leader's words successfully ignited the soldiers' morale. These fervent warriors donned their badges backward, tore their armbands, and gathered in throngs, chanting fervently, for nobility. Charge, charge, charge. Since ancient times, men have died for wealth, and birds for food. If there exists a temptation greater than gold and power, it is the hereditary nature of wealth and power. Who does not wish to live well and ensure their descendants do the same? For the chance to turn their fortunes, what harm is there in wagering their lives? At that moment, the Hercules armor appeared less terrifying, and the soldiers who willingly faced death made the bull hesitate in his killing. After all, he was merely an ordinary enforcer, not even a true assassin, and the bloodshed of the day had already been excessive. He found it increasingly difficult to continue. Lives, vibrant and alive, were extinguished before him. Flesh and blood were not mere animals but living beings capable of laughter, tears, and suffering. Does killing truly soften one's resolve? The bull would affirmatively tell you that it absolutely does. If you doubt it, try killing 100. Congratulations, warrior. You have just completed 100-man slaughter. The electronic synthesized voice from the armor was, surprisingly, Ryan's. Upon hearing this, the old man slapped himself. Why am I so foolish? At that moment, a group was already nearing the exit. From a distance, the heavy gate loomed high above, indicating that the control system in the main control room had yet to be repaired. We have arrived. We see hope. Only 200 meters left. If we can break through to the surface, my Imperial Guard will protect you all. At this juncture, Yimei was drenched in blood, the second princess desperately firing her weapon while keeping pace with the bull. Gasping for breath, the bull observed the straight corridor. With nearly 60 soldiers still present, gritting his teeth he bellowed, I am offering you a chance to escape. If you refuse, do not blame me for being ruthless. Having spoken, the bull charged forward like the rampaging beast he was, seemingly ready to crush the soldiers beneath him. However, just then, the automatic doors on either side of the corridor swung open simultaneously, revealing soldiers crouched and shouldering shoulder-fired missiles, aiming directly at the bull. Not good, it's a Stinger missile. The Hercules armor cannot withstand it, Ryan and Yimei shouted in unison. Indeed, the Hercules series was the most antiquated of battle armors, akin to a classic car. Modern missile systems like the Stinger could easily shred the armor of a transport ship. Breaking an old vehicle like the Hercules would be child's play. Moreover, even the latest assault armor would not dare to confront a Stinger missile head-on. The purpose of battle armor is to enhance close combat capabilities, allowing soldiers to evade missile attacks using the armor's added mobility. Yet, they found themselves in a straight and narrow corridor, leaving no room for maneuver. Damn it, brothers, I'll take the lead. The bull propelled himself forward with all his might. His purpose clear, to use his body as a shield, hoping to forge an escape route for his friends before his demise. No, rampaging bull, don't be foolish, Aileen cried, and the children understood the gravity of the situation. Big bull, come back. Don't die. The children, fond of the bull, wept at the peril he faced. Impermanence, witnessing the children's tears, felt a pang in his heart, his soft spot exposed. He could no longer hold back. Shouting, do not move. What are you all waiting for? His words stunned everyone present. They were utterly bewildered as to what hidden troops Impermanence still possessed, and if he did, why he had not deployed them earlier. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures surged from outside the base, their speed unmistakably that of 4-segment warriors, accompanied by a cacophony of screeches. The cannibal tribe. They had infiltrated beneath Huang'e City and dared to assault a military base? No one could believe their eyes. Impermanence had no way to gauge the speed of 4-segment warriors. He had never measured it. Nevertheless, it took mere seconds for the shadows to appear and breach the enemy's formation. The combat prowess of the cannibal tribe was staggering. Soldiers were shattered in their hands, as though they were mere clay dolls, particularly those carrying Stinger missiles, who were treated as prime targets. Many soldiers having their heads brutally ripped from their bodies. The corridor descended into utter chaos, the soldiers' deep-seated fear unleashed. After all, no one wished to be consumed and excreted as mere waste. Such a death was far too horrifying. Run! It was unclear which soldier was the first to discard his weapon and pry open the nearest automatic door to flee. Unfortunately, the cannibal tribe would not let him escape. They seized the soldier's arm, pulling him back with all their might, the two engaging in a tug-of-war. Ultimately, the soldier prevailed. When the automatic door shut, his body remained behind, yet one of his arms had been wrenched off, where one deserter appears. Countless others follow. Soon, every soldier capable of escape fled the corridor, while those unable to escape were left as mere heaps of flesh. The bull stood dumbfounded, watching the unfolding scene, uncertain of what to do. Just then, Impermanence shouted, "Do not mind them. These cannibals are our allies. We must leave this place immediately. Cannibals as allies." This was perhaps the most ludicrous joke anyone had ever heard, yet none could muster a laugh. For the cannibals were indeed rescuing people. The children, shrouded in fear, cried out in distress, but it made no difference as the towering cannibal warriors lifted them onto their shoulders, charging toward the gate. The words of Wuchang ring true. Astonishingly, These cannibals can indeed comprehend their speech and accept Wuchang's commands. After an initial wave of fear, the children gradually acclimated. Wuchang, pray tell, how have you achieved this? These cannibals seem to act as your subordinates. The feeble boss Pan found himself carried on the back of a cannibal, yet his mouth could not be silenced. Time was of the essence. Once the danger had passed, I would naturally divulge everything to you. Before Wuchang could finish, a soldier with only one arm suddenly leaped out from the pile of corpses near the gate. Together in death, let us all perish, the bloodied soldier, with every ounce of strength, pulled the manual lever of the gate, and the enormous door began to descend slowly. This is disastrous. We have no time left, everyone. Flee. It was too late. Everything was far too late. Even a fool could see that although the gate descended with excruciating slowness, the distance between them and the gate was substantial. Unless everyone possessed Wuchang's speed, no one could escape. In the face of peril, greater ability begets greater responsibility. The formidable Man Yo, clad in Hercules armor, unleashed his might once more. In the blink of an eye, he dashed down the corridor, reaching the imposing gate. With all his strength, Man Yo braced the gate, pushing it upward with his shoulder. Flee quickly. I cannot hold on much longer. Man Yo's face flushed crimson as he uttered this warning, and then he could speak no more. The weight of the gate was beyond what a mere Hercules armor could withstand. The heavy, 1-meter-thick alloy door continued its relentless descent, rendering all of Man Yo's efforts futile. Meanwhile, from deep within the corridor, the sound of hastening footsteps grew ever more pronounced. The rebel forces had launched a full-scale assault. Run, every last one of you. The cannibals carrying children hesitated, but Wuchang's orders brooked no dissent. They swiftly darted out from beneath the gate. At that moment, a 4-segment strong cannibal raced alongside Wuchang, attempting to assist him in escape, only to be met with Wuchang's harsh rebuke. Get lost, escape while you can. Do not throw your lives away needlessly. No one's life is simply for the taking. You, hurry and go. Perhaps the weight of Wuchang's words overwhelmed him. The cannibal blinked in astonishment, but it was merely a fleeting moment before he surged forward with fervor, shrieking as he dashed towards the gate. Yes, that is the way. There is no turning back now. Do not squander your lives, Wuchang thought calmly as he observed the fleeing cannibals. In the face of life and death, Wuchang truly grasped the essence of equality among all beings. Even a cannibal's life was not without value, deserving of respect. Meaningless sacrifice is immoral. These cannibal warriors had already rescued numerous children. They should not be required to perish for my sake. Just as everyone believed the cannibals would escape, an unexpected turn of events transpired. One cannibal, screaming, rushed to Man Yo's side, using his heavy armored shoulder to prop up the immense gate. Not only this one, but dozens of cannibal warriors followed suit, aligning themselves beneath the gate, using their shoulders to create a lifeline for those yet to come. These were the most formidable warriors among the cannibals, each possessing the strength of 4 segments, and with Man Yo's Hercules armor in conjunction, the massive gate was indeed momentarily halted. The first cannibal to rush past blinked at Wuchang, murmuring in the faintest voice, urging everyone to flee quickly. Am I dreaming? Do cannibals truly understand sacrifice? The well-informed second Princess Yi Mei was also taken aback, unable to believe her own eyes. There was no time for stupor. Confronted with the fragile lifeline before them, no one dared hesitate, and they surged towards the gate. At that moment, the pursuers drew ever closer. As the rebels beheld this scene, over 100 of them fell into an eerie silence, unable to fathom the sight before them. Fire! Open fire! We cannot let a single one escape. The sound of gunfire erupted, yet by then, Wuchang and his companions had already slipped through the gate, facing the hail of bullets with only Man Yo and the cannibals remaining. Perhaps in an attempt to shield Wuchang and the others, not a single cannibal relented. They used their bodies to absorb the onslaught of high-energy bullets. Even as they cried out in pain, blood spurting forth, none let go. Not only did they not release their grips, but one cannibal even delivered a powerful kick to Man Yo. Taken by surprise and weakened, Man Yo was sent tumbling. And in that instant, the cannibal warriors, struck by a relentless barrage of bullets, finally could not withstand it. The massive gate thundered down, and that line of warriors was entirely obliterated. Wuchang and his companions, overwhelmed by an inexplicable surge of emotion, knelt and wept uncontrollably. Before them, beneath the closed gate, lay a solitary hand, armored and raised, belonging to the first brave soul who had charged through. There was no time for grief. The cannibals who had rescued the children returned, grasping Wuchang and his companions, pulling them back. They knew this place was far too perilous to linger. The cannibals' instincts proved accurate. Within a cave on the outskirts of the base, a tall man was directing a group in preparation for something. Relay the orders. Lay more landmines along their path. Yes, use all the explosives. Even if it collapses Huang'e City, it matters not. Is the neurotoxin ready? Hand me the remote. Even if the entire population of Huang'e Star must perish, I will not hesitate. Quickly contact the underworld river. We must ensure our escape route is secured. Once the task is complete, it shall be our time to flee. May the deer be our salvation, brothers. The hope of titles lies before us. Let us strive. The tall man shouted hoarsely at the screen, while in the tunnels, hundreds of elite engineers were laboring tirelessly, all traitors from the security team, bought off by this man. Had Yi Tian witnessed this scene, he would have been devastated to learn that 2/3 of his subordinates had betrayed him. Just as the tall man continued issuing commands, a hard object pressed against the back of his head, and a cold voice emerged. "Ah, my dear Rotter, I never imagined your identity to be so intricate. Yifei, you have been following me?" It turned out that the scheming man was none other than the supervisor Rotter, the seemingly jovial and rotund overseer, who was, in fact, a spy planted by the Grand Princess on Huang'e Star. "I am quite curious, Yifei. How did you come to suspect me?" Rotter inquired. At that moment, Yifei was pointing guns at the heads of everyone in the room, and upon hearing Rotter's question, he offered a wry smile. "Your clumsy performance can deceive no one. Since you learned of the princess's impending arrival on Huang'e Star, you have been scurrying about seeking crystals, ostensibly to curry favor. Of course, that is quite normal. Who wouldn't want a promotion? However, you seem to have forgotten that acting requires consistency and integrity. You danced with such exuberance, yet when the princess truly arrived, I and Yi Tian merely tested you slightly, preventing you from welcoming her into space. Though you feigned great indignation at the time, you did not persist. Have you forgotten? You are the overseer of all Huang'e Star. You are one of the 3 great lords. If you had insisted on welcoming the princess, how could we have stopped you?" At this, Yifei chuckled. "From that moment, I began to harbor suspicions about you. I may not be particularly capable, but I excel at subtlety. I have always allowed you both to govern, and you have long taken me lightly. Perhaps you are unaware that over the years, I have secretly assembled an army of over 200 soldiers." Yifei's aggressive words left Rotter in a cold sweat. He had indeed underestimated this cunning fox. For years, Yifei had played the role of a peacemaker, always mediating between him and Yi Tian. Now it appeared that everything had been a performance. "Well, you are truly a master, but do you think you can turn the tables? I tell you, within half an hour, those explosives and toxins will detonate. The princess is as good as dead at a worst. I shall perish alongside her." "Ha ha ha, Rotter, you are exceedingly naive. Do you believe I am powerless to deal with you?" At this point, Yifei subtly gestured, and a short man stepped out from behind him, opening his mouth to speak. "Well, you are truly a master, but do you think you can turn the tables? I tell you, within half an hour, those explosives and toxins will detonate. The princess is as good as dead at a worst. I shall perish alongside her." My heavens, that voice is eerily identical to Rotter's. Yifei laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Rest assured, I firmly believe that your subordinates are loyal. Upon hearing your voice, they will undoubtedly comply. As long as you alter the location and time of the detonation, your plan will be utterly foiled. Once the princess returns to the flying sky, no one will ever be able to harm her. Your scheme will never succeed. Defeated, this time it is a complete failure." Luoda, devoid of any temper, pondered whether the Yi family duo was indeed his destined nemesis. "Forget it, I concede. For the sake of our years of camaraderie, grant me a swift end and refrain from sending me to suffer on the 3rd sea star." Just as Yifei was about to respond, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark light streaked in from outside the door, flooding the stone chamber with a crimson glow. The dark light was, in fact, a figure of extraordinary swiftness, its gleaming special operations knife flashing in hand. Regardless of how many soldiers stood before him, he wielded a single blade, claiming one throat after another in less than half a minute. All of Yi Fei's subordinates, save for the small individual who had disguised his voice, lay dead. Ha ha, Yi Fei. Did you not anticipate this? Your so-called elite are shockingly vulnerable. At this moment, Luo De no longer feared the gun in his hand and turned to Yi Fei. Sneering coldly, "Shall I introduce you?" The assassin from Fallen Star, Ming He, was hired at great expense by the Grand Princess. With him here, even if Gu Bo were to intervene, I would not be afraid. Luo De disdainfully regarded Yi Tian, coolly commanding, "Kill him." The anticipated bloodshed did not unfold. It seemed that Ming He had not heeded Luo Da's command. He stood there impassively, cloaked in a tattered gray mantle, emanating an aura as frigid as ice. "I command you to kill him." "Are you deaf?" Luo De bellowed again. "Shut your mouth. The price you offered is only sufficient to eliminate the princess. I have no interest in targeting anyone else." The statement nearly choked Luo De. "Mind your manners." Before Luo De could finish, the gleaming special operations knife appeared as if by magic, resting against the soft flesh of his neck. Ming He remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on him. At this moment, Luo De dared not utter a word, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Calm down, boss Ming He. I retract my previous statement." Ming He smirked slightly. "Very well. Tidy yourself up. I am about to escort you off this planet, as providing you with a departure was part of our prior agreement." "What? You intend to leave?" "The princess has yet to perish." "And you wish to flee? Do you think you can take the money without fulfilling your duty? Are you worthy of your reputation as an assassin?" Ming He shot him a disdainful glance. "The price you offered merely entitles me to kill Yi Mei. There was no stipulation regarding a successful assassination. Had you required a guaranteed kill, the fee would need to be at least 50 times higher. And at that point, I would not be the only assassin dispatched. The cost dictates the quality of service. Now that the assassination of Yi Mei is unattainable, if I do not retreat, shall I await death?" Luo De seethed with anger, uncertain how his superior had communicated with Fallen Star. Could it be that Ming He was telling the truth? Had they truly underpaid? Ming He was not lying. To assassinate a powerful princess of the empire and ensure success was a task that Fallen Star could accomplish. But the price was astronomical. The war-torn Ma-2 star cluster could scarcely afford such a sum, let alone the Grand Princess. "Well then, you have paid me to act, and I have already commenced. My duty is half fulfilled. The remaining half is to escort you from this planet. I have calculated, and this is the only opportunity for escape." After speaking, disregarding whether Luo De agreed or not, he seized the flesh of his neck and dragged him outside. "Wait, let me arrange the ambush. Yi Mei is about to enter the trap, and success is imminent. Whether you succeed or not is of no concern to me. I perform my duties for payment, and the sooner it is done, the sooner I can rest. A disgrace. You are the shame of Fallen Star, bringing humiliation to Lord Daotou. You dare to insult me? I will deal with you." Yi Fei listened intently, aware that a one-sided beating was taking place in the mine shaft. Luo Da's cries grew fainter, indicating that he was indeed being dragged away by Ming He. At this moment, everyone in the chamber exchanged glances, as Yi Fei could not fathom how events had escalated to this point. All of his more than 10 subordinates had perished in the blink of an eye. And just when he felt despair, the assassin had inexplicably spared him and taken Luo Da away. Now, within the stone chamber, only Yi Fei remained armed. Under the threat of his handgun, Luo Da's subordinates dared not resist and hastily issued a retreat command into the mine shaft. Meanwhile, in the mine shaft, the chastised Luo Da was sobbing as he ran ahead, with Ming He closely following behind. Ming He turned to glance northward, thinking to himself, "My good brother, I can only assist you this much. If we do not flee now, we may truly end up as Gu Bo's dumplings. I apologize. The rest is up to you." The group of Wuchang remained oblivious to the life and death struggle surrounding them. Unaware of the numerous conflicts that had transpired, as they departed the underground base, heading toward the nearest surface exit to the south, they unexpectedly encountered the patrol leader, the coyote, Saiwan, around a corner. Enemies meeting ignited fierce animosity. Saiwan wasted no time and hurled a grenade straight away. "Fight! Attack! It is this bunch of bastards who forced us into the suicide squad. Revenge is today." Saiwan's words were laced with sobs, as the grenade hurtled toward them. The armored figure of the bullman spread his arms wide, resolutely shielding the squad in front of him. Before he could utter two heroic slogans, the grenade detonated. The violent shockwave knocked down the squad behind the bullman. Yet the cannibal's sturdy shell protected the children. Once the explosion subsided, the bullman, blood streaming from his orifices, could no longer withstand the strain. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The immense strain of the Hercules' battle armor had finally overwhelmed his muscles, and darkness enveloped him as he fell. Big Bull. Everyone present cried out in anguish, desperately calling his name. However, Wuchang had no time for sorrow. He pointed to the more than 10 cannibals present, shouting, "Gather everyone and scatter. Do not look back. I will hold off the enemy." Wuchang understood that it was a moment for desperate action. The Hercules' battle armor was rendered useless, and the cannibals had suffered significant losses. In contrast, Siwen's weaponry was exceptionally refined. Little did Wuchang know, upon Gu Bo's discovery of the cannibals' appearance, he had stationed Siwen's suicide squad in the underground of Huang'e City, ostensibly for patrol but truly to keep an eye on the cannibals. The suicide squad had no rights. Siwen stared at the hefty restraint bracelet on his wrist, tears welling up in his eyes. He realized that the explosive capacity of this military restraint bracelet was 3 times that of the standard version. If it detonated, it would obliterate him entirely. Is this retribution? Could it truly be the legendary retribution? At the critical moment, Siwen found himself contemplating like a philosopher. However, one thing was certain. Despite Gu Bo's disdain for the suicide squad, he would not allow them to die needlessly. He had invested in their equipment. The Imperial Guard had generously outfitted Siwen and his team, providing them with ample grenades, 10 full boxes, to be precise. Not to mention the various types of firearms and ammunition. It was no coincidence that Siwen, Wuchang's first adversary upon entering this world, would reappear at such a crucial moment to complicate things. How could such a vast underground labyrinth coincidentally lead to their encounter? Tiger break? Triple nail fist. Employing the tiger break technique, Wuchang astonishingly ran along the walls on either side, climbing the ceiling with hands and feet alike. His actions defied the laws of physics, leaving Siwen dumbfounded. Had he seen martial arts films on Earth, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed the term lightness skill in the blink of an eye. Wuchang closed the 50-meter gap. Evading 4 grenades and countless high-energy bullets, he sustained only 6 non-fatal injuries to breach the enemy camp for close combat, exchanging light wounds for serious ones, and serious wounds for fatal ones. This combat awareness was beyond the comprehension of Siwen and his ilk. They merely perceived Wuchang as a malevolent spirit rushing toward them, unafraid even of high-energy beams striking him. The speed of the nail fist was as swift as lightning, and in a single clash, 2 sizable heads exploded, splattering white brains and red blood everywhere. Like a frenzied tiger, Wuchang became consumed by bloodlust, seeking to obliterate everything before him. Only 10 of Siwen's subordinates remained standing, yet they could not endure even a single round. Siwen, now frantic, understood that slaying Wuchang and rescuing the princess was his sole chance for survival. Otherwise, his fate would not merely confine him to being a suicide soldier on Huang'e Star. He would likely find himself among the many awaiting such roles at the front lines. Siwen was also a 3rd-tier martial artist, and his strength was not inferior to Wuchang's. The moment they clashed, they became entangled in fierce combat. Though Wuchang's tiger break technique was agile and the nail fist powerful, Siwen, as a martial artist, could still hold his ground despite being slightly outmatched, provided he fought with all his might. Do not stand idly by. Hasten to pursue those fleeing scoundrels and slay them all. Leave not a single one alive. Upon finishing his command, Siwen deftly evaded Wuchang's incoming kick, and with a swift motion, he brandished his dagger, its blade gleaming white as it aimed directly for Wuchang's throat. Wuchang's reflexes were remarkably swift. He tilted his head just enough for the dagger to graze his cheek as it thrust forward. However, at that very moment, a cruel smile crept upon Siwen's face, for he had ensnared his foe in a trap. A pungent cloud of smoke erupted from the dagger, lunging towards Wuchang's eyes. A stinging sensation coursed through his eyes, tears streaming forth as his vision blurred into obscurity. Despicable. Seizing the opportunity, Siwen, witnessing the success of his pepper attack, twisted his wrist, the dagger flashing coldly as it surged towards Wuchang's carotid artery. Should this strike land, even the imperial physician from the 3rd C star would be rendered powerless. Wuchang, be cautious. Suddenly, A voice pierced through the chaos from behind Wuchang. It was Yimei, accompanied by a whirling energy sword, hurtling towards Sevin. Though Sevin had never laid eyes on such a top-tier weapon as an energy sword, he was certainly no stranger to its reputation. Every man's lifelong dream was to wield one. If this sharp blade were to pierce him, it would surely spell his demise. In that fleeting moment, Sevin's innate selfishness prevailed, and he altered the dagger's trajectory, the sound of metal clashing ringing out as the dagger intercepted the incoming energy sword. Seizing this moment, Wuchang retreated 3 paces, successfully escaping the clutches of death. The sharpness of the energy sword was unimaginable. Although the dagger had parried it, the upper half of the dagger was completely severed. Furthermore, the sword struck the stone wall, penetrating it as if it were mere tofu, leaving behind a dark, gaping fissure. Damn, it truly is a remarkable treasure. The energy sword embedded itself into the stone wall. Wuchang stood shoulder to shoulder with Yimei, his eyes welling with tears as he addressed her. Why do you, a princess, not hasten your escape? What brings you back to this fray? Is it not for your sake that I return? I wish to gift you this energy sword, yet it has been squandered. I comprehend your intentions. Now, do leave at once. Should you emerge unscathed, kindly look after my friends. With that, Wuchang forcefully shoved Yimei away, shouting, Go, hasten forth. At that moment, Sevin erupted into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. Why, oh heavens, do you mock me so? I have been compelled by Gu Bo to play this absurd role of a death squad merely to rescue you. Yet here you are, a dignified imperial second princess, standing alongside those who have kidnapped you. I am the one who sought to save you. Can you not comprehend reason? Sevin's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse. Since encountering Wuchang, his life had never been so exhilarating, so rife with drama. He had bled and toiled to rescue the princess, trading his life for hers. Yet, the cruel reality struck him. The princess showed no gratitude, instead engaging in flirtation with her captors. O heavens and earth, whom have I, Sevin, offended that you deny me a path to survival? Upon uttering these words, a fierce glint ignited in Sevin's eyes. If that is the case, then let none survive. If we must perish, let us all perish together. With that, he retrieved a large-caliber shotgun from behind him and fired without hesitation. Though Wuchang's vision had become a blur, his sense of danger remained acute. Instinctively, he pulled Yimei behind him, his right fist coalescing with boundless energy as he struck the air thrice. At this moment, the steel pellets within the shotgun had already been propelled into a barrage by the explosive force, hurtling towards the pair with supersonic speed. Despite being one of the oldest weapons, the shotgun's close-quarters lethality had never been surpassed. Sevin was bewildered by Wuchang's actions. Facing a hail of bullets, the best means of defense would surely be to take cover. Why was he still throwing punches into the air? Unfortunately for Sevin, his confusion was short-lived. Upon witnessing the 3 waves of dark red ripples emanating from Wuchang's fists, he was left speechless. Though he did not comprehend their nature, he could keenly sense the immense energy fluctuations in the air. Fire. As that word escaped his lips, his entire being was engulfed in a raging inferno. No one could have anticipated that Wuchang would employ such a method to counter the imminent threat. Those 3 dark red ripples were flames with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. The searing fire element instantaneously melted the steel pellets soaring through the air, even vaporizing them as the flames swept through the barrage. Countless pellets ignited fiercely, transforming into powdery iron oxide that, aside from making the air in the mine even more unbearable, posed no further threat. You are indeed an outlier? You have been deceiving me all along? Yimei, possessing an eye for detail, quickly discerned the intricacies of Wuchang's attack. To wield fire-based magic in combat was a mark of high rank among outliers. How precious are outliers? Yimei had yet to have a single one under her command. Not even the top-tier warrior Gu Bo, who was merely a martial artist. True outliers were engaged on the battlefield, actively participating in the various campaigns against the Hunter Star Circle. They were the Empire's most treasured assets. Sevin, engulfed in flames, heard the princess's exclamation, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, regret consuming him. Had he known Wuchang was an outlier, he would not have dared to oppose him, even at the cost of his life. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. In the agonizing blaze, Sevin lost all consciousness, finally reduced to a pile of ashes upon the ground. Water, I need water. Wuchang seized the water flask from Yimei, raising it to his eyes and pouring the entire contents over them, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. What of the others? How are they faring? Wuchang inquired anxiously. Fortunately, just before my arrival, reinforcements from the cannibal clan appeared. I cannot fathom how you managed it, but those cannibals charged headlong into the hail of bullets without hesitation. Those little ruffians have likely been torn to shreds by now. Yimei gazed at Wuchang with a hint of confusion. You can command the cannibal clan, and you are also a hidden outlier, even known as the specter among the miners. They say that whatever crystals you desire, you can procure. Is there truth to this? How do you harbor so many secrets? Wuchang rubbed his itchy eyes, sidestepping Yimei's inquiries. Let us depart. We must hasten to the surface. Once there, you will reunite with your army and be safe. With that, he turned and led Yimei down the next tunnel. As Wuchang and the princess made their way toward the surface, chaos reigned in Huang'e City. The once thriving metropolis had devolved into a lawless wasteland. Yi Tian was confined in space, unable to command his troops, while Yi Fei was in the underground control room, desperately directing his subordinates to locate the nerve gas bombs, fearful that one misstep could spell doom for the entire planet. As for Gu Bo, this cold-blooded general cared only for the princess's safety, casting aside the lives of others without a second thought. He had no interest in restoring order. Once the affairs of the world lacked a guiding hand, they quickly descended into turmoil, unleashing the darkest facets of human nature. Looting, destruction, and arson swept through the city almost simultaneously. The rebellious soldiers pouring from the underground base were acutely aware of their grim fate. Having failed to capture the princess and with their direct superior, the mine's supervisor Loda, missing, these forsaken children understood they had been abandoned. In a spirit of reckless abandon, these chaotic soldiers proved even more malevolent than Siwen's ruffians. Shops were smashed open, valuables stripped bare, and any shopkeeper daring to resist was met with a bullet. Not content with mere theft, they ignited fires, perhaps believing that flames would erase the evidence of their misdeeds, allowing them to evade punishment. Gradually, robbery ceased to suffice. These deranged soldiers descended into a frenzy of rape and slaughter, willing to commit any act to unleash the beast within. What manner of place is Huang'e Star? It is the most notorious exile site in the Ma-Tu star circle, where soldiers previously maintained order against the chaos. Yet today, the soldiers themselves led the uprising, and how could the criminals not seize the opportunity to loot? Groups of miners and underworld figures stormed the streets, venting their pent-up frustrations. The mine owners who had long exploited them became the targets of their wrath, stripped of their wealth and even their lives. As Wuchang emerged with Princess Yimei from the entrance of a basement, he was met with the sight of an utterly chaotic hell on earth. Come quickly. There's a stunning beauty here. Don't let her escape. It was unclear which ruffian had first spotted the exquisite Yimei, but these scoundrels had not laid eyes on such beauty in years. Under the sway of their primal instincts, more than 30 thugs converged upon the pair. At that moment, flames ignited in Wuchang's eyes, for he had caught sight of a blood-soaked young girl, lying naked atop a wooden crate, her life evidently hanging by a thread. Her legs were spread apart, revealing not a secret garden but a gruesome scene of bloodshed. Beasts, they are nothing but a horde of brutes, mercilessly preying even on children barely in their teens. The figure of Wuchang darted like lightning into the crowd, his fists striking with the swiftness of a tempest, bouncing through the throngs of marauders. Heads were crushed with brutal finality, hearts shattered in a grim display of slaughter that forced the remaining assailants to regain a flicker of reason. As only 5 or 6 captives remained, they finally comprehended that they were not facing mere sheep, but a harbinger of death. Run! The demon comes to slay us. We must flee. The survivors beheld Wuchang, his hands smeared with brains, and they scurried away in a frantic panic. Wuchang could pursue those on his left but could not reach those on his right, left powerless to stop their escape. At this moment, Yimei had approached the lifeless form of the young girl, staring at the child whose eyes were wide open in a fierce glare at the heavens. A sudden tremor shook her heart. She had never witnessed such a vengeful gaze, as if it sought to pierce through the heavy clouds above Huang'e Star. The girl, no older than 14 or 15, lay drenched in blood, her lower body rendered into a gaping void, while her chest bore 2 gaping wounds inflicted by these human beasts, revealing her stark white ribs. Yimei's heart ached, and tears unexpectedly fell in a moment of compassion. She removed her valuable cloak and gently draped it over the girl. Little sister, close your eyes. I shall avenge your suffering. To Wuchang's astonishment, the girl's eyes inexplicably closed without anyone's touch. And in that instant, the fury etched upon her face dissipated entirely. Yimei lightly flicked her fingers against her obsidian bracelet, and a holographic image materialized in the air, revealing the figure of Gubai. Princess, you've returned? I shall immediately dispatch someone to protect you. No need. I am safe. At this moment, a notable protector stands by my side. I hereby command the Royal Guard's Marine Corps to disembark immediately and restore order in the city. Robbers shall be executed without mercy, murderers shall be slain without mercy, and rapists shall be apprehended and executed by dismemberment. Yes, I shall execute the orders at once. Gubai would never hesitate to obey the command of the second princess. With a single decree, the landing vessels on the northern front of Huang'e City opened their hatches, and thousands of well-equipped, ravenous soldiers surged forth, boarding large land vehicles as they sped towards Huang'e City. At that moment, throughout Huang'e Star, in every habitable location, Gubai's commanding voice echoed. All military and civilian personnel, surrender immediately. Kneel in place with your hands upon your heads. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. Today, Huang'e Star was destined for turmoil. Many old miners recalled the massacre that had transpired over a decade ago, sparked by the allure of crystals. Among them was old Ryan, who, along with Boss Pan and Aaron, were currently taking refuge in a small building within Huang'e City, protected by the subordinates of Mad Dog. Old Ryan gazed out the window at the descending landing ships and the flames and cries of battle engulfing Huang'e City. Letting out a long sigh at a decade brings a cycle, and once again, it is time for bloodshed in Huang'e City. This time, it will surely be far graver, for this is an assassination of a princess. Boss Pan stood beside Ryan, counting the landing vessels in the sky. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. Good heavens, they have dispatched a total of 12 landing ships, assuming the minimum capacity of 2,000 per ship, that's over 20,000 soldiers. Indeed, the second princess, indeed the Royal Guard, can mobilize such elite forces in haste. I dare say, these soldiers are veterans with over a decade of experience. At this moment, Aaron interjected, you two should not only gaze outside, but also consider Barbarian Bull. He lies unconscious, his fate uncertain. Do you not care? Beside Aaron lay Barbarian Bull, who had been carried back by the cannibals. He had lost consciousness the moment the grenade exploded and had yet to awaken even after reaching the surface. Ryan shook his head at Aaron. Let us wait until everything calms down. Perhaps Wuchang can plead with the princess. I hope the royal physician can find a solution, but do not harbor too much hope. The Hercules armor has drained Bull's strength significantly, and his muscles and nervous system are severely damaged. Whether he survives now depends solely on fate. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the northern city, sending the entire city into a frenzy. In no time, throngs of marauders fled from the north, not daring to look back. They are killing. The soldiers are slaughtering. Run for your lives, despairing cries filled the air. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of landing ships and the glimmer of blades, rows of royal guards formed an orderly assault formation, too lethargic to even fire their weapons, wielding their sabers to unleash a one-sided massacre upon the marauders. The royal guards, true to their traditional military roots, displayed an unparalleled proficiency with blades, capable of executing assault formations reminiscent of the cold weapon era. With a single command from the squad leader, dozens of long sabers would strike in unison up, down. With the squad leader's orders, dozens of gleaming sabers descended from the air, and simultaneously, the soldiers surged forward. Beneath a torrent of blade light, nothing remained but heaps of corpses. The slaughter before them left everyone in the room in stunned silence, for they understood that such scenes of carnage were rampant throughout Huang'e City. This was the true essence of massacre. While chaos reigned in Huang'e City, a high-speed motorboat sliced through the waves towards an unnamed island. Strangely, despite the presence of reconnaissance aircraft and satellites overhead, none detected its existence. Aboard the vessel, Ming He and Rhoda remained silent, having just escaped from the underground tunnels and were now en route to the stag transport ship. Upon spotting the dock on the unnamed island, Rhoda finally spoke. The mission is a complete failure. I hope you can safely escort me back. Do not tarnish the reputation of the thief with principles. Rhoda's words provoked a twitch of irritation on Ming He's face. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Rest assured. I guarantee your escape from Huang'e's encirclement. If we cannot break through, I will let you shoot me first, allowing you to vent your anger. How does that sound?" With that, he ignored Rhoda and leaped onto the dock, striding purposefully towards the volcano's mouth. At that moment, Boss Jiang had made all necessary preparations. He had even readied the restraining bracelets, eagerly awaiting Ming He's assistance to put them on. Upon seeing Ming He approach, he rushed forward. "Sir, all preparations are complete. Energy levels are fully charged. Weapon systems have been checked. Once you give the command, we can set sail immediately." Ming He gazed at the towering stag transport ship, letting out a deep sigh. "I'm truly sorry for the trouble you've endured." With that, he delivered a punch to Boss Jiang, leaving his left eye bruised. Not only that, but he also shackled Boss Jiang and his subordinates with the restraining bracelets. Surprisingly, this act of violence did not elicit any resentment from Boss Jiang. The sycophantic group even nodded and expressed their gratitude to Ming He for the gift of a beating. "You think this ruse can fool the second princess?" Rhoda scoffed. "I know it cannot fool her, but I also understand that the second princess lacks the leverage to confront the fallen stars. Neither your grand princess nor the emperor of Huang'e Star possesses the qualification for such a confrontation. You better remember this. My leader is Dao Tuo. Just on that point alone, I can bully you, and you must bear it obediently." Rhoda shrank back, no longer daring to speak. Before long, Rhoda and Ming He found themselves in the command room. The stag ship, fully prepped, began to lift off under the influence of the space-folding engine, its anti-gravity systems activated, causing the massive hull to slowly ascend. Higher and higher it rose, until it finally floated above the extinct volcano. At that moment, the transport ship tilted its nose upwards at a 45-degree angle and began to accelerate, preparing to break through the atmosphere and tear a gap in Huang'e's defensive net. Just as they were about to accelerate, Ming He pointed towards the distant Huang'e city, ablaze with fire and smoke, and said to Rhoda, "Look at the havoc you've wrought. Not only have you failed your mission, but you have also destroyed an entire city. Do you not feel the slightest twinge of guilt?" Rhoda gazed at the city engulfed in flames and smoke, disdainfully curling his lips, though he said nothing. His meaning was unmistakable. The happenings on the unnamed island did not escape Huang'e's keen observation. Upon receiving the news of the stag's activation, she stood with Wuchang in the street, watching the ongoing suppression operation. A multitude of orderly formations of royal guards passed by the princess, akin to soldiers being reviewed, their chins held high in the most common posture of imperial soldiers. One by one, the battalions marched in synchronized rhythm past the princess, ready to engage in the suppression. In front of her soldiers, Huang'e shed her usual wildness, adopting an extraordinary seriousness, exuding the aura of a sovereign. This presence made Wuchang uncomfortable, and involuntarily, he subtly stepped back, distancing himself from the princess by more than 2 meters. Seemingly possessing eyes in the back of her head, Huang'e spoke without turning. "Do not retreat. Come closer. I can only protect you if you are near. Be careful not to let my soldiers mistake you for a marauder." Wuchang scratched his head and took a few steps forward. Standing silently behind her. At that moment, Huang'e suddenly pointed towards the southern sky. "Look, that dark spot is your hope for escape, the stag. Alas, they have already abandoned you." As she spoke, the obsidian bracelet in Huang'e's hand projected a holographic image into the air, revealing the very stag that Wuchang had seen before. With a cold smirk, Huang'e fixed her gaze on the screen, and suddenly, her hand trembled, summoning another holographic image. She addressed the figure of Gu Bai within the image, saying, "Dear Uncle Gu Bai, the stag is preparing to flee into outer space. I once boasted to this friend that a transport ship like this could be taken down by a single soldier. I wonder if Uncle could grant us the privilege of witnessing this?" On the screen, Gu Bai smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction. "My princess," he replied, and the holographic image abruptly vanished. Just 10 seconds after the screen disappeared. From a landing craft hovering above Huang'e City, a high-powered land vehicle suddenly ejected, racing towards the direction of the stag. "Look, Uncle Gu Bai has taken action," exclaimed the excited Huang'e as she grasped Wuchang's arm and pulled him closer. Before her, a holographic screen displayed Gu Bai's real-time image. Wuchang gazed in astonishment as the military land vehicle soared higher and higher, reaching its maximum altitude of 100 meters before surging upward for a moment due to inertia. At this point, the land vehicle could ascend no further, yet it had fulfilled its mission, providing Gu Bai with the much-needed initial thrust. Gu Bai stomped down hard on the land vehicle, propelling his entire body upwards by more than 10 meters. Suddenly, a faint blue tail flame erupted behind him, and he shot towards the stag like a shooting star. "What is that? What is that dazzling light on him?" Wuchang exclaimed in shocked Huang'e. Pride gleaming in her eyes as she watched Gu Bai soaring through the sky like a deity, replied with an air of nonchalance, "That is the Judicator armor, standard configuration, costing 12 million gold coins. A remarkable item indeed. Could this be the battle armor of a celestial being?" At that moment, Wuchang grasped the meaning of being unable to tear his eyes away. The shimmering silver light, the exquisitely etched patterns, the lion-headed helmet, and even the two-handed sword he was assembling, all radiated boundless power. This was the essence of what a man should possess. Strength, unending strength. Wu Chang's breath grew increasingly labored, his heart pounding with greater intensity as a singular voice echoed within him. "I want it. I must have it." A fierce desire for possession overwhelmed him, and the gleam in his eyes sent shivers down Yi Mei's spine. Meanwhile, Gu Bai had drawn 4 elongated metal strips from behind him, swiftly assembling a 2-meter-long two-handed sword. With the sword in hand and a long blue tail flame trailing behind him, Gu Bai charged towards the stag like a legendary archangel. No one could precisely articulate the speed at which Gu Bai now moved. All that mattered was that he was drawing ever closer to the stag. Just as the stag was about to pierce through the thick, unchanging layers of volcanic clouds above Huang'e Star, Gu Bai finally closed in to within 200 meters of the warship. It was then that the automatic weapons aboard the stag detected the presence of an enemy. Battle stations, level 1 threat, level 1 threat. In the sky above Huang'e City, a grand firework display unfolded, though these fireworks, despite their brilliance, lacked any semblance of beauty, instead exuding a chilling aura of death. A volley of small bird missiles, trailing white smoke, surged towards Gu Bai, with a single salvo comprising 100 projectiles. Heavy machine guns unleashed a barrage of high-energy ammunition, energy beams streaking across the sky. The Grim Reaper wove a massive net of fire in the heavens, with Gu Bai as its unyielding prey. It was now up to the agility of the Judicator armor, equipped with a row of 12 miniature engines at its back, expelling streams of high-energy particles that propelled Gu Bai through the fiery web like a majestic eagle. "Goodness, is he dancing?" Wuchang couldn't help but exclaim, utterly astonished by the spectacle of a single person flying through the sky. More gracefully than any bird. As Yi Mei observed Wu Chang's dazed expression, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She had long harbored a grudge against Wu Chang's calm demeanor. He seemed indifferent to wealth and lust, as if he possessed no flaws at all. However, today, witnessing his genuine emotions in the face of true war armor, she secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. So, this is where your vulnerability lies. Your desire for immense power is your weak point. Now that I know your sweet spot, I can craft my strategy accordingly. I won't rest until you're under my influence, for I deserve the title of the most beautiful woman in the 3 seas. Wuchang was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Yi Mei's mind, as all his focus remained fixated on Gu Bai in the sky. At that moment, Gu Bai had spotted a flaw in the fiery web and dove downwards. Colliding forcefully with the hull of the ship, Gu Bai howled, head tilted back, his feet seeming to root themselves firmly as he stood steadfastly atop the alloy hull. Raising his hands high, the heavy sword poised upright against the sky. "Break for me!" With a fierce shout, the heavy sword sliced through the air as though penetrating soft tofu, burying itself to the hilt. With a surge of power, Gu Bai charged forward like a lion, the sword carving a deep gash into the spacecraft's alloy exterior. Sparks erupted in every direction. The alloy hull of an ordinary transport ship, half a meter thick, was no match for the 2-meter sword. Countless circuits were severed, electric sparks igniting flammable materials within the cabin, thick smoke billowing out through the fissures. Gu Bai began his cutting spree from the front half of the transport ship, racing 150 meters towards the stern until he reached the most valuable space-folding engine, marking the end of his mission. Yes, he withdrew the heavy sword and returned it to his back. He took a moment to survey the damage he had wrought. a disdainful smile playing on his lips at the sight of the massive crack stretching over 100 meters before him. Attention, Space Fleet. The enemy's escape pods will soon be leaving. Prepare to intercept. We must not allow them to escape. Before he could finish, over 20 silvery cylindrical escape pods were ejected from either side of the stag, instantly soaring into space, trailing long flames as they pierced through the thick volcanic cloud layers. Gu Bai understood that the speed of the escape pods was beyond that of the war armor. And with a powerful push of his legs, he dove down like a great bird from the heights. At this moment, you may finally shut down the holographic image, gently patting Wuchang's face, and said with a smile, "Stop daydreaming. I'll take you to the governor's mansion for a splendid meal. I believe all the mysteries can now be unraveled. Huang'e Star officially belongs to me." After a brief silence, Yimei continued, "I want to rename this planet. From now on, it shall be called Rainbow Star. What do you think?" Wuchang remained lost in the shock of the earlier spectacle, utterly indifferent to Yimei's words. Tio single-handedly confront an armed merchant ship with a cargo capacity exceeding 200,000 tons. What extraordinary power was that? What astonished Wuchang even more was that such formidable combat prowess was possessed by merely a 7th-tier warrior. How powerful, then, must the legendary mage system be? Unconsciously, Wuchang raised his hand, staring blankly, his thoughts racing. Minghe once told me I am a rare standout, that I have embarked on a brand new path to ascension. I wonder what the apex of this path truly looks like. In that moment, Wuchang suddenly realized that the recently destroyed stag might very well have housed brother Minghe. Could he have perished in this conflict? As the stag began to exhaust its upward momentum and commenced its slow descent, a series of explosions erupted from the hull, the crimson flames illuminating the entire planet. Just then, the lunar missiles from Huang'e City were finally launched. To prevent the massive hull from crashing to the ground and causing a natural disaster, the lunar missiles had to disintegrate the stag mid-air. 10 hypersonic lunar missiles unleashed 10 tremendous explosions, completely dismantling the stag. The debris scattered over an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers, the sky resembling a rain of fiery meteors, perhaps to deter the lawless elements on the planet. The video of Gu Bai's attack on the stag was broadcast globally in real time. Anyone with a portable terminal could witness the shocking scene. Boss Pan and Ryan also beheld this spectacle, gazing at the falling figure of Captain Gu Bai, both filled with mixed emotions. Who would have thought the Judicator armor was this formidable? In comparison, the Hercules series seems fit only for a museum. Ryan sighed. Boss Pan nodded in agreement. The Hercules series is merely an antique from 10,000 years ago. Nowadays, the lowest grade would be the Raider series of armors, while the Judicator series is already a third-generation product, costing millions of gold coins, something only the affluent could possess. Just as the two lamented the progress of technology, the door to the small building was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of armed soldiers stormed in. "Oh, how unexpected that you all have hidden here." The voice of Yition emerged from behind the crowd, revealing that he had cleared his name and been released from the sky prison. Not only had he been set free, but he had also swiftly gathered his loyal subordinates, amassing over 100 survivors. "Where is Wuchang? That filthy rat, that despicable criminal. Where have you concealed him? Hand him over. I shall have him hanged." In his fury, Yition's features contorted. Yet none present felt fear, not even the children. The individuals in the room had just endured life and death. Their mindset was in an exceedingly delicate state, rendering them fearless. "Why, Yition, temper your arrogance. By what right do you apprehend us? By what right do you seek to hang Wuchang? Remember your position. You are an enforcer, not a brigand." Old Pan spat out his reproach. Yition nearly lost his composure. In the realm of Huang'e Star, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to accuse him so. "Very well, what is it that you desire? Evidence, you say? Today, I shall indeed engage with you on this matter. Bring forth the blue light device. I shall strip bare their secrets. I refuse to believe there are any good souls left on Huang'e Star." His proclamation sent a shockwave through the room, as everyone momentarily forgot about this trump card. If those dusty pasts were unearthed, the consequences would be dire. However, upon witnessing the bloodshot eyes of Yition, everyone understood that this calamity was inescapable. The chaos in Huang'e City persisted, yet it was palpable that the turmoil was waning. At this moment, the most gripping scene unfolded in space. Just above the thick layers of volcanic clouds point 20 escape pods. Trailing blue flames hurtled rapidly through the atmosphere, the intense friction causing the outer shells of the pods to glow red. Directly above the escape pods, in the vastness of space, the battleship's weapon systems had been activated. With countless high-precision guided missiles locking onto various targets, NO1 had anticipated failure. The Flying Sky and the soldiers aboard its other vessels were seasoned veterans. Not even a few flies could hope to escape. Meanwhile, within the escape pod, the agitated Rotter was vociferously cursing into the microphone. "Mingy, you bastard. Is this your idea of a safe escape? Forcing me to board an escape pod? How could you even conceive of such a thing? I will file a complaint. I will report you to Lord Daochuo, and you shall never receive another job in your life. You are a disgrace among pirates." Rotter was truly beside himself with rage. Mingy had previously assured him of a means to depart safely, yet before the Xionglu had even exited the atmosphere, it had been cleaved in two by Gubo wielding a single sword, leaving him crammed into this narrow escape pod. "You scoundrel, did you not say that if we failed, I could at least take a shot to vent my frustration? Where are you now? Where have you hidden?" The entire escape pod's channel was flooded with Rotter's profanities, infuriating the fleeing sailors and Mingy alike. This fat fool was utterly reprehensible. He had cursed all his ancestors, yet despite his tirade, everyone remained confined within their individual escape pods. Unable to physically confront him, Mingy's face turned a shade of blue from anger, silently cursing. "This is your doing, you forced my hand." Just then, the escape pod burst through the atmosphere, officially entering space. Bathed in the radiant light of the stars, the escape pods darted in all directions like a beautiful blue flower blooming above Huang'e Star. As this blue blossom unfurled, the Flying Sky and the other warships finally opened fire. The missile launch bays, long prepared on either side of the ship, simultaneously erupted, sending hundreds of guided missiles hurtling towards the escape pods. "I am going to die. Am I truly going to die?" Gazing at the missiles filling the void of space, Rotter finally broke down. Tears streamed down his face, and his anguish surged. In that moment, he no longer embodied the imposing figure of one of Huang'e City's three lords. The missiles were alarmingly swift. Theoretically, from launch to impact, they would take less than 5 seconds. Yet within that brief span, an anomaly occurred. A peculiar program suddenly activated, infiltrating the weapon systems of the Flying Sky at the speed of light, modifying the trajectory parameters of all the missiles in mere moments. The alteration was executed so swiftly that no one could react. Over 100,000 soldiers aboard the fleet watched in disbelief as thousands of missiles changed course, converging upon a single destination. "Damn it, that kid has incurred the wrath of the masses." Before the soldiers could finish their thoughts, the 1,000 missiles detonated simultaneously in a single area, transforming that little escape pod into nothing more than cosmic dust. It was later revealed that the occupant of that escape pod was none other than the mining overseer, Rotter. The relentless pursuit of Yition once again proved that when the heavens seek to bring about one's demise, they first instill madness within them. The mining overseer, Rotter, merely by failing to uphold decorum, had brought upon himself a fatal consequence. Originally, the virus program released by Mingy could have inadvertently saved Rotter's life. But having drawn the ire of the masses, he was abandoned by Mingy, not only forsaken but rendered into mere cosmic dust and the sky. A full 100,000 Imperial Guards witnessed this extraordinary attack. Speculating who the unfortunate soul struck by the thousands of missiles could be, what manner of individual could incite such collective hatred? The speed of the escape pods far surpassed that of the cumbersome battleships. Once the wave of missile attacks failed, these pods had breached the defensive perimeter established by the warships. Rotter's demise facilitated the successful evasion of many. Countless radar operators watched in stunned silence as the blips on their screens grew smaller until they vanished entirely, their anger causing them to throw their military caps to the ground. Yet, had they known that the hacker program responsible for the recent incident originated from the hand of the fallen star, Daochuo, they would not have felt shame but rather relief. Indeed, as the years passed, these silver-haired Imperial Guards would come to realize that they had once downed an escape pod under Daochuo's command. A swell of pride blossoming within them, this achievement was one they boasted of until their dying days. As Mingy and his subordinates ascended, the battle for Huang'e City drew to a close. A full 20,000 imperial guards, armed with sabers, fought their way from the northern to the southern reaches of the city, engaging in a retrograde cold weapon battle amidst this interstellar conflict. Close-quarter combat is often the most brutal form of warfare, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of many. Indeed, halfway through the clash, the rebels and rioters had succumbed to despair, lacking even the courage to flee. Kneeling in the corners of the streets, awaiting their turn for execution, this moment, Princess Yimei had arrived at the terrace of the governor's office, surveying the gradually calming Huang'e city from her elevated position. Issuing commands in a low voice through the terminal, while Wuchang stood silently behind her. Wuchang understood that Yimei had now completed her transition of identity. The previous appearance of the lunatic girl would never reappear. Her opulent gown trailed upon the ground, her delicate, white collar exposed to the gentle breeze, while the powerful central air conditioning within the governor's office rendered the environment as comfortable as that of the Three Seas Star. Behind Wuchang, a procession of attendants clad in immaculate white robes served the finest delicacies from across the universe, all meticulously prepared by Yi Fei 3 months in advance. At the center of the dining table lay a lavish serving of blue-backed fish sashimi. Wuchang felt quite awkward, uncertain how to define his own identity. Was he, in essence, a criminal for having kidnapped the princess, or a hero for protecting her? Distinct identities would yield divergent outcomes. Ascending to the heavens or descending to the depths was solely a matter of the princess's command. While Wuchang was lost in thought, the gilded doors of the hall swung open, and Centurion Gubwa, adorned with a lion-headed helmet, strode in. Gubwa had just returned from the fallen land. His Judicator battle armor still donned. The crisp sound of metallic clashing echoing with each movement, causing Wuchang's eyes to gleam with intrigue. At that moment, Wuchang had the opportunity to observe this extraordinary battle armor up close. The Judicator armor was not particularly heavy. When donned, it only added a few centimeters to one's height. However, the aura it exuded was entirely different, an overwhelming presence of murderous intent that even Wuchang found hard to withstand. This unique weaponry was a perfect amalgamation of technology and magic, each piece of armor interconnected by a layer of faint blue magical membrane, which Wuchang knew could detect every muscle twitch within the human body. He recalled that Ryan had once jested that this exquisite armor could even sense the involuntary flutter of one's eyelids, mimicking it in real time. Of course, this was contingent upon having mechanical eyelids installed in the helmet. Wuchang remembered that when the old man reached this point, he could hardly continue, laughing so hard that he could barely stand upright. Gubwa strode towards the terrace, his imposing figure akin to a mountain looming over Wuchang. "You little rascal, how dare you kidnap the princess? Do you not know this is a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans?" With that, he raised his right hand, preparing to deliver a resounding slap. Wuchang, fearing that such a blow could shatter his skull, swiftly pivoted, evading the inevitable strike by a full 3 meters to the right. Oh! The young lad possesses quite an extraordinary knack, moving with such remarkable speed. Gu Bo's eyes sparkled. He was acutely aware of the swiftness of that slap, enhanced by the judge's battle armor, which was nearly impossible for martial artists below the 6th tier to evade. Yet, this filthy little brat managed to elude it so effortlessly. Once more, with a mighty roar, Gu Bo charged forward, intent on striking again. Enough, at that moment, Yimei could no longer bear to watch. Without turning her head, she declared, "This man is my friend. Uncle Gu Bo, do not make things difficult for him." Gu Bo, hesitant to defy the princess's command, pondered for a moment before retracting his hand. "Your Highness, you must consider carefully. This brat is in league with that assassin." "No, I trust my judgment. He is not associated with that killer," Yimei countered, turning to the enigmatic Wuchang with a gaze imbued with intrigue. "Tell me, are you allied with that assassin?" "No, certainly not. I merely wish to save my friend." Wuchang's words were cut short as the gilded doors of the hall swung open once more, revealing the weary Yi Tian, who entered with the criminal he had just interrogated. "Your Highness, do not be swayed by this criminal's sweet words. He deserves to be hanged." Yi Tian approached the princess, bowing humbly with a nobleman's single-knee salute. As he rose, his fury could no longer be contained, directed at Wuchang. "The laws of the empire are stringent. The crime of attempting to kidnap royalty warrants the death of an entire family. Moreover, this individual has already executed his vile abduction scheme. endangering the noble princess for a full 3 days. Esteemed princess, this is a grave act of treason, not something you can simply pardon with a word. I hope you can understand my plight as an enforcer of justice. Yi Tian's words struck a chord with Yimei. She suddenly realized that the crime of kidnapping royalty was beyond her capacity to pardon. Although she could suppress the matter through various means, preventing the officials on Sanhaxing from discovering it, Yi Tian's fervent demeanor made it evident he would not heed her whims. Yimei was acutely aware that Yi Tian was envious. He could not stand to see her treat another man, especially one of such low status as Wuchang, with kindness. At that moment, Yi Tian turned his gaze upon the group of criminals in the hall. Disdainfully addressing Wuchang, "You and your accomplices shall not escape the law's retribution." With that, he summoned a document from the terminal on his wrist, projecting it into the air. Dirty old man Ryan, whose true identity is a professor from the Hulun Empire, once released nerve gas in a fit of madness during an academic dispute, resulting in the deaths of 30,000 people. He remains a high-priority target for capture in the Hulun Empire. And this rat Parker was merely a blue-collar worker on Sanhaxing. During a protest, he brutally stabbed his employer and then set the entire factory ablaze. "Do you think hiding on Huang'e Star will spare you from the law?" He continued. And this limping Erin, everyone believes her foot is naturally deformed. But let me tell you the truth. This woman is a deserter, originally a medic on the front lines. Fearful for her life, she abandoned the wounded and fled here." As he spoke, Yi Tian shook his head. "Look at that brute. He is a hunter, a hybrid of a hunter and a horseman. Runaway soldier from the front lines. Heavens, what kind of people are these? Aside from Smith Pan, who possesses a genuine noble identity and no criminal record, the rest are all deserving of death. Wuchang, you are one of these criminals. Do you think you are any better? The blue light device awaits just outside. I am eager to uncover your true identity. Do not think you can conceal everything with a fabricated persona." At that moment, a soldier pushed the blue light device into the hall, rolling it right up to Wuchang. Yimei, intrigued, wished to uncover Wuchang's true identity and did not intervene in Yi Tian's tirade. The device activated, and under the pressure of a gun, Wuchang removed his dust-covered miner's jacket. When the ancient, azure dragon tattoo emerged in the room, everyone gasped in unison. Yimei was particularly dramatic, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her exclamation. She had never witnessed such a formidable sight. In comparison, the tattoos of skulls, tigers, and snakes that adorned the soldiers seemed utterly trivial. Those present were unfamiliar with such a peculiar creature, yet this did not diminish their appreciation for the overwhelming aura of ferocity and defiance that the tattoo exuded. The inky dragon's head gleamed with silvery light, gazing at everyone in the hall as if alive, rendering the space silent for a full 30 seconds. What on earth is this? Yi Tian found it difficult to endure the oppressive atmosphere. However, he quickly shook off his wild thoughts and began to operate the sophisticated blue light identity device manually. In no time, Wuchang's facial features, identity QR code, and even details like blood type, hair color, and eye color were compiled and sent out to all connected planets in the universe. Advanced technology never keeps one waiting for long. Within 2 minutes, feedback began to pour in. As the information scrolled across the screen, Yi Tian's expression turned to one of bewilderment. What the hell? Are you the illegitimate son of a thief? How could you have such a clean life? Not a trace of you remains in the entire universe. Are you even human or a ghost? 048 Clemency Decree. Water that is too clear harbors no fish. People who scrutinize too closely find no followers. The old adage holds true, and Wuchang's demeanor was indeed too pristine. Too immaculate for anyone to believe. Ryan and Boss Pan recognized that Wuchang was a man with a story, yet they were unaware that he was a time traveler. When Yi Tian began to verify Wuchang's identity with the blue light device, both men felt a tinge of anticipation. They, too, were curious about Wuchang's true identity. Yi Tian had long suspected that Wuchang's QR code was a forgery. In fact, he had received authentic intelligence after the tattoo artist returned to town. Moreover, Yi Tian was aware that Wuchang had paid a hefty sum for a genuine identity profile. Yet this was absurdly flawless, born on Left Bank Paradise Star, losing both parents to illness at the age of 5, wandering for 3 years before being sold into forced labor on fallen stars, and ultimately escaping to Huang'e Star in a lifeboat during an internal conflict among pirates, where he was rescued by Aaron. What nonsense is this? Even if those paper documents were genuine, what about the trajectory of your life? Where are the shadows you have cast? How is it that there is nothing at all? Yi Tian screamed like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on. Why Yi Tian's questions echoed the queries of everyone present. In this era of expansive cosmic development, humanity's footprint had never been broader, and its influence had experienced explosive growth. An increasing population and the vast distances between planets turned crime into a significant concern for nations. Ultimately, it was a group of scientists who devised a solution: QR code identification for every human being, sharing criminal information across the universe. Initially, this plan effectively curbed the rising crime rates, weaving a vast net that left criminals nowhere to hide. However, as the adage goes, when the road rises high, the cunning become ever more adept. Fallen scientists soon leaked the technology for producing identity QR codes to the underworld, and from that day forward, identity forgery became a thriving criminal enterprise. The proliferation of false identity profiles left governments in a quandary. Eventually, a seasoned law enforcement officer devised a workaround, integrating life trajectories into the identity information, which at first glance seemed trivial. Did you steal a piece of candy as a child and choke on it, only to be saved by your kindergarten teacher? Did you fall in love too early in your first year of middle school, peeking at girls while bathing, only to be chased down 3 blocks by an angry mother wielding a broom? At the prom, were you bullied by delinquent students who got you drunk and stripped you naked, leaving you exposed on the street? During your first job, did you encounter the boss's daughter and, in your naivety, loudly declare how unattractive she was in the office? These silly, memorable snippets of your life become your life trajectory. Sometimes, such seemingly mundane information allows those around you to remember you swiftly, as long as the police grasp a few of your life trajectories and compare them within your acquaintance circle. They can naturally verify your true identity. Yet today, Wuchang's immaculate profile astonished everyone present. Fine, we know your QR code is fake, but what about your appearance, your blood type, your fingerprints, your hair color, eye color? Surely not everything can be fabricated. Furthermore, just moments ago, before Yi Tian's arrival, the princess's physician had conducted a physical examination on Wuchang, tending to his minor injuries. They were well aware that Wuchang had not undergone any form of disguise. The hall remained enveloped in silence for a full 3 minutes, only to have the stillness shattered by the imposing figure of Gubai. The robust man instinctively positioned himself behind the princess. Addressing Wuchang with an air of authority, "Who exactly are you? As far as I am aware, even the high-ranking traffickers from the fallen stars cannot produce such a pristine individual as you. Given the current circumstances, there are only a few possibilities. First, you are a newborn infant, though that is undoubtedly impossible. Second, your identity has been altered by Lord Daochuo himself. Third, you are under the protection of the 3 sacred empires. But, considering your disheveled appearance, it seems implausible that you have any ties to the 3 sacred empires or Lord Daochuo. It appears that only the last possibility remains. You are not human at all, but rather a malevolent spirit." Before he could finish, a dozen ominous gun barrels pointed at Wuchang, instilling a chilling sense of dread within the hall. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a feeble voice emerged. "There is a 4th possibility. Perhaps Wuchang is a member of the Noble Alliance, which cannot be discounted." The room fell into stunned silence, all eyes turning towards the pallid visage of Smith Pan, who seemed unable to believe his own ears. Yimei pushed past the obstructing Gubai and approached the proprietor with a serious demeanor. "I haven't yet had the pleasure of learning your esteemed name." Smith Pan, hailing from a dilapidated branch of the Ghost Pan family, a second-class baron, he replied, bowing with his right hand placed upon his chest, a customary gesture among nobles. While such etiquette was commonplace, Yimei dared not overlook it, for she had already noticed the grand emblem ring adorning Pan's right hand, an item reserved for the elite of the aristocracy. Truth be told, although Yimei's family held dominion over the Moutu star cluster and could bestow titles upon those beneath them, these titles were not recognized by the Noble Alliance. The true Noble Alliance spanned the cosmos, an insidious coalition encompassing countless nations. Each year, they conducted evaluations of nobility across the universe, assessments that transcended borders and were immune to interference. No one dared to undermine the integrity of this evaluation, for those who attempted to do so would become enemies of all humanity, their lives inevitably forfeit. The Noble Alliance functioned as a semi-secret organization. and Yimei could scarcely fathom that anyone on Huang'e Star would possess knowledge of this enigmatic entity. Yet, witnessing the aura radiating from Pan, an unsettling hypothesis began to form in her mind. Could it be that this second-class baron was indeed recognized by the Noble Alliance? If so, his standing would be on par with her own and her father's. It seemed Pan had divined Yimei's internal conflict. As he nonchalantly nodded in affirmation, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, for Yimei had already invited Pan to a position of honor and personally poured him a glass of wine. Esteemed princess, Wuchang has fought alongside you, and I hope you can show leniency for his transgressions, allowing bygones to be bygones. Before Yimei could respond, Yi Tian abruptly interjected, "No, Wuchang is guilty of treason and must not be pardoned." However, his latter words were halted by a raised hand from the princess. "Mr. Pan, I understand Wuchang's actions from a rational standpoint and am inclined to grant him clemency. However, he did kidnap me in a bustling marketplace, and I am certain that the footage of that incident has already made its way to the Huang'e Star. Under these circumstances, even if I wish to extend forgiveness, I fear the outcry from the officials." At this juncture, Yimei offered a wry smile and leaned towards Pan, whispering, "You have received noble education. You must be aware of my current predicament. There are many considerations I must take into account regarding the thoughts of others." Having reached this point, the discussion had already touched upon the limits of political discourse, and there was little need to delve deeper, as the implications were abundantly clear. Pan took a delicate sip of the wine before suddenly addressing Wuchang. "You must part with your wealth to safeguard your life. When else do you intend to present your treasure?" Upon hearing this, Wuchang forcefully broke free from the grip of the two soldiers holding him. Bending down to retrieve a tattered miner's jacket. This jacket, commonplace on Huang'e Star, boasted numerous pockets for various tools, particularly on the back where several exceptionally sturdy pockets were sewn, intended for temporarily stashing rainbow crystal foam sticks. As Wuchang had been in the company of the princess, no one dared to search him, nor did anyone suspect that within the tattered fabric of his jacket lay a genuine treasure, one that could potentially empower the Huang'e Star cluster in future conflicts against the hunter race. When the 21-centimeter rainbow crystal was drawn from the jacket's back, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. "A crystal? That long? By heavens, our Huang'e Star cluster has just acquired another capital warship. Hold your tongue. We cannot yet ascertain its authenticity." Wuchang cradled the foam stick as if it were a newborn, raising it above his head and proclaiming, "I, Wuchang the miner of Huang'e Star, present this 21-centimeter rainbow crystal to the esteemed princess. I hope your highness will pardon the transgressions of myself and my companions. Your benevolence shall illuminate the entire Huang'e Nebula." What a splendid declaration it was! Ryan nearly lost his breath, utterly taken aback by his apprentice's unexpected flair for flattery. A skill he had never anticipated. "Wow!" Yimei's eyes sparkled. "Gubai, please inspect the quality of the crystal." Gubai cautiously accepted the foam stick, meticulously trimming away the foam sections to reveal the cross-sections of the crystal at both ends. As low-frequency laser light penetrated one end of the crystal, a vibrant rainbow erupted from the other, casting brilliant reflections upon the pristine walls and ceiling, breathtaking in its beauty. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Indeed, it was a 7-colored rainbow. And each segment was remarkably uniform. This was undoubtedly a top-tier crystal. The Huang'e Star cluster was on the verge of acquiring the most powerful capital warship, victory seemingly within reach. Ryan, possessing a keen eye for value, ignited the fervor of everyone present with a single remark. Even Yi Tian fell silent, acutely aware of the crystal's immense worth. Upon witnessing the emergence of this treasure, he realized that all his schemes had crumbled. That rascal Wuchang had evaded calamity once more. Yimei gently caressed the crystal in her hands, lost in thought until suddenly, her cheeks flushed. She approached the kneeling Wuchang, whispering softly in his ear, "No wonder I felt something long and thick pressing against me those days. It turns out to be your treasure." Without waiting for Wuchang's astonished reaction, she rose to face the assembly, declaring solemnly, "In my capacity as the second princess of the Huang'e Empire, and with the authority bestowed upon me by my great father, I hereby announce the pardon of Wuchang, Ryan, Pike, Aaron, the Bull, and the other children for their transgressions. This resolution takes immediate effect and shall be documented and disseminated throughout the empire." As Yimei spoke, 2 stenographers diligently recorded, producing both an electronic and a paper document. With the imprint of the second princess's laser-etched seal, this legal document came into effect. When the amnesty documents were distributed to all, the old comrades from the B1313 mining area erupted into tears, clutching their newfound lease on life. Long live the princess, they cheered, leaping into the air with jubilation. Even the children, overwhelmed by emotion, began to weep. At that moment, a magnificent firework exploded in the sky outside the terrace, signifying the cessation of the rebellion, and no more fugitives roamed Huang'e City. The bloodshed had finally come to an end. 049 The raucous Gubai life is often a series of dramatic ups and downs. In one moment, Wuchang and his companions were like strays, evading the relentless pursuit of the cunning Sevin and the vigilant Yetion. Yet, in the next, they found themselves absolved of all their misdeeds, emerging as the rarest of pristine individuals on Huang'e Star. The B1313 mining area and the distribution center had returned to rightful ownership, and as Aaron and the others gazed upon the half-finished distribution center, they could no longer contain their sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. The gopher pike approached, embracing Aaron and murmuring words of comfort. Ayun and Aliang, accompanied by the overly frightened children, gathered together to enjoy lollipops and canned fruit. For these children, the past few days had been a dream, initially a nightmare, but now, undeniably, a beautiful dream. Meanwhile, Pan was engaged in conversation at the governor's residence with the princess and the governor, as discussions among nobles are never-ending, even for a fallen aristocrat. Wuchang, on the other hand, sat alongside his master Ryan, within the same half-circular observation cabin atop the roof, savoring the cheapest wine as the old and young plotted their share of the spoils. They had stolen 100 liquid silver coins from Sevin, worth approximately 10,000 rainbow coins, and the rainbow crystal sold to Wuchang had fetched 8,000 rainbow coins. Regrettably, I had already transferred the fare of 3,000 all at once to Wuchang earlier, and now I should have 15,000 rainbow coins in hand. The grumpy old man, Ryan, looked at his money-obsessed disciple with great indignation. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, scolding, "You've been calculating for so long over such a trifling sum. Oh, by the way, I sense that the second princess has been eyeing you rather strangely. Be honest with your master. Has she captured your heart in recent days?" Wuchang rolled his eyes in exasperation, taking several gulps of his drink before recovering his composure. "Is this how you conduct yourself as a mentor? Why not acknowledge your disciple's strengths? I have no intention of becoming a concubine." "Oh, you foolish boy. If you were to become the second princess's paramour, would you still care about this meager sum of money? In that case, we would all share in your fortune. Sacrificing your happiness for the benefit of all, what could be better?" Wuchang, fuming, retorted, "Enough with the prattling. Quickly help me calculate how much it would cost to establish a grand supply center and acquire 2 decent mining pits. Let us seize this opportunity to run things well. With my mining prowess, I refuse to believe we cannot amass wealth. Moreover, I have already forged a good relationship with Wuchang and his associates. If the official offers are too low in the future, we can sell to Wuchang instead." Ryan gazed at his calculating disciple and suddenly felt a surge of sorrow. "Look me in the eye, boy. What exactly are you plotting? Are you suggesting we partner up to open a mine? Is your aspiration merely to become a minor mine owner, earning a few 100,000 or even millions of gold coins, and then live out your days in idleness? Have you forgotten your own talents?" The scolding was relentless, leaving Wuchang feeling like a mere child. Just then, a booming voice echoed from below, "Well said. Such spineless individuals deserve to be scolded." To their astonishment, the newcomer was none other than Captain Gubai, a distinguished general of the Imperial Forest Army, the personal guard of the princess, who had come to this desolate mining area. Gubai carried a medium-sized oak barrel filled to the brim with Huang'e Star grape wine. Placing the barrel on the table, the boisterous Gubai declared, "Drink up. This wine packs a punch." He filled 2 glasses for them. "Wuchang, tidy yourself up. You have half a month's leave. In 2 weeks, you will board the merchant ship to Zwan Paradise Star, where a new recruit training camp awaits. You shall enlist as a soldier." Without waiting for Wuchang's response, he tilted his head back and downed a glass of fine wine. Wuchang had never encountered such a domineering individual. "Do you even know who I am? You come here and order me to enlist, even setting a timeline." But before he could protest further, Gubai shoved a document into his hands, aggravating Wuchang even more. "This is your enlistment paperwork. Take a look." It bears the princess's signature. This document guarantees you a swift rise within the ranks, provided you prove yourself worthy. As long as you are exceptional, there will be positions available for you. Here is the ticket for the snowboat merchant ship, booked in the VIP section. Aren't I generous? You'll be comfortable throughout the 3-day journey. At this point, Wuchang could no longer bear it. Why? What is the meaning of this? I have no desire to enlist. Did you consult me before making these arrangements? Humph, Gubai sneered, casting him a dismissive glance. My eyes do not tolerate folly. You are destined to be a formidable individual, and joining the military is your best option. You possess the ruthlessness, the strength, and the intellect. You are indeed a talent. If you do not enlist, then who will? A military thug indeed. This was pure coercion. You say I am suited for military service, yet you force me into it, even handling the paperwork without my consent. This is utterly oppressive, though I do not harbor a disdain for the army. You could at least consider my opinion. Wuchang felt utterly out of place, having come from a world that had long championed equality. Although that world had not achieved true equality, the notion had embedded itself deeply in the minds of its people. Yet, in this new realm, despite having entered an era of cosmic expansion, it seemed so backward regarding human rights. Look at this. Empires, emperors, princesses, nobles, exiled criminals, and slaves of the empire. The detritus of history, long discarded on Earth, remained intact here, especially Gubai. How domineering. Did his whims dictate the fates of others? Is this your idea, or the princess's? Wuchang asked coldly. Does it matter whose idea it is? You only need to understand that we are acting in your best interest. With that, he tilted his head back and downed another glass of fine wine. Oh, you think we are fools? When you saw that judgment armor, could anyone miss the light in your eyes? Gubai gazed out at the ash-like volcanic dust swirling in the air and remarked pensively, Do you fancy the armor? Then come to the military. It is your only opportunity to acquire it. Wuchang contemplated for a few moments, the internal struggle not lasting long before he suddenly lifted his head and coldly declared, I admit, I greatly admire the armor, and I wish to possess a set of my own. Yet, at the same time, I detest being coerced. After much thought, I believe I will simply return to my humble life as a miner. Fool, Gubai roared, his massive fist hurtling toward Wuchang. A pathetic wretch like you. How could the princess ever promote such a waste? Cowardly weakling. Wuchang had not anticipated Gubai's sudden attack. He barely managed to tilt his head aside as the colossal fist grazed his cheek, the force of it stinging his face. The observation deck of the supply center was already cramped, and Gubai's punch shattered the reinforced glass that could withstand bullets. Come out and fight, you madman, Wuchang exclaimed, leaping through the window and sprinting toward the mining pit. Gubai followed closely, his heavy boots striking the ground like lightning as he lunged toward Wuchang's chest. At that moment, Wuchang felt a rare sense of relaxation. The identity conundrum had been resolved, and the amnesty decree was in hand. The weight that had pressed on his heart had lifted, and there was no longer any reason to play the fool. With a fierce strike, he unleashed the tiger break, executing a series of 3 rapid punches. Wuchang held nothing back, aiming directly for Gubai's knee. This was Gubai's first encounter with the full force of Wuchang's tiger break technique, and he quickly realized how formidable his opponent was. What kind of technique is this? Why do his strikes come from such bizarre angles? Every blow a sneak attack, Gubai thought, particularly feeling the debilitating impact on his knee from those 3 punches, nearly rendering him immobile. You little brat, your strength may not be impressive, but you have plenty of tricks up your sleeve, Gubai bellowed, enduring 3 of Wuchang's punches before finally spotting an opening. He swiftly grabbed Wuchang's forearm with his right arm and clawed at his shoulder with his left. Like a tiger pouncing. Get up, Gubai roared in fury, lifting Wuchang off the ground. Once he had the upper hand, Gubai began to spin, intent on throwing Wuchang out, and if his strength allowed, he wouldn't mind tossing him into space. After 4 or 5 spins, Gubai shouted, Go, and released his grip, sending Wuchang soaring into the sky like a cannonball. Gubai stood on the ground, watching Wuchang ascend nearly 50 meters before his momentum peaked and he began to fall. However, Wuchang was determined not to suffer indignity without a fight. He focused intently on Gubai below, adjusting his position, his right fist primed for a lethal strike. As Wuchang plummeted toward Gubai, he unleashed a powerful right punch, sending 3 streaks of crimson light hurtling toward Gubai. The prowess of a 7th-tier warrior was no idle boast. In that instant, Gubai felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He quickly crossed his arms over his head, retreating rapidly to evade the 3 fiery rays. The first 2 struck air, but the third was unavoidable, colliding with Gubai's protective arms. In that split second, a fierce blaze erupted upon his limbs, forcing Gubai to leap into a pile of mining debris, rolling to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, Wuchang landed on the ground, thankfully cushioned by the thick layer of volcanic ash, sparing him from injury. Nevertheless, he twisted his right ankle, rendering further combat impractical. Gubai spent 3 minutes frantically extinguishing the flames before finally standing before Wuchang. Covered in soot, his previous disdain replaced with seriousness. Who would have thought? You are indeed an exceptional talent. Who is your master? What is your background? Unless you provide me with some answers today, I will ensure you face consequences, he said, rubbing his arms as he strode toward Wuchang. At that moment, a melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, rang out, "Enough! Stop this nonsense. I summoned you to converse with Wuchang, not to engage in a brawl." It was evident that only Yimei could reign in Gubai in this place. She floated down on her enchanted flying carpet, landing gracefully beside Wuchang. "Come, let me show you this planet," she said, disregarding Wuchang's consent, and promptly pulled him onto the flying carpet as they soared into the dark red clouds above. The carpet shimmered with light, shooting skyward in the vast expanse of space. The concept of impermanence unfolds before me as I embark on my inaugural journey aboard this wondrous flying carpet. Seated cross-legged upon its delicate surface, I experience no hint of insecurity. Instead, I am enveloped in an extraordinary sense of stability. The carpet is remarkably expansive, seemingly spanning 10 square meters, and is adorned with a gentle, luminous energy membrane that shields us from the volcanic ash and fierce winds that assail us from the outside world. Only Wuchang and Yimei are present on the carpet. Suspended approximately 300 meters above the sprawling continent of Huang'e Star. It is commonly said that Huang'e Star is the most squalid and depraved locale in this universe, and prior to my arrival, many subordinates advised against my journey here. Yet, they fail to comprehend that even in places deemed ugly by the masses, beauty can be found. Observe the crimson river of lava coursing through the land, and the myriad of volcanoes dotting the landscape. The seemingly lifeless expanse of the pitch-black ocean belies the multitude of life forms that thrive within its depths. Why, Yimei playfully leans over the edge of the flying carpet, peering down at the ashen terrain and expressing her reflections with unrestrained enthusiasm. In a moment of excitement, she urges Wuchang to join her in gazing at the scenery below, mimicking her. Wuchang crawls to the edge, allowing his head to dangle over the abyss, and a sense of exhilarating grandeur surges within him as he beholds the vastness beneath. Despite having spent more time in Huang'e than I, he remains unacquainted with the beauty of Huang'e Star, particularly the majestic volcano that supports Huang'e. Have you ever glimpsed its visage above the clouds? Wuchang shakes his head, for he has never witnessed such a sight. The upper half of the Huang'e volcano is shrouded in clouds, rendering it invisible to those on the ground. With a gentle flick of her fingers, Yimei commands the carpet to ascend, and in an instant, we plunge into the thick, unchanging layers of volcanic clouds. The density of this ancient cloud cover is astounding. Despite the carpet's rapid speed, it takes a full 3 minutes to break through. When the breathtaking scenery above the clouds reveals itself to Wuchang, he is momentarily rendered breathless by its splendor. The sky is a pristine expanse, so clear that the starlight from outer space is visible. Below, the clouds have transformed from leaden gray to a brilliant white. Before Wuchang's eyes stands the Huang'e volcano, majestically poised above the clouds, upon which an intricate array of palatial structures has been constructed. Who would have imagined that above the governor's office lies such a celestial palace, a sprawling complex of over 15,000 rooms, with golden domes reflecting the unique style of San Haisheng, while the wall carvings bear traces of the left bank paradise star's influence. Look, in that octagonal pavilion on the far right, there's your friend Smithpan. I've left him to entertain guests in the palace. It seems he has spotted us and is waving. Yimei steers the flying carpet, swaying it playfully, acknowledging Smithpan, yet her interest lies elsewhere as she guides Wuchang toward the distant mountains. As they ascend higher, they enter the rarefied atmosphere, where the planet's form becomes discernible. The flowing energy membrane of the carpet adjusts to counteract the frigid heights while simultaneously enriching the air within. Upon reaching a critical altitude, the carpet finally halts, and Yimei stands before Wuchang, pointing at the immense planet below, softly stating, "To stand high is to see far." When you grow accustomed to gazing down upon all living beings, you are nearing the divine. Wuchang, tell me, do you genuinely wish to remain a miner on this planet for all your days? Or perhaps aspire to be a mere small mine owner? Do you not delight in this sensation of overlooking all existence? Wuchang finds himself at a loss for words, for he comprehends the profundity of her sentiment. He is no fool and yearns for the exhilarating sensation of omniscience. As a man brimming with masculine vigor, how could he not be captivated by the allure of power? At that moment, Yimei unexpectedly loosens the strap from his shoulder, allowing her black silk gown to cascade like a cloud. Above them lies the cosmos, beneath them, the clouds. Such an audacious act at the edge of the atmosphere could only be executed by someone as daring as Yimei. Yet, it is this very audacity that captivates Wuchang entirely. In that instant, the carpet autonomously transmits a command to the space fleet, ensuring that all satellites and warships in the vicinity divert their radars away from the carpet's area, for none would dare to intrude upon the princess's moment. Meanwhile, the B1313 mining district below is rife with unrest, as a minor skirmish leaves the onlookers bewildered. The instigator is none other than a Yun's companion, a Liang, who, accompanied by several armed associates, is seen escorting two women from a distance. As the crowd focuses, they realize the women are none other than Blood Rose and Sister Jing, a Yun. "Look who we've captured. We've brought you the two wicked women who wronged you." A Liang triumphantly presents the women at the distribution center, leaving everyone in shock. "How did you acquire firearms?" asks Eileen and Paik, their expressions tense. "Oh, what are you worried about? We are among the rare purifiers on Huang'e Star. People like us are legally permitted to bear arms. I didn't spend a single rainbow coin. I simply purchased over 10 rifles from the black market." And Eileen, "Do you know? The B1313 mining district has become a place of honor in the eyes of all miners. Uncle Wuchang's heroic deeds have spread throughout the planet. Everyone recognizes us on the streets, and no one dares to bully us. Children are easily excitable, especially when they realize their status has dramatically risen, igniting a sensation of empowerment they have never experienced before. No one on the streets dares to confront them. Even the security forces nod and smile at them, and purchasing firearms from the black market comes with internal discounts and complimentary suites. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the children quickly swell with pride. Ultimately, Liang and his companions, emboldened by their newfound arrogance, charge into the territory of the Coyote Sevin. At this moment, Sevin's mining district is in disarray. The miners, having been driven underground, are finally free. Upon learning that Sevin and his thugs have perished below, they feel a surge of relief. Driven by a fierce desire for vengeance, these miners raid Blood Rose's distribution center. As Liang and his companions storm into the center, the furious miners prepare to strip Blood Rose of her garments and exact their revenge. However, when they behold the gleaming assault rifle in Liang's hands, fear grips them. They realize these children have the princess's backing, and no one on Huang'e Star dares to provoke them. Swiftly, Blood Rose and Sister Jing are captured and brought back to the B1313 mining district. Upon seeing Eileen and a Yun, Blood Rose collapses to her knees, exclaiming, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have harmed you. Sevin forced my hand. I was powerless." She laments, "That scoundrel Sevin not only harmed you but also caused the death of my sons, Depang and Xiaopang. They were not even 20. Tears stream down her face as she buries it in her hands. Sister Jing, on the other hand, is now a mere shadow of herself. Unable to utter a word, perhaps due to her craving for the phantom mist she hasn't had all day. She gazes pitifully at Yun, her expression reminiscent of the times she implored him to procure drugs. Yun approaches Sister Jing, observing the tremors of addiction coursing through her. A torrent of emotions floods his heart. He tenderly wipes the sweat from her forehead, whispering, "Did you truly deceive me? Why did you betray me?" Sister Jing can no longer articulate her thoughts. Her trembling eyes convey only desperation, as she disregards everything in her singular desire for a vial of phantom mist. Suddenly, Blood Rose interjects, "Yun, this woman is the source of your troubles. I warned her not to deceive you any longer, but she persisted for your money. I truly advised her, but she refused to listen. Before Blood Rose can finish her sentence, Liang raises his rifle and strikes her in the head with the butt, silencing her. No one asked you to speak. Keep your mouth shut. Yun strides behind the bar, knowing there lies a bottle of phantom mist. Returning to Sister Jing, he places the vial before her, calmly stating, I have this, and I have the phantom mist. Choose one. At that moment, Sister Jing exhibits no hesitation. Strength surges within her as she leaps from the floor, seizing the phantom mist and hastily connecting it to her mask. Inhaling deeply, tears stream down Yun's face as he watches her revel in the moment. A profound sorrow enveloping him, he turns to Liang, saying, once she finishes, send her away. From this moment on, I have no further ties with her, but do not harm her. Unbeknownst to Sister Jing, she has irrevocably lost a chance to alter her fate. During her time with Yun, he had genuinely regarded her as a maternal figure. Even after her identity was revealed, he had wished to offer her an opportunity, but ultimately, she chose the phantom mist instead. Sister Jing is taken away, severing all connections with Yun and his companions. However, the reckoning for Blood Rose is far from over, especially after Ryan unveils that video footage, rendering Blood Rose utterly speechless. In the audiovisual materials, it is precisely the conversation between her and Sister Jing that was recorded by the portable terminal during the dismantling of the protective system by Wuchang. Ryan had always kept a backup in the recordings. Blood Rose's intention to bury Yun in the mine is laid bare, while in comparison, the merely greedy Sister Jing appears almost virtuous. Yun, enraged, felt the veins in her temples bulge as she reached for her gun, intent on ending this woman's life. However, being but a child, the act of murder proved far too daunting. Never mind, let such a woman be dispatched to the front lines as a military slave. Killing her would only tarnish one's hands. The words came from the ever-observant Gu Bo, who now felt a pang of sympathy for these unfortunate souls, gaining a deeper understanding of the chaos in Huang'e Star. Blood Rose was taken away, and now, one by one, their enemies were being dealt with. Yet, everyone was puzzled. Where had the venomous Beadu disappeared to? Little did they know, in an inconspicuous underground warehouse, the bandaged Adu was desperately awaiting rescue. Water? Please, give me some water. I beg you. The hidden warehouse served as Saiwen's secret base, and at that moment, Saiwen had long since been reduced to a pile of ashes in the mine tunnels, along with his subordinates, all perishing at the hands of the cannibals. From that moment onward, no one was privy to the existence of this secret warehouse. 051 The dilemma of Wuchang had begun to grasp the sensation of the sun in the sky. With the vastness of space as a backdrop, planets serving as embellishments, this feeling was exhilarating. Lying together on a flying carpet, they gazed at the stars. The carpet floated through the heavens, and the celestial spectacle left Wuchang in awe. Occasionally, he would touch the edge of the energy membrane of the flying carpet, curious about its function. That was a magical barrier, crafted by a sorcerer. Why Rose Cloak also possesses such a magical barrier. Oh, no wonder you don't need a breathing mask. With this magical barrier, no dust can harm you. Why? Ime propped herself up, resting on Wuchang's chest, her fingers tracing circles on his tattoos. Tell me, what exactly is this tattoo? Why is it so formidable? Although I have never seen it before, the overwhelming power emanating from it is impossible to ignore. Ime asked, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, Wuchang felt a surge of desire ignited by Ime's proximity, and in a moment of tension, he truly wished to indulge. However, he was made of flesh, not iron. Long Huchong was an internal martial art, not a secret method of yin-yang cultivation. Suppressing his desires, Wuchang replied, "It is a legendary creature known as a dragon." Dragon? Ime exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment. Wait, isn't a dragon supposed to have 2 wings? I've seen illustrations in ancient texts. In distant legends, dragons do not resemble this. You are referring to the dragons of the Western world, while mine is an Eastern dragon, a noble being capable of summoning winds and rains, a friend and symbol of emperors. Wuchang did not delve deeply into terrestrial knowledge, merely sharing some casual legends about dragons. Yet these tales left Ime utterly astonished. Are you deceiving me? How come I've never heard of this knowledge before? Wuchang gazed at the half-seated Ime, admiring her figure, unable to contain his impulses any longer. He flipped her onto the flying carpet. How many secrets do you hold? Your master cannot possibly be that filthy old man. Yimei's incessant inquiries plunged Wuchang into deep reflection, recalling his previous master, the enlightened monk. No wonder his master had always refused to shave his head. It turned out his worldly attachments were so heavy, with all sorts of negative emotions still so potent. Would his master be disappointed if he knew of his current state? Yet, he had no choice. In this cannibalistic world, not killing meant being killed, including those unfortunate children. Should they perish, however, if his master were to chastise him for his overwhelming desires, he would find it difficult to refute. In this regard, he was indeed at fault. Meanwhile, Yimei fiddled with the black diamond around his neck. This black diamond is quite ugly. Its edges are poorly polished. Why did you think to make a necklace out of such a thing? Diamonds are worthless. Wuchang grasped the peculiar black orb, reminiscing about the moment he unearthed it, inadvertently saying, I found this during my first mining expedition. I kept it for its sentimental value. Before he could finish, a sudden shock coursed through Wuchang's mind, a tingling pain flashing through him. Within the center of the black diamond, a faint visage of a cannibal emerged. The abrupt transformation startled Wuchang, causing him to sit upright and scrutinize the black diamond under the starlight. Indeed, there was a cannibal's silhouette, remarkably three-dimensional, as if intricately carved. However, the image vanished after a mere 10 seconds, and the black diamond returned to its original appearance. What do you see? Yimei, clearly unaware of the anomaly, leaned in to take a look but saw nothing. As a princess, you should have comprehensive intelligence. Can you tell me about the cannibals? Upon mentioning the cannibals, Yimei's expression grew serious. While dressing, she said to Wuchang, put on your clothes. I dislike discussing serious matters while unclothed. Once they resumed their appearances of propriety, Yimei continued, I have always wanted to ask you about the cannibals. How is it that you can communicate with them and even enlist their aid? How did you accomplish this? Wuchang hesitated, scratching his head as he pondered for a long moment before cautiously asking, Isn't it strange to communicate with cannibals? Wouldn't they slice me open and study me piece by piece? Yimei's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, what are you thinking? I can't fathom how you've grown up with such thoughts. Even if they were to study you, they'd take you to the great sorcerer. Not resort to dissection, Wuchang chuckled awkwardly. You should recall when I first told you about my encounter with the cannibals. That one nearly drained my blood. I escaped amidst the chaos, fortunate to survive. After that incident, I suddenly realized that the cannibals had shown me great kindness. I don't know how it happened, but I could always understand what they were thinking, and they seemed to grasp my intentions as well. In the drainage system, the cannibals saved us all. From that moment on, they have been secretly communicating with me. Through Wuchang's explanation, it became evident that the cannibals had never distanced themselves from him. Even when he roamed the underground tunnels of Huang'e City, they lurked nearby. Initially, Wuchang was unsure of their intentions, but after several interactions, he discovered that these creatures could indeed comprehend his words, forming a bond akin to telepathy. Yetion set the ambush in the stone forest. Those cannibals were specifically out for revenge on my behalf. And during the subsequent bombardment, Gu Bo and the others believed the cannibals were wiped out. But contrary to their assumption, they had already retreated under my command prior to the cannon fire. Ah, I see now. Before the bombardment, your odd request for a break was actually to command the cannibals. Wasn't it? Yimei exclaimed in surprise. Wuchang scratched his head. Yes, later in the underground base, I even commanded the cannibals right in front of you all. Those cannibals were my preemptive ambush, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yimei pondered deeply for a while before softly saying, I don't know much about the cannibals either, but it is widely accepted in academia that they are artificially synthesized biological weapons, likely the failed experiments of some mad scientist or a grand empire. Cannibals possess strong reproductive capabilities, excellent physical attributes, and can easily advance to tiered warriors. However, they also have a fatal flaw. They are exceedingly brutal and difficult to control. In short, they are typical failed experiments. Yet today, you have opened my eyes. I never expected you could communicate with the cannibals on a mental level. Considering your exceptional status, I believe you should be aware that among certain high-level mages, a form of mental communication is prevalent. This peculiar spell allows for communication between humans and animals. Could it be that you have achieved such a level? Oh, that's impossible. Yimei quickly dismissed her own hypothesis. That level is reserved for archmages and legendary figures. How could a mere exceptional individual like you possess such a talent? Wuchang refrained from revealing the truth, unwilling to disclose the secret of the black diamond. He was now 100% certain that the cannibal's friendliness towards him was intricately linked to this black diamond. This topic could not be pursued any further, since Yi Mei had already proposed a conclusion. Wuchang was not foolish enough to contradict her. Well, General Gu Bo mentioned that my enlistment was your idea. Why do you want me to join the military? Wuchang prepared to shift the conversation. Love, for the sake of love. Yi Mei gazed at Wuchang with a face full of springtime affection, urging him to join the military. You are a capable person. Your distinguished status ensures that you will go far within the ranks. In truth, you need not my special support. With your abilities, achieving success will come easily. Do you not yearn to be by my side for eternity? Do you not wish to help and protect me? Can you truly bear to watch as my sister attempts to assassinate me time and again? At this juncture, Yi Mei collapsed into Wuchang's embrace, whispering, Go to the military and become a powerful man. For I truly need you. 052 Goodbye, Huang'e Star, and oh banquet lasts forever. After all, Yi Mei is a princess of an empire and cannot devote all her time to the modest rainbow star. 3 days later, Yi Mei finally departed. Due to Wuchang's identity, he was unable to attend the official farewell ceremony. However, Yi Fei, aware of the extraordinary relationship between Wuchang and the princess, arranged for him to enter a viewing pavilion within the Sky Palace. Allowing him to gaze at the princess from afar, the farewell proceedings were excessively tedious. Clad in a magnificent ceremonial robe, Yi Mei received the farewell from the officials, while Wuchang could only observe from several hundred meters away. As he remained silent, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Are you reluctant to part? Wuchang turned to find the captain of the guard, Yi Tian, approaching. Without waiting for Wuchang's response, he stood before the glass window. Looking at the princess and declared, I envy you. Indeed, I am quite jealous, for in these past few days, the princess has chosen you. However, do not be too elated. What you possess is merely what a concubine ought to have. There is nothing to be proud of. Wuchang remained silent, yet his clenched fist spoke volumes in response to Yi Tian's taunts. Oh? Are you angry? Do not be so furious. On Huang'e Star, Yi Mei has more than one concubine. This is not mere fiction. Why should you be indignant? Yi Tian's tone was devoid of emotion, only cold indifference. Let go, and no matter how hard you strive, you cannot alter your identity. To be frank, I received my commission from the military yesterday. I am no longer a captain. I have become a major, and my orders have arrived. I am soon to take command at the front lines, leading a main battalion. Ha! The facts speak for themselves. You are merely a concubine, while I am the one truly worthy of the princess's trust. If we must compare who can be the princess's husband, I would surely rank ahead of you. Spare yourself the unrealistic fantasies, live simply, and perhaps you will find greater happiness. With that, Yi Tian turned and walked away, leaving Wuchang alone in a daze. Ultimately, the princess departed, the landing craft gradually disappearing into the vastness of space. Wuchang knew that the formidable space fleet would soon conduct a spatial fold, carrying Yi Mei to the distant Huang'e Star. Would he ever see Yi Mei again? He felt no certainty in his heart. Aspirations are plentiful, yet reality is often stark. Now, there remained a full 10 days until the arrival of the Shuezhou merchant ship, and these 10 days would be devoted to aiding the reconstruction efforts. 15,000 rainbow coins. These were the initial funds for rebuilding the mines, and the equity of the new mine had been redistributed. Wuchang undeniably became the primary shareholder, followed by Boss Pan. Then Ryan, Aaron, Parker, and the disabled man Yo. 15,000 rainbow coins equate to 1,500,000 gold coins, which qualifies one as a high-level mine owner on Huang'e Star, easily able to contract 2 or 3 mining areas. Moreover, Governor Yi Tian was aware of the princess's connections with these individuals and would undoubtedly provide future assistance, making it feasible to manage 4 or 5 mining areas without issue. Establishing official relations was only part of the plan. Connections with black market smugglers, including Brother Mad Dog, the notorious gang leader, could not be neglected. Boss Zhang's influence was substantial. Sporting a bruised face, he presented the princess with a complete set of precious jewels. Remarkably, the princess not only refrained from pursuing the issues surrounding the Xionglu, but also hosted a banquet for him at the Sky Palace. It seems that Ming He was indeed correct. The second princess had no leverage to confront Lord Dao Tuo. Boss Jiang continued to extend his generous support to Wuchang, returning the 3,000 rainbow coins for smuggling fees without a single coin missing. and even promised that in the future, any goods provided by Wuchang and his associates could be directly sold through him. The connections across both the legitimate and underworld realms had been fully established. Wuchang felt a sense of relief, knowing that even if he left Rainbow Star, everyone would still lead a prosperous life. Wuchang, well done. Aaron truly did not misjudge you. Who would have thought that the one who almost choked to death at the hands of He Shui would become a figure to alter our fate? How unpredictable is the world, Boss Pan exclaimed, embracing Wuchang with nostalgia. At that moment, Boss Pan suddenly pulled Wuchang to a secluded corner. From his wrist terminal, he displayed a peculiar emblem, an imposing castle wall, atop which a group of knights patrolled, while a heavenly landscape subtly emerged in the background. Remember this emblem. When you leave Huang'e Star for other civilized worlds, you may encounter such an emblem. Know that those or organizations bearing this emblem are trustworthy and can offer assistance as long as you mention your name. They will recognize you. Boss Pan did not elaborate further, insisting that Wuchang commit the emblem to memory. With all tasks completed and ample time remaining, 4 full days until the arrival of the Shuezhou merchant ship, Wuchang refused to squander this time. He donned his tattered miner's pack, took up a slightly worn shovel, and ventured once more into the underground tunnels. Ignoring the advice of others, he rejected Parker's desire to accompany him and descended alone into the depths of the subterranean world. For 3 whole days, no one knew how Wuchang managed, but upon his safe return to the surface, his backpack filled with white foam sticks ignited excitement among those present. Converted to currency? We will from this day forth be the largest mine owners on Rainbow Star. The inevitable farewell had arrived. After a refreshing bath and a good rest, Wuchang awaited the arrival of the Shuezhou. Amid the crowd, he made his way to the Sky Palace's flight bridge, anticipating the landing craft's approach. Parting from friends is always bittersweet, especially with the children like Yun, whose faces were streaked with tears. It took a considerable time for everyone to calm down. At this point, Ryan stealthily slipped a note into Wuchang's hand. It bore the code for a terminal device. Remember this, if you have the time, reach out to that person. They are my last relative. Wuchang intended to inquire further, but the dirty old man had already turned away, taking a hearty swig of alcohol and departing as he walked away. He called back, remember, you little rascal, do not return to see me unless you are equipped with a full set of judicators. Watching his master's retreating figure, Wuchang sighed deeply, shouldering his pack as he boarded the landing craft. Among all of Rainbow Star, there were only 3 passengers, including Wuchang. Just as the landing craft began to accelerate into the sky, chaos erupted beneath the cloud cover of Huang'e City. The soldiers patrolling the castle walls suddenly noticed numerous dark figures emerging from the desolate wilderness beyond the city walls, among the scattered piles of stones. Those figures moved with alarming speed. Initially just a few, but within 3 minutes, they coalesced into a torrent of darkness. Cannibals! It's the cannibals! Close the city gates. All units on alert. Sound the alarm. A deep alarm echoed throughout the city as the heavy alloy gates slowly shut. The citizens of the city were left stunned, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Thousands of cannibals blanketed the barren landscape, their numbers overwhelming. None of the soldiers dared to fire their weapons. They were paralyzed by fear. Knowing that a single shot could unleash devastation upon Huang'e City, do not fire. Everyone, do not fire. The cannibals show no intention of attacking. The soldier was correct. Tens of thousands of cannibals completely ignored the nearby Huang'e City and its succulent human prey. Their anxious gazes were directed towards the heavens, towards the clouds above. The cannibals leaped over the desolate plains, scaling the cliffs and, before the eyes of the entire city, commenced a contest of ascent. These robust warriors climbed the mountains as if traversing flat ground, their agile forms disappearing into the clouds. The numbers swelled. Those soldiers hesitated to estimate. It was certainly more than 60,000, with the earth cloaked in a dark sheen of armor. What were these cannibals up to? Why did they climb the mountains? Were they seeking death? The soldiers only grasped half the truth. These cannibals were not seeking death, but rather to bid farewell to their sole human friend. Wuchang. The strongest among them possessed the strength of a 5-stage warrior, and scaling Huang'e volcano was a mere plaything in no time. These elite warriors stood atop the thin air of the summit. Howls erupted from the cannibals, transforming into a pack of wolves beneath the moonlight, lamenting towards the landing craft soaring through the sky. Regardless of whether one understood their language, the sorrow of farewell was palpable to all. At that moment, Wuchang was seated in the landing craft, pondering the uncertainties of his fate. Suddenly, his terminal device beeped, and he heard Pike's voice emanating from it. "Look out the window, Wuchang. Hurry, those cannibals have come to see you off." "Haven't they?" Upon hearing this, Wuchang quickly leaned closer to the porthole. When he beheld the wailing cannibals, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. He waved his arms at the distant figures, resembling dark spots against the horizon. Regardless of whether they could see him, Wuchang's frantic behavior left the crew aboard the landing craft utterly astonished, particularly the beautiful flight attendants, who exchanged bewildered glances, questioning his sanity, as the landing craft accelerated. The gaping mouth of the Huang'e volcano shrank to the size of a donut in Wuchang's eyes. That moment. Not only could he no longer discern the cannibals, but even the palace clusters had become indistinct. The landing craft had now truly entered outer space. This marked Wuchang's first venture into the cosmos in his 2 lifetimes. As the magnificent sights of the universe unfolded before him, he found himself agape, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. "Look at this bumpkin. How can someone from Huang'e Star be such a sight? Indeed, I just checked his ticket, and it's first class. Unbelievable." Another voice chimed in. "Just look at his ragged clothing. He could use some patches. What a pauper. He probably thinks there's only one type of ticket for commercial ships, otherwise why would he foolishly buy a first-class one? Haha, right? A 3-day journey. This chap can't even afford a meal, can he?" The flight attendants, believing they had lowered their voices sufficiently, were unaware that Wuchang's keen ears caught every word. Yet, Wuchang, having lived 2 lives, was not one to stoop to their level. It seemed that his new journey would not be one of solitude. The snow boat was a newly constructed merchant vessel, only 3 years old, representing the pinnacle of contemporary commercial transport, measuring over 500 meters in length. Dwarfing the small landing craft like an ant, as the landing craft approached the belly of the ship, a massive hatch adorned with blinking indicator lights swung open, allowing the craft to glide into the ship's interior. "Dear passengers, welcome aboard. You are now witnessing the latest model of the luxurious merchant vessel, the snowboat. The snowboat measures 523 meters in length, stands 58 meters high, and spans 122 meters at its widest point." Accompanied by a mellifluous female voice, Wuchang entered the snowboat's interior, following the flight attendant who guided him along the rightmost passageway leading to the VIP lounge. Only 3 passengers had boarded from Huang'e Star. Aside from Wuchang, the other 2 were nameless paupers, surely confined to the most economical class, unlikely to share Wuchang's path. Thus, the beautiful flight attendant could only lead Wuchang forward alone. "Welcome aboard the snowboat. You are now en route to the top-tier VIP lounge. The murals along the corridor are exquisite masterpieces crafted by the students and faculty of Huang'e Star's Art University. To your left is the swimming pool aboard the snowboat. Once the spatial folding is complete, you can enjoy the thrill of surfing. The viewing elevator to your right leads directly to the observation lounge at the top of the ship, where you can gaze upon the breathtaking celestial scenery." As Wuchang walked behind the attendant, his mind wandered, half listening to her descriptions of the various amenities. He could not help but marvel at the opulence of this cruise vessel. The quality of service provided by the attendants was commendable. Although they looked down upon him inwardly, they remained diligent in their duties. With a sudden mischievous impulse, Wuchang's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the swaying form of the attendant, his gaze intense and fiery. Left, left, right, left, 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 right, left. With a playful spirit, Wuchang began to clap in rhythm. The beautiful flight attendant, seasoned and well acquainted with such antics, sensed his gaze upon her and inwardly cursed him as a lecher. Yet a hint of pride welled within her. For all beautiful women relish the ardent attention of men. However, Wuchang's clapping soon became irritating. After only a few hushed calls, the girl stumbled, her high heels wobbling, and she fell. "Watch out," quick as a flash. Wuchang caught her, but received only an exasperated glare in return. The atmosphere grew awkward. The attendant ceased her explanations, and Wuchang felt embarrassed to continue his playful antics. After guiding him to a single room, the attendant turned away without uttering a word of courtesy. Wuchang scratched his nose, offering a wry smile as he tossed his backpack into the cabinet, then closed the door, embarking on a solitary exploration of the VIP area. The snowboat lived up to its reputation as a premier cruise vessel, boasting an array of dining, entertainment, and recreational facilities. Fancy a game of cards? There was a casino below. Craving gourmet food? A whole street of eateries awaited. Feeling parched after a long day of fun? Numerous themed bars were at hand, where alluring beauties would surely relieve you of every penny. Of course, there were also various theaters for performances and reasonably priced duty-free shops. It could be confidently stated that this was a miniature city. As Wuchang strolled leisurely, savoring 2 skewers of grilled meat, he accidentally collided with a girl who carelessly walked into him, oblivious to her surroundings. "Ouch, that hurts. Can't you watch where you're going?" she exclaimed, her anger escalating when she noticed sauce splattered on her clothing. "What kind of person are you? How dare you smear dirt all over me? Your manners are atrocious." The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, clearly spoiled by her family, and without any regard for the situation, she launched a tirade against Wuchang. He stood dumbfounded, thinking, "I was just standing here, and you ran into me, yet I am the one being scolded." Just then, an older woman burst from the casino. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Who bothered you?" "Mama, look at this person. Not only did he bump into me, but he also smeared me with filth." The girl buried her head in her mother's embrace, seeking comfort. When a daughter felt wronged, a mother was not one to let it slide. The woman pointed a finger at Wuchang, berating him. "What are you? A pauper from the lower decks, causing trouble in the VIP area? My daughter's dress was crafted by the finest tailors on Huang'e Star, costing 12 rainbow coins. You've dirted it. Now you must pay for it." "Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please use some reason?" It was clearly what? "You think you have a right to complain after bumping into someone? And how dare you call me ma'am? What kind of eyesight do you have? Clearly, you are older than I am." The middle-aged woman was incensed, hurling insults without restraint. "You should be down in the lower decks, lying idle. How dare you come to the VIP area and cause a ruckus? You re nothing but a lowly scoundrel. You ought to be reported and sent to Huang'e Star to mine, preferably served up as a meal for the cannibals." Wuchang was taken aback by the venomous words from these elegantly dressed women. Anger surged within him, veins throbbing at his temples, as the crowd around them grew. A throng of onlookers began pointing at Wuchang, their words dripping with support for the mother and daughter duo. Humanity often reveals its inherent snobbery. Despite Wuchang wearing the finest attire obtainable on Huang'e Star, the impoverished origin of his clothing was all too evident, carrying the scent of a miner. The passers-by could instantly discern who belonged to their circle. As the exchange escalated, it eventually drew the attention of security personnel and flight attendants aboard the ship. A male and female staff member hurried over. Upon seeing them, the woman who had been shouting immediately exclaimed, "Arrest him! This wretch is trying to take advantage of my daughter. What kind of management is this? How can a rodent from the lower decks wander into the VIP area?" The attendant, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly approached the mother and daughter with a conciliatory demeanor, while the security guard cast a stern look at Wuchang. "Show me your ticket. How did you get up here? How did so many security personnel overlook you? What business do you have causing trouble in the VIP area?" Wuchang was utterly speechless. How could they deny him the opportunity to speak? Just because his clothing was modest, did that grant them the right to insult him? With a sharp motion, he slammed his ticket onto the security guard's desk, the sound echoing with a crisp finality that left the guard feeling humiliated. "What are you doing?" he began, but before he could finish, the letters VIP Lounge single room were glaringly evident on the ticket. "What? Room 1006. It's a single room." The security guard was left dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, the flight attendant also froze. A single room in the VIP lounge was a luxurious suite, each room boasting its own viewing porthole, offering an unobstructed view of the cosmos from the comfort of the bed. This was indeed the most expensive room available. "Oh, sir, we sincerely apologize for the oversight. We truly misjudged the situation." Both staff members hurried to express their regret. However, the mother and daughter were not satisfied. "What's going on? How can this person still occupy a single room?" The middle-aged woman, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "I do not care whether his ticket is genuine or not. My daughter's clothes are already soiled. You must compensate me with 12 rainbow coins." At this juncture, it was the flight attendant who began to mediate, tirelessly persuading and even offering to assist with a complimentary dry cleaning service. Yet, the two women remained dissatisfied, insisting that Wuchang pay them. Wuchang, utterly infuriated, decided to review the surveillance footage. He could hardly believe that such a sophisticated vessel as the snow boat lacked any recordings. Pointing an accusatory finger at the woman, he declared, "If the footage proves my innocence, I shall file a lawsuit against you for extortion." This revelation caused the mother-daughter duo to falter momentarily, prompting the mother to hurriedly whisper a few words into her daughter's ear. Upon hearing the truth from her daughter, the mother felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The ship's crew, of course, wished to avoid such a confrontational scenario, as it could adversely affect their bonuses. The attractive flight attendant approached Wuchang, gently linking her arm through his and offering soothing words. At that moment, a man clad in a classic suit emerged from the small casino. He approached Wuchang with a smile and a slight nod. "Sir, why engage in a petty dispute with a woman? These two ladies have just experienced a loss inside, and their spirits are somewhat dampened. Men, let us exhibit a bit more magnanimity." His voice was melodious and refined, the classic suit fitting him impeccably, inspiring immediate trust. Under his earnest gaze, Wuchang sighed and replied, "Very well, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thank you for your generosity. My name is Ya, and everyone calls me Mr. I happened to glance at your ticket earlier and noticed you are bound for Left Bank Paradise Star. Are you vacationing or working? Please do not take offense. I am from Left Bank Paradise Star, and my curiosity gets the better of me. If you would allow me, I would be delighted to treat you to a drink." Wuchang, feeling somewhat disgruntled yet inclined towards a drink, regarded the earnest Mr. Ya and offered a slight smile. "Since our paths have crossed, let me treat you to a drink." As the crowd gradually dispersed, the mother and daughter slipped away, but Wuchang had no inclination to pursue them. This minor conflict was merely a fleeting interlude in his journey, and with his extensive life experience, he was not one to harbor grudges. It must be said, Mr. Ya was a remarkably loquacious gentleman. Under his guidance, the splendid vistas of Left Bank Paradise Star unfolded vividly before Wuchang's mind's eye. The evening was most enjoyable, culminating in a light-hearted dispute over the bill, during which Mr. Ya suggested splitting the costs. This proposal resonated well with Wuchang, enhancing his regard for Mr. Ya. "Mr. Wuchang, here is my business card. I feel a remarkable connection with you, and would love for you to visit my import-export trading company. I genuinely hope we can collaborate in the future." As they parted, Mr. Ya subtly extended an invitation to Wuchang. Although he did not acquiesce, the feeling of being valued was indeed gratifying. The name Left Bank Paradise Star was bestowed by the explorer who first discovered it, and due to the passage of time, the name of that explorer has faded into obscurity, though the tale of the planet's discovery endures. When an adventurer, fueled by dreams of wealth, traversed the cosmos through initial short-distance space folding, encountering setbacks and crises time and again, he ultimately welcomed the smile of fortune. Following a serendipitous spatial fold, a luminous band of nebula appeared before him, its radiant starlight shimmering like rippling water, revealing a beautiful blue planet on the left bank of that celestial river. From that moment, the planet was christened Left Bank Paradise Star. Suddenly, Mr. Ya's voice broke through Wuchang's reverie. Now seated by the observation window in the restaurant, Wuchang idly fiddled with the hollow noodles before him, his gaze fixed outside, although he was not truly observing the endless expanse of space. Rather, he was reading the cascading text on the window, which detailed the features of Left Bank Paradise Star. Mr. Ya ordered a bottle of red wine and filled Wuchang's glass, remarking, "What is there to admire in those dry texts and images? Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask me." Without waiting for Wuchang's response, Mr. Ya took a sip of the wine and enthusiastically began his narration. Later, scholars would ascertain that the explorer discovered this planet approximately 200,000 years ago. In the first 30,000 years, humanity undertook exploration and modification of the planet, considering factors from geography to viruses that could impact human life. Ultimately, humanity learned one crucial truth. What truth? Wuchang's curiosity was piqued. It took scientists 30,000 years to realize that Left Bank Paradise Star is indeed a paradise for humanity. A divine gift. It is remarkably suitable for human habitation, so much so that it is devoid of any harmful viruses. Just think of the improbability of that. From that day forward, humanity began large-scale immigration, ushering in an era of prosperity for Left Bank Paradise Star. To this point, Wuchang interjected, "But I recall the introduction stating that this planet is merely an ordinary mortal star, devoid of primary minerals. I still remember the hierarchy of planetary value in the universe. In the hierarchy, there are worthless dead stars, mineral stars, primary mineral stars, and above them is the mortal star, followed by intelligent stars. Abodes of deities, and so forth. By that measure, the value of Left Bank Paradise Star seems rather low, does it not? Wuchang's inquiries did not catch Mr. Ya off guard. He nodded thoughtfully. To the average person, a mortal star indeed appears lacking in value, aside from its abundance of food and a large population. Ah yes, and tourism. All mortal stars are tourist destinations, however. You have been misled by textbooks. The true value of a mortal star lies in its population. The vast populace is the foundation of an enduring empire. Through Mr. Ya's explanations, Wuchang gained a fresh perspective on this planet, which boasted a population of 8 billion. Here, the annual increase in population reached 15 million, contributing a staggering 70 million potential immigrants or laborers for other planets, a quintessential populous star. Do you grasp the significance of 70 million immigrants per year? Consider your own Huang'e Star, which has a mere 500,000 permanent residents. Yet it is a planet. Furthermore, the escalating conflict between the MTU Empire and the Hunter Empire had heightened in recent years. Do you have any idea how many soldiers perish annually in their battles? Mr. Ya asked, his enthusiasm palpable as he raised his glass. Over 10 million. And that figure represents the total casualties from both empires. Can you fathom it? Despite the fierce life and death struggles between the two empires, the overall population continues to grow each year, thanks to the contributions of these mortal stars. In order for an empire to thrive, its population must increase. In the boundless universe, resources of every kind are available, nearly inexhaustible. However, all resources require human labor for extraction. No matter how advanced your technology, the human element remains indispensable. Furthermore, the development of new planets necessitates a substantial influx of population. And conquering territories requires diluting the enemy's demographic proportion. This too demands immigration. Now, reflect upon the utility of Left Bank Paradise Star's population. At last, Wuchang grasped the concept. No wonder people refer to Left Bank Paradise Star as a haven for human trafficking. It seems there is a staggering demand for such illicit activities. Mr. Ya nearly choked on his drink, coughing lightly for a moment before managing a wry smile. You truly are an oddity. To consider the issue of human smuggling from the perspective of market economics is a rather rare viewpoint. Just as their conversation grew increasingly animated, a gentle female voice resonated from the intercom. Attention, passengers, space folding will commence in 10 minutes. Please remain seated and secure your bodies to avoid any potential hazards. As the announcement concluded, two safety straps emerged, firmly securing Wuchang in his seat, while a faint blue light enveloped the table, sealing away the scattered items atop it. Experiencing space folding for the first time? Mr. Yu inquired softly. Indeed, Wuchang replied with a smile. No worries. Space folding is exceedingly safe. Even without securing yourself, accidents are highly unlikely. It is merely a customary precaution. Moments later, the countdown for the space folding began. The powerful folding engine unleashed boundless energy, warping time and space, drawing the ship into a pre-folded realm. Space folding travel is nearly instantaneous. A full 10 light-year distance is merely a transition from point A to point B, with both points having been warped together into a single point under immense energy. Wuchang barely registered the shift before the safety straps released, and he suddenly noticed that the view outside the window had transformed completely. Is that it? The ever-curious Wuchang inquired with a hint of peculiarity. Indeed, is not the concept of spatial folding just as such? The only caveat being the extensive charging period required for each instance of spatial folding. For a commercial vessel like the Shuezhou, the charging process demands a full day and night. However, upon completion, it can traverse a distance of approximately 10 light-years in a single fold. Commercial spacecraft generally achieve similar distances, while military-grade warships boast superior performance, requiring shorter charging times and covering even greater distances, given that military-grade rainbow crystals far exceed their civilian counterparts in capability. With a single charge, the Shuezhou can advance about 10 light-years. And the distance from Huang'e Star to Left Bank Paradise Star is precisely 30 light-years. Thus, it can be concluded that in just 3 days, Wuchang shall reach his destination. These 3 days were exceedingly leisurely for Wuchang, who indulged in various entertainment facilities and was often joined by Mr. Ya for drinks. The passengers in the VIP area had grown accustomed to the presence of such a plainly dressed young man. Remarkably, Wuchang even encountered the mother-daughter duo with whom he had previously clashed at the casino. Clearly, neither party wished to engage in further entanglements, as they ignored each other, choosing to go their separate ways. The only source of vexation for Wuchang was Mr. Ye's persistent attempts to recruit him, even offering a monthly salary of 10,000 gold coins. Unable to endure the incessant entreaties, Wuchang finally spoke candidly, explaining that he was en route to the Ice Dragon Military Academy for further studies, not for a vacation, and that he preferred to forego any employment opportunities. Mr. Ye was utterly taken aback to discover that Wuchang possessed a letter of recommendation from the military and was destined for an academy of equal prestige to the Imperial Military University. Embarrassed, Mr. Ye ceased his attempts to recruit Wuchang, for he was merely a merchant, and once Wuchang graduated from the Ice Dragon, he would undoubtedly become a key focus of military support, likely starting his career as a second lieutenant without any difficulty. The 3 days passed swiftly, and after yet another instance of spatial folding, Wuchang beheld the magnificent flowing ribbon-like nebula that spanned his entire field of vision. On the left bank of this celestial river, an immense blue planet sparkled like a gem amidst the cosmos, accompanied by 2 large moons in orbit around it. Esteemed passengers, we have arrived at Left Bank Paradise Star, our final destination. The ship will enter low Earth orbit in 1 hour, at which point the landing craft will transport everyone to the shores of Hot Sand Harbor, renowned as the most beautiful beach on Left Bank Paradise Star. As the gentle voice of the flight attendant resonated, Wuchang eagerly organized his belongings, being the first to board the landing craft. Faced with the unknown planet, he was filled with exhilaration. Gazing out the porthole at the azure sphere, he recognized the color of the ocean, complemented by the lush, vibrant greens of the continent, indicative of dense jungles. Everything here bore a striking resemblance to his former Earth, evoking tears of joy from Wuchang. It had been over 4 months since he left Earth for this world, during which he had only encountered volcanoes, lava, black snow, and dim skies. Countless dreams had transported him back to Earth, where he strolled through forests, sprinted across prairies, and even swam naked in crystal-clear waters, revealing the intensity of his longing for home. The landing craft gradually departed from the belly of the Shueizhou, racing towards the azure planet below. Thanks to the anti-gravity engines, all passengers experienced no discomfort, and within half an hour, the craft landed smoothly in the waters off Hot Sand Harbor. Upon stepping onto the ancient wooden pier, Wuchang could hardly contain his excitement, kneeling to feel the texture of the wood, exclaiming, "Ah, wood, wood, it has been far too long since we last met. Mommy, look at that disgusting guy. He's actually talking to the wood," came a familiar voice from behind. Without turning around, Wuchang knew it was the mother-daughter pair. To be honest, he could not fathom why they bore such resentment towards him. Was it merely because he had embarrassed them? Yet, they were the ones who had acted unreasonably. It was truly a pity. They were strikingly beautiful, yet displayed such a lack of reason, squandering their divine gifts. Shaking his head in disbelief, Wuchang hastened towards the parking lot, where the port's tourist company's bus awaited, the most economical means of transport to the city. He gazed at the bus with its large tires. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Not a vehicle with wheels. I can't believe I'm seeing one again. Not a land vehicle. Wuchang caressed the bus's exterior as if greeting a long-lost lover. Mommy, look, that lunatic is talking to a vintage car. How hilarious. At this moment, the mother finally spoke up. Ignore him. The madman is not to be trifled with. If he latches onto you, you'll surely be in tears. Hot Sand Harbor is the capital of Left Bank Paradise Star, a sprawling metropolis with a population exceeding 50 million. Although the city is named Hot Sand Harbor, it is situated 30 kilometers inland from the beach, necessitating various modes of transportation to reach it. Being a tourist city, the transportation here reflects a strong vintage aesthetic, as entertainment takes precedence over speed. Consequently, Wuchang observed not only retro buses with sizable tires, but also steam-powered trains whistling in the distance. As the bus departed from Hot Sand Beach, dusk began to settle, the sun casting a crimson glow upon the sand, enveloping the beach in a warm light. Left Bank Paradise Star truly lived up to its reputation as the most famous tourist paradise of the Matu Empire. Even as night approached, the beach remained vibrant. Openly clad young women strolled across the sands, while in the distance, a cluster of tents housed couples in tender embraces. Wuchang mused to himself about the truth behind the rumors of the liberality of Left Bank Paradise Star's inhabitants, finding it indeed to be as they said. Regrettably, the mother-daughter duo also boarded the same bus, fortuitously seated just 2 rows ahead of Wuchang. His murmurs caught their attention. "Mommy, is that person a pervert?" The young girl whispered fearfully, "At this moment." The woman no longer dared to be brazen, acutely aware that they were outnumbered in the sparsely populated bus, with Wuchang being the most robust individual present. "Be quiet. Did I not tell you? When facing a lunatic, one must keep their distance. With so few people here, we stand no chance against him." Wuchang smiled wryly. His hearing was exceptional, and he could clearly hear every word of their hushed conversation. He glanced around the nearly empty bus, noting that apart from himself and the mother-daughter pair, only a female teacher accompanied 4 young students, all huddled together in a corner, with the driver making a total of 9 occupants. Wuchang observed the slender driver and mused that indeed, he was the strongest among them. If a beastly instinct were to awaken, none would stand a chance against him. Lost in thought, Wuchang was suddenly jolted back to reality by the sight of a vehicular accident unfolding ahead. 2 land vehicles had collided, their wreckage obstructing the bus's path. "Damn it! How does one even crash a land vehicle? Is the evasion system malfunctioning?" grumbled the bus driver as he stepped outside to assess the situation. However, before he could approach, Wuchang abruptly stood up, warning, "Don't go over there, it's dangerous." His words stunned the passengers, including the driver. Wuchang's keen eyes detected the ominous glint in the eyes of the arguing drivers. A harbinger of impending violence, in a swift turn of events, the 2 disputing drivers lunged at the thin driver, delivering a punch that knocked him to the ground. Simultaneously, from the palm trees lining the road, over a dozen armed assailants emerged, brandishing pistols. "Everyone out! Get the hell out!" Before the command could be completed, gunfire erupted, shattering the bus's tires. Chaos ensued within the bus. The mother and daughter clung to one another, screaming hysterically, while the 4 students huddled together, trembling under their teacher's protective embrace. "Do not harm my students. We are from the West City Slum School. We have no ransom to offer, and these children are far too young. You won't profit from abducting them." The teacher, surprisingly composed amidst the pandemonium, managed to temper the captor's desire for a hostage. Indeed, she was correct. The impoverished children from the slums were of little value for ransom, and selling them to trafficking rings would yield minimal returns. Wuchang silently gave the teacher a thumbs up, quietly inquiring, "Do you have any idea who these individuals are?" Wuchang's goodwill went unanswered, as the woman shot him a glance before raising her voice. "To the leaders outside, we have seen nothing and heard nothing. Please pretend we do not exist." Frustration surged within Wuchang, as he thought, "What kind of person are you?" Little did he know, this was the true mark of a wise individual. The teacher took a few impoverished children to the seaside for sketching and painting. Lacking both money and good looks, these children garnered no interest from anyone. It was evident that the armed men were specifically targeting these 3 individuals. The female teacher whispered, "Don't come any closer. We are all poor and you mustn't implicate you." At that moment, the armed men had already boarded their vehicle, brandishing weapons and demanding that everyone disembark immediately. Amidst the chaos, the mother and daughter screamed, prompting 2 of the armed men to approach and deliver a series of resounding slaps, silencing the commotion. At last, the world fell quiet. 8 individuals were forcibly removed from the vehicle, and none dared to resist, not even to retrieve their backpacks. Once out of the vehicle, the armed men drove them into the coconut grove to the west. As the protagonist stepped into the grove, his keen ears caught a chilling command, "Hurry, blow up the vehicle." This statement ignited a furious spark within him. His enrollment notice and the princess's signed recommendation letter were still in that vehicle. Losing those items would mean losing his future. "No," he shouted, his body shifting like a tiger as he charged into the fray. With his powerful fists, in mere moments, 3 of the assailants lay dead at his feet. Unfortunately, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun the grenade. Before he could reach the bus, a violent explosion knocked him to the ground, the ferocious shockwave rustling the coconut grove and scattering debris across the road. Cursing under his breath, he turned and fled, calling out to those in the grove, "If you want to live, escape quickly. I'll hold off these bandits." He then seized a handgun and fired it in desperation. The teacher, along with the children, was the first to plunge into the coconut grove, as they were familiar with the terrain being locals. The mother and daughter, though they did not know the way, cunningly followed the children, refusing to stray even a step away. Scatter. Quickly disperse. Are you trying to be packed like dumplings? Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, no one heeded his words at that moment. An energy beam whizzed past his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. The grove had grown dim, and had the group listened to him and fled in different directions, they might have evaded danger. Yet, in peril, people instinctively huddled together, an unavoidable instinct. Now that blood had been shed, he no longer held back. Utilizing the cover of darkness and the coconut trees, he transformed into a nocturnal predator, weaving through the grove with unparalleled agility. His strikes were precise, each punch delivering a thunderous sound as he concentrated his strength into a single point. No flesh could withstand the power of his blows. Even the most resilient skull could not endure the force. Like a night tiger, he navigated the grove, and within mere minutes, 6 bandits lay lifeless at his hands. A ghost? A demon? Run! The remaining assailants, clearly terrified, abandoned their pursuit and fled. Yet, even with the enemies retreating, he did not dare relax. He noticed that those who had attacked him were far from professional, their skills and marksmanship subpar. However, the fact that such unrefined individuals possessed powerful grenades indicated they had formidable backing. Fear not, gather around me. The enemy has retreated, he called out thrice, prompting the fleeing women and children to cautiously approach. Did you kill someone? Who exactly are you? The teacher, trembling, clutched the children and gazed at him with fear. You need not worry. I am merely on my way to enroll at the Ice Dragon Military Academy. I can barely consider myself a soldier. Protecting you is my duty. His words eased the tension among the women and children, even calming the mother and daughter considerably. Just as he was about to inquire about the terrain from the teacher, the little girl interjected, You say you're a soldier? Have you ever killed anyone? Oh, you've definitely killed before. You just killed several moments ago, I see now. You are the culprit. You brought this trouble upon us? Didn't you? Those men are your enemies, right? The girl grew increasingly agitated, disregarding her mother's anxious gestures, pointing at him and exclaiming, It's you. You are a harbinger of doom, from the moment I laid eyes on you. You brought us misfortune. You are a scourge. This time, he was truly enraged, unable to fathom the girl's logic. Just because she had made a determination, it became her truth. Was she so self-centered, believing the world revolved around her? His hands itched with the desire to slap her, but just then, the sound of vehicles outside the grove filled the air. Accompanied by the blinding glare of searchlights, a voice rang out, You are surrounded by the police. Come out with your hands on your heads now. The commotion outside indicated a significant police presence. At that moment, the mother and daughter were overwhelmed with emotion, and the little girl forgot her anger. Leaping toward the exit, Careful, don't go out, both he and the teacher shouted in unison. Are you foolish? How can you be sure they are truly the police? But it was too late. The reckless girl had already dragged her mother away. Moments later, cheers erupted from outside the grove. It's the police. Real police. You all guessed wrong. He and the teacher exchanged wry smiles, reluctantly stepping out. His wariness stemmed from his past as a mercenary and even a bandit. However, the teacher's caution was rooted in her understanding of the left bank Paradise Star. This seemingly prosperous planet was far from the peaceful facade it presented. Beneath its surface lay a cesspool of vice. Sir, you should remain vigilant. If you possess any wealth, prepare accordingly, the teacher whispered as she passed by him. At that moment, 2 beams of searchlight illuminated his face, blinding him. You? Why aren't you coming out? Hurry, hands on your head. Under the intense glare, he discerned numerous figures shifting, armed with assault rifles. He was all too familiar with the imposing vehicles and their surrounding boxes. Not wanting to clash with the administrative system of Hot Sands Port, he complied, stepping out with his hands raised and squatting by the roadside to answer the officer's inquiries. Look up, a nonchalant voice commanded. Where are you from? What brings you to Hot Sands Port? I came from Huang'e Star to enroll at the Ice Dragon Military Academy. He coughed, interrupted by the officer in the vehicle who choked on his cigarette. You're a soldier? Heading to Ice Dragon? His face instinctively transformed into a sycophantic grin. I'm just going to register. I am not an official member yet, haha. Being able to register already proves you're exceptional. Your future is limitless. The officer continued. Could you show me your recommendation letter and enrollment form? Don't be suspicious. This is standard procedure. With a distressed expression, he replied, I'm truly sorry, but the group of bandits destroyed my bus with a grenade, and my recommendation letter and enrollment form were likely incinerated. The officer was left speechless, his complexion shifting several times, before he finally asked, Are you trying to mock me? Crafting such a tale to amuse me? Before he could respond, a sharp voice came from behind the officer. Officer, you should thoroughly investigate this guy. He took advantage of me on the Shuezhou, and the attack on the bus is definitely connected to him. We are mere tourists. Those children are students. We have no enemies. Who would trouble us? He inhaled sharply, incredulous at the betrayal. What kind of nonsense is this woman spouting? I just saved her life, and she turns on me. How deep is her grudge? But before he could retort, he felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. The impact, though not rendering him unconscious, left him seeing stars. You little brat dare to threaten me? Do you think my gun is a toy? The officer brandished his weapon, striking him again with the butt. Blood streamed down his face, but he did not resist, for 4 assault rifles were aimed at him, and even with his agility, escape was impossible. My identity is on record at the Ice Dragon Military Academy. Check it, and you'll see I'm not lying. Blood trickled down his cheek as he maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. Just then, the officer's hidden earpiece crackled with a message only he could hear. After a moment of silence, the officer's muscles twitched involuntarily. All right, who you are doesn't matter. Get in the vehicle and go to the police station for questioning. There, the truth will be revealed. At this moment, the sweat on his brow mingled with the blood, for he had overheard everything from the concealed earpiece. Damn it, these corrupt police officers are colluding with those women. In his heart, Wuchang silently cursed, but at that moment, he found himself utterly powerless, with an assault rifle aimed at his head. Even if he were given the chance to run, fear paralyzed him. The fragmented sounds he had heard through the earpiece only vaguely echoed in his mind. Don't hurt that mother and daughter. They can fetch at least 400,000 gold coins. The buyer is a VIP from the Sanhaxing. With just these few phrases, Wuchang unraveled all his doubts. Even if these officers were genuine, they were undoubtedly colluding with the human trafficking syndicate. That beautiful mother and daughter must have been targeted for kidnapping to be sold. What to do? What on earth could he do? Wuchang, in a state of sheer desperation, found himself at a loss. With nearly 20 police officers around him, fully armed, how could he possibly fight back? Was he truly destined to watch that mother and daughter fall into the clutches of evil? Meanwhile, the oblivious mother and daughter sat comfortably in the spacious police vehicle, pointing and laughing at Wuchang, their expressions clearly mocking at that moment. An officer waved dismissively at the female teacher and the 4 children, telling them to wait for the bus, assuring them that a group of poor children posed no threat to them, advising them to avoid loitering after dusk. Yes, thank you, officer, thank you. The teacher and children bowed repeatedly, yet their anxious glances were fixed on Wuchang and the mother-daughter duo, at that time. Wuchang had already been shoved onto another police car. With hefty metal handcuffs clasped around his wrists, as he tested the restraints, he realized he had no hope of breaking free. Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. Left Bank Paradise Star? More like the Star of Hell. Just as Wuchang wallowed in his misfortunes, a sudden blast of rock music erupted from the south, with dazzling headlights overtaking the police car's illumination. Who goes there? Pull over for inspection, shouted a police officer, his lights flashing. Are you blind, you fool? A floating vehicle screeched to a halt before the officers, and a beer bottle was promptly smashed against an officer's head. What the hell? You little mutt, you dare to swagger in front of us without a leash? A snake tattoo on the arm of the man wielding the bottle glimmered ominously in the light. It was only then that the officers noticed the emblem of the Ice Dragon Military Academy emblazoned on the side of the vehicle. The exaggerated depiction of the Ice Dragon glaring down at them. 3 plainclothes soldiers regarded the police with cold disdain. Here we are, enjoying our vacation, and you lot have to come and ruin it. It seems you really don't want to keep your jobs. The soldier holding the bottle was seated in the driver's position, flanked by 2 grim-faced comrades who fixed their steely gazes on the officers. Upon realizing that these were students from the Ice Dragon Military Academy, the officer who had detained Wuchang was drenched in sweat. These gentlemen were not to be trifled with. I apologize, truly, I do. The darkness and the blinding lights made it difficult to see. I am sincerely sorry. The officer appeared genuinely frightened of the soldiers, standing humbly at the car door. The soldier with the snake tattoo opened his mouth to continue cursing. But an older soldier in the back seat spoke up, "Arthur, stop wasting your breath on them. Let us head back." The soldier named Arthur shook his head, fixing the officer with a look that conveyed both superiority and disdain. "You lucky brat, you're fortunate this year. Normally, I'd have broken your legs for such insolence." Arthur's arrogant tone left the officer completely without retort, bowing and scraping an apology. Just as the three soldiers prepared to drive away, Wuchang suddenly interjected, "Excuse me, esteemed seniors, are you all students of the Ice Dragon? I am about to enroll as a new student, but I've lost my identification documents. Could you possibly vouch for me? If not, could you connect me to the Academy's computer to verify my status?" His words left the three soldiers momentarily stunned, and the cold-faced soldier in the back spoke up, "You're a new student at Ice Dragon? I wasn't aware they were still accepting applicants at this time. I come from Huang'e Star, and I was recommended by General Guba. Possess a letter of recommendation signed by the second princess." Wuchang protested, wriggling to break free from the officer's grip as he directed his pleas toward the soldiers. "What?" The three soldiers were now taken aback, quickly exiting their vehicle. The cold-faced soldier turned to his companion. "Thomas, use your computer to connect with the Academy and check if what this person says is true." Meanwhile, the police captain was sweating profusely. He leaned closer to the soldier. "Sir, this is right. He is a suspect, after all, and is linked to the recent attack. This should fall under our jurisdiction." "Look at my face. Remember my appearance," the cold-faced soldier replied, glaring at the officer. "My name is Laylock Bill, heir to the Left Bank Baron." Hiss. The group of police officers immediately stood at attention, saluting the Baron. "The Hot Sands Beach Patrol, 2nd Division, reports to you." This time, none of the officers dared to contest. Although the Left Bank Baron held only an honorary title, it was the highest rank in the entire planet, and being a Baron coupled with being a student of the Ice Dragon Academy bore down on them like two colossal mountains. At that moment, Thomas piped up, "I've found it. The Academy's database confirms his information. Everything checks out, even his appearance." Now Bill had the upper hand. He gently patted the police captain's cheek. "Quite impressive. Daring to interrogate a student of Ice Dragon? It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. We merely asked him to assist with our investigation," the officer retorted, kicking his subordinate. "You useless fool. Unlock the handcuffs and release him at once." Once Wuchang stood before Laylock Bill, the latter smiled and said, "Though you have yet to enroll, you are still half an Ice Dragon. It is unacceptable for you to be bullied. I have an obligation to stand up for you. So tell me, how do you wish to deal with this?" Wuchang regarded the sweating officer before him, pondering deeply before finally sighing. "Let them go, the mother and daughter, along with those children. I want to pursue the matter further, as I certainly don't have 400,000 gold coins to hand over." The officer immediately grasped the implication. Wuchang was already aware of the situation. "I'll release them at once, and I will arrange for a special vehicle to escort them into the city, ensuring their safety. Rest assured." Wuchang smirked. "No, just arrange a taxi for me. I'll personally escort them into the city. I believe the Left Bank Paradise Star still maintains order." Bill regarded Wuchang with interest, sensing there were matters he was unaware of, but since Wuchang chose not to disclose them, Bill refrained from probing further. "However, let me tell you, on this planet, we Ice Dragon folks will never be bullied. If you wish to navigate the Academy well, keep that in mind." With that, Bill gestured to his two comrades and said, "Let us head back to the camp. Our vacation is officially over." After Bill and his companions departed the scene, the police officer stood awkwardly before Wuchang, but Wuchang had no time for him. Striding to the mother and daughter, he forcibly pulled them from the police car. "Get out. I'll take you to the city. And you, teacher, come along as well. The taxi will arrive shortly." "Hey, you brute soldier. You're hurting me. Let go." "I'm not going with you." The girl kicked and punched, adamantly refusing to exit. Yet her strength was no match for Wuchang, who effortlessly yanked her out. At that moment, the mother grew frantic. "You scoundrel. How dare you snatch us away? Police, protect us. Arrest him." Unfortunately, no matter how the mother and daughter protested, the police ignored their pleas. Once Wuchang stood on the street with the duo, the entire line of police vehicles drove away, leaving not a single one behind. Now, the mother and daughter were the ones who felt fear. Under the dim streetlights, They looked at the blood crust on Wuchang's face and his icy demeanor, instinctively shrinking back. Why you? Don't come any closer. I'll scream. The police aren't far. The girl, truly frightened, began to cry as Wuchang approached. Grasping the girl's wrist, he lowered his voice and said, "Believe it or not, it was I who saved your lives just now. You were on the verge of being sold to a human trafficking ring, and those officers are in cahoots with them. You're lying." The mother and daughter exclaimed in unison, just as the teacher approached. Be cautious. In the past month, there have been over 10 cases of mothers and daughters going missing in Hot Sands Harbor. Furthermore, I can assure you that the most powerful force on Left Bank Paradise Star is the military training camp, while the second largest power comprises countless human trafficking groups. These traffickers infiltrate everywhere. The number of people who go missing each year is in the millions. The teacher's words left the mother and daughter in stunned silence, though their expressions still conveyed skepticism. At that moment, a taxi from Hot Sands Beach arrived. The journey was steeped in silence. Wuchang found no desire to engage with the two oblivious women, while the children, exhausted from their fright, leaned against the teacher and quickly dozed off. It was only when Wuchang escorted the mother and daughter to the hotel that he finally spoke. Regardless of any unpleasant experiences we may have shared, I believe we shall not meet again. A gentleman parts ways without ill words. I hope you will practice some decorum in the future. Moreover, when traveling on this planet, it is wise to exercise caution. Safety must come first. After uttering these words, Wuchang left, leaving the mother and daughter in a daze in the hotel lobby. Just as Wuchang was escorting the children back to school, in a scenic wooden cabin on the hot sand beach, the dismissed officer was engaged in a hushed conversation with a man. Had Wuchang been present, he would have recognized that the man was none other than mistress from the spaceship. Damn it! How fortunate can this guy be? He encounters the heir of the Baron of the Left Bank at such a critical moment, completely disrupting our plans. The officer grumbled irritably. Mistress, holding a glass of red wine, gazed at the two moons in the sky, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Well, if our plans are disrupted, so be it. In Left Bank Paradise, dealing with a country bumpkin from Yellow Ruin Star should not pose a challenge. Although the Ice Dragon Academy is formidable, it does not imply that Wuchang is equally formidable. I have my methods to make the Ice Dragon Academy abandon him. By then, we can dispose of him as we see fit. The officer frowned and inquired, "What are you suggesting? Why not let me eliminate him directly? Do you genuinely wish to recruit him? Is that even feasible?" What is impossible about it? When he finds himself in dire straits, I will lend him a hand. Do you think he would refuse to serve me? He is an outstanding individual, a true treasure. Mistress finished his glass of fine wine and picked up the phone on the table. "Hello, I have a small favor to ask of you." Yes, the legitimate offspring of the second princess. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for such a person to enter the Ice Dragon Academy? Moreover, I am aware that he has lost all his documents. Yes, I appreciate your assistance with this matter. Rest assured, I will transfer 1 million gold coins to you by tomorrow morning. Thank you. In just 3 or 4 minutes, Mistress hung up with a smile. Look at that, just 1 million gold coins can secure the future of an officer. How incredibly cheap. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, as Wuchang departed the hotel for the Ice Dragon Academy's office in Hot Sand Harbor, he discovered that a significant change had occurred overnight. His identification had vanished. What did you say? You can't find my documents. How is that possible? Those were processed by General Gubei, and they even bear the signature of the second princess. Look again. The students from your academy helped me check last night, and they were there at that time. I'm not lying to you. Really, you can ask Liloke, Bill, Thomas, and Arthur. All 3 can vouch for me. What? You have no obligation to help me inquire. What sort of attitude is this? Is this how the Ice Dragon Academy treats its new students? Wuchang was truly infuriated, no matter how he explained. The staff before him merely shook their heads impassively, insisting they had no authority to disturb the students. Damn it, a simple phone call could resolve this issue. Why complicate matters so much? At that moment, a stern-looking man emerged from the office. He addressed Wuchang with an expressionless demeanor. Sir, please do not cause a scene. If we have not received your documents, we simply have not. If you truly were recommended by General Gubei, then please procure another proof. As for your suggestion to inquire with students, that is even more ludicrous. What authority do 3 students have to validate your status as a new student? If we allow just any students to vouch for strangers, Our academy would be in utter chaos. Now, where are the security guards? Please escort this gentleman out. Once Wuchang was forcibly ejected onto the street by 4 security personnel, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Seeking out General Gubei, that was impossible. He had no means of contacting him. Attempting to reach the second princess? Even less feasible. If he couldn't get in touch with Gubei, how could he hope to contact a princess? Wandering aimlessly through the streets, Wuchang contemplated his predicament. All his documents had been destroyed, yet the academy stubbornly maintained they had not received any notification. Although he still had ample funds on him, he had not come here for leisure. Aimlessly lingering was not an option. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, a loud voice suddenly echoed from a nearby alley. Black Horse Training Camp. The cradle of imperial generals. Here, you will encounter the most elite instructors and receive the best weapons training. Experience the profound camaraderie of comrades. The electric loudspeaker droned on weakly. Despite the enticing slogans, the deserted street in front of the table revealed the truth. This recruitment station was quite desolate. Standing on the crosswalk, Wuchang gazed at the long table across the street, manned by 3 female soldiers. Despite their skirts having been scandalously shortened, revealing their black stockings, not a single civilian had approached in half an hour. Look over there. That tall guy has been staring at us for over half an hour. Does he fancy you? Get lost? I see his eyes shamelessly glued to your thighs. He must be interested in you. Ha ha, ha ha. As the 3 female soldiers jested at Wuchang's expense, he suddenly made a move, striding toward them. Excuse me, is this a recruitment station? He inquired. The 3 female soldiers perked up at once. They had not recruited a single new soldier in 3 days, and their performance was measured by how many new recruits they could attract from the streets. Given the prolonged war, the demand for soldiers on the front lines was immense, and Left Bank Paradise served as the largest new recruit base for the Matua Empire. The Black Horse Training Camp was merely one of the countless training camps on this planet. Oh my, handsome, of course, we are recruiting. Look at those muscles. You'll surely become a general in the future. Don T, forget to hire little me as your secretary. The 3 women surrounded Wuchang, their soft bodies pressing against him. Wuchang, having never encountered such soldiers, was rendered speechless by their enthusiasm. Little did he know. These 3 female soldiers were merely hired personnel of the Black Horse Training Camp, relying on recruiting new soldiers for their respective bonuses. Wuchang could not fathom that new recruit training had become a highly commercialized market. Due to the ever-increasing demand for soldiers, particularly cannon fodder, traditional military training camps could not meet such vast needs. Thus, numerous semi-official training camps, ostensibly under military jurisdiction but backed by significant commercial interests, emerged. The Black Horse Training Camp before him was one such establishment, and Wuchang, oblivious to the underlying complexities, foolishly asked, "If I train here, will I be able to participate in the Ice Dragon Academy assessment 3 months from now?" The 3 women laughed heartily. No problem. You will definitely be able to participate. We train only elites at Black Horse Training Camp. You'll even earn extra points for the Ice Dragon exam. Hee hee, sign here. Once you sign, you'll be a new recruit at Black Horse Training Camp. When you become a general, don't forget about little me. After Wuchang boarded the special vehicle dispatched by the training camp, the 3 girls watched him depart with a long sigh. Poor guy. He must be desperate to become an officer, even wanting to participate in the Ice Dragon's new student assessment. A commoner without connections should not be dreaming. The Black Horse Training Camp was situated at the foot of a picturesque mountain forest, with only 4 or 5 small buildings in the modest camp, accommodating perhaps a mere 1 or 2,000 individuals. Wuchang stood at the entrance of the camp, gazing at the unremarkable gray brick gate, and then at the distant concrete buildings, suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of his middle school days back on Earth. Damn, this looks just like my old school. While Wuchang was lost in thought at the entrance, a bald man strode out from inside the gate, glaring at him. What the hell are you staring at? If this were a battlefield, you'd be dead 100 times over. The bald man stood before Wuchang, spitting as he spoke. I am Iron Hammer, your instructor. Now, heed my orders. Start running laps around the field. If I don't say stop, you are not to halt. Yes, sir. Without uttering a single word, Wuchang began to jog around the field. He was well aware that this was the customary initiation for all new recruits. During his previous life as a mercenary, he had become quite familiar with this routine. In the face of such a standardized display of authority, the best approach was to comply obediently, as good behavior would surely earn him leniency. The standard 800-meter track saw Wuchang complete 10 laps, drawing the attention of numerous soldiers who gathered around the perimeter to watch. Alas, Iron Fist has once again unleashed his wrath. This unfortunate fellow truly finds himself in a precarious situation, coinciding perfectly with Iron Fist's foul temper. Indeed, it has been 3 days without any new recruits, and Iron Fist is on the verge of losing his sanity. Finally, a naive lad arrives, and why not take the opportunity to assert his authority? Though Wuchang runs with labored breath, his inhalations remain steady, and his strides are remarkably composed, displaying a keen awareness of his surroundings. He comprehends the conversations among the soldiers outside the track. Through their exchanges, Wuchang gradually unravels the current predicament. It turns out that the Black Horse training camp is regarded as the lowest tier within the left bank Paradise Star. The soldiers here, aside from serving in the army, possess no other avenues for advancement, and even within the military, they are relegated to being mere cannon fodder, ordinary infantrymen. At this moment, Wuchang's regret is profound. How could he have aspired to join the Ice Dragon from such a dismal institution? It seems those 3 girls have wrought considerable mischief. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. Although the Black Horse training camp operates with private investment, it remains a legally registered military training facility. The soldiers trained here are legitimate military personnel of the Empire. Should he choose to withdraw now, Wuchang is certain that the man named Iron Fist would not hesitate to execute him, incurring no legal repercussions. What a stroke of misfortune! How capricious life can be! As he silently laments, Wuchang finally receives the command to rest. When Iron Fist stands before him, a trace of barely perceptible surprise flits across the veteran's face. "You are a martial artist?" Iron Fist inquires in a low voice. "Yes, sir." Wuchang ponders briefly before continuing. "I am a second-tier martial artist. Just last month, I fought to a standstill against another second-tier martial artist. And it was then I realized I had leveled up." Iron Fist's eyes gleam with interest. "Very well, I shall verify your claim later. For now, report to the 3rd row, 3rd class. The orderly will escort you there. Remember, you are joining the most illustrious Black Horse class, renowned for producing numerous elite soldiers. Do not disgrace your forebears." "Yes, sir," Wuchang replies as he follows the orderly to the building housing the 3rd class. Upon entering the disheveled dormitory, Wuchang cannot help but sigh inwardly. How could such a pigsty be the celebrated Black Horse class? Is this a jest? Before Wuchang stands the most rudimentary unit of the Imperial Army. In the configuration of the Maduwa Empire, a class typically comprises around 10 to 12 individuals, with 10 being the more common arrangement. The Black Horse class is a standard 10-man unit. Within the spacious dormitory, over a dozen single beds are scattered about, with chaotic bedding and personal items strewn across them. The soldiers lounge in various postures, some drinking, others playing cards, utterly indifferent to the orderly and Wuchang at the entrance. The orderly, accustomed to such scenes, calls out, "Xiao Dao Mei, welcome your class's new recruit. You, as class leader, seem to have it too easy, spending your days drinking? Bah! We are all destined to be cannon fodder, if we don't take the opportunity to enjoy life while we can. Wouldn't that be a grave loss?" From the innermost bed rises a tipsy man, beckoning Wuchang, "New recruit, you can take the bed by the window. We have no strict rules in this class." Ha! Truth be told, the entire Black Horse camp lacks regulations. As long as you can survive and live well, that's all that matters. He then resumes reclining on his bed, nursing his hangover. The orderly shakes his head and departs. While Wuchang walks to his designated beds, he approaches the one by the window. An astonishing sight greets him. "Why goodness, is that a naked woman?" Wuchang exclaims softly. It turns out the bathroom directly opposite the single beds has a woman bathing within. What the hell? Wuchang's nose tingles. He nearly suffers a nosebleed. Though he had heard tales of the liberal sexual attitudes on the left bank Paradise Star, he hadn't anticipated it to this extent. As Wuchang prepares to embark on the snowboat, Boss Pan and Old Man Ryan had repeatedly briefed him on the conditions of the left bank Paradise Star. The 2 lecherous old men were particularly enthralled by the openness of the women there, asserting that the most liberated women of the Maduwa Empire congregated in that locale. Later, after a few drinks, Boss Pan had remarked that the left bank Paradise Star, as the Empire's largest supplier of soldiers, sends forth over 4 million cannon fodder to the front lines annually, most of whom are destined to perish. Thus, the The Empire's higher-ups consciously ensure these doomed youths enjoy a better quality of life. Especially in matters of sexuality, on the left bank Paradise Star, laws virtually disregard various sexual offenses, particularly those committed by soldiers against women, which rarely result in legal action, let alone punishment, as long as one does not commit murder or inflict severe bodily harm. The local legal system remains indifferent, for such cannon fodder might not survive for long. Wuchang struggles to comprehend this tolerance, yet he forgets the greatest magician of all time. When an unreasonable system persists for over a century, it gradually morphs into a behavioral habit, even evolving into a culture. The wars of the Madawa Empire have lasted far longer than a mere century. Over this prolonged period, such a culture has become mainstream. Presently, the left bank Paradise Star stands as a renowned bastion of liberation in the cosmos. If you encounter a throng of naked individuals on the streets, do not be astonished. For them, such behavior is entirely ordinary. On Hot Sand Beach, the most rapidly sold items are cold drinks and beer, while various bikinis languish on the shelves. This is because the locals eschew bikinis altogether. Hot Sand Beach is a paradise for naturists. As Wuchang stands transfixed by the sight of the bathing woman, a short man sidles up to him. "Brother, don't get the wrong idea. This thorny rose is not one we can pluck." Wuchang glances at him and, with a wry smile, responds, "You misunderstand. It is my first time in Left Bank Paradise Star, and I have never encountered such liberated women. I was merely momentarily dazed." The short man, with a knowing look, observes the bathing woman and remarks, "No need to explain. We are all men, I understand. However, our medic, Mary, is not someone you can easily take advantage of. To be frank, when Mary first arrived, 4 or 5 veterans attempted to exploit her. And you know what happened?" Mary retaliated fiercely, delivering a devastating kick that left those soldiers in excruciating pain. It stunned everyone. Only then did we realize Mary is actually a second-tier martial artist. And with her fierce temperament, she'll go down fighting if you dare to bully her. Now even the third-tier martial artists in the camp dare not provoke her. The short man, evidently quite loquacious, soon begins to introduce himself. "I am Qian Shun, having arrived 5 days ago. My favorite pastime is traveling. If you want to know about the best places on any planet, just ask me. The bathing beauty is named Mary. She is our medic and arrived 2 days earlier than I did. She sleeps in the single bed right next to yours." He gestures toward a tall figure playing cards. "Do you see that big guy? That's Lu Li, nicknamed Rice Bucket. His appetite is astounding. Even the instructors fear him. If our food expenses weren't covered by the Imperial military, he would have been expelled from the training camp long ago." "Ha! The one who just welcomed you is our class leader, Merlin, known as Xiao Dao Mei. Don't underestimate him. He is the best with knives in our class, even making Iron Fist a bit wary of him." As Qian Shun continues to enlighten Wuchang about the class dynamics, Medic Mary finishes her bath. She strides through the dormitory with unabashed confidence, clad only in a small towel, drying her hair. Remarkably, while the men in the room cast furtive glances, their gazes are imbued with a sense of casual familiarity. Don't mind Qian Shun's chatter. He merely seeks to ingratiate himself with you, hoping to secure a free meal. Another soldier quips, "Just watch, from today onward. Your belongings will become his, while his will remain a mystery to you for life. Am I not correct, Qian?" Mary teases as she glides past Wuchang, leaving Qian Shun looking quite sheepish. "Hey, how can you just slander someone without cause?" Wuchang interjects, "You shouldn't listen to her. As comrades, we must support each other. Feel free to use my things as well." Ugh, my stomach suddenly hurts. "Lu Li, can I borrow your tissue?" she exclaims, snatching an unopened pack of tissues from Lu Li's bed. Wuchang watches, both amused and exasperated, as Qian Shun clutches his stomach, shaking his head. It seems that the Black Horse training camp holds a certain charm. It is not as dull as he had initially anticipated. The ever-changing circumstances witnessed before him were truly a source of both amusement and bewilderment. It turned out that Qian Bagwang had just borrowed Lu Li's tissue to relieve himself, only for Lu Li to discover upon its return that the entire pack of tissues remained untouched. "Qian Bagwang, have you merely passed gas during that time? Did you not claim to be attending to nature's call? Surely you must have wiped yourself?" Lu Li inquired, as he pulled out the top tissue to dab at the sweat on his brow. "Ah, I must say, the dryness of that bowel movement was rather fortunate. Upon completion, I wiped, and to my astonishment, the tissue was entirely pristine. Huh. I thought to myself, what a waste it would be to discard it. So I folded it and returned it. A profound silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death, so much so that even the slumbering Xiao May sat upright, her gaze fixated on the tissue adorning Luli's face. At last, the realization dawned upon Luli, who leaped from his bed, lunging at Qian Xuan with the ferocity of a tiger. I shall slay you. You are no human at all. Cognizant of his own culpability, Qian Baguang fled like a rabbit under fire. Amidst the ensuing chaos of the dormitory, the dinner bell finally rang, its distinctive chime resonating throughout the camp, casting a spell that calmed the wrathful Luli. Tell Qian Baguang to bring me 2 buckets of braised meat rice, and I shall spare his life, he commanded. At that moment, Mary, now dressed, chuckled. Rest assured, he'd rather perish than buy you braised meat rice. Wuchang joined the throng, entering the expansive mess hall, collecting his portion of the buffet. Dinner was simple. A serving of hummus, 2 or 3 slices of luncheon meat, a chicken leg, and a portion of vegetables. While bread was abundantly available for those who desired it, Luli immersed himself in his meal. It was undoubtedly his safest moment. Qian Baguang stealthily entered the mess hall, collected his food, and slid beside Wuchang. Bro, if Luli goes berserk, you must help me. I just heard you are a second-tier warrior. Even Iron Fist respects you. Go berserk? Surely Luli would not be so unreasonable? Wuchang replied, perplexed. At that moment, Mary, the medic, interjected. Luli's fury stems from his hunger. The food provided in the barracks is rationed. Although staple foods are unlimited, one cannot subsist solely on dry bread. Accompaniments are necessary. Luli's appetite is enormous, and despite the military tripling his rations, it is still insufficient. He must spend his own money for extra food. Coincidentally, Luli had just finished his scant dinner, holding a plate of dry bread while contemplating what inexpensive side dish to purchase. At that moment, he spotted Qian Baguang. You little rascal, if you treat me to braised meat, I shall let you be, he declared, advancing to seize him. However, Qian Baguang, as cunning as a fox, had already darted away before Luli could make his move. As Luli seethed, laughter erupted from a corner of the dining hall. Ha ha, Luli the glutton. Are you so poor that you can't even afford a meal? Come to Brother Gun's table. I shall treat you to meat. Ha ha, boss, a glutton wouldn't eat meat. If you offered him a meat stick, he would have scampered over long ago. With a loud poo, the dining hall erupted in laughter, followed by a wave of cackling. Luli slammed his hands on the table, rising with his sleeves rolled up, clearly ready to retaliate. Yet at that moment, the usually silent Xiao May cleared her throat softly, which immediately quelled Luli's anger. Boss, they are being too cruel, Luli lamented, feeling aggrieved. Xiao May remained silent, merely retrieving a gold coin from her pocket and handing it to Mary to procure food for Lullet as for the barking mad dogs. We shan't join in their cacophony. Maylene's words were biting, causing the mockers' faces to flush with embarrassment. The individual known as Brother Gun spat contemptuously on the ground, shouting to the mess hall staff. Bring me a case of beer. I'm going to have a grand feast with my brothers. Damn it, I have money. Shall I be outdone by a pauper? Boss is formidable. Brother Gun is formidable. Cheered a group of burly soldiers as they hoisted a large case of beer, surrounding Brother Gun in jubilation. Wuchang watched, astonished, unable to comprehend why they were celebrating over a case of beer costing 3 gold coins. However, glancing back at his despondent comrades, he began to grasp the underlying sentiment. At that moment, Mary utilized the gold coin to purchase a large serving of hummus, accompanied by numerous meat patties, placing it before Luli with an exasperated tone. Eat, eat. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? You've brought shame upon our entire squad. I'm hungry. What do you expect me to do? Luli retorted, equally aggrieved, shouting at Mary. Mary, seated beside Wuchang, whispered, the troublemaker is Brother Gun from the Black Horse training camp. Renowned for his skill with nunchaku, he has 2 nunchaku tattoos on his body, and over time, people began to call him Brother Gun. It is said that he has a cousin affiliated with the population group in Hot Sand Harbor. A minor leader who dotes on him. Isn't there military discipline against soldiers drinking? Wuchang queried Mary, narrowing his eyes at Brother Gun, who was imbibing. Is there no military law enforced here? Don't make me laugh. Are you that Navi? Soldiers from Black Horse are merely fodder for the cannon. Those who come here are often from impoverished backgrounds, seeking to avoid the wrong path. Just look at Qin Bagwang's miserly demeanor and Lu Li's voracious appetite, and you will understand. The Black Horse training camp is devoid of anything but the destitute, a horde of cannon fodder. If they survived 6 months on the front lines, they would consider themselves fortunate. The rarity of a soldier who could retire and secure stable employment was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Was there any need for military discipline under such circumstances? Did one think this was Ice Dragon? Wuchang fell silent, the harsh reality leaving him speechless. In an era of cosmic expansion, infantry in the army had long been synonymous with death, no matter how elite. A single bombardment could annihilate hundreds or thousands. Since death was inevitable, why not allow these cannon fodder soldiers to enjoy their lives while they still could? With a resounding slap, Wuchang's hand struck the table, startling even Lu Li, who had been engrossed in his meal. Today, I shall treat. Bring forth the finest wine. Our squad shall feast. With that proclamation, Wuchang removed his hand from the table, revealing a gleaming rainbow coin that sparkled under the light. Wow! The 10 members of the squad were left dumbfounded. Even Qin Bagwang, who had just returned, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wealthy man, let us be friends. What could 100 gold coins procure? 10 cases of beer? A mountain of roasted chicken legs? Or a massive bowl of hummus?" Regardless, the mess hall staff filled their table with the finest offerings from the refrigerator, costing merely 90 gold coins. That moment, over 700 soldiers in the dining hall gazed enviously at the feast laid before the squad, their mouths watering, particularly at the sight of the chilled beer, which made Brother Gun's meager case seem pitiful by comparison. Lu Li was now crying tears of joy, for it was his first experience of feasting to his heart's content. He realized that consuming meat without the accompaniment of dry bread was an unparalleled delight, especially when paired with delicious beer that made him feel elated beyond measure. Am I dreaming? Slap me. I need to know if this is real, Lu Li implored Qin Bagwang, who obliged, and upon feeling the oily slap on his forehead, he chuckled, realizing he was indeed awake. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of Squad 3. Xiao Dao Mei finished her meal but did not touch any of the food Wuchang had purchased. Instead, she held a cup of complimentary tea, observing her comrades in silence. Wuchang took a few bites but lost his appetite upon noticing Mei Lin's silence. He offered her a bottle of beer, yet she declined. Those who seek to flaunt themselves on the battlefield are the first to perish. This habit of yours, this unrestrained display of wealth, will not allow you to survive beyond 6 months. Wuchang felt his temper rise. How can you curse my early demise when I extend a kind invitation to drink? Surely, this is a mere 100 gold coins. I am treating everyone to a feast. What does that have to do with boasting? What does it have to do with boasting? Mei Lin mused, gazing at the lights in the hall, contemplating for a moment. Who knows? With that, she fell silent once more. At this point, Brother Gun had also lost his bravado. His attempt at boasting had utterly failed, and with a bruised ego, he departed the dining hall with several of his underlings, casting a venomous glance at Wuchang as he exited. You little brat, are you not wealthy? Exercise caution, if you will. This evening's dinner was exceedingly delightful. After Lu Li finished the last chicken leg, he wiped the grease from his lips and patted his belly, continuously chattering about how he had truly indulged himself today. As the soldiers of the 3rd Squad collectively made their way outside, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as Wuchang was about to exit the dining hall, a group of soldiers suddenly surged towards him, appearing ravenously hungry, and collided with the 3rd Squad. Don't block the way, 3rd Squad. We haven't eaten yet. I'm starving to death. Amidst the chaos, Wuchang felt a peculiar stir in his chest. With remarkable agility, he flipped his right hand and seized a large hand attempting to pilfer his purse. Ouch, you are hurting me. Why are you resorting to violence? The soldier caught in his grasp showed no signs of nervousness after being discovered. Instead, he retaliated by accusing Wuchang of initiating the attack. Brothers, the 3rd Squad is bullying me. They started hitting me right away, almost crushing my hand. I recognize you. You're Wuchang, the newcomer from today, right? Taking advantage of your status as a second-tier warrior to bully others. Wuchang was nearly amused, thinking to himself that this fellow must be a seasoned offender. Such psychological resilience could not be cultivated in just a year or two. Meanwhile, outside on the training ground, the ever-watchful Brother Gun and Xiao Lu appeared, having been on standby for quite some time. Who's bullying you? Tell your brother. I'll back you up. What? You're just a rookie? Fresh in the camp on your first day, and you dare to strike an old soldier? Brothers, let us teach him a lesson. Without allowing Wuchang a moment to explain, he swung his nunchaku towards Wuchang's head. The battalion was a powder keg, and the moment someone sparked it, an explosion was inevitable. Brother Gun's assault served as the signal, and soon over 20 soldiers surrounded the third squad, tables and chairs flying, dishes clattering, fists and bloodshed erupting, resonating with the sound of boots and screams. Form ranks, third squad, shoulder to shoulder, back to back, let us charge out together. Just when it mattered most, Xiao Daomei finally broke his silence. With a thunderous roar that alerted his fellow third squad members, forming a small circular defensive formation in an instant, Wuchang could hardly believe that his first dinner at the Black Horse training camp had devolved into a brawl. And astonishingly, not a single person in attendance seemed taken aback. Look at the glutton Lu Li, a towering figure at 2.2 meters, who stood unfazed before dozens of attackers, becoming the core of the offense. His massive fists flying, showcasing the prowess of a third-tier warrior as the opposing crowd wailed in agony. Huh? Today, Grandpa Lu Li is well-fed and ready to have some fun with you all. Come at me without holding back, he concluded with a mighty slap that sent an annoying foe sprawling. Beside Wuchang, the medic Mary, undeterred by the chaos, occasionally launched surprise attacks with her swift feet, leaving 4 or 5 unfortunate souls rolling on the ground, clutching their groins. Even more unexpectedly, the miserly Qian Shun displayed remarkable agility, his movements as swift as a hawk in the sky. Qian Shun, you can actually fight like this? Wuchang inquired, having just kicked away an assailant. Huh? My father took me traveling across countless planets since I was young. There's no scene I haven't witnessed. Do you know why I'm called Qian Shun? He hoped I would be like a hawk soaring in the sky. At this moment, Xiao Daomei chimed in, indeed. You're still a money-obsessed hawk. The brothers of the third squad burst into laughter, exhibiting no fear despite being outnumbered, their confidence buoyed by humor. Brother Gun, now nearing his breaking point, was incredulous that 20 of them couldn't subdue just 10, and that Lu Li, with his tough skin and thick flesh, had blocked all his attack routes. Despite landing heavy blows with his nunchaku on Lu Li's arms, he hadn't even left a mark. Lu Li, are you even human? Brother Gun exclaimed in frustration. Huh? Lu Li laughed boastfully, disregarding Brother Gun's tirade, simply throwing his head back and howling, "Food, grant me strength." He then delivered a kick to Brother Gun's groin, sending him staggering back. Damn it! Brother Gun retreated 3 steps and shouted, "Everyone, get in on this!" At his command, figures emerged from the shadows, numbering at least 30. Arrogant fools, let us see how you all handle this. Brother Gun, emboldened by their numbers, leaped into the fray, shouting for his comrades to beat them senseless. Just then, the steadfast Mei Lin sprang into action, breaking away from the defensive formation like a gust of wind and diving into the crowd. In an instant, the glint of his knife flashed as he aimed a precise strike at Brother Gun's throat. It was too swift. Brother Gun had but a moment to react. His prowess as a third-tier warrior was no empty boast. He swung his nunchaku, aiming for Mei Lin's right arm. With a resounding crack, the weapon struck Mei Lin's arm, and Wuchang's keen ears detected the sound of bone fracturing. Oh no. Mei Lin is injured, Wuchang thought, but before he could voice his concern, he was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Surprisingly, the brutal blow had no effect on Mei Lin's arm. He seemed impervious to pain. His grip steady, the gleaming blade pierced Brother Gun's neck, stopping just shy of the carotid artery. With a dark expression, Mei Lin addressed Brother Gun, "You've lost. Command your men to stand down. Retreat, all of you, retreat." Brother Gun's voice quivered with fear, his carotid pulse already constricted by the blade's edge, and he could sense death looming near. The entire dining hall fell silent, no one daring to move, the chilling atmosphere gripping everyone present. The delicate Xiao Daomei, wielding his exquisite knife, had managed to pin Brother Gun's carotid artery, the bizarre part being that it had not sustained any injury. Wuchang's jaw nearly dropped. He had never anticipated anyone, aside from himself, to possess such steady hands and resolute composure. At that moment, Mei Lin's knife was poised such that even the slightest tremor could sever Brother Gun's artery. Tears streamed down Brother Gun's face as he turned his head, frozen in place, too afraid to utter a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Daomei spoke gently to the soldiers present. Our time in the Black Horse training camp lasts no more than 3 months. After that, we shall embark on the irretrievable journey to the front lines. During these 3 months, I ask that you grant the 3rd Squad some peace, not just for us, but for your own sake. To conserve your strength, after speaking, Mei Lin gently withdrew his knife. Aside from a minor scrape on Brother Gun's neck, his artery remained unharmed. Hospital, hurry, take me to the hospital. Brother Gun left without uttering a single platitude. Enveloped by his subordinates as they departed the camp, as the 3rd Squad returned to their dormitory, Iron Fist observed the entire spectacle from a window in the instructor's quarters. He had been standing there since the conflict began, not only witnessing the altercation but also eavesdropping on every word spoken through surveillance equipment. However, Iron Fist had no interest in intervening. Instead, he watched with a bemused appreciation as a spectator. Good, with such tenacity. ULL certainly survived beyond 6 months. Survive beyond 6 months was a common mantra among the infantry, for countless scientific studies revealed that the casualty rate for new recruits on the battlefield within 6 months was a staggering 84. Whereas those who survived beyond that period saw their casualty rate plummet to 19. Indeed, surviving 6 months was essentially a test from the Grim Reaper. Pass, and one lives. Fail, and one dies. This principle was revered among soldiers, often even spoken as a blessing. Today, the performance of the 3rd Squad pleased Iron Fist immensely. He recognized that these rascals were getting closer to their goal of surviving 6 months. Iron Fist documented the incident in the personnel files of the 3rd Squad soldiers. In a vacant grassy area behind their dormitory, Wuchang and Xiao Daomei faced each other, surrounded by a circle of comrades. Yet none dared to speak. Wuchang, I know not what secrets you harbor, but someone who can casually produce a rainbow coin should not be present in the Black Horse training camp, where only a bunch of impoverished souls reside, and even we poor souls possess a few stubborn bones. Wuchang nearly choked on his indignation. What an insult, to be accused of being wealthy when he was indeed a staunchly poor man, and to be labeled a purpose-driven rich person. How could he not be furious? I am wealthy? Are you speaking of me? Just because I pulled out a rainbow coin, I'm suddenly a rich man? How absurd. Xiao Daomei remained composed, shaking his head and pointing at the glutton Lu Li. Lu Li, born in a small village in the Rocky Mountains, has always had a substantial appetite, so much so that his parents could not afford to feed him, resulting in him growing up on the kindness of the entire village. Thus, he has joined the military. Ask him, in the small village where he resides, whose family has ever possessed or even witnessed a rainbow coin, observed Qian's son. He claims to be the son of a traveler, having visited countless planets since childhood. Do you truly believe that? With his miserly demeanor, how could he possibly be the offspring of a traveler? In reality, he is merely an interstellar wanderer, drifting through the cosmos in search of survival. Inquire how many cargo holds he has stealthily traversed in order to smuggle himself. And then, consider Mary. Do you know what her childhood was like? Do you understand why she is so audacious? Enough! If you two wish to fight, then do so. Why drag me into this? Medic Mary rose, glaring fiercely at Merlin. Merlin ceased his commentary, casting a cold gaze upon Wuchang, and murmured, I dislike you, intensely. You instigated a conflict with a single rainbow coin. You meddler, I fear you may bring us all to ruin, and dread that our squad may perish because of your meddling. Before he could finish his words, Merlin's dagger was unleashed, a glint of cold light aimed directly at Wuchang's face. Wuchang had not anticipated that the dagger-wielding Merlin would strike without warning, catching him completely off guard. He was abruptly slammed to the ground, followed by a powerful push that sent him skidding across 4 meters. Merlin, relentless as a parasite, advanced, his blade unwaveringly poised to strike at Wuchang's vital points. At this moment, Wuchang was also enraged. He had not expected Merlin to be so brazen, nor to unleash such lethal force with every blow. Tiger break. Triple spike fist, Wuchang roared, his feet executing strange steps while his body twisted into an uncanny posture in midair, simultaneously unleashing 3 punches that traced bizarre trajectories toward Merlin. Wuchang called out, Tiger break. Merlin sensed the imminent danger, not merely because Wuchang's movements had become increasingly unpredictable, but because his own blade could no longer keep pace with Wuchang's form. Ultimately, as the scorching air rushed toward him, singeing his long bangs, he realized he had miscalculated. A grave error indeed. In the chaos, Merlin found himself retreating step by step. Once he had retreated beyond the circle, he understood he had already lost. When the massive fist, radiating heat, halted mere inches from his nose, Merlin surrendered any pretense of resistance. You concealed your true strength? You are not merely a second-tier warrior, but an exceptional one? Who are you truly? Why have you come to the Black Horse training camp? The dagger-wielding Merlin paid no heed to the disheveled hair that emitted a burnt odor. All his focus was riveted upon Wuchang's eyes. As if he sought to unearth all of Wuchang's secrets from within, Wuchang, forced into a bitter smile, seemed unable to bear Merlin's gaze and sheepishly withdrew his fist. Secrets? What secrets could I possibly have? Just a wretched soul like you all. If you wish to hear my story, I shall share my origins. In truth, what significance does my so-called lineage hold? A filthy miner, a lowly groundhog, and yet you treat me as if I were a high-born gentleman? I am indeed wronged. The Black Horse training camp? It is regarded as one of the most rudimentary training camps. Soldiers emerging from here are primarily assigned to the infantry of the army, tasked mainly with ground combat on various planets. This is the most brutal and least esteemed branch of the military. It has been said that the accomplishments achieved by a primary infantry battalion in a week could be accomplished by a space soldier with a single cannon blast. After a grueling siege of a city, the enemy can simply obliterate both the city and its defenders with a single shot. Despite this, no major empire dares to disband the infantry, the most fundamental military unit. For the ultimate aim of war is to seize enemy territory, not to annihilate it entirely. Due to the infantry's significance, yet high casualty rate, it has become a profession reserved for the impoverished over the centuries. The poor, lacking assets or noble lineage, possess nothing but their strength and lives, which is why in the Black Horse training camp, ruffians like Bangu, masquerading as affluent elites, can easily gather a throng of followers. On this, Wuchang's first day in the camp, he had already made a striking impression, even causing his comrades to harbor doubts. Indeed, Wuchang, upon entering the camp, concealed his true prowess, claiming to have only recently reached the second tier when he was clearly a high-tier third-level warrior. And in the dining hall, he casually produced a rainbow coin, which was simply too ostentatious. It is known that other recruits consider themselves fortunate to possess 4 or 5 gold coins in their pockets. The crux of the matter is, what he revealed was not 100 gold coins, but a single coin capable of being exchanged for 100 gold coins. The mere fact that he could present a rainbow coin as a form of currency indicates that his worth is undoubtedly calculated from the value of that coin. Most importantly, you are indeed an exceptional one, possessing the power of the fire element in your fists. Do you comprehend this? In our Black Horse training camp, not even a single instructor is an exceptional one. Wuchang listened to Medic Mary's analysis, somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated revealing so many vulnerabilities today. It appears that, despite his insistence on low-profile behavior, he still harbored a desire to showcase his abilities. After Mary summarized the various flaws Wuchang had exposed throughout the day, it was Merlin who helped consolidate the observations. In short, our sole purpose on the battlefield is to survive, to endure for 6 months. Being associated with you is perilous. Your abilities are formidable, but they also breed significant troubles, which we, the children of the impoverished, cannot bear. After speaking, the dagger-wielding Merlin took his leave. Once the squad leader departed, the soldiers naturally followed suit. Although everyone appreciated the grand feast Wuchang had treated them to, the impoverished possessed their own wisdom, harboring a natural aversion to trouble. Undoubtedly, Wuchang was the harbinger of trouble. One by one, they departed, leaving Wuchang standing in the grass, expressionless, feeling quite disheartened. At that moment, Mary approached and patted his shoulder, advising, "Perhaps it's best to refrain from sharing your miner's tale. Truly, no one believes it." Before striding away at that juncture, Qiansun also approached, grinning as he remarked to Wuchang, "I really don't understand you. You are already an exceptional one, so why not attend the Ice Dragon Academy?" The last to depart was the gluttonous Luli, who awkwardly expressed his gratitude to Wuchang, saying, "Thank you for the chicken leg. I was really full today. Will you treat me to chicken legs again in the future?" "Just one chicken leg will suffice. Really, just one?" Wuchang couldn't help but chuckle at Luli's antics. "Rest assured, as long as you dine with me, you shall have chicken legs." From that day forth, Wuchang's life in the new recruits camp officially fell into its rhythm. Though his comrades in Squad 3 did not grow particularly close to him, they also did not intentionally distance themselves. After all, Wuchang was one of them. While many held numerous questions about Wuchang, they wisely chose to remain silent. Training was monotonous. Wuchang soon realized how remarkably easy infantry training was in this era. Each day consisted merely of running laps, forming ranks, and target practice. Everything felt less like a boot camp for new recruits and more akin to military training for college students in a previous life. There were no intense physical training regimens, no brutal wilderness survival challenges, no excessively stringent internal regulations, and certainly no inhumane early morning wake-up calls. Everything was merely a fade, allowing these ordinary citizens to don the appearance of soldiers. While the actual combat effectiveness was of little concern, amidst the tedious training, the sole highlight was the manipulation training of various weapon systems, from basic assault rifles to high-energy explosives, and even the maintenance of concentrated weapon systems. The Black Horse Camp boasted an extensive array of weaponry that infantry might encounter. Soon enough, Wuchang became a popular figure in the Black Horse Camp, frequently treating himself to extra training sessions and often locking himself in the weapons storage for half the night, with his meals procured through Luli's assistance. Within the storage, Wuchang tirelessly dismantled the weapon systems, believing that one must personally disassemble and reassemble a weapon system over 100 times to truly comprehend it. Gradually, even Iron Fist, who had served as an instructor in the Black Horse training camp for a decade, found himself impressed by this peculiar student. His diligence was not the only surprising factor. Wuchang's demeanor and actions were equally astonishing. Have you ever seen a quilt folded into a block as flawless as tofu? Have you ever encountered a single bed so flat it resembled a mirror? If you haven tea, then come to Squad 3, where the bizarre Wuchang will surely astonish you. Each morning, as Wuchang meticulously folded his quilt, he would attract a throng of new recruits who simply could not fathom how he could transform a soft quilt into a rigid, cubical shape. Observe Wuchang's personal items. His toothbrush, water cup, and shampoo were always placed in specific positions, and meticulous individuals had even measured the placement, discovering that the margin of error was less than half a millimeter. Medic Mary and Qian Sun's beds were adjacent to Wuchang's, on either side. Each morning, they would watch Wuchang with an expression of disbelief as he tortured his bedding, never once missing a day. Initially, they had mocked him mercilessly, laughing at him as a monster. However, as the days passed, the attitudes of the two women finally began to shift. Particularly for Mary, despite her tough demeanor, she was still fundamentally a woman. The sight of the consistently clean and orderly bed became unbearable for her, and gradually, she started to tidy up her own space. While it may not have reached the impeccable standards set by the ever-diligent Wuchang, it was a significant improvement from her previous state. With one person leading the way, others soon followed, and the atmosphere of cleanliness and order began to permeate the entire third class, in matters of comparison. If everyone lives in squalor, the inhabitants inevitably adapt. However, if one person introduces cleanliness and order into the collective, it quickly infects everyone. The third class once again became the focus among the 2,000 recruits in the Dark Horse training camp. Yet now, not all gazes directed at the third class were filled with admiration. A small portion harbored resentment and hostility, led by the notorious Brother Gun. That evening, Wuchang and the instructor Iron Fist were huddled in a corner of the armory, disassembling shoulder-fired anti-tank missiles for individual USE.AS. Iron Fist elucidated on weaponry. He also shared insights from their training. Why do you maintain such impeccable order? Wuchang was taken aback, staring incredulously at Iron Fist. Isn't that your job as an instructor? Why would you ask such a question? Iron Fist's eyes lit up. You understand this principle? Have you received education in this area? He regarded Wuchang with keen interest. Who exactly are you? You are entirely different from the other soldiers. While I know you are concealing your true capabilities, you are certainly not impoverished. Yet, what you said today genuinely astonished me. A recruit in the Dark Horse camp who comprehends military theory? Goodness, have you attended university? Or do you come from a distinguished family? Iron Fist's astonishment was palpable, for within the Dark Horse training camp, the majority were barely literate. Although they could read and understood basic scientific principles, their life paths had never led them to the essence of knowledge, be it philosophy, military theory, advanced artistic knowledge, or political insights. Such enlightenment could not be cultivated through remedial classes or compulsory education systems. That's a good question, and you're right. However, You've overlooked the environment we are in. Iron Fist's excitement began to build. Do you think I don't wish to guide these recruits differently? I assure you, in higher military academies and training camps, soldiers are trained precisely as you described. However, the soldiers emerging from there are never destined to be the lowest-ranked infantry. The higher the military branch, the more resources they receive, and correspondingly, the training becomes more rigorous. For instance, the Ice Dragon Military Academy and the Imperial Military University produce future officers. There, assessments of internal affairs are exceedingly strict. Furthermore, there's the Tyrant Camp, which specializes in training combat soldiers, where discipline is even more stringent. Graduates from there are qualified to operate assault war machines, not to mention the Space Soldier Academy, which trains pilots for spacecraft and warships with equally rigorous training. Iron Fist's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, yet his demeanor darkened as the conversation shifted back to the Dark Horse camp. Look at our camp. We are destitute, lacking even the means for our gluttonous comrade Luli to indulge. You must comprehend the depths of our poverty. In the Left Bank Paradise Star, training camps like the Dark Horse were countless, supplying an unending stream of cannon fodder for cosmic warfare. Did cannon fodder require specialized training? Do you believe the Empire would allocate resources to these foot soldiers? A bunch of 6 months to death recruits, if they even resemble soldiers, would be considered a stroke of luck. At this juncture, Iron Fist's eyes welled with tears. Do you know how many young and promising lads I've sent off? Every time we part ways after 3 months, I must hide in my room and weep, for I know that farewell is often forever. The somber tone of Iron Fist's words cast a heavy pall over the armory. Just as Wuchang was about to offer some comforting words, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the armory. Running in was Wuchang's comrade, Qian Bagwang, panting heavily. Wuchang, you should head to the dining hall. Brother Gun is causing trouble again. Upon hearing this, Wuchang instinctively glanced at Iron Fist, but the instructor merely shrugged. I am not getting involved. You're the ones heading to the battlefield. If you can't even handle this minor issue, then none of you will survive 6 months. Wuchang made his way to the dining hall. Qian Bagwang elaborated on the details of the conflict. It turned out that the altercation had been ignited by a military dagger produced by the renowned brand, Bayonet, in the dining hall of the Dark Horse training camp. Weapon merchants frequently visited to showcase unique equipment, particularly as the proportion of warriors in the army steadily increased, and they favored top-tier gear. Among warriors, it was commonly said that a warrior who had never owned a Bayonet military product was not a true warrior. Highlighting the exceptional quality of their merchandise, Wuchang himself possessed a Bayonet-produced respirator mask, which was incredibly effective, not only filtering air but also equipped with a micro-oxygen device that provided additional oxygen. Its ergonomic design offered no sense of confinement. Later, Wuchang's mentor, Ryan, revealed the truth behind the Bayonet products. Each item was meticulously designed and handcrafted by countless scientists, with no expense spared, using the finest materials, making mass production impossible and further elevating the status of Bayonet products. Today, in the dining hall of the Dark Horse camp, a Bayonet-produced military dagger was set for auction, and the blade-obsessed Merlin would not miss this chance. As he eagerly borrowed money, confident in acquiring the dagger, the bothersome Brother Gun appeared, intent on causing disruption. Damn it, Merlin has already bid 300 gold coins, and no one in the entire dining hall dared to raise their bid. Yet, at that moment, Brother Gun intervened in the most irritating manner, incrementally raising the bid by 1 gold coin at a time. Ultimately, frustrated, Merlin pushed the price to 400, but the foolish Brother Gun continued to add 1 gold coin at a time. Leaving Merlin utterly out of funds. In desperation, he issued a duel challenge to Brother Gun. Damn it, Wuchang cursed, fully aware that if Merlin, typically so composed, had reached such a breaking point, it was due to extreme provocation. Duels among warriors always required a life-and-death agreement. Once on the arena, there would be no turning back. Wuchang understood Brother Gun's character too well. A cowardly thug would only dare accept Merlin's challenge if he had some backing. After all, just over 10 days ago, Merlin had nearly severed his artery during the dining hall brawl. Wuchang had sparred with Brother Gun previously and was well aware of their relative strengths. Although Little Knife May was slightly stronger than Brother Gun, the advantage was marginal and not overwhelming. In just over 10 days, Brother Gun boldly accepted Merlin's challenge, and Wuchang felt the scent of a conspiracy thickening in the air. Don't you all sense something amiss? Why aren't you trying to dissuade him? Wuchang shouted in frustration. We can't do anything. Once Merlin's temper flares, no one can persuade him. Qian Bagwang replied, equally exasperated. Just then, they encountered Merlin and Brother Gun exiting the dining hall, followed by a gathering of 400 to 500 spectators. Merlin, stop right there. Wuchang rushed forward, grabbing Merlin's arm. The issues at the auction should be resolved there. If it can be settled with money, there's no need for violence. Turning to Brother Gun, Wuchang continued coldly. So, Brother Gun, since you were so intent on acquiring that dagger, you must have substantial cash in your pocket. If you wish to engage in a bidding war, then I shall gladly join you. With that, Wuchang pulled Merlin back into the dining hall. Addressing the stunned merchant on the stage, continue the auction. Why are you just standing there? The beleaguered merchant, visibly distressed, pleaded, Sir, I'm just a small merchant, wandering through various military camps to sell minor equipment. Merely trying to make an honest living. Please resolve your conflict privately and spare me from this predicament. Having witnessed numerous such scenarios, the merchant quickly grasped the situation. If a decisive outcome emerged from their duel, he could potentially sell the dagger for over 300 gold coins. If these soldiers are truly allowed to bicker at the auction, even if a sky-high price is eventually reached, can one genuinely claim the prize? Sir, I implore you to spare me. Even the merchant's voice quivered with despair. I am familiar with your tactics. On the surface, the prices are inflated, yet in reality, I walk away with not a single coin. The moment I step out of the barracks, I might as well meet my demise under the cover of night. Sir, please do not torment me. I have both elders to care for and young ones depending on me. After his lament, the merchant unexpectedly broke into tears, leaving the specter of death in a state of bemusement. Reluctantly, he ascended the platform, retrieving a handful of rainbow coins from his pocket. If my memory serves me right, the price had already escalated to 400 gold coins. Thus, I present 4 rainbow coins here. Well then, Brother Gun, it is your turn to bid. Brother Gun, with a darkened expression, fixed his gaze upon the specter of death and suddenly chuckled. Ah, there is no enmity between us. Why must you stand up for Merlin? Your acquaintance spans merely a fortnight. Surely there is no deep bond. Before Brother Gun could finish, the specter raised a hand to halt his words, gesturing for him to continue bidding. Ah, such audacity. I appreciate your spirit. For 01 gold coins, Brother Gun teased. The specter had long anticipated this tiresome and offensive ploy, remaining unperturbed as he produced another rainbow coin. 500 gold coins. Brother Gun's expression shifted dramatically. He had not expected the specter to raise the bid so boldly. Gritting his teeth, he countered, 501 gold coins, 600 gold coins. The specter remained as calm as ever. Damn it, 601 gold coins, 700, 701, 800. At this juncture, the entire restaurant fell into a hushed silence. The specter's commanding presence had rendered all present utterly astonished. The pouch in his hand resembled a treasure trove, each rainbow coin clinking melodiously on the table, each impact eliciting hushed gasps. Good heavens, when did such a wealthy patron arrive among us? The bidding reached an astonishing 1,100 gold coins, with no signs of slowing. Look, Brother Gun is already sweating profusely. Can he withstand this? To put it plainly, over 1,000 gold coins could sustain an ordinary family for 2 years in comfort. Did he think Brother Gun was a deity of wealth? As expected, Brother Gun was beginning to falter. His entire fortune barely surpassed 1,400 gold coins, all in cash, much of which was tied up in high-interest loans. Although his cousin was a minor leader with some funds, he was under no obligation to lavish them on him. You are a madman. Brother Gun could no longer contain himself, shouting, I bid 1101 gold coins. Let us see if you dare to raise it. The specter shot Brother Gun a playful glance before tossing another rainbow coin onto the table. Pardon me, I bid 1,200 gold coins. A commotion erupted in the restaurant. At that moment, Merlin rushed toward the specter, seizing him by the collar, exclaiming, This does not concern you. There is no need for your interference. My life is far too valuable. No amount of coins can purchase it. The specter regarded him with indifference. Brushing aside Merlin's hands, I am not interested in your life. I merely wish to acquire that dagger. At this point, Brother Gun had completely surrendered, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the 12 rainbow coins on the table. His throat emitting a wolf-like whimper, his greedy gaze nearly merging with the coins. Damn it, you win. What a fool to spend over 1,000 gold coins on a wretched dagger. Are you insane? I am quite willing, the spectre retorted, nearly choking Brother Gun with his words. Defeated and disheveled, Brother Gun could only lead his lackeys away from the restaurant. Meanwhile, the merchant had lost the ability to speak. The dagger had cost him over 100 gold coins, a mere defective item from a military supply, yet even subpar goods from such a source surpassed the quality of most military wares. Please, do not frighten me. I shall accept whatever amount you deem fit. I cannot afford to be picky. The merchant trembled in fear, apprehensive that the spectre might turn and eliminate him, leaving him without both money and life. The spectre, clutching the 12 rainbow coins, placed them into the merchant's hands, stating, "An auction must adhere to its rules. If everyone disregards the guidelines, this world would descend into chaos." After bidding farewell to the grateful merchant, the spectre examined the dagger meticulously. It was indeed a remarkable piece, elegantly simple, the blade exceptionally sharp, adorned with layers of intricate patterns forged through folding. Most intriguingly, the hilt contained a small magical barrier that, when activated, would envelop the blade in magical energy, enabling it to slice through an assailant's armor with ease. Such a clever design was unique to military-grade weapons. After toying with it for a moment, the spectre looked up at Merlin, tossing the dagger toward him with a smile. "I know your nobility renders you immune to bribery. I have no desire to buy your loyalty. However, as a comrade, I can lend it to you for a time. When you tire of it, simply return it to me." With that, he turned and exited the restaurant. Merlin stared in astonishment at the dagger in his hand, then looked up at the departing spectre, instinctively asking, "Where are you going?" "To save someone. It has become clear to me that this dagger must claim a few lives before the matter is settled. If you are interested, come with me." Merlin watched the spectre stride away, letting out a resigned sigh and shaking his head before following closely behind, flanked by all members of their group, united in purpose. As they made their way out of the military camp, not far from the encampment, the merchant who had just departed was now cornered by a group of soldiers and was being dragged toward the woods. Behind him lay a wrecked second-hand electric scooter. "Soldier, noble soldier, ancestor of soldiers, I beg you, spare my life. I shall give you all my money. Please do not kill me. Damn your grandmother. When have I ever endured such humiliation? Today, you are the reason for my disgrace. If you wish to live, I shall spare you one hand and one foot. Consider it mercy." It requires no guesswork. The one intercepting the merchant was none other than Brother Gun. Along with his lackeys,